to the Barclays Arena. We'd like to take this opportunity to let you know about some important safety precautions at our venue. Firstly, we ask you to keep the entrances and exits to our stairways clear at all times. The emergency exits are identified by green and white signs and are located at numerous points inside the arena and at each of the stairs in the ceiling blocks. All emergency exit areas are manned by our stewards. In the unlikely event of technical difficulties, safety lighting will come on automatically. If this happens, please listen for further announcements and follow the instructions of our stewards to ensure that you exit the building in the safest possible way. Remain calm and show consideration for the elderly and children. Please note that the Barclays Arena is a non-smoking arena. However, you may smoke in designated smoking areas. If you have any further questions, our stewards will be happy to help you. We wish you an enjoyable visit to the Barclays Arena.
Vstupenka. Vstupenka, najzákladnejší kameň tejto celej komunity a tohoto fungovania vôbec tohoto krásneho streamu. Ďakujem. Ďakujem nádherne. Vstupenka! Vstupenka. Vstupenka, najzákladnejší kameň tejto celej komunity a tohoto fungovania vôbec tohoto krásneho streamu. Ďakujem. Ďakujem nádherne. Vstupenka!
we're back.
Welcome back, Barclays Arena, for another day here at the International 2025, where we have been thoroughly enjoying all of the Dota so far. And as well, can we get a shout out for this stage, this constellation? The glory of the Oracle has been upon us for this purple TI, and it looks gorgeous, and a lot of work has gone into it as well. We've got over 1,000 square meters of LED slacks.
Woo! That's twice as last year.
That's twice as many as last year. All of these screens look gorgeous. There have been, can you believe this? There are 8,000 cables involved in making a show like this happen. You don't see any of it, but behind the stage, there is a lot of complexity involved.
How many trucks did it take to bring all that over?
That's a great question. It took 30 trucks.
30 trucks! My God, we're employing the entirety of Germany for this stage. Absolutely. That's all so fun and cool technical facts. I don't give a shit about that, all right? I care about the lore, my friends, the lore. Now, Tsunami.
What lore?
There's plenty of lore. Okay, before the event started, Valve released a few wallpapers in the in-game client. Remember that? And they had the heroes next to them?
Yeah, I saw.
Well, for you observant Dota fans, those heroes had some weird symbols. Perhaps you've seen them, like over here. Whoa, look at these symbols. Random symbols, you might be saying, but they're repeating all over the arena. What could they possibly mean? Perhaps we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll give you a hint. This is D, O. What could that be? Tsunami, last two.
NT. Don't.
Yeah, do actually. It's D-O-T-A. Now, how did I decode all of these symbols and memorize them last night until 4 a.m., you might be asking?
I see
because
these all over
they were
the place.
directly translated.
Yeah, I'm seeing them all over the place. We've got them all over this carpet, and you said there was a wallpaper with heroes. You're telling me that this means something?
Yes, my friends, all over the arena and over a bunch of other stuff, I've noticed these strange symbols. For example, audience, what hero is this? Anyone know? Can you see? It's a lady on a cat. One oh, thank you very much, single person over there. And what are these symbols? That's an M, I, R, and you get the Miranda. Yeah.
I can't believe it. Wow.
So, if you guys keep your eyes peeled, you might see many of these things laying around. I obviously know them all, but I'm not going to tell you. I will tell you one thing. The stage is shaped like a giant circle, and right here it says E-I-G-H-T.
What? That's not how a clock works. 9,
No.
There would be 6 right here.
No, it's not how a clock works. What a mystery. What could it say? Anyway, rather than tell you guys for the next hour and 45 minutes what each one of these things means, perhaps I'll leave it to you. So keep your eyes peeled, not only for the secrets around the event, but also for these amazing teams as we get started with day 2 of the International.
There's definitely no better way to start your day than with a little bit of chaos from both Slacks and Tsunami there. And we're here live from the Barclays Arena in Hamburg, Germany. A lot of fun, a lot of audience members already turning up for such an early Friday morning. And of course, people who have to be by my side that I love being next to. Jenkins, Winter, and Lacoste as well. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling good. We had some really awesome games yesterday. The crowd was pretty hyped. We had some really nice comebacks as well. One series only did go for a distance, but yeah, I'm expecting a slightly even more competitive games coming out today.
I'm impressed again with the crowd. We have quite the turnout for a Friday morning when yesterday went till like, was it 1 a.m.?
Very late, I will put it that way.
There's a lot of very tired people here that want to see some good Dota.
How many people in the crowd were here to the end of yesterday?
Oh, that's pretty much everyone.
That's pretty much everyone. They were last out and first back in here. In fact, some of them might have turned up at the arena before you did, Winter.
Yeah, I can't wait to unravel the mysteries of the arena today. So I came a little bit earlier. Not as early as you, but...
That's right. You know, you're going to put in the long shifts to be able to decode all of the messages. You got to go back, you know, and look at all of the games that we had yesterday. In fact, we're going to go back and relive some of the hypest moments.
Couple more hits is all they need. They got to take down that Shadow Demon. He's in further trouble, and Chrysalis just walking away.
PC's on X
Nova
Nova.
going, but do they have enough damage? Needs a few more avatars. Yes! ZenQ gets him.
Will this Swift Blink open something up for Chrysalis? Will he get lucky with a bash? What does he
Jumps
have?
in, zips, finds one, it's onto the Beastmaster. Is it going to be enough? He got the Lotus off, but it's on to Ame. He pops the ulti, trying to stay alive, but a huge crit blows up one. Ame turns back now onto the junk, trying to find that kill. Chrysalis, he's out of here. There's another combination. Damage, maybe? No, they're not going to kill him. Ame is too damn strong.
There's the BKB, no one. It's going to make the jump in. They're going to try and go all out in onto Whisper. Found the strike to the side, holds down the Glock, but there's Yuma jumping in, looking for DM. DM's able to get out to safety, though. Yuma's going to try and chase. We'll get the Abyssal connection. Whisper jumps in as well, but DM is going to get forced away. Coil will catch on to him. Refreshers pop as Yuma stays on top of DM, is able to kill him off. They're going to try and get the jump on Satanic. They get the spear connection, but no one's ready to back him up. Satanic falling low, but the stun comes in on towards Yuma. Yuma pots the BKB. Will be able to take Satanic down once, but it costs Yuma his life. The Ancient are half out. They're going to make the jump. Coming in with the Abyssal and the Red Grip, but Satanic's already able to get the BKB off. Turns towards Yuma, takes the bear down, looks towards Analog. Double kill for Satanic as this series is over.
There's the Mars Arena from Amar himself. Lots of damage onto Shiro with the double spear to follow. Shiro's dead. Bach follows suit. Nothing to say coming in, trying to take out the Abaddon, but he activates his ult just in time and heals up to full as a result. There's the cart onto the Shadow Fiend. He'll be able to get off his ult. Actually, the Centaur dies first inside of his own cart. Bach gets off the hoof stomp to try to break the Abaddon, but he already has his ult on as Amar just destroys Y. Cart onto the Shadow Fiend in retreat. They just call GG. Goes out for a second slam, but he's going to be saved. They do have the burn damage. Here comes the Roar Cataclysm, double Cataclysm, big damage. Oh, the Earthshaker, a little bit more. He gets up the Aphotic Shield, but it is not enough to save him. GPK. Oh yeah! A Coil Static Storm with an Aghanim Scepter, a Snowball pickup. Sorry, GH, all that does is put you in the kill zone. Pure will go to work on Samael. There's just nothing Nigma Galaxy can do about the team fight now. He's got his blink, he's got his scythe. It's got to be one hell of a jump. Can he get in digest at the right time? And a passive spear out! GPK makes a jump in. He gets grabbed by Pure. As good as it was for Noob, it wasn't good enough. Samael falls, sets a die back there, and Ghost is fighting for his and his team's life. But he's got to get out of here. He leaves his supports behind. No! He is stopped at the gates. He will not make it back to his base. Everyone on Nigma Galaxy is gone.
An absolute nail biter to end the day, our first day in the arena. And from that, we form our upper and our lower bracket here. Lacoste having a look at those teams and exactly the matchups. Maybe not the exact number of games we expected, but I think a lot of people predicted the series to be going these ways.
Most likely, I would say. I think the favorites did win, even though the last series could have gone the other way as well. You know, Nigma Galaxy, sometimes they just need that little bit of extra oomph and didn't have it, unfortunately, yesterday. And also the Tundra against Extreme Gaming. I think they had both of these games kind of in the bag at the early stages, and then they made the one big mistake and suddenly the game flipped.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I do want to say something about the last series, which I think was the hypest series of the day yesterday.
For sure.
Given it's a 2-1. I feel like BB Team are they're sneaking by here under people's radar. The way that they're winning games, the way that they're winning series in this tournament is exactly how they won Wallachia Season 5. Like, this is classic BB Team making it to the grand finals. Like, it could happen again. Like, there's so many potential grand final teams here.
Yeah, I think with the chaos of the road to the international playoffs, how that all played out, people are kind of forgetting that BB Team was that second team to qualify. They were one of the first few. And so it is easy to look at this matchup and be like, the hype of everything. You see it go 3 games. Are they really going to make it any further? Because it wasn't a convincing 2-0 that we saw all the other teams have winter.
Yeah, I mean, for BB Team, traditionally, you would always expect like Pure to be carrying the game. But yesterday in that series, I think especially GBK and Miero, they both played really well, even though Pure he was having a rough time. So it's good to see other players, stepping up when your star carry is not having a very good time.
Yeah, it's just also nice to see different players in a variety of roles pull out something unique, Jenkins, or just playing in a way that causes pure chaos.
Yeah, I mean, they pulled out a Grimstroke yesterday, right? That's not exactly the strongest hero right now, but it was in this game. And in this series that we saw, 9 Class played Monkey King as a support. And we kind of thought maybe this was something that was just like more of a flex pick, and they know that 9 Class can play it. But nope, they legitimately have just discovered some tech with this hero. The amount of stuff that you can do on the map, jumping around the trees, sniping couriers, cutting waves. You can now do this twofold with the Dominator creep, even in this clip, using the Troll Summoner creeps to block camps. Like, the amount of pure chaos that he created in this game was something that, I don't know, I mean, Monkey King's got you need to start thinking about this hero if you're playing against P-Vision.
I mean, to enable this, right, the support needs to be able to do 2 things. Number 1, you need to be able to infiltrate into enemy territory easily, someone like a Monkey King. And number 2, you need to be able to have a spell to push out waves to farm, also Monkey King. That's why he's one of probably the best heroes to be able to do this on a supporting role.
Yeah, this is what I like to see. Coming into TI, not many people probably expected that Helm of the Dominator is going to be maybe a week ago, but let's rewind a month ago. Nobody would be talking about this item maybe on Marcy, but now you have this upgraded Helm of the Dominator with the things that the 9 Class did. So this is the beauty of the game, just taking an idea and making it even better.
I remember seeing a Reddit post that was the top 3 heroes that were going Helm Dom, and it was like Beast, Lycan, and Marcy. And the post was like, this item needs to be reworked. Like, it's so bad. And now it's legit, like every hero. Like, any hero we can find to use Dom, we're going to use it.
Yeah, now we're branching it into supports, finding different ways to use it. That was Purge, he was digging through all of the footage. He found that for us, and it was just so amazing. You want to bring it up again, you kind of got to keep talking about it. Everyone's trying to min-max here, and sometimes that's happening in the draft as well. We're looking towards standout heroes that are, on the extreme ends of win rates or potentially even uncontested altogether. Yesterday, it was so much fun to have 2 brand new heroes at the International, Clinks and Crystal Maiden, and emphasizing uncontested. That means not even banned. Teams won't even worry about banning it, and then they come out and we get them picked in the first 2 series.
And I think Crystal Maiden was an attempted answer to the Dominator meta that we were talking about, but honestly, the Frostbite just didn't seem like enough. I think it would get the Dom to like 50% HP, and then it would just run off.
Setup. I mean, she's kind of like a good setup for your core to come in to kill it, because sometimes the core doesn't really want to commit the TP until he's certain that the creep is going to be locked down, right? So CM kind of provides that. And the other thing I feel why CM could be good right now is a lot of the carry heroes are melee heroes because of Helm of Dom. So CM needs a melee hero in the lane to help her get to the later stages of the game. Because CM is really good later.
You guys are talking about the wrong hero. This is Thrall Warlord, 10 out of 10 games won. I don't think this ever happened. I don't think there was ever a meta or a tournament where the Troll Warlord did have this amount of games played and did win a single one. Because this was always like a mean hero, especially with his ulti. It's one of the funniest things to see when he's getting kited. We saw some of it yesterday as well. Even though they did win that game, it's still a very strong laner. It gives you ability to farm extremely fast, join some of the fights as well. There are multiple items that you could go for that feel really nice in this meta carry-to-carry matchup. Troll's going to be winning most of them as well.
I think also just delayed death is like an inherently broken concept. It's just that with Troll, you need a lot of items to like delay the death and actually do something with it, because you're like literally running in there while you're delaying the death. But we've seen, you know, like Dazzle was part of the meta for a long time.
Helm of the Undying, part of the meta.
Helm of the Undying. This is one of the most broken neutral item. We saw Abaddon getting picked up yesterday. This is like one of the top tier meta heroes. Like, there's just so much overwhelming damage right now that literally delaying your death is very imba. And I think the meta, Troll is allowed to get to that point currently. And like every game that it's played, he gets to the 40-minute plus part of the game, and then he eventually wins. Even if we see like goofy feeding happening early game, eventually he gets to the point where it feels like he's unstoppable.
Yeah, games just having a longer average length at this international, but going that distance that you're talking about, him being able to find the farm, the space to get those items. The inverse of that, though, that we saw on the graphic, Winter, was Timbersaw. Completely opposite, right? 8 games, but a 0% win rate now. Like, what has happened to this hero for it to now feel like it's not working for any team, because a lot of teams have picked it up?
I mean, I think the hero kind of has like a weird phase in the game where he's really strong. I mean, he's weak early, then suddenly he's strong in the mid game. But after that, he kind of falls off very, very hard when people get the dispel for your Aghanim's.
Yeah.
But also it could be something to do with the recent change, because people that played Timbersaw a long time have this muscle memory where you actually move your chain so you could actually reach further, and now that it got removed from the game or fixed, and people are like kind of gonna take some time to get used to it. So players are maybe losing more on the hero because of that.
All right, so the mobility isn't as big, and your get out of jail free card isn't really there like it used to be.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Does that feel the same for you, Lacoste, when we look at Timbersaw?
Yeah, probably. Timbersaw is just, some of the teams here that are still in the tournament do like to play Timbersaw, and if they're not picking it, especially Team Falcons.
You're talking about Falcons.
Yeah, this is then there's something wrong with the hero that they did not want to touch it.
I had the exact same thoughts. Like, if Amar doesn't want to play Timber, he will literally call this hero like hot garbage. He will say in interviews, "I think it's a garbage hero. I'm just going to pick it." He does the same thing with Bristleback right now. They're winning. And it's like, if he is not picking it, then it's really bad. And I totally agree with the muscle memory. Like, every time Timbersaw's range on his W gets increased, the win rate goes up. Huge. Like, it becomes meta. Every time it goes down, the win rate goes down significantly. Like, there are just some changes in Dota where you see this like cyclical nature, and effectively with the bug fix, the range on it went down. So we're going to see the cyclical nature of the win rate's going to go down.
Okay, all right. Well, let's move away from that a little bit more, because the joy of yesterday, seeing some uncontested heroes popped up, it made us want to look at which heroes are still left uncontested, that teams, I don't know, might want a refresher that they do still exist in this game.
Some of these are really good.
They're good, yeah. I would say that Visage, we're going to be seeing Tundra play a game today. They are the ones that could be still picking this hero. I also think that Venomancer definitely has a place in meta.
Yeah, Toby's
in there. It's one of the more annoying heroes who can control the map. It's very difficult to engage into certain areas of the map unless you're using a smoke, and those are also limited. And I also think that techies could also pop up. I don't think this hero is that bad.
I think Amar Viper, like this hero dumpsters Ursa in lane, it dumpsters Sven in lane and in the game, and these are like 2 really popular carry picks. I feel like Amar is gonna bring it out. And where's this Skywrath Mage? Thompson brings this hero into the meta. Every single pro level pub, you have Skywrath Mage mid, and people are too scared to bring it out at TI. It's so good.
We're talking about teams or people being scared to bring it out, but I remember in the interview yesterday, P-Vision, Ducalis was like, yeah, there's some new things we're trying. We're scrimming with it. We've been altering and having a little bit of a go. Winter, do you think that that's a sort of hero that's on the card, or it's still something that's in the meta that they just personally haven't picked up?
Well, I'll only believe it if he shows it, Like, he can say whatever he wants. We have 10,000 heroes behind this, We still have a lot of strategies, but I will only believe it once they use it, With Skywrath, I kind of felt like the hero had a lot lot of like potential initially when I saw the changes to the shard and everything. I've seen some players spam it in pubs, especially as mid, but the issue of the hero still remains the same, right? He falls off really hard once there's all these pipes, BKBs coming up, and then it feels like in a game, if you have 1 death or 2 death, you kind of just lose the game.
I think the Dominator meta also does not suit him.
He doesn't like
He does not like playing into summons, but it just does so much damage that I feel like it's worth making.
He's fun. Okay.
He's really fun, and it's the problem is,
It's not about fun, Jenkins. It's about winning.
well, no one is not the P-Vision like playing weird hero player, right? That would be 9 class, and 9 class has got his Alchemist and his Monkey Kings that he's enjoying right now. You know, we're asking like, where's the 9 class Pudge as well? Pudge seems pretty decent in the meta. We're seeing Whisper play it, but there's just higher priorities for these specialty players is all.
Okay. Well, the heroes aside, I would actually really like to see when our teams are playing, because we are going to be seeing all of our top 8 take the stage again today. It is going to be starting off with the elimination. At the end of the day, we're going to be saying goodbye to our first 2 teams here at the International. But on the flip side of that one, Lacoste, we're going to be having our first 2 teams securing themselves a top 3 position.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one, especially the upper bracket semis, the first match, Extreme Gaming against P-Vision. It's very difficult to choose which teams you think it's going to win, because P-Vision, they are showing some great strategies coming out. They have a couple of strategies also in the back of their heads if they want to bang it out. Extreme Gaming as well, they're not afraid. This is Xiao 8 we're talking about, so you can't expect them, especially if you go to the distance, if you're going to that game 3, that there's going to be some really new and exciting heroes coming out.
Yeah, the Tidebound Nigma Galaxy elimination matchup as well. It could have been a coin toss at any point, Jenkins, if it was going to be Nigma Galaxy or BB Team that they were going up against. So it feels like they've had the least amount of time to prepare for that one.
Yeah, that's a really close one as well, because I feel like Tidebound is also the type of team that can just get like 2-0 stomped and then come back the next day and be the best team. Like, I would say this is the most likely team to win the whole thing through the lower bracket. If any team is going to do it, it's going to be Tidebound.
Well, I actually want to look at exactly that, because it feels like, as far as my memory can remember, it's been majority teams from the upper bracket that have gone on to win. And so we collated all of the data for you guys there. And in the history of the Internationals, there have been 4 teams that have gone on to lift the Aegis from the lower bracket.
Out of 13.
Out of 13.
It is very rare that this happens.
I will say, though, out of those 4, we've had 2 teams. It was Spirit and Liquid in their respective years that they won. They were upper bracket, immediately dropped to lower bracket, and went all the way on to win. So it felt like, not round 1, but essentially from the beginning, they were running that lower bracket.
Yeah, it's a lot of games that you need to play. These are 4 BO3s and the best of 5 that you need to win, and you're also showing most of your strategies as well, so you're giving out that data to the other teams as well, showing what you're going to be playing. That's why the upper bracket is the king, even though Nigma Galaxy would disagree. Or Team Liquid.
Team Liquid.
I mean, it is also worth mentioning that when there was the what was the pre-TI tournament called?
Wildcard? The wildcard?
The wildcard.
Or last chance qualifiers.
The last chance qualifiers. We had the grand finals was the 2.
That was the Singapore TI that you're talking about, right?
The Singapore TI. So it's, you know, there is the argument that like amount of games played does play a huge factor into like, is the team very dominant? But in that case, there was also a lot more time to process those games. Now we have, you know, 2 days left after this one. Is there enough time to process?
I mean, I would argue it could be good for you. So you have more time. As long as you're winning the games, you have more time to figure out what to change, and you get to maybe see more of yourself, you know, and then you have to adjust. Because always during the long periods of the initial stages of the tournament, you're going to have to try something that you've already on the screen, but when you go to the tournament, you see something else, then you have to decide what do you have to adjust, right? So getting those games under your belt is always, I think, a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to start for one of these teams, right? We do have our first elimination up on the table to begin our day with here at day number 2. It's Tundra up against Heroic.
Já vás tu krásně všetkých vítám.
Ano,
jsme tu s Gabčou něco dali, dajme tomu dohromady, aby jsem vás tu dneska potěšil a celý den tu komentoval jako True Enigma. Bože, chat. Oh, God.
That fifth, sixth position.
Thunder Awaken at TI-11 getting that 5th and 6th place. This was the best placement for South America. Infamous TI-9, which did have Whisper and Schofield. And then you also had the Beast Ghost getting 7th and 8th place at TI-11, which also did have Whisper and Schofield, plus also Heroic and TI-13, which did have Analog, Schofield, and KJ. So that means that Schofield
Dámy a páni,
is a big part of those teams.
chcete vidět Enigmu? Žiadne čierne diery tu nebudú, alebo maybe.
So for Yuma, Analog, and KJ,
je to najviac scuffed Enigma cosplay, aký ste podľa mňa kedy v živote videli, chat. S Gabčou sme na to mali ráno, reálne asi tak 20 minút, pretože musela ísť na školenie akoby skôr. Stával som kurva 7:30, aby som stihol proste ísť normálne s psami a všetko. Ale niečo sme dali dohromady. To najbližšie, čo ako sa Enigme dá priblížiť z toho, čo máme doma, chat sme dali dohromady. Ak sa to niekomu nebude poznávať, to je jeho záležitosť. Ale dneska, dámy a páni, vás tu krásne vítam. Chat.
I think there's also the factor of, like, for the whole year.
Nazdárek, čete! Dúfam, že dneska nejaké tie poriadne čierne diery tu budú kástené po celom vesmíre, kurva fix. Ja takto tu budem s vami pekne sedeť. Celý dnešný deň, prosím pekne, ja dúfam, že sa to podobá akoby trochu na Enigmu, pretože neviem, ako ináč by som to mal na dohromady. Toto je najbližšia vec, čo sme tu dneska rýchlo s Gabčou dali dohromady ako Enigma cosplay. To píči, ale ja musím povedať, že vidím na tej kamere, tak úplne z toho umre, ale proste urobiť tú hlavu som pôvodne, škoda do piči, jedna vec mohla byť upgradenutá, ale nakoniec proste nebola. A Gabča nemala akoby navíc jakú plaveckú čiapku. My pôvodne chceli, že by sme plaveckú čiapku proste dali a namalovali ju akoby na fialovo, čo by vyzeralo lepšie ako ten krepák. Ale chat proste budete musieť si na toto dneska akoby pekne zvyknúť. Čakajte, a keď urobím akoby túto...
Up until yesterday, they had 8-win streak in the road to TI playoffs, which is pretty impressive for a team like this because they managed to be very consistent. This is something that they've been struggling with throughout the whole year.
Kurva, neviem, jak to urobí, ale chat, musím povedať ešte jednu vec, predtým ako to budeme začínať o všeličo. Proste najviac annoying vec je reálne to malovanie toho ksichtu. Ja normálne obdivujem všetky cosplayerky, všetky ženy celkovo. Iba za to, že sa furt ako niečím malujú, alebo tak. To je proste úplne insane. Jakože... Jo. Usual suspect, to je ty vole mrdadi, čo tam dávaš za linky, tuto koho zaujíma nejaký zasraný, dnes chod si to čítať sám, na píči, čo tu dávaš. Šmare, že sub tu bude dávať, I don't give a fuck. Mňa zaujíma Dota a Enigma teraz. Môj bože, Černobyl Enigma. No, to nejde taťka šmuhla pedofil pred školkou. Hej, chat. To je Srx Wednesday. Co mu je? To není... A jak jej pýtajú, zase si musel urobiť akoby holú hlavu. Ako inak sa to mal spraviť. Je to urobené krepovým papierom, aby ste vedeli, chat. Je to krepový papier, prosím pekne. Ale bližšie som sa nedostal, chat. Si predstavujem celý dnešný deň, že budem komentovať v tomto. Najviac akoby sa bojím toho, že by pejsci potrebovali ísť nejak ako akutne vonku, pretože do píči. Odkdy má Enigma tričko? Ne, to je modré, to je jediné modré tričko, ktoré mám. Z celej úplne, celého šatníka, jediná vec, ktorá je najbližšia tomu modrému, fialovému tomu, je toto modré tričko, ktoré mám otočené naopak, by the way, aby tam nebolo to logo, ktoré je z druhej strany. Ja tam vidíš, že to mám proste no, chápete, proste urobil som tu pre vás, čo bolo. To měla byť hruď nabarvená na modro. My sme to nemali ako stihnúť. Gabča prostě šla jakoby ráda na to. Já jsem stával do píči, ledva mám rozlepené oči, ty vole, už jsem to musel jako všecko to. Jako mohl jsem to nabarvit jakoby aj tu, teoreticky, ale ono by to jako nevyzeralo jako úplně zas tak jinak, že jako, že čo si budeme. Ale už toto jako trvalo celou tu dobu, už Gabča išla aj tak jako neskôr na školenie, prostě jak to nebola. Jsem se měl, že když tam bude hovoriť, tak mám povedať, že no, musela pomáhať sa dostať do práce jej polovičke, no, chat, uvidíme se za chvilku, jdeme pekne, už tam dokonce počujem horn, takže je čas, chat, je čas.
And at home is ready for this because that sound can only mean one thing. We're ready to kick off day number 2 at Barclays Arena.
The Aegis of Champions. It bears the record, reminding us of the battles we all hold sacred. The triumphs we still celebrate. The legends we will forever revere. It summons the world's finest contenders, allowing us, empowering us to honor the giants of the past, to realize the magic of the present, to witness the origins of the epic stories of tomorrow. Now we gather at the final proving ground, where the path to victory is ever-changing. But the cheers of the arena will always guide the way. The Aegis of Champions arrives in Hamburg, Germany. A beacon of challenge that shines around the globe. 8 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Our top 8 after this will be dwindled down to a top 7. Tundra up against Heroic coming into it. Jenkins coming back out to the stage for day number 2 as well. Does that make the emotions higher, or you're just stabilizing now?
I don't know if they can stabilize. I mean, this is the international we're talking about, but I don't know. I don't know if this team wants to be stable anyway. Like, they play the best when there is chaos. For Tundra, yeah, they want to be stable, and I think they're more likely to be stable because, you know, you got 33 on that team. This is the only potential 3-time TI winner. So if there's anybody that's going to bring stability to his team, it's this guy.
Well, I don't want to leave our audience waiting any longer, and definitely not our teams either. We want to bring them out on stage, so let's kick off with our first team, Tundra.
And we're back.
Tundra Esports.
And we're back.
These 5 players are now facing up against elimination. If anyone can bring their A game in such a tight situation, it's definitely them. They've been here before. They've done it before for themselves, but this time around, isn't going to be a different story. They're going to be having to come up against some tough competition in the name of Heroic.
crush those responsible.
Representing the South American region, had a bit of a struggle yesterday. However, today there is still a chance to continue on in their journey toward the international. 3 of these players have already bested their previous results at past events. They want more. This team is hungry and it's there for their taking if they're able to step up and bring it to Tundra today.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, this is a brutal and emotional series. Either we are losing one of the most fun teams to watch in Heroic and the remaining South American pride, or
Tundra.
losing Tundra, who has the one potential 3-time TI winner and a giga-brain genius that is 33. Like, this guy invents metas in Dota. So no matter what, going home today will be a very significant team.
I mean, don't forget about 333. 3TI.
I will not forget about 333. You keep reminding me, Winter.
He loves them. I'm telling you, Winter is such a fan of the numerology there, all the stars aligning. Some could potentially say there, Lacoste.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Heroic on the other side, we saw some of the issues that they did have yesterday, and I want to see those issues being fixed, especially in that game number 1 where they didn't have, like, they had very aggressive heroes that they wanted to play. They had Pudge, they had Clockwork, they had Crystal Maiden, so they wanted to be on the other side of the map, but they couldn't really push out the waves, so I think Cass and the crew kind of need to realize, and I hope they did, that something like this cannot be able to happen because their map is getting smaller, they're getting out-farmed, areas where you can't farm, like also could get you potentially killed. And I want to see Yuma again on some kind of a tempo carry. He's been pretty impressive so far, but if he's dictating the tempo of the game, that also means that Heroic is doing really well. Whisper, one of my favorite offlaners of all time. This guy has been looking super stable throughout most of his career. Usually he doesn't take as much farm, so he's given enough farm to his mid laner, to his safe laner, and he's building the items that kind of evolve around the team. So this is what I want to see. I think that the dynamic that they did have at the road to the international playoffs did work out for them, and I want to see them replicate that.
No, I totally agree with that. Like, I don't think we need to see any like crazy adjustments from them to see a highly competitive series here. I mean, even after yesterday, Yuma is still #1 in terms of average kills per game in this tournament. He has the record, and by a huge margin. It's him with 11 average kills, then Ame, Kiyotaka, Skeeter, and Pure with all like 9, like 8 to 9. So he's much higher, even with the series yesterday that was kind of rough for them.
I think Yuma is the best twin gate user when it comes down to making the rotations happen. I mean, it also does allow him to play, because of the heroes that he's playing. You know, he's playing that Monkey King, he's playing that Meepo, so going through the Twin Gates, he's playing Nature's Prophet, allows him to go in, not necessarily with the Nature's Prophet to go through the Twin Gates, but be very active at the early stages of the game. Like between 6 and 8 minutes, you kind of can't expect him to make this move.
Yeah, we could talk about gameplay and the weight that the execution has when they do get that draft, but going into it as well, Winter, there's a lot of preparation you can do beforehand, looking at, do you want to favor a Radiant side, a Dire side, a first pick, second pick, how exactly you're going to build your draft around having that choice and information.
Yeah, as you know, numbers, they are kind of my thing, so I like to look at them. And basically what we found out is for Tundra, whenever they are last picking Neta's hero, they're winning. You know, whenever they're last picking their mid or the carry, it doesn't really go so well for them. That's why they prefer to be on the first pick side, where they secure Neta's hero early. They don't want to get into a situation where the enemy is banning out all the top tier heroes for Neta, and they can't really figure out what to give him at the end, you know. So I think that should be their plan right now here for Tundra, whereas Heroic, I'm sure they know about this, and they're going to be trying to devise something to mess this up.
Yeah. Well, then what about the side of Heroic and their numbers?
I think they're also really, really similar. As you can see here, they are a team that prefers to be on the first pick side. They win a lot more on the first pick, which I think I already brought up slightly yesterday, where I feel like having the 18 pick on the first pick side just gives you a lot more leeway, and whereas nowadays having the second pick, having the 24th pick just doesn't feel as appealing as before, because teams are really good at using the bans to remove good heroes. So whenever you get to that 24th pick, it's very rare that, oh my god, there's this hero right now, I'm going to pick this hero, we're going to win the game. You know, it's just not going to be possible right now. So
My theory on this is that since the Facets patch, there's a lot more answers to those like last pick cheese heroes. You know, you pick Huskar and there's like something that you can do in the game. Like P-Vision, what they'll do against Huskar is they'll put a sentry in the tier 2 tower in the off lane so DM can have a lane. And then they dual lane mid, right? So it's like not only have the Facets made it so that you can go for like a less greedy Facet and beat some sort of matchup, but also there are like play options that people have figured out. So having those 2 bans to protect the last pick out of the second phase of picking is just much more valuable for these really good
I mean, also the sequence, right? I think the sequencing of the pick order has changed a lot. So right now, being on the first pick side, in the first phase, you have 3 bans, but you have the last ban before you pick your first hero. So that itself is already for me, a very big advantage of being on the first pick side. Because so if you want to, for example, pick something like a Puck and Void Spirit is a counter, you could potentially ban out the Void Spirit on the 8th ban and then you pick your Puck, something like this, So being on the first pick side definitely feels a lot easier to execute the plan of the team.
Yeah, I do agree with that one. Having overall last pick doesn't feel as impactful. I think a good example is Malrine, because he's the best in the world when it comes down to not playing into unfavorable matchup for him. So he's dragging the creep wave, he's manipulating, he's going to be playing his Primal Beast underneath the tier 2 enemy tower in the safe lane, dragging multiple creep waves, plus farming the jungle. So there's ways to play with it, and I think teams overall just got way better at understanding what they need to do in the last ban phase to be able to protect the heroes that they just picked.
Yeah, I think the main takeaway, at least for Tundra's side, is they need to secure Neta's hero right away for them to have a really good plan.
And then what about Heroic? What's their takeaway then?
I think for Heroic, they are going to just, do their own thing. If we are going to understand what they're doing, it means they're probably going to be losing the game,
I agree.
I feel like whenever you understand their draft, it means that they don't know what to do, they don't have a plan. But whenever you don't understand their draft, it means that they have something going on, you just have to sit down, relax, and enjoy the game.
Yeah, trust the process. Trust whatever chaos is ensured to follow.
I think so too. And honestly, like this is how this team functions as well. And it's ironic because both 33 and Analog said in interviews that neither of these 2 players, and it's completely separate by the way, they don't focus on the results. They just focus on doing the right thing, and then the results that they want will come from that. But they're very objective at just focusing on the process, like you said. And I think the process has been working for them, right? Pick Pudge Clockwork off lane and create some chaos. It worked. I think they should have done that game 2 yesterday.
Don't know about rushing Ags.
Go back to that.
Rushing Ags with Clock might have been a bit too much. I think you need something in between.
Minor
One
changes,
small item.
yeah.
Just have to tweak it. But I want to see something from Tundra that they've been doing really well. I also don't think that Tundra is going to be able to get the hands on Invoker throughout the rest of the tournament. Doesn't matter how many games, how many series they're going to be playing, because they look way too good with it, because they have this Invoker, Helm of the Dom, Drums, Alacrity, plus you have Pipe, potentially another Dominator from the off lane. It's just too good of a momentum coming out from them, but I'm sure they can figure things out, because yesterday they had very good things that they shown, but they unfortunately lost both of these games.
Enough time has passed. These players are sitting in their booths, and there is one thing left to do. Everyone here at Barclays Arena, get ready for our very first series and our first game of the day.
Heroic Game 1.
Yes, we finally have a draft underway. We don't have to theorycraft what preparation these teams have brought to the tables. We're going to see it all unfold. Our very first elimination series, Tundra, Heroic, exactly where it's going to fall for themselves. And I do want to know how much is going to be pointed towards the teams in these bans, and how much are they going to be looking at what's in the meta, what's been really stable for win rates throughout the past week of the road to the International and our day 1 of the International.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, you can look at the win rates, but you also have to remember who you are, right? I don't think you can just basically just blindly follow the meta. You have to understand your players, what are they good at. But so far, looking at the bans, they are quite similar from their first meeting, right? When they were on the first pick side, they also chose to remove similar heroes here, and they're going to open up with a Marcy.
Extremely strong hero, just in general. I mean,
yeah, Tundra actually didn't let it through the last time.
Yeah. To be honest, like if you want to blame something for the Helm Dom trend, this is the first hero. People realize that when you put the Marcy buff on the creep, every time it gets hit, you hit. Every time it hits, you hit. You can actually buff something and use the buff aside from having a teammate, it's like there are all these you can jump off the creep, and it's like, oh wow, this is so good on Marcy. Turns out it's just good on everything. But this was the start of it all.
And this Tiny doesn't say anything for them. Mostly it has been played out by Saksa. They really love to run Enigma plus Tiny lane. This has been their staple ever since they played on the old Tundra as well. This is something that puts a lot of pressure, allows Tiny to roam around freely, maybe make a move, like pick up the bounty rune, secure the active runes as well, maybe even gank the mid lane if the opportunity does allow you to do so. So potentially in the back of their heads, they should start thinking about this Enigma. It's, again, a Helm of the Dominator, something that Tundra definitely wants to buy from the offlane.
I think also Tiny is pretty hard to play into as Marcy. Like, Marcy, in her nature, like, will get in there and fights, and you can't really get out. And, you know, heroes like Tiny, you can just casually throw an avalanche on the ground, prevent some sort of initiation. You can toss her out. You can toss her, you know, back into your team. You also have the Tiny innate, where you are taking less damage every time she hits you, and of course she does these like small instances, well actually big instances of damage,
yeah, not small,
but very quickly, and you're reducing her damage. It's pretty hard to kill a Tiny, so I think in general, like, he likes playing into Marcy, and believe me, this hero is in every single pub right now, pro level pub. It is very hard to find heroes that actually like playing into Marcy. So
I mean, would you say that a Tiny carry would be valuable against a Marcy? I know it's not a very popular thing. Because if the Marcy is carry, you want a good matchup.
I think that idea of like getting in there against Tiny is hard is the same whether it's a support or a carry. So
yeah, what does it offer more as a carry than the support?
And you have more items, you stand there and you fight him.
You
Marcy,
can stand your ground more.
Yeah, you can stand your ground more. Marcy usually has trouble finding heroes that can fight. You have trouble finding heroes that can fight Marcy.
I was going to say, I don't think you stand your ground against Marcy ever. I think you get the hell out of there. You toss her out and you run away. You wait for her ult to be over. That's my experience with the hero. Like, I really feel like it's very hard, especially if Marcy's going for like the Daedalus build, to find heroes that will actually be able to stand your ground and like out DPS her. I think you have to kite the fights against her, and Tiny's like the best fight kiter in the game. One of them.
And you have to buy Falstaff as well on that hero.
Absolutely.
Yul's, Falstaff.
Yes, all of these items.
There's a couple more bans coming out from Heroic, the Sand King and the Queen of Pain. So this mid pool lowering a little bit more on the side of BZM and what he's lacked to play so far at this tournament.
BZM had a bit of a struggle yesterday when he played at Earthshaker. It's the combination of the two things. We saw a bit of unfortunate sequence of events with that healing salve that did happen, playing into unfavorable matchup, but also not being allowed to enter his own triangle. A lot of his camps did get blocked, and there was also Sand King that was farming in the same area. So I think Tundra is going to be making sure that those issues don't occur again. And I also want to see BZM on a tempo hero. I want to see him, because that game he got completely shut down playing from behind with the naked blink dagger. It didn't look too good, but this hero has been looking amazing in the last couple of tournaments as well. This hero is just a lane bully, dominator.
Especially against Marcy.
The win rate, I would say, doesn't paint the story how strong Pugna is.
No. And they banned Silencer. I think Silencer is like one of the better answers to Pugna. Pugna is so good at saving and protecting somebody, and Silencer can just like...
I mean, not just the Pugna, right? Because I think Dominic mentioned the Enigma earlier, because based on the bans, they already banned out Gyro and Silencer, and Enigma is like one of the better lane partners with Tiny, and I think if they want it, they are probably going to have to pick it here because they're not going to get it last.
Yes, I think Enigma is definitely coming out. I also feel like Heroic probably knows about this because of all the bans. Even
you see those two bans.
Even Silencer, like, this is a very good hero against the Black Hole. I do want to say Shadow Demon against Pugna. You cannot decrep and save somebody from all of the Marcy damage because SD's ult is constantly purging, right? So they go with the immediate hard counter, and they're actually going to double counter it.
And now you have a save and you have a BKB piercing tool as well. Even though Enigma, gets BKB at the later stages of the game, it's more about the tempo, getting these early drums, getting these Helm of the Dominator, so you can, tanking things up if you need a pipe to buy. These are the type of items that Enigma will buy. But I see Heroic with very aggressive drafts. You have Shadow Demon and Batrider, which is going to be these are probably two of the best heroes in the game to be able to get the stacks going in the triangle, just stacking the jungle in general. Now you need a hero who can actually clear the stacks.
Yep, the Batrider isn't as straightforward though as definitely a support because they've already played it on 3 different heroes, 3 different players at the moment.
They actually prefer it as a core, which is very interesting. I think if it's a tiny mid for Tundra, now all of a sudden you have to be worried about a Batrider coming mid and destroying you. I really love, like, anytime I see a South American team, especially a team with Schofield on it, picking a repositioning-based hero, I always think that they have a way higher chance of winning the game. South America historically has won games off the back of being better at team fighting than opponents. Like, I remember the narrative in NA was always, when it was NA versus SA, you do not fight SA. You try to outplay them on the map because they will outfight you. They know how to play these repositioning-based heroes. So I love that Heroic is going back to the Batrider.
I mean, which is why we see the Ducks here. Ducks here is really good at like splitting the map, pushing the waves, making it hard for lineups like Heroic here. They want to kill you, but you push the waves and you make it very difficult for them to deal with the map. And on top of that, you're going to buy the auras, right?
Yeah.
The auras are going to be very, very good against like Marcy, Batrider. Sure, you have the Demonic Purge somewhere down the road, but it does make it difficult for Heroic's lineup to fight.
And if you want to kill a hero, you probably need to commit with multiple ultis on side of Heroic, because now you have Pugna, so you need to dispel that. So you need Shadow Demon ulti, you need Batrider ulti, because you need to start thinking about the Decrypify, Surge, maybe even just a casual tossback should be able to get Tundra's heroes out of position and make sure that they are going to be running away from that gank. So the heroes on side of Tundra are not that easily killed, and I really like this Storm Spirit from Tundra that came out just now on 17, because it does, we've seen yesterday BZM going for a bit of a newer tech, something that he showed before, but I don't think he showed it on the Storm Spirit, going for that Holy Locket, Soul Ring, pretty much having infinite mana as well. Pugna unfortunately doesn't give you mana anymore with the life drain, but it's still, like, that's why he needs to think about himself, buying that Soul Ring, buying that Holy Locket.
Yeah, I feel like right now Heroic is kind of baited to pick Puck. It looks like a really good Puck game, other than Into the Tiny, who has like a good disable for the Puck. But also, I'm pretty sure Batrider against Storm mid is pretty bat favored until later on in the game, where Storm doesn't mind playing so much against Bat. So I guess the question is, like, does Analog make this call? It's like, yes, I'll destroy this guy mid. Give me the Batrider, or does he just ask for, give me the Storm counter? It's Puck, right? It's also a backline jumper to deal with the Pugna as well.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger question, right? Is how else are you going to be dealing with these supports? Do they have another pick lined up that's going to help them a bit more in that Earthshaker that is now being picked up?
Still, could be mid, could be off lane, could be 4 position. We don't know.
Dude, Shaker in Arena every time. It's so good.
There it is. Oh, they have it on the main stage. All right, good. I do like Shaker against backline save supports in general, because you can go in and echo some frontliner, and then Pugna can't save because you just fissure the backline, right? It's kind of like, it's ironic that the way that you deal with the backline supports, that if you want to jump one hero, you actually need AoE, not single target. And obviously Shaker has plenty of AoE.
I mean, the hero is just very valuable right now because he is probably one of the best team fighters right now in the game. He does so much damage, he can clear stacks, he does everything for you. He scales, and I feel like he doesn't really have like games where I feel like I see Earthshaker in a game, oh, the Earthshaker is not going to do much in this game, you know?
He always does something.
Yeah, I always feel like Earthshaker is going to do something in that particular game.
Yes.
He's just a very useful hero.
I think the only time so far this international we've seen Earthshaker not do anything is when it got completely dumpstered and shut down in lane. But then still, it almost won. After having like the worst laning stage ever, Echo Slam the Ancients, you're back online, and then it still had some profound impact.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a hero that can farm the Ancients with all of these stacks that are going to be happening, and which better hero to do so? Like Earthshaker, you also can't invade enemy triangle. I saw Nigma yesterday against the BB team try to invade, and they got immediately wiped. Like, one hero died instantly, so there's not something you can do against Earthshaker. If you go in there, and they have very good heroes that they can defend the triangle with, so I think you're gonna have to let it go, or you have to be able to be in there, maybe try to block so that they don't get the stacks going, be very annoying for them, because Earthshaker, he's going to hit the right timing.
I'm sorry, I have to make a point of this.
The
Imagine
Pudge and the Meepo.
imagine being such a toxic team that the last 2 bans are Pudge Meepo against you. Like, what sort of team is this to play against?
Because they're still trying to hedge their bets exactly what is going to be playing core right now, what is going to be the Yuma hero, if it's been picked up already, if it's still out there, what's going to potentially be going mid too. So they're just like, let's take away some comfort, something that causes chaos in their games and something they thrive on.
Yeah, I think that's a very good choice because against a team like Hero, you know they are not going to follow the meta 100%. So it's good the idea to take away their comfort picks here, even though some may argue it doesn't really make sense with their lineup. But again, you know, like I said, if you don't understand their draft, it usually means they have a very good chance of winning.
That's what they're trying to take away for themselves. Heroic, though, ABBA and Faceless Void are the 2 bans.
Yeah, that makes me think that they want Batrider core.
Yeah, most likely. Time dilation is very, very good against him.
Okay, they're sticking with their Ursa. They did lose 2 games yesterday, but we also talked about how Yuma had a great game, that one game where he didn't die for a really long time. I really like the ABBA ban as well. Faceless Void is also a very good ban, but Abaddon could have made it very difficult for them because what they want to do is go in and be able to kill a hero instantly, and now you have a Dark Shield, you have a Photic Shield, ABBA that could have potentially popped the ulti, which would mean that you can't kill those heroes that easily. And here's a 100% win rate hero. This is very, very good because it does allow you, like we've seen a bunch of trolls going into the Battle Fury into Manta style, potentially even picking up Aghanim Scepter, which I think could be very, very good this game because you are going to be dispelling yourself, you are going to be dispelling Ursa, and if Ursa doesn't have overpower, it's on such a low cooldown that carry-to-carry matchup just favors Troll. Ursa
I mean, also the
doesn't...
stacks, right, from Batrider. That's very, very useful.
Okay, here's a question, though. Does Troll not get obliterated by Batrider in lane? Like, I feel like that one is not even remotely close. Like, he could feed relentlessly. I think Tundra's gonna need to play into...
Nazdárek, chat, objavujem sa z Glimmeru. Vítam vás tu pekne krásne. Neviem, či dneska sa mi podarí zakástiť nejaké poriadne Black Hole alebo niečo iné. Prvú hru tu bude mať teda bratrička, aspoň túto vesmírneho, čo sa týka Darkseera. Ale všetkých vás tu pekne krásne vítam. Pôjdeme na Game 1, pôjdeme si pozrieť Tundra eSports a Team Heroic. Som rád, že ma v tom nenechal Jenkins, že si tam zobral pekne dneska Luigi cosplay, a takisto akoby na pánov. Včera na Mária, dneska na Luigiho, ja dneska na poriadnu Enigmu, trošku zvyšu. A čo vám budem hovoriť, akoby ten face paint a všetko, jednak trvá asi 389 hodín. Nemám úplne BKB alebo niečo. This is it, baby. This is it, chlapci. Nevyzerám tak dobre ako Nat, samozrejme, ale ja rád nechám svietiť ostatných, chat.
Has more speed in the lane, so I think it's okay. He's already going to be ready to play alone.
Hej, tu bude všetko o tej barve, mám taký ten pocit, ako by celá naša domácnosť.
Right, what about yourself, Jenkins?
Oh boy.
I agree with the rotations that need to
come in, but I also think Jenkinsíček a ideme pekne na to, chat.
And that's fine for Ursa. Like, I actually
think dneska dával Black Hole asi 4-krát, stačilo.
Okay, so it feels like, you know, the fan favorites in the arena right now, Heroic, that's where you guys are siding for it?
I'm going to go with Tundra. I don't think Troll can lose. I think Troll might maintain 100% win rate throughout the rest of the tournament.
Well, that's not the note I wanted to end on. I wanted to end on a high note for all the SA fans out there. So let's head on down to Slack. Have some with him.
Hey everybody, that is right here. SA fans in the crowd going ham, supporting you guys. Good to see it here so early in the morning here today. But let's start things off. Caps, there were very targeted bans coming at your way from this team. Were you a little nervous? Did they get in your head a little bit? A lot of your classics, you know, the Silencer are coming out. Other heroes that you guys are excel at?
Not really. I think we have way too many heroes this tournament. If we don't manage to end up with a good draft, it means I fucked up.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, we worked very hard on it because I felt like earlier this year we weren't matching the better teams, but I think here we're ready and I really like what we got.
Oh, okay. So even though you didn't get Pudge or Meepo, you would consider this not a fuck up?
Sa páči asi viac ten Tundra line-up
Now
úprimne.
you're up against Troll Warlord. This hero
Ale
has
ako
that
nie je to
100%
zas
win
tak
rate.
easy.
Is this the game that the Troll finally falls?
Troll má 10-0 zatiaľ.
Well, I think everyone
Fialové
here
tričko
that
nemám.
has seen
To bolo
Whisper
najbližšie,
playing
čo mám
this
k tomu.
hero believes is enough.
All right. Well, it's about time for us to get that show started. Are you any words out there to the fans and the crowd out there?
Thanks for coming, guys.
All right. Let's get into the match.
Poďme na to, dámy a páni, poďme si skočiť in game. OD Pixel a Fog na maine. Ale ja samozrejme si to teda preberem pekne, krásne za nich. Skočíme si pekne in-game a pôjdeme sa dívať na čo iné, ako na nejakú poriadnu Dotu 2. Dúfam, že vy dneska ste usadení dostatočne, pretože to tu bude podľa mňa dosť intenzívne štípať. Dúfam, že tu budú doladené všetky zvuky správnym spôsobom. Tu už ale uvidíme teda posledný SC tým, ktorý tu bude teda bojovať, potom by tam ostal samozrejme pri priebeženesti aspoň minimálne ten brazilský koučík. A uvidíme, či tentokrát dneska to budú kvalitnejšie na tom pripravení Tundráci, ktorí by podľa mňa mali byť ako favorit, aj keď tam majú predsa to boju ako stand-ina, aj keď si myslím celkovo, že proste zrazu krystaly sa vydávajú všetci úplne extrémne zdožrať na tomto TI, niečo, čo si ani pomaly ako nezaslúži ako zatiaľ chlapák, ale well. Nielen, že tu má akoby chlapák challenge, že tam má akurát nového supporta pár dní pred TI, ale well, to by bude mať lovno ako ten standard, o ktorom hovorím, problém. Schofield si zobere first blood, agresívny Whisperov bet. Crystallis ale pekne bude mať aspoň holandský jeden trade, vyzerá, že dokonca stíne aj celú tú waveu, aby tam si nestratil žiadny veľký lázny, jeden ten creepeček mu tam ušiel. No uvidíme. Jumič, podľa mňa ako byť zrovna proti Darkseerovi, jeden z tých panáčov, ktorý tam ako bude mať na začiatku celku problémom, keď tam hitne ten level 3 spolu so Saxičom a jeho aerolinkami. Ja myslím, že toto bude setup jak za mládí. Hlavne si myslím, že trilión stekovaných kempov túto hru bude na pláne a bude to aj na jednej a na druhej strane. Vidieť Whispera, ale na offlane Batriderovi, musím povedať, je fakt ako podstatná záležitosť. Keď mi tam napíšete ešte jeden smiley face, tak budeme akoby velice pekne rád, chat, či nám tu akoby všetko teda krásne fungíruje. Ja, tu si ale myslím, že jakmile dole možno príde aj nejaký level 3, tam síce neskôr bude fungovať dobre, povedzme Demonic Purge, aj to schovanie nemusí byť úplne bad. Tu ale budú musieť ako zase hlavne Jumič ukázať tú jeho kvalitu, včera sme ho na Urzičovi videli dvakrát. Dvakrát to bol ako, jedenkrát to skoro potiahal 1v9, bohužiaľ to ale nebolo enough. To bolo s tým Clock Push line-upom, ale s Whisperovým Batriderom je to, čo fungovalo kedysi. Ja, zrovna to, ten midový matchup, si nemyslím, že by pre analoga ako by mal byť zase taký veľký problém to utradovať, ale tu mu Biziem fakt ako dáva zabrať a dosť. No ako ne, že ne, nechce tam stratiť, preto ale není jeden ten lázit, má tam ešte nejakú tú botlane Z, dokonca si tu dá ešte Biziem Glyfík, aby to zdržal. Tu je ale Crystallis problém, Sekerky by mu ale mohli pomôcť, ten Mischance by mu mohol teoreticky zachrániť, Reed Schofield, nakoniec tam bude ešte ten Lotus dostatočne tlustý. To by nebude mať trade-off Heroic. Si berú nielen jeden kill, ten Whisper ešte by mohol s jedným hitom zobrať double. Easy peasy, stone cold, Whisper. Prichádza rovno ukázať, že dneska prišli heroici hrať nejakú poriadnu heroickú Dotu 2. Či nám dneska akoby prinesie niekto nejakú tú poriadnu enigmičku, aby sme tu mohli zakasiť aj Black Hole in the real life. Ale well. Dneska samozrejme teda budeme hrať by the way o dve špeciálne veci v tom bole zo Secret Shopu. A jedna bude priamo tá, ktorá je normálne z tej hamburskej arény. Jedna bude pekne z toho Mouse Headquarters, kde bol akoby ten druhý Secret Shop, alebo Side Shop sa to tam volalo, akoby pekne v Hamburgu tu, ale Schofield prišiel možno včas, zastavili to, ale kľúci, bohužiaľ nedostatočne Biziem a to bude stať životom prehodenie, tam Schofield ešte má, to nemá kde Saxy, Jace, herojci to tu rozdoberajú, hrajú presne ten early game, ktorý by od týchto horkokrvných SA Boys ste možno čakali mnohí, a hlavne čaká ich región, aby ich tam teda predsa len ako by teraz mohli reprezentovať čo najlepšie, ako sa len dá. Takýto začiatok ale nebude ideál. No, môže si tam samozrejme teda free dokonca teraz ani neodťahovať tú waveu, on nakoniec akoby pekne pôjde portiť preč, bál sa, nemu tam predsa len pribehne tá dvojica, ktorá tam zabíjala na tom mide, dobrý decision, a aspoň si tam môže ísť pekne vystekovať a zabíjať tie kempy na boku. Každopádne offlaneový Batrider, toto je presne tá záležitosť, čo tu bude pre Vispra fakt ako tajná zbraň. No nielen, že by sme tu mali pravdepodobne vidieť možno nejaké buildy, nejaké tie klasické, neviem, presne ten nulák, tranquily, jo, väčšinou tam akoby bývajú nejaké dramy, kľudne potom, záleží, či bude chcieť blinku alebo niečo iné. Už sa KJ pekne príde postarať aspoň o ten jeden D-ward, aby sa im tam teda niečo spavnilo, zrovna o stekoch by táto hra mala byť plne, preto Shakera je to extrémne podstatné na strane heroikov, aby to mali čo najskôr, predsa len ten early blink s tým early echom, na tejto prostredie skoro vždycky to prvé echo používa práve na to. Teraz tu Schofield ide skúsiť pozdraviť tiež, dokonca tam on tam prišiel iba vyblokovať ten camp. Ja, free. Túto hru ale na Darkseerovi samozrejme ide zase ten svoj dominátor build. Čo sa týka dominátoriek túto hru, mi príde, že tu ako teoreticky by mohol aj Whisper urobiť na Batriderovi jednu, ale nemyslím si, že sa to stane. Miesto toho Crystallis ide skúsiť tu nejak ako spomaliť, potrebuje stínúť možno radšej toho double creepa pod vežou, to sa mu podarí a KJ prišiel pozdraviť aerolinkami Mr. Saxic. No tej Vardy tam hlavne Whisper podľa mňa nemal úplne zase tak ďaleko prísť a musí sa táto dvojica podľa mňa nemá úplne ako jednoducho teraz vyhantiť. Whisper zatiaľ proti tej trojici sa tam pekne schová do stromov. Čo sa darí, ale Yumičovi je dole nielen vyhrávať ten last hit battle, čo by s Urzičom ako mal. No Darkseer tam dole má ako problém s prežívaním, aj keď na to tu kameramani teda úplne plne neukazujú. S Invizom sa tu prebehol ešte analóg, ale to je okolo Sentriny. Tam je analóg vidieť, tam tá devardiaca Sentrina. Aj keď Schofield samozrejme pekne to môže akoby iba priniesť aj bez nejakej blinky na to early echo. Myslím si, že tu ako budú na to Tundráci viac než ready. Tu už ako free teraz zistí, že tu má zavardený ten camp. Je to pre neho trošku sad story. No, hlavne tento jeden si môže aj tak ako vystekovať z toho, bude mať vedene pripravenú úplne celú tú dominátorku, môže potom tým pádom začať pressure. Ďalšie steky pôjde robiť poctivo pekne pán KJ. No, už sa to tu v triangloch plní. To prvé echo tým, že tým Invizom tam ako nevyužili na nejaký ten vrchný gang, ktorý chceli heroici. A možno práve to echo na Enchanty. Tam malý moment aj bude na pláne Biziem, ale prišiel navštíviť dole toho Urziča, Saxič to pekne, ale Avalančom zdržal. Ten Toncek podľa mňa proti Urzovi funguje vždycky akoby pekne, že aj cez ten enrage, že tam ako jakž tak zdrží. Yumič padá a Tundráci začínajú chytať tu, ale laso z tej zobranej šrajny. No chance pre Remka, ktorý tu tentokrát ako holandský řízeček bude musieť akoby pekne teda chrumkať 15 sekúnd na trestnej. No, analóg medzi tým, tu ide si odtiahnuť hlavne tú waveu, Tobiáš mu tam pekne akoby prišiel si tým blastom, akurát to znepríjemniť, depušnúť celý ten mid, nie že by tam úplne mal analóg dosť damage na to, aby tu niečo dokázal vypanišovať celkovo. Tu ale je pripravený aj Schofield, ten mid nebudú mať Tundráci teraz ako úplne podefovávať, tá wavea sa tam proste bude rozbíjať len tak. Jo, dole síce budú môcť tlačiť kľúci, tam dokonca aj Crystallis sa ide natlačiť dole. On vie, že proste nemôže už leniť proti tomu Batriderovi, ktorý tam proste ten core bude nebezpečný a to je presne Visprovská zbraň. Jo, trojica heroikov už pripravená na tom mide, nenápadný siege. Tam je analóg hlavne s double damageom, takže si myslím, že teraz príde čas na to echo. Free medzi tým ale s Darktrou Samoranom Doroso takisto ako postaral nielen o to vyhnanie. Tu sa môžeme ale pozrieť na jeden poriadny echo. Ešte KJ tam zoberá aj tú waveu na pána. Tam to nestačilo. Takto sa to robí. No, Schofield bude ale medzi tým vyčmuchaný pekne krásne tundrákmi, aerolinky od Saxu plus Biziem. Táto tu kombinácia position for a middle. To bude zatiaľ pre tundrákov teda pekne celku tlačiť, musím povedať. Jo, dostávame sa ale od heroikov do módu, kde analóg síce musí dať teraz to tučné echo, ale reálne pofarmil top network. Už môže blinkov rovno prísť v 9. minúte. Free rozsekaný Vejpool. 8 minút 34 sekúnd. Najrýchlejšia blinka, taká vôbec bola na TI postavená. Je u týmu Heroic. Nebude to mať Maureen, nebude to mať Biziem, nebude to mať žiadny iný shaker player. Budú to mať heroici. Veľmi pekný základ. A jako reálne ten jeden brutals, tak ešte s tou waveou navíc, ktorú mu tam doniesol KJ. No to je práca velice dobrého typu, dokonca toho free od Dark Troll Summonera si pofarmia navíc. Že tie hlavné goldy mal z toho teda Mr. KJ, ale taky sa to tomu Shadow Demonovi podľa mňa bude celku svedčať. Jo, nájsť miesto na mape teraz, aby si tu proste Krystalis predsa len našiel to Battle Furo. To bude celku ten challenge. Má tam už minimálne aspoň teda tú kornokópiu. Jo, čo sa týka ako farmy, predsa len ako 4200 netvor proti 4400, dá sa povedať to isté. Nie je tam zase tak veľký rozdiel, ten Urzič tam bol takisto dole akoby celku vyhnaný preč, obidve tie kerička tam stratili týr jednotku. Saxič medzi tým zahistami prišiel vystrašiť, ako big boy. Sa ho tam dokonca aj analóg zlakol, medzi tým pôjde radšej akoby farmiť nejaké tie kempy navíc, teraz to pôjde dostávať ako tú fejsku. Ja zaujímavá, čo za build ide urobiť Whisper, on tam ide BKB z prvej som videl. Takže fakt ako Tranquila into BKB je celku ako takzvané TI build, by som povedal. Ja neviem, či by to niekto iný ako by chcel teda ako vyťahovať, alebo nie. Ale toto je ono. Oh boy, oh boy. Pred 11 minútou idú ale heroici hľadať, majú tam tú deep wardu hodinu v tom triangle, oni tam vidia teraz toho Darkseera farmeť. Zrovna Blengecho by mohlo byť veľké, tam není ale žiadny veľký stack, tých creepov tam není zas tak moc, aj tak to ale bude pohode a enough. No, Biziem to skúsi otočiť teda minimálne aspoň do zraniteľného Schofielda. Spolu so Saxečom by to možno nemal byť zase taký challenge, ale nakoniec pekný decision, nakoniec si povedať, ten shaker kill je oveľa podstatnejší. Analog to bude vykontrolovaný pekne. Schofield mohol skapať, ale dôležitejší kill si tam vybrali Tundráci. Pokračovať ešte chcú ďalej. Saxeč tu nemá momentálne manu, aby to ešte pokračoval tuto, ale ten free ho jeden krepáž, keď teda nezabezpečí žiadne veľké body bloky, pekné prehodenie od Schofielda, to tu teda zachránia tiež kľúci si pomôžu. A bude to podačila Jazzík. Shaker ale na to stratili, potom tu budú Tundráci celku spokojní. Uvidíme, aký timing to vyťahne teda jedno a druhé carry na tom Battle Fury. Jo, pre obidvoch je tu teraz velice podobná funkčnosť, dokonca by som povedal, že Urzič a Troll sú na jednej a druhej strane veľmi podobne fungujúce keríčka. Sú dobrí na všetky tie objektívy, čo sa týka Rošanov, čo sa týka Tormentrov. Takisto majú nejaké to účko, ktoré je viac menej takéto delayovanie smrte alebo niečo podobného, ako by som to tak nejako nazval. A ten Troll samozrejme bude trošku akoby fungovať ináč, ale zrovna carry to carry matchup mi príde akoby ten Troll velice dobrý proti Urzovi. No, ten mischance minimálne akoby to tam mohlo tiahnuť celku dosť. Samozrejme potom neskôr ako tie late gamey a celkovo ten dôvod, prečo ten Troll má na tomto TI 10-0, to sa ako pýtate možno mnohí, ale fakt ako má 10 hier za toto TI a 10 vyhraných. Tak je otázka, či túto štatistiku nepokazí túto Mr. Remko holandský. To už mu zase by akoby všetci išli instantne dávať zožrať, nebo k tomu, to mi je hneď jasné. No, uvidíme, ale či to vysproč z Early BKB mu drží. Práve o tam idú kluci pozdraviť. A už je pripravená aj tá samotná vôľa. Vesper zdrhol celku ďaleko, tam Saxič nestihol úplne dobehnutý. To som to spomalil, ale Schofield tento teraz neskutočne prehodil. Aj tak tam ale príde ten defenzívny dekrep, aj tak si tam kluci odbehnú preč. Schofield z toho môže mať aspoň toho krepa. Dobre, stovka mu tam nakoniec pristane, aspoň ako niečo. 13. minúta a Jumič už má Battle Furo. Ja myslím, že je za ním tesne ako ten Troll a takisto ako by sa k tomu celku decent timingu mal za chvíľku už dostať. Jo, zo pár akoby ďalších stekov tu samozrejme máme. Heroici idú ale zase hrať. No ten level 10 na tom betovi sám o sebe robí celku vieci. Iba ten jako movement speed build, keď teda potrebuje ešte 700 na to, aby sa dostal k tomu BKB, takzvané tu sa cooldowny musia točiť. Jo, Vesper by rád niekde strčil to lasom. Biziem má zase svoj typický holý loket. Ukazoval to už včera. No tu ale dostane rovno Blingecho na gebulu, ani holé lokty mu nepomôžu vôbec. Môže im kľudne vystrčené aj z okna. No ale tu pred 14 minútou si heroici pak ako strážia neskutočne. Tuto takzvaný VAMOS gameplay. No aerolinky, ale budú fungovať takisto aj od Tundrákov Vesprovi. Tam pekne pomohol momentálne analog, to by ho tam ešte oddeli, ten bude môcť ešte vyťahnuť nejaký drain. Tam ale bohužiaľ drainom teraz neurobí nič zas tak veľké, tu sa príde zúčastniť tohoto celého aj Jumič. Tam na pár hitov by mal zabiť aj tú Pugnu. Double kill si zobral, heroici hrajú krásny 5-man, nakoniec to Vispra, ale aj tak bude stať život aspoň tie aerolinky od Saxu. Tam niečo málo robia, jednoznačne ale lepšiu, aktívnejšiu hru, takzvané in your face. hrajú momentálne Heroic, ktorí by nemali byť možno úplne papieroví favoriti tých, ktorých tu podceňujú mnohí. No predsa netreba zabudnúť na to, že sa tu nachádzajú medzi top týmami sveta. A aj keď včera tam dostali trochu náklad, ten Urzič je ich tajná zbraň, teraz sa vyšvihol s tým double killom na 7900 networth. Tundráci budú musieť začínať ukazovať zbrane. Ja zatiaľ hlavne analóg. Tu robí pekne viac menej takzvané analýzy čokodierok s tým jeho nikom, to sedí poriadne a najviac. Už tam ďalšie staky budú vytvorené tiež, Tundráci ale nebudú spať na Vavrínoch a takto to má vyzerať. Po 7 kill si teda prídu ďalší Galvanize stack, ale bohužiaľ iba 4. Tam zatiaľ má Busy M. Ja, má tam si ten holilo, keď ušetrený, robí ho to trošku tučnejším. Ono vyzerá, že Busy M dokonca ide urobiť build na Orchidu. On nejde urobiť Kaju. Jako ten mana management nebude možno úplne tak jako krásny. Väčšinou sa tam robí nejaký de fakt jako Soul Ring. Proste kľudne ten Holy Locket, akoby tam je taká ako novodobejšia akoby vec, povedzme zrovna na tom. Ale skoro vždycky tam je nejaká Kaja, buď to musí prísť väčšinou do early BKB, alebo sa tam dokončuje nejaká Kaja a Sange a trošku ako Tankines a tak podobne, väčší mana pool a celkovo taký ten well-round. Ale Orchida je ako samozrejme choice, kde by mohli punishovať hlavne dobre toho Urzu. Veľmi dlhú dobu Kita bude mať nejaké to BK, bo jo, tí supporti a hlavne ten Shadow Demon je možno to najpodstatnejšie, prečo potrebujú práve ten Orchid. Že Tundráci si uvedomujú, že keď tam skočia hociko, tak to môže prísť defenzívne schovanie a tá Orchida ako na hociko iného im bude celku k hovnu. Že zrovna ako ukontrolovať toho Shadow Demona je možno ten plán pre Tundrákov a za mňa to je možno ten správny plán a approach. Je to ale zase trošku jako na druhú stranu, ten Stormage bude celku jednoducho zabiteľný, nebude to úplne zase tak zložitý kill. Otázka je, ako sa aj obidve tie keríčka budú ale tuto pekne hnať dopredu. Jo, je pravda, že Biziem tam ani nebude ukazovať podľa mňa teraz momentálne ten build. Jo, tú Orchidu, aj keď ako stihne dostávať povedzme niekde do, ja neviem, 19. maybe. Je tam tá záležitosť, že Whisper už má 9-sekundové BKbo. Že už teraz do Betridera zabiť bude fakt ako challenge, ten troll neskôr by ho tam ako mohol rozsekať kľudne aj cez to BKbo a nemusel to byť možno zas taký problém. A tu Whisper začal pekne rovno defenzívou a teraz môže robiť všetko, čo len chce. Na analogovi medzi tým máme pripravené nielen tie ilusky navíc na nejaký dispel teraz, ale touto Vardou tu teraz je vidieť pán Biziem, Tuto s 1300 HPčkami ešte ten stack enchantov k tomuto rád analog po farmino, jo. Počkal si a ďalší análny log pripravuje práve z Biziema. Dokonalý Varding, ale tentokrát. Tu podľa mňa hamburská arena bude jásotom. Jásať a myslím, že vamos. Tu bude teda velice pekne výzdať z Nemecka. No vidíme, čo po 17. minúte, ale s týmto teda budú schopní tú dráci urobiť. Oni potom neskôr ako cez ten Dark Seed Wall, z nejaký ten ako tonce combo, nejaký ten teamfight tam je. Ale skôr sú to také tie pick-off-hits s Biziem a cez nejakého Tonska tam niečo nachystať. Tá pugna by mohla fungovať velice pekne defenzívne. No heroici ale budú mať 17-minútový Aegis, no problémo. Stačí tam predsa len pick-off na Storma, nemajú s tým Tundráci vôbec čo spraviť. Ale hlavne normálne by mohol byť ako zraniteľný ten jeden core, ktoré by mohli možno abusovať. Ale túto hru Whisper podľa mňa prečítal dokonale, že keď tam má toho Betridera, proste urobil fucking BKB z prvej. A tu proste celý ten early midgame, nejde toho Betridera to ani úplne gangnúť, vedia Tundráci, že by to bolo ako z dosť podstatného času, možno akurát čas k ničomu. Pekný dodge teraz aspoň o Biziema, dosť rýchle prsty, aj keď teda vyzerá, že tam akoby polo spí. Uvidíme, či dneska teda bude plne zobudený, alebo nie. Analog s KJom, tam myslím, že na malý moment boli teraz zahliadnutí tiež. Success s Blinkou už fakt akoby rád niečo setupoval. Je tu veľmi akoby dobrý timing u Successa. Tie aerolinky by to udržať ešte mohli. A Schofield ide skúsiť nachystať. Tá Fazdura to ale spomalila dobre. Tam spomalí ešte obidvoch. Není tam síce úplne pripravené stále to echo. To je 20 sekúnd na cooldowne. Ale Pipa je tu pripravená. Piumičovi, ale Pipa nevadí. Ten má physical damage. KJ bude aspoň teda možno ukontrolovaný Biziemom, takže double kill si zoberie aspoň ten Storm. Lasso si ale ušetril Vespre. Jumič pri prichádza tiež. Trhajú to tu heroici. 3 killy za sebou. A ostáva tu len Krystalis, to by mohol ešte predsa len tým účkom niečo poriadne urobiť. To Aegisu sa kluci zbavili. Medzi tým ale Saxa nebude portiť nikde. Remko vie, že musí holandsky utekať rovno k tulipánom a nejakým tým zeleným záležitostiam navíc. Môže vidieť, ako by pekne dozadu, ako by možno niečo uroli tu, ale ako by po 19. so 6000 gold leadom. Vyzerá, že heroici fakt ako nemajú dneska záujem odísť TI. Dneska sú to predsa len limitačné série, aspoň tie prvé dve, ktoré dneska uvidíme. Dneska prišli heroici ukázať to, čo ukázali na Road to TI. Prekvapiť. Edo! Neskutočne krásne, ďakujem inak za to 5 kilo. Ďakujem za to 5 kilo, ešte k tomuto teda, akoby, ak sa niekomu chat nebude poznávať akoby túto môj gameplay, tak myslíte na to, že som akoby včera mal za sebou 15 hodinový cast a dneska sme na to mali s Gabčou reálne asi tak 20 minút na to, aby sme to akoby vymysleli ráno, kým museli ísť akoby ráno na školenie a som musel ísť ešte s obsami a pripraviť tu akoby nejaké veci, aby som tu bol. Takže to najbližšie, čo som akoby Nigme tam akoby dokázal vymysleť ako na tento tu scapt wish cosplay, je toto. Komu sa to nebude poznávať, ako bohužiaľ vylište mi prdel, čo jo, ako it is what it is. Viac som to tu akoby teda momentálne úplne nedokázal ako viac dať, tak to tu bude prvá sedieť pekne celý deň a čo vám k tomu poviem. Počkaj tu, ale idú kluci rovno fajti, tam je síce pekné echo do Krystalisa, ten vúčku je tam ale momentálne iba staknutý, dostane hneď potom to laso, ten live drain mu tam trochu APček vráti, ale myslím, že Krystalis bude podľa mňa upálený, ne? Nakoniec ešte ten heal možno udrží, Jumič tam pôjde, Miss Chance fungoval, ale aj tak bude mať double. Tundráci stratili trojicu, zabili akurát jednoho démona. Jumič, ten by rád ešte ale kľudne fajtil chlapec ďalej, ten si ušetril to celé to BKB, sa dostane ešte k free, no bude prehodený a myslím, že sa ani šprintík nepomôže. Analog s jednou kládou mu rozsekne jeho ksicht a možno to nebude úplne tak jednoduché sa dostávať tomu free time hopeful k tomu. Predsa len, že jediný, ktorý tu tentokrát na tohto ročnom TI už môže získať ako tretí TI. Ako jediný je free. No, zatiaľ tejto Game 1 sa to teda úplne nepribližuje, ale skôr to je vidieť na opačnú stranu. Oh boy. Angry, ďakujem veľmi pekne za 3-2-2. Edo, ďakujem inak za to 5 kilo. Ešte raz. Ďakujem pekne za tú podporu, chat. To ale práve tú rakvu, ktorú tam nosí Analog, tá rakva je nachystaná na Tundra eSports. No, to si kluci prišli tuto vybrať. Tundráci, ktorí si tu pekli line-up, ktorý akoby v tom midgame s nejakými pipami, s nejakými early itemami mal robiť veci, tento Storms proste bohužiaľ iba s holým loktom a s orchidou. Je 3000 goldov vzdialený od nejakého defenzívneho backupa aspoň. Jo, a to nehovoria o tom, že má level 13 proti 17-kovému Shakerovi. Whisper medzi tým už tu s blinkou pôjde sám hantiť a má lasso, zatiaľ to nechce ani dávať na toho support Tonska. Na čo? On vie, čo si môže dovoliť. Vyrajt klikuje si to sám. No problémo, dominating zdarma. Free medzi tým bude snipnutý na vrchu, tam predsa len akoby chlapec môže mať pripravené akoby aké chce defenzívy v podobe pipe, ale kým tam nebudú nejaké ghost sceptry, kým tam nebudú záležitosti podobného typu, tam proste nemajú čo Tundráci spraviť. Pick-off za pick-offom, heroici ovládajú celú tú mapu, 14 000 gold lead a proste jediná zbraň, ktorú Tundráci majú je, že tam majú ako ten orchid na Stormovi. Jo, ešte teraz tam sa síce Biziem tuto vrátil dozadu, tam ale momentálne bude možno problém, tam ho je vidieť pod Vardou. Tam ho vidia, Toby je tam síce za jeho prdelou, no ale otázka, či tam ako si budú chcieť heroici dovolovať takto hlboko. Je tam pripravené echo, je tam 9-sekundové backup na Analogovi, ten dokonca nebol ani greedy, neurobil najprv tú Yashukaju, urobil to najpodstatnejšie. A heroici fakt ako teraz Tundrákov uhrávajú. Jo, ten troll má síce na tomto TI 10-0. No, vyzerá, že práve ten náš holandský řízeček bude musieť byť ten, ktorého potom budú všetci blamovať, na to, že troll už zrazu nie je tak veľký. Edo, ja som dneska už robil čiernu dieru asi 4-krát. Jo, ja ju nebudem robiť každých 5 minút, lebo niekto to nevidel na začiatku alebo predtým, alebo ty vole k tomu, ty vole relax. Tu je čo mám, vole takto kástiť celú dobu, vole black, kurva! Refresher BKB, no veď kurva! A to má jaký cooldown, ne? Na Black Hole pomaly jeden z najdlhších cooldownom, čo tu máme v Dote. Oh god. Pre 24. minútou uvidíme, či by tu dačí nejaký gameplay, teda kluci ukážu ešte k tomu. Si dávať black hole, keď tu ani nie sú pohromade, vole, to bolo wasted zoning black hole. Shut the fuck up, chat. No, po 24. Ja mám idolonov dvoch, jo. Jeden je trošku jakoby takzvaný veľký dominátor creep. Ja som Enigma s dominátorkou, chat. Mám jakoby helmu, chápete, mám proste overlordskú helmu. Mám veľkého čierneho dinosaura. A k tomu mám ešte iba jedno idolona, pretože ďalších dvoch mi už ako pofarmili. Nejsem na chlapy, ale tebe miluju. Dneska s tebou opět celý den, víc jak s přítelkyní. Já nevím, či úplně priateľka bude teda úplně šťastná z tejto celej šlamastiky, ale dúfam, že dneska to bude teda velice jakoby pre vás teda príjemný pohľad, možno nejaké tie jakoby zaujímavé humoresky by sa tu dneska samozrejme teda objaviť mohli. Tu ale zatiaľ to vyzerá na celku jednoznačnú Game 1. Vyspraviť tam dokonca kluci strčili aj ten gemík. Počkaj, jemu tam išla celá šiva. Jemu ide celá šiva na betových 25. s backupom, Ghostsceptrom, Blinkou. Ten Batrider je inde. No to je core Batrider, akého ste na tý aj podľa mňa ešte ani nezahliadli. No myslím si, že Tundráci to poznávajú úplne plne. Na mne tá výhoda toho je, že aj keď si tam z neho urobia povedzme nejakú Dark Sirilusku, tak ako tam nerobí reálne viac menej nič. Jo, keď si urobia z Urziča, tak to tiež nie je úplne najsilnejšia iluska ever, dá sa povedať, že je celku ako polo useless a niečo tam by samozrejme porobí. Tu ale potrebujú reálne Tundráci nájsť nejaký, ja neviem, vacuum wall, toto avalanche, to z kombo, aby to troll mrátil. Teraz si tam nájdú osamoteného Yumiča. Ten tam nemá tým, ten je tu úplne sám. Ja, on bude mať ešte to BKB, aby to kľudne zdržal, ale nepotrebuje. KJ mu tam stojí za prdelou, príde tam jeden Demonic Cleanse, nejaký ten Enrage musel chlapák dať. Ale má tam predsa len pripravené tie šardy. Ilusky tu teraz pekne nechá analogovi, aby tam mal ešte free dispel. Jo, takisto ako by napríklad sa môže zbaviť tej orchidy. Jo, celá tá investícia od Bizie má túto hru 11,5 tisíca net worth. Toto je Storm, ktorý vôbec v tej hre nemá čo. On tam nemôže ani hlavne naskočiť, ani zabiť pomaly tu Marcy ako solo. No Shadow Demon je pre ňo ten najlepší target. Dobrá práca od Free aspoň s tým split pushom, ale na to je presne Urza dobrý. Jo, Urziča tam nechali pekne heroikom kluci prejsť. Jo, ešte tam banovali ty vole last ban, vole Meepou, Púďou. Ale zrovna Urzič je pre Yumiča specialitka. Jo, včera to kluci boli schopní zastaviť. Tu sa ale rovno teda zbaví Vispera aj toho Visionu. No, teda, že sú tam síce Tundráci ako in the neighborhood, no, ale fajtiť fakt ako proti tej šive je pomaly nemožné. Potrebuje Biziem ešte dofarmiť reálne 400, aby mal aspoň to BKB. Potom Tundráci povedzme, že môžu začať hrať Dotu 2. Inak sa tu nebudú posúvať absolútne podľa mňa k ničomu. Jo, Schofield medzi tým má proste fakt ako Solar Crest a za chvíľku celú Eulu k tomu. Nebude mať trilión kiting tools na to, aby kľudne na toho Trollana, hoci čo to tam akoby pekne mali, na ten jeden timing. Jo, a Eula už dokonca je celá, pretože si ju samozrejme akoby tam doručil už medzi tým. A ja mám taký ten pocit, že ten Stormov Orchid je akoby momentálne celku k holej riti. Saxič pekne teraz snajpol tú väžu, stihol na pána aj odportiť tu, ale to by bude vyčmuchaný, takže aspoň niečo. Si heroici proste pôjdu zobrať mega kill pre Vispera. No, očividne SA Boys sú dneska teda ukázať tú horkokrvnosť a plne. Teraz sa tam Free ešte prebehol okolo Visionu dole. Má síce pripravenú tú blinku, aby to možno dokázalo niečo urobiť tam, ale vidím na Free nakliknutú Midasku. Ne, okej, Tundráci už to stratili. Oni vedia, že akoby tá jediná šanca podľa mňa bude možno nejaký late game. Povedal by som, že možno nejaké Crimson Guardy by sa tam teoreticky mohli hodiť, nejaké tie šivy by tam mohli byť zaujímavé. Nejaké defenzívne backup by tiež nemuseli byť bad, možno nejaká tá Linkena by sa ako tiež zmestila. Ale no, tých itemov je kotel. Hlavne to 9-sekundové backupu je konečne na Biziemovi. Jo, Tundráci teraz by samozrejme chceli ustrážiť toho ďalšieho Roša, jo, ale na druhej strane už je kurva na tom jednom medveďovi celý Abyssal Blade dokončený. Ja, už si hocikov kontrolujú aj do toho backupa. Tu je Yumič ready, aby sa mu tu rovno spavnul Roš, OK. Yumič proste má na to feeling. Si rovno príde po Roša. A ešte pod Vardou tam Tundráci všetci rotujú, ešte si tam hodia smoke pod tou Vardou, Whisper pôjde rovno do nich. Ten Rošan bude pravdepodobne za chvíľku dole, Whisper tu len zdržuje a Free už na to dokonca zaplatil životom. Jeho analóg sa tam postaral akurát jednoducho o pána, nemusel na to dokonca dávať to echotu, ale PSDM spadol a ten Abyssal. Jeho 9-sekundové backup trvalo asi 2 sekundy. To je pre Tundrákov totál disaster. Vyzerá, že 100% winrate na nejakom tom trollovi asi úplne fungovať nebude. S backupom tu môže Krystalis tak zdráť a volať mamine. Buyback tu prichádza teda ešte od Free, aby tu skúsili teda chlapci niečo porobiť, je tam aspoň z tej bôly zo pár ilúziek. Jeho Success ale medzi tým padne aj tak, Fizurou to bude zdrané ešte vzadu. Schofielda ani kluci nevytradujú, monster kill. Bude mať pekne Yumič a tým Heroic. Tí majú túto hru reálne pomaly rozhodnutú. Ten Yumičov náskok, tam konečne bolo to backupu na tom Stormovi, ten chcel chvíľku finally rozdávať damage. Dostal proste jeden náskok od Urzu, Abyssal Blade a skapal. To jeho 9-sekundové backup trvalo podľa mňa max tak 3 sekundy, no ja tomu Stormovi som tak ako typol. Neviem, či nám tam ešte produkcia ukáže nejaké tie poriadne replaye alebo niečo iné. Medzi tým je tu Free ho ešte vidieť pod tou Vardou. Whisper tam čaká, on má za 2 sekundy laso. Ne, toto je hotovo. Free je po buybacku, tuto je ako busy príde ale na nejakú tú odpoveď Schofield, ale skočil dokonale. Aj keď tu ešte prišiel pekne Mr. Krystalis pomoc, Free mal trochu healov. Nakoniec tá otočka možno do Schofielda teoreticky Tundrákom aj vyjde. Možno support kill je tam. Krystalis pekne prišiel. A tým bol ready. No, do toho ale Aegis samozrejme dokončený dávno. Yumič, ktorý tam má ten Aegis check ešte 4,5 minúty. Ten bude jásať. Ja, len Tundrákov, ako tento jeden kill, ako to, že si tam zachránili toho Darkseera, je ten podstatnejší faktor, by som povedal. Proti tomu 23-000 gold leadu, toto je ale too much. Tam Whisper za malý moment bude mať donesený dokonca aj celý refresher. Saxič tu môže zobrať s jeho veľkou kamennou kládou. Jo, akurát nejaké teda záležitosti v podobe invizu. Ale inak tu ako nemajú čo s tým kluci spraviť, tam chce Krystalis dokončiť ešte očividne Aganem. Jo, ako super na tie dispely aj NMákov, aby sa bavil kľudne toho overpoweru napríklad na Urzovi. Ja, podobne by mohlo byť OK, Biziem tu ale bude vyčmuchaný, pomôže mu pekne Toby, jeden glimmer. Jo, aspoň ten support pravdepodobne umrie za toho Storma. Jo, mal by doskočiť dosť ďaleko, aby ho tu nemohli kluci úplne pohantiť. Popravde po tej orchidei a top trio itemov, toto není žiadny scary Storm. Toby k tomu bude dať 60 sekúnd potom jeho buybacku. A Yumič nielen, že sa tu pomaly bude blížiť ako ku všetkému. 9-1-6, 22 000 net worth. Ja, takisto analog s jedinou smrťou, tie 3 kóry. Tam robia fakt ako neskutočnú prácu od heroikov. A Tundráci fakt ako nemajú proti tomu čo, teraz tam ešte predtým využívali nejaké tie buybacky, nezabezpečili ani toho Roša, nemali tam ani žiadny veľký dobrý trade-off. Ja mám taký ten pocit, že tu sa mapa proste bude rozplývať. Ešte heroici teda nezobrali úplne fakt koule na to, aby toto fakt ako dopušovali celé. Tam myslím, že na Whisperovi ešte chýba tá šarda. Jo, to by mohlo byť upgrade a Schofield a zase si idú kluci ale dovoliť. Treba mysleť na to, že má úskoky, že má Euly, Gale Forcey, Go-Sceptry, tam jeho... Alebo ten Solar Crest teda. No a Whisper medzi tým prišiel skúsiť laso, nakoniec ho trafí, Yumičovi to nachystal dobre, ten zase Abyssal to vymaže celého Storma na 53 sekúnd, heroici vedia čo robia. To bolo trošku v scuffed engageroni, ale aj tak v takomto chaose oni sa vyžívajú. Essay Dota. Vyzerá, že pôjde teda momentálne po Game 1 na celku bez problémov. Najrýchlejší refresher v tomto peči zrovna na Batriderovi, je to podľa mňa jeden aj z tých prvých, alebo nemožno úplne jeden, bol to iba jeden match, takže asi tak. Ale podstatnejšie, že tuto tento core Whisperov Batrider ukazuje presne to, čo on má nahrané už from back in the day. Jo, nemá tam síce možno pripravený ešte teraz taký úplne obrovský tower push, každopádne po 32. minúte toto nemajú ako Tundráci zastaviť. Ty môžu momentálne akurát tak vyčkať, počkať, dočkať sa. Neočítam náhodou ten Storm za 10 sekúnd bude schopný niečo spraviť, môžu tam skúsiť dať nejaký vacuum. Toto nejde ešte hrať, my potrebovali oveľa viac. Keď sú 27 000 goldov behind, tu fakt nejde nič. Emanuel! Tu prišiel ale pekne podporiť dokonca s nádhernými 10 gifted submi. Hype Train sa nám tu teraz spúšťa. Ten Hype Train možno bude potrebný práve pre Tundrákov, pretože tí neviem, čo momentálne tu idú v tejto situácii spraviť. Museli teraz odozdať aspoň tie miliraxy, čo není ešte úplne ten najväčší disaster. Aegis tam ešte bude trvať pre celé 1,5 minúty. Ale buyback statusy, jo, to je teraz tá vec. Hlavne dve lasa, na ktoré treba mysleť. Jumič ide, ale rovno naskočí na Bysalom, si tam pripravili jednoho, do toho príde follow-up, do toho príde echo, free vymazaný, Krystal stihol teda popnúť minimálne to účko, skúsi tam na duel, ale hneď potom dostane laso, zahrá sa tam s tým Whisper, ešte dostane schovanie, Krystal padne hneď potom. Toto je, myslím, že pre Tundra eSports hotové a tým Heroic môžu kričať VAMOS! A myslím si, že SC Dota rozohráva dneska toto ráno jednoznačne lepšie. Nádherná práca od týmu Heroic. Tundráci dostávajú facia až na ksicht. A nebola tam potrebná ani žiadna čierna čokodierka k tomu. Heroici! Hej, podľa mňa to tam už ako obžívajú. Tu obžíva aj ten samotný crowd. Aj keď akoby to do Nemecka majú kluci ďaleko. Tu to bude žiť. Tu už tam tie chorály trošku počujeme. A ja myslím, že to budú musieť Tundráci vymyslieť možno niečo iné. Troll, by the way, už nemá 100% win rate. Je mi jasné, že tam akoby vznikne na Reddite asi tak 45 hate threadov, že čo tam robí akoby Crystallis, že je to ten jediný, ktorý na tom trollovi dokáže prehrať. Tu ale momentálne ten draft celkovo, aj ten Storm build, a mi príde, že to sedí Tundrákom oveľa menej, ako keď hráč, ja viem, Biziem na tomto turnaji napríklad toho midového Vokera, jo, s tou dominátorkou a majú tam akoby väčší map pressure, k tomu akoby aj ten teamfight. Takto proste mi prišlo, že ten Storm neposkytoval toho zas tak moc, koľko chceli. Ale pôjdeme si pekne skočiť na main, poďme pekne akoby si to skontrolovať samozrejme spolu s tým main panelíčkom, že aj mňa zaujímajú nejaké tie veci, ktoré nám možno vysvetlí Purge, alebo niekto podobný.
And Heroic, everything from start to end, Lacoste was just amazing for them from those laning phases and throughout.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful. The execution, this top lane was just a complete disaster. Back. We said that there's going to be a couple of issues. Maybe there were some ways to try to fix it, but it's just and Schofield, they were playing it pretty much to perfection, immediately getting the
whatever it is,
using that opportunity, getting another blood grenade, getting another kill.
Obecko si robí, čo chce, každopádne chat, ďakujem neskutočne Emanuelovi za 10 gifted subov. Dneska tam takisto akoby pre celé máme poriadne vstupenečky pre vás o dve veci z priamo, viac menej jeden zo Secret Shopu z hamburskej arény a jeden zo Side Shopu z Hamburgu, akoby pekne official v Dote. A k tomu bude dneska jedna klávesnica mechanická pre jednoho z vás. Takže to budú akoby dneska tie tri veci, čo sa tu budú rozdávať. Medzi tým vám teda ešte chcem pripomenúť chat, medzi tým, keď sa tu dostaneme akoby k tomto celom. A myslíte na to, že takisto môžete pozerať v L2P, kde je pekne poctivo otvorené od 10 ráno, celý deň, až do večera, aj zajtra, aj pozajtra, aj po včera. Že tam môžete pekne fandiť, pozerať nejakú tú poriadnu do tú dvojku, popíjať akoby niečo dobré a takisto možno akoby niečo zaujímavé aj vyhrať. Ja budem veľmi rád, by the way, kde hoci, kde pozeráte do tú dvojku chat, tak kľudne ma môžete označovať napríklad na nejakých tých Instagram stories, také fotečky, že pozeráte vole s kamarádmi, alebo si tam odfotíte nohé, alebo pre mňa za mňa čo len chcete. Ďakujem krásne. Lazy Mole. OK, dáme tam alerty, ale nedáme ich akoby zas tak, dáme ich tak akoby trochu tichšie tie alerty, ale dáme ich tam. Ďakujem krásne, Lazy Mole podporuje tento hype train, 5 gifted subov a tento môj scuffed Enigma cosplay z Vishu. Najbližšie, ako som sa akoby k niečomu podobnému dokázal dostať, je niečo takéto chat. Ale well. Uvidíme, či tu ten hype train pôjde dneska bomby. Predplatím si Black Hole. Počkajte, keď dneska príde moment, keď tam fakt bude Enigma. Ja typujem, že by to mohli teraz kľudne, čo ja viem, Whisper alebo Free by mohli zobrať Enigmu. Kľudci, go for it!
Dying in this way right after the blink reveal is, I mean, that's early. Like, that's a rough death too on Darkseer.
Yeah, you're talking about that early blink timings and just how much it was able to do for them. But Winter, there was a little bit of a, I don't know if the slowdown is the right word. I'm not sure how to describe this exactly.
I mean, after the dagger reveal, I felt like Tundra went back like towards the other side of the map. Actually, before the blink reveal, so I wanted to highlight the wards, like how Heroic kind of targeted 33 when he was left alone. That was scouting his camps, and they even placed a sentry, to block his farming pattern. That's like one of the small little things that I feel like Heroic really understands how Tundra likes to play as a team, when Darkseer is alone.
This is why I feel like this one was a big outclass, which, like I said, I don't think many people expected this big of a difference, because every single player on Heroic understood their role and pretty much did it perfectly against one of the highest caliber teams in the world.
Yeah, I feel like the first 10 minutes, right, Heroic did everything correctly, whereas Tundra, they didn't know what to do. They weren't very sure about, okay, do we play with our Storm, or do we play with the Darkseer? Because Darkseer can't play the lane against Ursa. Do we help him, or do we help the Troll? Because he was like kind of getting bullied by the Bat Rider, which I felt like we had this little discussion where I think the Tiny needed to choose who to sacrifice, because there's 3 lanes, they have to really help. They can only help 2 realistically. And I felt like the one thing that didn't really happen was the runes, right? The Storm didn't really get the first couple of runes, and it was the Earthshaker getting the runes on top of the stack. So he had a perfect start. Because if you think about it, if you're helping the Darkseer, what happens after that? You help him, and then he still goes back to farm, right? But if you are helping secure the runes, then Storm gets the runes. Storm gets to help the Troll, and you kind of unleash.
He's gonna pay it forward.
Yeah, because what happened in the game was 5 minutes, around 5:50, they actually went top to kill the Bat Rider, and they lost the rune control on 6 minutes. So Earthshaker got the rune. I think these are small little things that it might not look like much, but it tells you the story of what the teams are prioritizing. And I don't know if that was the right way to play the game, even though they killed the Marcy when they went top.
They were killing Storm Spirit multiple times. Like, there was a big difference in the mid lane in terms of like how they're playing, because he was never getting initiated on. And you did mention the rune control. In first 25 minutes, they did pick up 7 runes compared to only 2 runes on Tundra. And if there's one hero in the game that needs those active runes to be able to control the tempo of the game, that's definitely Storm Spirit, and it just didn't happen in this one. Analog, he did have BZM's number throughout the whole game. Like, you could see BZM stacking the Ancients for himself in the outer ring, thinking that he's safe there. But again, these Twin Gates rotations that we praise Heroic for, they go for it, they find him, they steal the stacks again, they get the kill, and they go back to farming immediately. And also one of the issues that we did address is that they weren't very good when they played against, yesterday when they were playing against P-Vision, how they were moving across the map with the aggressive heroes that they did have. This time around, they were very clean in terms of execution, going for a kill, pushing out the waves, because again, this is pretty similar tactic that they did have yesterday. It's just the execution wasn't as clean.
Yeah, I think that's even shown in team fights, right? They were willing to bring those numbers. I think the Vision game was a little bit better as well, Winter. But earlier on, you think Tundra lanes are struggling. They're still able to find farm for themselves. There's still items coming out. You know, the Tiny getting a Blink Dagger as well. But those not really eventuating too much more when the team fights do end up happening.
That was kind of like, I felt like the real turning point of the game. Sure, Tundra, they were struggling initially, but when they got the dagger on zrzka, they immediately made this play. They went up top. But they started the fight on the Marcy, but they didn't really kill him instantly. It took a while before they died. But the fight kind of dragged out really long, and they got stuck in a pretty bad, like, Echo Slam eventually. Yeah. So I felt like this was like the part of the game where Tundra needed to get something out of the dagger, but they couldn't really deal with the Tricore, you know, especially the Bat Rider, Earthshaker, and the Ursa together. Like,
I think this is a perfect example of like why Earthshaker as a hero is so high value right now. You know, you have the threat of the big Echo, and with the Yasha and Kaya, he does enough damage to, like, with the Slugger, innate, like, to 1v5 your team, but also with just the Fissures, like, Analog was crazy disruptive of all of the initiations that Tundra was trying to make with their timings.
Yeah, this also happened, like, after that, you know, they were going to fight again, you know, for the Tormentor, and they lost another fight on the Tundra side with the dagger. So these are the 2 big sequences I felt like Heroic just played really, really well. They anticipated the move. They brought enough heroes, especially the carry. The Ursa came in, joined the fights, and made sure that they took control of the game from here on.
And you can see that they understand how to play with Earthshaker really well. In these clips, you can see that they're always fighting around Fissure, utilizing that Shaker's shard to be able to get that extra bit of a stun, because the Fissure lasts long enough for you to get that extra enchant totem on him, get the stun. It's pretty massive, and they are really utilizing it well.
Yeah, the Marcy being so impactful, right? You see her as this position 4, and it's like, we can jump her, Jenkins. It's easy. We should be able to just at least have the numbers advantage now, especially with the Blink Dagger reveal. But this hero, you've talked about how much of a menace it is. To see it still be that menace as a support too.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it does so many things. Like, you have the Helm Dom build, which as a carry has a lot of impact. But you also have the support build, which can jump a hero like Bat Rider right on top in the laning phase, like give him some way to initiate. So he went for Tranquils, and then he was gonna, I think he built into an early drums, at least he had that queued up.
He had it queued up, but switched to a BKB.
Switched to a BKB, so goes for the early BKB, because they were focusing him very heavily considering all the kills that he had. We even saw some like bait fights where it looked like Whisper was about to get himself killed, and then they were actually like everybody on Heroic was ready for this.
And I love this Shivas that he did pick up. It allows him to get even more scouting, and this is also in the early obs that they placed before that, understanding that Tundra might try to go for this Hail Mary play, try to defend Roshan because they were faking it at this time, and then Whisper blinks in, gets a really good initiation, slows everybody down with Shiva's guard, canceling any kind of blink daggers if they have it at the time, and it just feels like that this healing reduction as well that he's going for. This is not a traditional Batrider item by any means. You're playing against Pugna, you're playing against this Troll, so he's just going to get kited. And also I think Pugna didn't really have a game at all. You're playing against Shadow Demon, so your Decryptify is going to be removed. Storm Spirit did go for Orchid. Then you have a Demonic Cleanse as well from the Shadow Demon. A very, very difficult fights that they need to take post 20 minutes.
Even Earthshaker being able to interrupt his suck on the back line, it's one of those things where it's like before you had to hit the fissure on Pugna, but now because everybody's going for the aftershock increases with Earthshaker's ulti facet, pretty much throw fissure anywhere in the fight and you're going to hit a backline Pugna.
There's a high chance.
It's a very high chance.
Yeah, well, look, our standout player is definitely going to be Whisper. Everything from the early to the late, the itemization, it feels like there is nothing that we can pick apart from what he did there. It felt on the borderline perfect there, but someone we haven't really spoken too much about that I also would love to highlight is this Shadow Demon. We know just how impactful he has been already in this tournament for other teams picking him up, but now with Troll having a 100% win rate, it getting picked up, you kind of realize if Shadow Demon's in a good position, this Troll ult is redundant. It doesn't matter what items you get, you're not going to be able to lifesteal when that ult goes off, and it's just a non-factor.
Yeah, I think if you want to pinpoint like the biggest problem in Tundra's draft, I think they would go back and consider like the Troll to be a bit of a blunder, I guess, because like I get the idea. Troll versus Ursa in the late game is like hugely Troll favored because you can dispel Ursa's overpower, and then you also the mischance Ursa doesn't like playing into. You're the one hero in Dota that can man up against Ursa. But all the other heroes you mentioned, you got the Bat in lane that's going to dumpster him. You have the SD, which is going to protect from the Troll ulti as well. So I think in a one-to-one matchup, sure. In a vacuum, sure. But that's just not how Dota works. There are other heroes.
Yeah, we said Whisper was our standout player as well. We've kind of highlighted everyone now, but Whisper was our standout player. We didn't give you guys too much insight into exactly what he was doing to give his team such a good game, but I know someone who is, and that's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, Whisper's game was incredibly powerful in this match, and this has kind of been the way that they've been playing his hero role lately. They pick him his hero, and it's not always conventional heroes. He's been picking a lot of Pudge in the first phase. He's been playing Batrider, one of his classic heroes, but not played as much this tournament. And this first double kill that they got them off to a really good start, which is something that does sometimes happen when you play weird heroes in weird lanes. Even like his Pudge lanes, where he should have been losing his lanes consistently for the matchups he was getting, they usually at least go even with some kind of wacky plays just because he's such a good player. And because they got those kills, that allows him to stay in his lane. And now Schofield ends up running towards the mid lane here at 4 minutes into the game because he knows the Batrider might get a little zoned by the Pugna, by the Troll, but he's going to be relatively fine considering the early gold advantage he got. So they're basically turning this surprise pick in this surprise lane with these two very highly skilled players into kills that allows space. So Toby on the Pugna is over here like, I got to stay here to protect my Troll Warlord in case the Batrider tries to go on me. I gotta maybe get pulls off, but his rotations aren't going to be as effective most likely as what Whisper is doing, because just by being here, Crystallis on the Troll has to worry about getting zoned. He ends up being fine on the Troll in terms of his net worth, but the Whisper's impact continues to cascade here. He gets the Wisdom Shrine at 7 minutes. He hits the level 6 at 7, which is very abnormal for an offlane hero. And then they get a little bit lucky on this net here, which allows them this nice initiation against the Troll. And once again, the Troll Pugna, they don't have stuns. All they have is slows. So against a Batrider, they're kind of in a perfect scenario here. They do misuse their skills a little bit, but the fact that they can turn this fast lasso into a kill against the enemy carry just further compounds this gold advantage that they have. And then there are some rotations by Tundra to try to kill Whisper. They don't end up working out. He creates space by dodging those ganks. He gets a free tower. And then ultimately, at this point in the game, we're only 13.5 minutes in. That extra pressure that allowed them to rotate Schofield around ends up getting the Earthshaker really high net worth. He's at the top here, so that means this Blink Dagger plus the follow-up from Whisper, who's also ahead, means a really, really easy kill on the one hero that can tempo this game well, and it's probably Storm Spirit, because Storm can do both disable damage and gap close. It's kind of a jack of all trades. So early laning stage with the weird picks, transitions to some nice kills into some map pressure, ultimately allows him to scale throughout the whole game.
A perfect formula there for Heroic. Perfect breakdown from Purge as well. Thank you so much for that one. Whisper just shining on this, and we're saying that it's this unconventional hero for an offlaner, but not when it comes to Heroic. And Tundra should have been very aware of this. When they went up against each other in the road to the international playoffs, it was Batrider that got picked up against them, played in the mid lane, and garnered them a win there too. So now I'm wondering, what exactly has Tundra really learned from that last interaction, not even a week ago?
I mean, the stats is correct, right? Because whenever they're second pick, they have a very bad win rate, you know, so they're losing again once more on the second pick side, and hopefully this time they might want to, you know, change it up and try to do something else if they are going to be on the second pick side again. But I feel like overall, maybe the main problem that I see in the game is the inability to sit on the lane, to hold on the lane. So that comes back to what Andrew mentioned, the Troll against Batrider matchup kind of makes the whole game very weird, because you have to force your supports to come over to the Troll, and then it causes the runes to be snatched away by your opponent. So it's like, it all started here in the lane matchup. So maybe they have to go back and try to figure out, are we prioritizing too much on the mid-late game, whereas we should maybe just put a little bit more weight onto the laning phase.
Do you think they're trying like a little too hard to get some like gotcha last pick, you know, Troll versus Ursa, god tier matchup that they just end up like having bad lanes? Is it that simple? Because
I mean, it's also a lane where you don't play too much, right? So you're not used to it.
So yeah, we've got our teams walking out back into their booth. They've had their time to really sit and think about it there. Our game will definitely be starting very soon, but we're saying it could be as simple as the fact is they're thinking too far down the road, because games all have that longer average game time at this TI. They really focus on if we can make it there, but right now the lanes are so bad they're not making it.
Yeah, you know what we always say in that? If you can't play the lane, you can't play the game.
I thought it was win lane, lose game.
I mean, that was another one too.
Yeah, it depends on if you win or you lose.
You get to pick one of the two.
Yeah, whatever's the most convenient excuse.
Yeah, you get to just use that one there.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just honestly, I was not a big believer in the Troll last pick. I think we saw the flaws in the hero. I mean, this has been consistently a.
But don't you think that they could have maybe fixed some of the flaws by adapting a little bit more rotations to help the Storm, or maybe start the game earlier with the Tiny moving around to help?
I think Purge's breakdown was absolutely correct. If you do that, then Pugna goes mid, and guess what happens to Troll? He's
just dead.
He's just dead a million times. So what does he do? Go to the triangle, and then all of a sudden you've Whisper free farming an entire section of the map? I think that would cause cascading issues, and probably.
But you have to help somewhere. You have to decide which one to help, right? If you help the Storm could help.
If you're in a game, you definitely want to create that chaos to try to just not play into the exact hand. But I think, you know, they at this point have a second game, starting fresh.
Yes.
The draft was an issue.
Yeah, you could see that they did the prep. You could see during like pre-6 minutes that there was an observer ward near the twin gates, making sure that the Yuva rotation potentially could be scouted. They were ready for it.
He just didn't.
He just didn't this game. Like, he was playing Troll because they killed that tower relatively early on. You are playing Batrider with this facet, so you're still dealing damage to the tower as well. The tower's going to fall relatively quickly, pre-8 minutes. And then Troll Warlord, he's not the fastest farmer in the jungle. Pugna doesn't really have a lane to go to as a position 5. He's not level 6. He's under-leveled. So a bit of a difficult situations that they got themselves into.
I mean, the thing with Pugna is, like, whenever you're Pugna, right, I don't think you want to sit and guard your carry. I think you want to go and fight the runes and blast the mid tower.
Yes.
That's like the main job you have in a game in the first 10 minutes. Right? If you can't do that as Pugna, you're not going to feel good in a game.
Yeah, we do have to look at that, right? Because this is a lane synergy that isn't very familiar for Chrysalis and Toby playing together, stand-in. It's not an excuse, it's just facts that we kind of have to look at, how difficult it is for them. And now it makes me wonder, do you go back to just a simple duo healer cost that is a late scaling carry, and then a strong support in lane? It's something that can give them a little bit more of a stabilization that is easy and isn't so much dependent on knowing exactly how your carry plays, what they like to do. It's just making that lane.
I think they did check those boxes. strong laner. You have Pugna and Troll. I don't think you can think about the better laners. It's one of the stronger fives.
It's just
one of the stronger carries. It's just a bad matchup.
Yeah, it's just both of those heroes are countered by Bat. They picked 2 heroes countered by Bat against Whisper, Bat Rider offlane. I would like to theory craft some potential picks instead of the Troll. I think Jug would have been fine.
Okay.
Jug, Pugna, Decrep into spin, good magic damage. You've got a hero that can take off the Bat Rider Napalm stacks. It's a classic counter to Bat.
I mean, I think the lane
theory.
synergy might not be as important, because I think the most important thing is you need something to deal with the Bat, Life Stealer Jug hero. That's it, even if the support doesn't work with you, it's whatever.
Well, last time Tundra got bat-righted by Heroic, game number 2, they just banned it out. That might be the same solution for them, but either way, a game number 2 is where we have to head.
Tundra Esports versus Heroic Game 2.
Yeah, Bat Rider, that's going to be our biggest question here. Standout player, standout hero, everything about him works so well in a game number 1 that I don't think Tundra are going to at all let the chance for it to go back in with
They're just banning the draft. Oh, that's a classic right there.
Just straight up, you go, we're 1 game away from elimination. This is the reality Tundra are facing. And they're like, well, game 1 was so tough for us. That Bat Rider has to be taken out. Too much chaos. The Earthshaker has to be taken out. Too much impact.
I mean, good news, Nat. Tundra is on first pick.
I was going to say, yep. Both teams, they love first pick. And Tundra, they got it this time.
Yeah, but on the other hand, is the trend going to continue for Heroic? Every time they win the first game, they're just going to win the second game as well,
I mean, Invoker's in the poll. I don't see a reason why
Tundra.
They do have the first pick, so I assume they're just going to snatch it, because this hero looked very, very good. The Helm of the Dominator plus the Forge Spirit allows you to pretty much push 2 waves at the same time if you want to. You have extreme amount of tower damage as well. So it's just way too good of a hero to pass on. And
that's the face of a player that just played Shadow Demon.
He doesn't need to think about anything else. Just, or maybe it's too hard, you have to relax.
The balls on these guys. I love this. Win game 1, first pick the old big man. I love that.
There's going to be a lot of summons around them with the Forge Spirit, with the Helm of the Dominator as well. So not going to be the easiest target to hook in this game.
No, I mean, to be fair, Aghanim Scepter build plus Flesh Heap, like, I know, traditionally Pudge is this really squishy, low armor hero, could die to all of the summons, etc., etc. But honestly, when played as a core, which Heroic does play it as an offlane, and they go for like the Ag Shiva's build, it is good against mass summons. You cannot kill this hero through the Flesh Heap, so I actually don't mind it against Invoker. My only question is minus armor from Forge Spirits. That's a difference between like Beastmaster and Invoker, right? Is the Beast summons are not giving minus armor, the Invoker summons are.
You don't think about this, but in this current meta, Invoker is a zoo hero.
He is, yeah, 100%.
Matt, you're giving me the look.
I feel like you got to explain to people who might be tuning
well,
in.
he does have more summons than certain summon heroes in the game right now.
Yeah, you're getting like 2, 3 Forge Spirits.
I mean, don't forget the buff, Alacrity is...
Yeah, with the Shard also creating more Forge Spirits, plus Helm of the Dominator as well.
Yeah, that's where I was going with the Helm of the Dominator. We have seen BZM play Invoker and go for the Helm of the Dominator. It's definitely not out of the realms of what they think is good.
These are good scaling items on Invoker too. Like they give good stats for him as well. Like he kind of wanted an excuse to go for items like this before.
I mean, could this also be caused by Midas being nerfed a lot? Because Midas has always been an early game item for Invoker.
That's true. It's a good excuse to get something that's giving you the XP boost. Because if you get to like late game in terms of XP on Invoker, you just win. That's how it feels. Like late game Invoker is insane.
Well, you were right, Jenkins. KJ having a bit of a snooze in the booth because he was playing Shadow Demon game 1. He said, guys, just pick it for me game 2. There is nothing else. I don't need another hero. I played well. We won it. Run it back.
I want to see some kind of a setup for this Invoker. They did pair it up with like Shadow Shaman earlier. I think Sand is going to be an okay one. This Monkey King we talked about earlier in the series is potentially coming out from position 4 if they want to go for it, but also being able to break the combo with the Silencer, having this global presence, Monkey scouting things out just with one Boundless Strike. This is how Tundra back in the days when they won their first TI also did play. If this is going to be position 4 Monkey, because this was 33 playing some Dead Prophet, Monkey King position 4, and Monkey position 4 is back in meta, as we saw yesterday. P-Vision, what they can do with it, other teams showing it as well. So Tundra, I think this is the team that can adapt the quickest in terms of how they want to play the game after losing a game. Ooh, this is nasty.
What? We've seen Broodmother, but it's like that last pick, gotcha.
This is like the Invoker counter. Like, it used to be an Invoker counter, and Silencer also kind of does nothing against the creeps. And I was going to praise Tundra for their opening, their second phase picks with the Monkey and Silencer having a flex pick and Silencer to counter the SD and Apache. And now with the Brood coming out, it kind of complicates things, Are you going to be able to deal with the spiders? And
yes.
It's going to get complicated,
Yeah, you need something. I think you need this type of a hero that I mentioned. I think they need an extra stun, so going for a hero like a Sanking could be pretty good for them. This is the hero that can park himself where Broodmother is. Either that, or I think Axe is also
would you consider like just putting the Monkey King against the Brood?
See, that's what I was thinking. Like, I know Invoker position 4 in pro level pubs was a thing prior to TI.
Yeah,
you want to see BZM Invoker, though, just in general, especially with this new build people are doing. But I agree, like, traditionally, an old counter to Brood was Monkey King, because, any hero that has scaling damage that's in an AoE that can kill the spiders is good. Yeah. Like, Tiny and Monkey King, you can just kill the massive spiders, and it's not a huge problem.
They have a triple save right now. You have Hook, you have Shadow Demon with the Disruption, Tusk with the Snowball as well. Broodmother is not the easiest hero to catch.
Yep, there we go. The Sand King, someone to park in the Brood's lane.
It's also a setup for Invoker. I think it does allow you, like, Silencer plus Sand King is the old school combo. It goes way back 20 years of Dota. It's just very easy to execute these type of executions. Now we have Invoker, Monkey King, so the overwhelming, like, Heroic doesn't have teamfight at all. Like, they need to snowball pretty heavily.
The early game is going to be like quite a test, for Tundra, because this Brood and Tusk, they are going to cause a lot of problems to Silencer. So right now, the biggest question for Tundra is, do we actually move the Monkey King to a core, or can we actually deal with this SD and Tusk pressure in the early game with this Monkey King Silencer duo, which I'm not very sure, because Monkey King Silencer doesn't feel like it's going to be able to deal with this Tusk SD in the early game. And if you can't deal with the supports pressure in the early game, it means that you're going to lose out on the runes, and you're going to lose on the map, and maybe we're going to see a repeat of game 1. So that has got to be in their mind.
I agree, because it's Crystallis, like, you see Monkey King and you're like, he's going to play it, but I totally agree. Like, I think SD versus Monkey as a core is just a little too hard.
I actually maybe would want them to put the Monkey as a core, but pick a support that can deal with Brood, maybe like a Spirit Breaker, even though the SD is going to deal with the Monkey later. But I feel that, the early game, the problems they had in the early game in the previous game might happen again. So they need a support that can at least mirror what the Tusk and SD is doing, and at the same time maybe deal with the Brood, which I feel like Spirit Breaker could be a suitable answer here.
Oh, I love the SB in a vacuum, but against SD, it's another hero that can just purge the status resistance.
Yeah, I think something simple like a Snapfire could be really good. It gets you over the shards. It gives you damage to kill the Broodmother as well. The 1-2 pairing with the Sand King, and they do ban it out.
Yeah, they're thinking along the same lines as you guys. There is just something so synonymous about Crystallis and this Monkey King that they're thinking comfort on the verge of elimination. Do you really think
you don't want to overcomplicate the draft.
Exactly.
I think Heroic is doing exactly that, because combination of these 4 heroes, I don't think we've seen them in, I would say, a couple of years, because it just doesn't happen.
It's not easy to execute this. This is a hard draft for Heroic to play, so I really do respect it, but Tundra, in my opinion, it feels like they have the upper hand, at least in terms of, like, ease of execution right now.
If they can survive the early game.
Yeah.
I do feel like if they can do well in the early game for Heroic, I think it's going to be like a very straightforward game. They're going to pressure, take the map with the Brood. So for Tundra, it's going to be up to them to decide where this Monkey King is going to go right now. It's going to be a tough decision here. They're going to have some time here to figure things out. Ban on a lifestealer.
I mean, if you want to catch, I think Disruptor is a good one. He's still in the pool. You can play him 4-5, and it doesn't.
Tiny they had last game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like Tiny is just fine.
He's fine as well, yeah.
Yeah, one of the better setup for Sunstrike, level 1 with the stun.
Okay, we got a carry Underlord.
Wait,
Crystal's carry Underlord. I mean, it's a
most likely.
It's a Brood answer.
Yeah.
It also destroys Tusk. Like, you can never Blink Snowball save anyone when you're playing against Underlord. You do have Cleave.
This is a very good solution, yeah.
I'm curious about the Underlord Pudge lane. I can't say that I've seen that one before.
That is actually not a fun lane. I think that lane is going to be annoying because Pudge does a lot of magic damage to you.
But Underlord has a lot of right-click damage.
So does Pudge with Rotten
But that's true, actually. You might be able to 1v1 that.
I think the lane should be in favor of the Pudge.
That's kind of where I was leaning too, but for the game, this is definitely really good. They've answers to the Broodmother. I mean, Heroic is really lacking in team fight right now, so I wonder, do they pick a carry that fixes that?
A Gyro Luna type of hero?
I mean, it could also be a Brood carry still.
It feels like both of these teams still have that potential to mix things up at the last moment. We're going to wait to see what Heroic think exactly for themselves.
I think I kind of like the Gyro Luna SF kind of hero right now. It gives them like the presence in a team fight because their heroes right now, they're all single targets.
Imagine they just... Okay, I was going to say...
Wait, what? Brood is carry?
We gotta wait. Hopefully these guys are gonna start picking. It is a Pudge carry.
Pudge carry.
It's a Pudge carry
versus Underlord carry.
Yep.
What a time to be alive.
Okay, Whisper Phoenix. I mean, that should hypothetically do very well in lane against an Underlord. You know, you talked about the magic damage of a Pudge. Phoenix may be one of the few heroes that does more than that, and from a range as well.
Yeah, they're basically trying to find a replicate to what happened in the first game. Like Bat Rider is like a hero that can pressure a lot with the early game, with the Marcy last game. Right now they have a similar set with the Phoenix and Tusk. So they are having a very similar game plan where they want to try to pressure the lane to a point where Tundra has to rotate a lot of heroes to one side of the map, and they're gonna take full control with like the Brood.
Heroic, they need to win the lanes. Like, they need to heavily snowball because this lineup, it can't really team fight against Tundra. They also have a bit of a global presence, not just a bit of a. You have Underlord with his ulti, you have Invoker, you have Silencer as well, so they can disengage a team fight, bring the numbers relatively easy. Heroic is in a very tough spot, I would say. If the lanes don't go well, this is just a super strong draft coming out from Tundra, and they adapted really well after what happened in that game #1.
What about this Monkey King position 4, though? Someone that we have seen it on is 9 class. He's very chaotic. Is Saksa going to be playing it the same way? Is there even a different way to play Monkey?
No, I think 9 class figured it out. And I think Saksa has that respect for 9 class that he's just going to... He probably watched those replays and he's like, okay, I see. This is really good. He's going to do the exact same thing. I agree with Lacoste. I feel like this is a very high degree of like difficult execution for Heroic. I respect that they did it. I think it's really cool. If they win, it'll be in a very flashy, stompy way. But I think Tundra has a lot more options this game than they did last game.
All right, we're looking towards Tundra, just exactly what they can bring out here, because this is for elimination. So let's head on down to the stage with Slacks and their coach, Moon Meander.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are here with Moon Meander. Moon, so great to see you once again, and quite an interesting draft that you are up against, my friend. You knew the Pudge was coming, banned it last time. They're going to first pick it. Were you expecting this? You think you have enough?
Yeah, we were expecting it. We knew they flexed it, but we felt like the bad Earthshaker were more annoying flexes, and we just lost to it, so we got to respect it.
Yeah, big respect bans on that bat. Don't blame you. But let's talk about the Broodmother coming in halfway through the draft. Surprised me. Did that surprise you? Because I see your team, it is all AoE team fight, baby. You guys are ready for something like that.
Yeah, I told my team against this guys, they're flexing everything, and we're drafting like good old honest men, so we're gonna get lumped.
Enigma vás zdraví.
To play more sneaky in the draft.
Absolutely. All right, but you do have a lot of favorites on there as well. I need to hear the prediction. This is for elimination, as I'm sure you know. Are we going to be seeing a game
Vokera.
For sure.
Game
free! And it worked out there to the crowd! We're cheering for Tundra!
For Whitemon.
For Whitemon!
For Whitemon!
All right, let's throw it into the game.
For Whitemon!
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time now, ready to go. Can Tundra hold on here at the International?
OK. Dámy a páni, já tam teda skočím samozřejmě teda in-game, aby jsme to mali takisto jako čo najbližšie live a aby sme samozřejmě nezmeškali vůbec nič. Tu pekne do toho pôjdeme skočiť. Vaša enigmička na dnešný deň vás tu zdraví zvyšu. Ďakujem ešte pánovi Gombasanovi pekne za nejakou to kilečko navíc. Do toho tu máme aj pauzu, aby sme si to mohli vypočuť. Ďakujem nádherný. Stupenka.
Enigma a jeho 5 Black Hole. Kilečko na Tundru a toaleťák.
Ďakujem velice pekne. Mňa teda zaujíma na momentálnom stave len, čo idú heroici robiť s týmto draftom. Dámy a páni, Pudge. Jo, Pudžíček. Do toho tam budeme mať samozrejme proste brúdu, ktorú som nevidel ani nepamätám. Jo, takisto, tam Whisper bude hrať svoju specialitku v podobe Fénixa na ovku. Bude to Carry Pudge. Jo, do toho midová brúda, ktorá vždycky proti Voukerovi bola dobrá. Teraz uvidíme aspoň teda pekne, ako to bude fungovať tej novodobej mete proti tomu buildu na dominátorku, čo by mohlo byť do toho Voukera podľa mňa trochu stabilnejšie. Ale otázka, ako aj analog tam kľudne môže urobiť akoby niečo podobného. Uvidíme, čo tam bude chcieť vymýšľať záležitosti táto jedna pavúčica. Už ide vieci. A pekne by Ziem zabezpečil aspoň teda Sunstrikeom toho prvého rangeáka. Malý boj k tomu. Za mňa tentokrát Linky majú heroici teda napikované tak extrémne chaoticky, že sa to velice blbo podľa mňa odhaduje. Mid si myslím, že časom by akoby mal ísť pre tú brúdu. Čo sa týka sideliniek, tam by mohol zrovna Underlord byť OK, ale zrovna proti offlaneovému Fénixovi by som to dával Whisperovi. Ešte k tomu je tam podľa mňa zraniteľný celku ten Silencer, ktorý môže byť síce proti tomu Fénixovi celku nepríjemný, ale za mňa ešte ten Tusk k tomu to bude issue. Jo, Yumič, takisto som akoby včera pekne spomínal, že ja si pamätám jeho starých dobrých carry Pudžov. Ja, ešte from back in the day a stále kľudne na nejaké tie tier 2 scéne, alebo občas, keď sa tam niekde chcel objaviť. Nás tu môžu SA team dostať pekne krásne až do ďalšieho kola Lovru. Jo, tento draft tu Tundráci fakt ako nemohli mať úplne naplánovaný dostatočne. Bolo vidieť aj v tom rozhovore, že je tam pekne krásne, tu proste kluci celku jasne proste tam ako dali rešpekt bany aj na tých shakerov a podobných. A analog ich tam ako celku rozobral naposledy, to je ako nežené. No, teraz ale bude mať dole problém, možno Success, ten right click damage od Yumiča, no nestihol tam tých light kickov hodiť zas tak moc, ale ono to aj tak stačí. KJ bude mať na tie staky pekne vieci. Vyzerá, že Yumič tu má nejaké ty vole hotky, je teraz momentálne trošku ako dohlodané a sám ako by vyzerá, že sa tam čuduje, čo sa tam stalo. Tam Free ešte bude mať teraz Burrow Strike, takže vyzerá, že Yumič by mohol byť ešte aspoň vytradovaný, keď si ten Sandkick zoberie minimálne, ten trade by to nemuselo byť zas tak bad. Ja neviem, či úplne ten Burrow Strike bude ale enough. Do 200 HPčiek, ak mu to stihne ešte s tým zapnutým rotom teoreticky. Ani to nepôjde skúšať. Free, miesto toho si pôjde skúsiť vybrať ešte KJ a obidvaja tu ostanú aspoň na tých low HPčkách, at least something. No, ale First Blood si zoberú kluci velice radi. Jo, tým, že Tundráci takisto, ako majú Monkey Kinga, ktorý je reálne podľa mňa tá krystalisová najväčšia tajná zbraň. Ale nakoniec to proste forceli pekne na pozíciu 4. Jo, takzvané tak ako 9-klasovským levelom. No, pekný deny na rangeáka od KJ a ten tu bude Free ho mrzeť. Pekne si tu Creebagrom akurát Free do ten Sandstorm ešte zobral vieci. Jednoho rangeáka si zoberie nakoniec tuto akurát pan Yumiáš. No, čo sa týka toho midového matchupu, momentálne 11-6 brúda, 9 creepov pre Biziem a tým Fort Spiritom a nejakým tým rightnickom navíc, hlavne s tým stat buildom, proste fakt ako na tú dominátorku. Si myslím, že by to nemuselo byť pre tú brúdu úplne tak easy peasy, možno ale od čestky bude mať zase ten istý problém. Jo, nejaký early blast, jo, uvidíme potom ako nejaké tie tornáda by tam mohli byť. Tu nešiel Biziem predsa len toho Exort Vokera. On má pekne toho Kvas Vokera, takže tam si myslím, že práve proti tej brúde by to mohlo byť dokonalé. Jo, ako sa bude začínať samozrejme túto z Exort akoby skillmi, aby tam mal nejaký ten right click, aby tam mal tie Sunstrike, aby mohol možno na tých sidelinkách s Burrow Strikami to stun combo double od Tundrákov dole, je jednoznačne setup na Sunstrike, na vrchu bude ale problémom práve ten zraniteľný Silencer, Vispra tam skúsi ešte nachystať aspoň tým Silencom, Crystallis potrebuje hitovať, ešte jeden hit by mal byť enough, Crystallis bude mať aspoň ten kill. No, tam ako predsa len pre ňa ten bonusový damáž teraz začne byť ako celku issue. A takisto ako by treba dosť intenzívne dodať, že Crystallis potom bude môcť fungovať ako je holandský, pekne na bicykli, chodiaci Uber, ktorý bude môcť ako portiť celú tú mapu tou gateou, to tam bude môcť ako rozbehať úplne celé do toho, tam budú mať Global Silence, celkovo ten makro game ešte s tými Sunstrikami sa bude pak ako hrať neskutočne krásne pre Tundrákov. Akorát sa podľa mňa nesmú nechať úplne zničiť, ako sa to ako by pomaly dialo na minulú hru. Alebo minimálne sa to nesmie tak moc utrhnúť z reťaze, minule tam ale nemohli proti Whisperovi, dá sa povedať, ani lejniť proti tomu Betovi, tam ako non-stop museli byť dvaja, inak ako by ten trollič bol akorát tak zdrhať do prdelí. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Věřím tomu, že ten link můžeš zkrátit pětič, jakoby. No, ale, no, to je dobrý, to je jakoby jeden z záležitostí, jakoby tuto. Chápem. Tak je jako production value, vám tu dávám tuto pětič! On to robí na schvál prostě. Hovat! To Milan ještě klikal ty vole na klávesy, co jinde. Anyway, před 5 minutou budeme tu teda pěkně pokračovat a budeme se tu dívat radšej na to, že nám představí kluci, co se týká dotičky 2. Jo, no přece len sa blížíme pomaly k nejakým tým levelom 6, Fort Spirita si tam nenechá teraz Biziem pekne pofarmiť. Jo, medzi tým Crystallis teda bude top of the CS, Sand King si bude na pravej strane, akurát pekne krásne robiť veci. Analog pak jako těch Fort Spiritů nechce nechat, ale každého jedného si tam Biziem denajuje na pána. Co se týká toho Last Hit Battlu, zatím je to 2000 network proti tu jako 1900. Biziem tu jako vyhrávat ten Last Hitovací battle bude potřebovat samozřejmě ještě 900, která tam možná očekávali, že ho tu půjdu navštívit. Děkujeme jakoby Pětičovi aspoň za to krásné kilečko k tomu. Analoga tu ale půjdu ještě s tou kvasovou jednou záležitosťou slovoidného typu aj s volou. Nebude z toho nič. Děláš si zadek. To bylo len na 60 sekund, relaxuj. Můžeš se aspoň poučit, že tam můžeš ten link na budouce jakoby trochu zkrátit aspoň. Switchifu se samozřejmě pýta na věci, které byly zodpovědané nějak asi minutu po jeho otázce a celou dobu tam jakoby je aktivně dneska na celou hodinu, ale pohodě. Crystallistu ale dostal teraz dobrý gang, Jumič a jeho typický 6-minutový gang zo spodnej strany akurát cez bránu. Na midě se konečně ale můžeme dostávat do momentu, kde Analog začne budovat armádu pavúkov. Rovno tu Toby pozná hned těch prvých zo pár hitov. Že se týká tej šestkové runičky, že by to pro těchto dvou midlanerů bylo úplně zase tak jako extrémně podstatné. Už tu ale pomaly bude Analog budovat záležitosti. Jo, Biziem, že by zatím úplně nezvládal ten lázitovací battle, fakt jako 400 do dominátorky je velice dobrý timing. Je iba otázka, či tam jako dokáže to celému jako pomoct. Schofield mezi tím tu jde zase na nějakou nenápadnou misiu, pravděpodobně tam vyhodí nějakou tu agrovardu. Jak tu vyhodí mezi těmito dvomi tu vardu a odjde, no už ho tu kluci jako by podle mě viděli. Já myslím, že už tam pingoval prostě Crystallis, jo, už tam jako něco smrdí. Schofield, ale možná půjde sníknout ještě druhou, alebo ne, no to tam napry. Schofield si nepostrážil timing, teda to tam viděli ty creepy, obidve ty vardy, podle mě budou moct být nevratnuté mezi tými zabitý Analog, heroici se podle mě nechávají. Teraz už sfičí fúz, ale vytěl sfičí jeho fúz, až z čiernej Black Holeovské enigmy. A 10 gifticami to tu pěkně půjde chlapec podporiť. Mezi tím bude ale snipnutý krásným způsobem Whisper, ten silence od Tobio. Aspoň na to bude teda celku pěkně efektivní, konečně tuto hru bude moc agresivně fungovat chlapák. Mezi tím tam jako by počujeme akurát epicentry naznačovaného Freeho. Ten kill a přece len aj ten Sand King a aj ten pick toho Underlorda. To všechno podle mě proti té brudě bude fungovat dobře. Jo, ten carry push tiež, keď podle mě nebude mať úplně dokonalý opener, ten scaling není úplně největší. Jo, aby som úplně nepodceňoval toho dinosaura, jakoby, já nemyslím teda toho, čo mi leží na gauči, ale momentálně myslím právě toho Underlordského. Oh boy, oh boy. Tobiáš. Bude snipnutý dobré, Jumič tu chápe, že musí prostě jít po tie Early, flash steky, hrať nějakou agrodotu, tu ale prichádza Crystallis právě s jedným holandským bicyklom přes celou mapu, ale bohužel teraz půjde do trochu opačného smeru a nakonec toho teda nebude nič, pekne sa odstúpili heroici, ničím to Free nezdrží. Zvedavý, či Free tuto hru jde dominátorku, čo se rovná proti tomu, uvidíme, či Pudžíkovi jakoby bude vončo. No, tím, že je to ten hero creep, tak to není zas tak hrozné. Free naposledy tu dominátorku na Sandovi šiel. Já jsem kludně předpokládal, že tuto hru, keď to mají na tom Walkerovi, že možno jako nepojdu 2, ale no, jako kludně můžu jít aj 3. Kludně aj Crystallis by mohli z nějakou tu podjadu dominátorku tiež. Dokonce Saxage jde takisto dominátorku, takzvané na 9 klasa, takže tu Tundráci pak jako jdou vystekovat těch dominátorek 439,5 na Saxage a tu mezi tím ale čakají šardami, o tom Schofield se snaží nájsť, to tam viděl preskočit Jumič a pekne trafil ten hook. Saxage môže dávať boundless, ale ani jeho výška mu nepomôže. Jumič bere teda pekne zabezpečený 1K gold lead a aktívny playstyle. U Heroicov teda bude sedieť ďalej. Navíc prvý predsa len svieti dokonca úplne celá tá Spirit Vesla, tam ako zabiť kľudne hoci ktorý z tých targetov by nemal byť úplne problém. Biziem medzi tým zase ide, ale nachystá túto akurát túto problémov analoga jeho brúda. Stane návštevu od trojice, tuto ako možno bude musieť byť nutný nejaký Sunstrike. Bude tam ešte chvíľku tíkať, tak Kurza ho zabije, okej. Toby čestne zoberie tento kill, Free to ešte chce vytradovať tam nakoniec, ale to schovanie by mu možno mohlo získať dosť času, ten globál není na moc veci, ale ten Sunstrike Biziem nevie mysnúť. Tundráci idú na main stage bojovať pekne o svoj život. No to je kurva predsa len eliminačná séria, tu už je treba zapnúť jej game. No, tam fakt ako ten posledný tik podľa mňa od tej Kurzy ho pomaly tam ako zabil. Jak si to tam ešte predĺžoval navíc, to by mu tam prišla nejaká tá inteligencia navyše. Jumič medzi tým bude trochu prešerovaný, tam ho chcel pripraviť Success, ale ako sa vyžebejtil zbytočný Fiend's-Gate. On to netrafil úplne tým dokonalým spôsobom, po Jumiča si tu nakoniec teda neprídu. No i Krystalis nakoniec sa tu pekne akurát zohreje na tej vrchnej strane. Jo, čo sa týka tých buildov, ako s dominátorkami by tu tam Tundráci fakt ako mohli v tom mid-limit game teraz ako roztrať. Biziem dávno samozrejme tu svoju bude mať, najčastejšie tam hneď potom bývajú dramy, pravdepodobne into BKB. Jo, túto hru si myslím, že to bude niečo podobné. No, vidíme, či tam urobí ešte a dovolí si možno nejakú tú travelu medzi tým. Jo, predsa len hrať carry Puja on the main stage, chce koule. Jo, Success teda aj tak ako stíha tu pekne povodskakovať preč a jeho cesta k dominátorke popravde za 600 goldov ani nebude zas tak dlhá. Na to, že to nie je core, jo, bude tu síce jeden vystekovaný camp, to ako áno, tento tu banán, ale bude viac než OK, Biziem sa tam dokonca chce presunúť tiež, Tobiáš predsa len má pripravený, myslím, že globál za pár sekúnd, zatiaľ ho tam ešte nebudú mať. KG a tu ale Success pôjde len zdržovať, sám ho tu nachystá, vopičák, do toho príde Cold Snap, jedno defenzívne schovanie je tam rovno, ale príde Meteor, Biziem je pripravený, tornádu na to by prerušil dokonca aj túto mistra Jumu, Sunstrike trafený dokonale, Biziem show začína on the main stage, Jumičovi sa tesne ešte ale podarilo prežiť, Biziem bude môcť ešte teda pohantievať, snaží sa tam ešte do Schofielda utočiť aspoň niečo, stihol Success odísť, Whisper ale zabije po ceste. Biziem nakoniec si myslím, že toho Dark Troll Summonera takisto nemá úplne ako vyfarmiť 100 goldov, si tam pekne zobere Schofield. Skóre bude teda upravené na 6-6. Ten globál prišiel až na cooldown niekedy teraz, pred pár sekundami. Oni tam nemali ešte tú Fiends-Gateu, ktorú tam predtým ako nedali úplne samozrejme dokonale. Je tam ako tomu Monkey Kingovi nevyšiel ten úplne prvotný náskok. Už je tam ale blinka na free frame, túto hru sere na dominátorky. Poriadny rýchly blink na Sandovi, it's everything. A bude to práve Schofield, ktorý tu bude chudák vychytaný, ten môže síce dávať nejaké tie snowbally. Jo, ten last word tým pádom ako jakž takž nedostane. Sunstrike ho tam čaká vzadu, pekne sa mu vyhne. Z diaľky iba Foreign Spirit. Stačí od Biziema. Invoker show. Tak ako som povedal, bude aj fungovať tu nakoniec, ale prídu kľúci rovno po tú supernovu tam Whisper. To možno nevypočítal dobre, nikto mu tam ale nemal ako pomôcť. Globál tu zabezpečil krásne. Začínajú sa tu Tundráci ale ukazovať aj tým makrogameom, aj keď na druhej strane by mala možno split-pušovacím spôsobom fungovať možno tá prúd mamina. Toto zatiaľ nie je žiadna veľká mamka, ktorá by mohla Tundrákov zastaviť v ceste, aby nám tu mohli vybojovať Game 3. Aby tu dneska sa o elimináciu samozrejme kluci pobili, tu nechceme dneska vidieť žiadne 2-0. Jo, nám ako v tom prvom kole je to celkom samozrejme očakávané jakž takž. Tu stále dostávame tento druhý deň na main stage k tomu needy greedy. Tu už proste fakt ako musí každý hrať to najlepšie, čo je v ňom. Za mňa s tým rýchlym blinkom od Free, podľa mňa aj rýchlym Aganimom kľudne túto hru. To tam ako môžu rozsekať to midgame je úplne neskutočne. Krystalis, tentokrát takisto nerobí žiadnu takú tú novodobú metu, ešte nejaké tie dominátorky na Underlordovi urobil rovno Tretku, Madnessku, potom Echo Saber, tak jeden klasejšie Underlord na carry. No, bude to ale stále podľa mňa veľmi dobrá odpoveď ešte s tým Cleavom aj proti tým Broodmama, Pavúčikom. Jo, sám analog túto hru nemá momentálne ten pressure, čo by podľa mňa heroici potrebovali. Takisto s tým carry Pujom. Oni jakmile ako nebudú hrať agro Dotu, ako budú tam ako tradovať farmičku, toto ako nie je, ako je tuto nejaký, rozumiete, super hard carry. Nejaký ako faceless void alebo niečo, by ste mohli farmiť 50 minút a potom by ste tu akoby vyhrali v late, ako ten Puč tam má samozrejme nejaký scaling, to je ako ne, že ne. ale zas tak by som to úplne jako neočakával. Tuto musia podľa mňa heroici fakt hrať agro. A zrovna proti tej blinke teraz. Hlavne takisto získavať moves cez toho position for monkey king a tu presne Tundráci hrajú taký ten ako parry vision style v tomto, že heroikom sa veľmi ťažko na mape teraz ako niečo hľadá. Jo, jako Jumič, dobré, za 300 goldov konečne bude mať ten agáč, to jako 14. minúte na carry Pudžovi není úplne najrychlejší timing ever, ale není to jakoby nič hrozné, to stihnúť jakoby pred 15. decent. Jo, na analogovi takisto jako tá orchida už by tam dávno jakoby chcela, aby tam svietila, jo, príde tu možno niekde okolo 15. minúty. Jo, na Krystalisovi samozrejme už ale máme celý ten eco-saber, s tými 169 creepami Remko. To fakt ako chce prefarmovať všetko. No, zo pár analogových pavúčikov tam ešte medzi tým teda chodí pekne skautovať mapu. Jo, jednu vec, čo ale vieme isto, teraz ako heroici nemajú úplne pod nadvládou túto hru. Konečne tam majú ten jeden timing. Jo, na Jumičovi je rovno jeho zodpovedná záležitosť, tu už ale prichádza jump, celý globál combo, Whisper vypnutý. Kým nebude mať aspoň Euly, tak tu fakt ako z takéto šlamastiky sa nedostane vôbec. Tou gateou sa hlavne ešte idú teda presunúť možno Wells, tam nakoniec Krystaly zostal. Tou gateou sa presunul ten Sand King na top, tam ešte medzi tým na to tu teda kamera neukazuje, tu Schofield čaká, ale na vrchu sa deje fight, kameraman, naľavo, tam je problém, ak sa chceš, tam setupuje ako na celú tú dvojicu, OK, KJ nám to tu už akoby teda vyžere sám. Viziem ma tam síce pripravil ešte do toho boostu tu, ale Jumič potrebuje akurát zdrať. Free tým, že sa tam presunú s tou bránou, tak podľa mňa Jumiča tu ešte nájde. Ten stun nevyšiel o niečo málo. On bude môcť tým pádom teraz odísť buď tou bránou, už sa tam ale pôjdu blížiť ostatní. Tu podľa mňa Jumič nepôjde nikde. Heroici to tu strácajú. OK, Schofield mu tu ešte príde pekne na pomoc. Tom Krystali sa podarilo dokonca zabiť. Analog tu ešte príde tiež. Heroici možno našli ešte návod. Nakoniec zabijú aj Free-ho. Toto je dokonalý gang cez bránu. Jumič, tu ešte čepejte celé. Team Heroic. Tak toto je big. Stratili tam toho samotného Shadow Demona, ale podľa mňa ich to nezastaví teda, ale že vôbec. 3 veľké killy, dole sa podarilo zabiť ešte toho Krystalisovo pána. Tá Orchida teraz a to je jeden timing. Zrazu tým agro gamingom bude fungovať, tučný Pudžík to ustál. Schofield vyzerá, že teraz tá kurza, aj keď mu to tam trochu znepríjemňovala. Sunstrike tentokrát od Biziem a nepríde on the mark. Ja, máme tam samozrejme tú dominátorku dramy hneď, potom si tam ale Biziem, túto hru nejde urobiť to defenzívne backup, pozor. Tentokrát to tam ide upraviť na ten čo najskorší agáč. Ja, s touto jeho kvas formou, tá Ice Wall, ako by bude teda poriadne podstatná, čo by mohlo byť OK aj s tým Sandom do toho fightu. Free medzi tým ale nepôjde greedy, Aganem ten potrebuje aspoň Lotus Orb, ten vie teraz, ale nemá ešte žiadny dispel, dostane Orchidu a nazdar. Analog, minule tam bol všade so Shakerom, teraz ale potom, čo tu dostával tú Orchidu, je všade s jeho broodmamou. Tu rozdáva arachnofóbiu reálne všade okolo. Aj keď to je akoby predsa len reálne, aj tu je vidieť o 2 minúty slower time, ako je average. Ja chcel by to mať o niečo skôr. No to nakoniec zafungovalo dokonale. Ja, tam chcú ísť samozrejme teraz Tundráci podľa mňa urobiť presne nejaký ten Lotus Orb na Sandovi, aby tam mali nejaké tie dispely navíc aspoň. Takisto velice dobrý proti tomu Pudžovi, aby nemohol nikoho kusnúť. Kto má ten Lotus Orb, inak sa mu to vráti, zruší. Nejde nič. Tundráci, aj keď tu teda majú konečne dostávanú aj tú dominátorku, samozrejme nejakú tú dobu na Saxičovi za 200 goldov, možno nejaká tá šarda navíc. No nie je úplne akoby bad, ale ten scaling tam Tundráci budú mať. Skóre máme ale vyrovnané na 10-10. Farm Game zatiaľ jednoznačne tu vyhráva ako Remko Krystalisovský, tá smrť trošku ako vadila samozrejme ten viac menej, ale za 1400 goldov môže kúpiť to BKB. Nekúpil akoby rovno najprv ten recept a rozložiť ten eco-saber na to, aby mal skoršie BKB a potom to zložiť naspäť. Bol tiež option a Remko nakoniec si to bude rozmýšľať pekne do dialog. No, Saxič medzi tým bude dole zase iba zabíjať pekne so svojím Dark Troll Summonerom Kempy. Ja, podobne to je akoby na vrchnej strane a aj keď ten globál je niečo, čo ako heroici fakt ako budú veľmi ťažko zastavovať ten jump od Sand King, aby mohol byť big. Tuto je to celé o tom, kto koho nájde. Ešte tam je Free celku ďaleko od toho Lotus Orbu, teraz tu ako analoga minimálne pôjde skúsiť Bizzie, možno nice. Free je tam in the neighborhood, ale tam tá Deep Varda, to tu podľa mňa prezradí, počkať, tam prichádza ešte ten Monkey King, tu to zrazu nemá, kde analógií, konečne jedna Broodmama bude vychytaná a pre 19 minút tu konečne Tundráci berú zase dokonca gold lead na svoju stranu. Tu Deep Vardu tam stále ešte na vrchu, akoby na tou tier 2 ako nenašli. Teraz ale heroici ako by tu premýšľali, že tu chcú niečo nájsť. Oni tu očakávajú, že možno tou bránou sa tu presunie Saxage a pôjde farmiť tú waveu tak ako naposledy. Saxage nad tým ako premýšľa, teraz sa mu tu ale Whisper už ukázal. Už nebol trpezlivý enough, tým, že sa tam ale ukázal tam pre Tundrákov, možno vzniká moment. Jo, či to Saxage bude jabbaitiť, majú tam predsa len pripravený ten globál. Jo, myslím si, že bez tej brúdy tam nebudú moc heroici úplne skúšať záležitosti. Jo, hlavne Saxage, myslím, že už bude mať tie šardy, počkať, tu je ale problém, Yuma. Defenzívna snowbola neprišla včas, Tornádo to tam ešte zdrží tiež, aj zdvolatá, tam bude ich zdržovať jak zamládí, ale Free ho punishnú aj tak, tam nepomôže ani ten globál, zobrali si kluci teda keríčko za offlanera. Ale ak sa nemýlim, tam znova bude akoby spomalený akurát ten Lotus Orb. Ja s tým Sand Kingom, tam budú aspoň tieto základy, tak by to bolo byť do niečo krajšie, hlavne proti tej Orchide, tam proste potrebuje ten dispel úplne nutne. Tam vyspraviť tým, že tam ešte pred 20 minútou proste fucking šiba celá. Ja, ten Fénix, aj keď teda najpodstatnejší element u neho je dostať sa k tým levelom. Už teraz to bude celku beast, ako s tou Madnesskou a backupom sa do toho ako môže ten Underlord ako celku efektívne otočiť, to je ako nežené. Jeho nejaká alakrita od Biziem a tiež, oni tam majú cesty Tundráci, ako sa cez tú Fénix supernovu dostať. Majú tu ale timing na Agáč, Biziem. Tam pôjde ukázať pekne ten kvasovský Agany meček. KJ bude ten nachystaný, Meteor mu tam pristane na gebuli, to kombo. No nakoniec do toho schovania, no ako drží možno tu jeho smrť, už je tam tá nová Aganemová aj zvola. Ja, z tejto sa ako dostať je problém. Saxi tu pekne bude schovávať akurát na stromoch na boku, len aby ho nemohli úplne vyčmuchať. Aj keď Whisper ten pôjde kunec cez pol mapy čmuchať, Saxičovi sa podarilo aj tak, ale poskáka tu všade, kde len môže. Už si pôjde vyportiť bez problémov. Máme teda to, že Tundráci toto budú mať teda celé udržané. No tejto jednej sneaky varde, fakt ako netušia Tundráci. To je Schofieldova takzvané neskutočne schovaná essay varda tam. Jedna z prvých, čo na tejto pozícii vedbenej tu pekne vidím. Boj. Ja teda úplne neviem, jak sa chat dohodne na nejakém kostýmu. To budeme musieť vymysleť, ako by tam aj tak, ako by to bude musieť prejsť aj môjim akoby túto schválením, pretože mne je jasné, čo by ste tam akoby vyťahovali, ale keď to má byť akoby potom, keby náhodou by sa k tomu dostali, keď to má byť ako kostým na celý jeden turnaj, tak musíte mysleť na to, že to musí byť niečo, čom ako reálne môžem existovať 12 hodín denne, jo? To je akože tam ako nevymýšľajte žiadne vole latexové vole kokotinky alebo niečo iné, čo potom ako jo, do budúcna, ako iba aby ste akože môžu to byť nejaké tie vole mega funky vole srandy, ale ako myslíte na to, že to musí byť nositeľné fakt ako celý deň. No. 22, ale o tom sa môžeme pobaviť potom. Free to tu ide rovno otvoriť, Whisper tam nemá žiadnu veľkú defenzívu. No mu robil tú šivu, čo je dobrý timing, ale nemá tam predsa len túto žiadne veľké euly, žiadny veľký Lotus, nemá tam žiadne to BKB, ako urobil minulú hru ako prvý item. Schofield medzi tým tu teda vyčmúchal si tú vardu, tá Whisperová smrť, tá ich ale úplne nepoteší. Vyzerá, že Tundráci si chcú proste pekne ísť po toho Tormentra. Objective Base Gaming by mal pomôcť. Hlavne od tej doby, čo tam máme ten Aganem na Walkerovi. Teamfight samozrejme o niečo silnejší. Free mu dokonca teda ešte kluci vyfarmili aspoň tú šardu zdarma, not bad. Tým, že to ten Monkey King predsa len kupoval, tam sa to hodí. Cez túto jednu vardu by teraz ale chceli zase niečo nájsť. Heroice, Krystaly sa tu bude cítiť bezpečne, nemohol tušiť a všetci ho tu prídu zničiť. Tak ešte stihol dokonca tam popnúť aj to BKbo, tu sa ešte tesne podarí aj to by mu ešte odportiť bránou. No nakoniec sa tam teda Tundráci odprostili dole, prichádza už rovno split push by the way cez tie dominátorky, dokonca tam Biziem už pušal celú tier 2, dokonca oni sa pôjdu rovno do analoga otočiť, ten malé už je tam ešte 9 sekundové BKbo, ten Monkey King pre ňo by mal byť úplný jeden paviánsky snack. Tuto, akurát tak sa môžeš chlapec škrabať na prdeli, ale Biziem show možno začína. Free pôjde na druhé kolo, tiež vie, že tam nie je žiadne to BKbo s tým Meteorom. Tu tam rozpleskávajú one by one. A Tundráci začínajú túto heroikou rozoberať, co ten silence tam ako není ani nič iné. Dokonca fakt ako tentokrát, neviem prečo Whisper sa rozhodol hrať ako by tu najviac greedy, do tu neurobiť ani tú eulu, chce tam ešte urobiť dokonca travely, tam nemá žiadny dispel na to, iba tie silency sú na ňo reálne extrémne dobré. Tu ale sme ešte neskončili, to by sa tu vyjde ešte tomu húku, tu ale prichádza Supernova. Biziem skúsi vyportiť, pekne Schofield. Tento kill ešte zabezpečí heroici. Nakoniec, aj keď prišlo rozobranie, budú mať bonus. 7 stack pre Jumiča. 9-sekundové backup, potom teraz ešte dokonale teda ušetril. Vyzerá, že ten gold lead, ktorý sa tu teda prednedávnom akoby pekne budoval práve pre tým Tundra eSports. Teraz sa začína dostávať na druhú stranu. Stačí mi tam ale stále, ako mi heroici stratiť tier 2, stratili tam Broodu. Akože mohlo to skončiť ako o niečo krajšie vždycky. No, ak by im to teraz zabezpečilo ešte toho Roša, a myslím, že zabezpečí, tak je to myslím, že dosť worthy trade-off. Ja, či už tie 2 životy budú chcieť dávať na Vespra, skôr si myslím, že to akoby pristane pekne Jumičovi na ksichte. Možno si to bude chcieť zobrať ten analogičou Broodmi Miáš. Ja, vyzerá, že sa tam ako krystalista priblížiť Sunstrike dokonca. Prišiel zaujímavo. Ale nič s tým kluci neurobia. Success tu dokonca ešte nájdený Whisper. On našiel tým Fire Spiritom. So Shardou sa síce akoby dostane teraz bez problémov preč. Schofield ale s tým gemom by si tu mal dávať trošku pozor. Shardy neviem, či tam vyhodil akoby na opačnú stranu mapy a neviem, či akoby čo s tým chcel narobiť. Demonic Lens by mu to trochu mohol pomôcť, on tam chce hlavne ten gem zachrániť. A gaming je v pohode. Schofield bude viac než Gucci. Forskou sa tam teraz dostal fakt ako pán na ten high ground. A Tundráci nebudú mať takýto jeden punish. Skontroluje tu ešte nenápadne ten Vision Lock, sa hlavne prejde tuto doľava, tak by tam mohol nájsť tú deep wardu. Schofield zatiaľ sa úplne neprešiel tam okolo Vyspríčka teraz, ale možno príde ten moment. Schofield, no príde akurát tú wardu. Teraz ale tam Free takisto na druhej strane prebehol práve cez ten Vision. Tu budú heroici očakávať, že tu Tundráci možno chcú získať nejaký ten follow-up. Jo, Free už tam je pripravený z epicentrom a tam predsa len aspoň ten Lotus, dokonca to chce urobiť aj to BKB, ale rovno pôjde po Vyspra, dobre. On stihol dať ten globál, Toby! Nevstihol dať ten globál, celý ten stone. Vyspr proste stihol oddajvovať preč. Má to BKB samozrejme, takže ten globál možno aj prišiel čas, ale vyspedal akoby rýchlo BKB dive, alebo nie som si úplne istý. Toto bolo akoby trošku to, alebo to akurát to prišlo včas. Bude to Whisperov dokonalý pres, že to akurát prišlo, ale tá defenzíva je doma. Jo, OK. Po 26. minúte tu zase heroici ukazujú, že možno túto sériu chcú mať za sebou čo najskôr. No, Success tu bude pekne vyskautený akurát tou šivou aj tak. Tu v opicu, ale tam proste niekde nájsť je normálne nemožné. Jo, difuzali už tam teda k tomu budú tiež. Jo, to by ten globál nás ako pomáhal doteraz, teraz už keď tam budú tie backupa na všetkých 3 kóroch. Jo, postupne tam začnú podľa mňa pribúdať ešte nejaké tie defenzívne itemy, podľa mňa aj možno na Schofieldovi a podobné. Biziem teraz vyzerá, že by mohol na vrchu dostať nejakú nenápadnú návštevu. Oh boy. Počkať, tuto máme Biziema nakoniec fakt vyčmúkaného, ten gang bude úspešný. KJ, ten tu proste vyčmúká krásne túto Biziema. Dole bude ešte k tomu nájdený Success, Tundrákom sa to začína mierne rozpadávať, vyzerá, že Success by sa tentokrát mohol ale dostať ešte do bezpečia. To žiadne úky nebudú podľa mňa enough. Zatiaľ sa nám tu hlavne neukazuje úplne plnej sile tých fightov Crystalis. Ten má síce už aj ten Hyperstone, ten fakt ako bude mať attack speed, aby to rozsekol celé. Ale oni nám Tundráci ešte neukázali úplne fight všetci 5, zatiaľ to boli celku akoby také tie rozdelené fighty, nejaký Bowker, nejaký Sand King, občas nejaký Global, niečo tam pripraví ten ten Monkey King. Ale tu po 27. pak ako Tundráci potrebujú už impact aj od Crystalisovho Underlordiča. Pomaly, ale isto. Samozrejme teraz minútu 50, možno budú chcieť ako porelaxačne maximálne zobrať nejaký ten pick-off. Majú tam samozrejme cooldowny, dá sa povedať všetky. Globál je tu tiež, Success, ale rovno príde k Analogovi, preskočil mu ale rovno nad hlavou. A Analog síce behá okolo, ale Monkey Kinga zatiaľ nenájde. Jo, Success teraz tou dominátorkou sa tam chce zbaviť tej armády pavúkov, ani hovno. Tých pavúkov je tam toľko, že to rozsekali Vejpool. Ďalšie goldy pôjdu pre Analog a šplať bude ďalej. Smokom tu hlavne idú heroici. Teraz nájsť rovno nejaký bonus. V triangli sa nachádza momentálne dvojica. Tam Toby, ak by vyšiel tento gang, by to nebolo to najhoršie, tam nakoniec sa forsol akurát. Vyšiel zobrať tú ilúzku, teraz sa ale vráti do toho trianglu, kde to má byť bezpečné. Počkaj Toby, ten im pôjde naproti. Tam je dole pod Vardou, ide podľa mňa ten Underlord Toby, ale vyžere tento gang. Krystalis vyzerá, že teraz ako si tu chce dávať pozor, ale tu už im nepôjde naproti tiež, bude tam mať pripravené to PK, bo tie šardy, ale ho vyblokujú v tom BKB, Krystalis nemôže vrátiť Schofield, totálne geniálne tam hodil tie šardy, to PK, bo od Krystalisa je tam celku basenuté, Schofield dokonca ešte medzi tým bude huknutý, Snowballu tam stihol dať, Stigalis, tej Janis Voli sa podľa mňa teda nedostane ani podľa predstav, Free ale naskočí na dozadu rovno s tým BKBím tiež Whisper, tiež ale toto má celé ešte nachystané, šetrí ten celú dobu tú supernovu a tu si myslím, že majú Tundráci problém tej supernove, podľa mňa nemôžu prísť. Bude to stáť život Saxiča, ten Aegis. Nakoniec na Jumičovi, ale stratili. Tundráci tým pádom ešte môžu ísť teoreticky toto celé resetnúť na druhé kolo, nebude tam síce žiadny veľký globál. Krystalis stráca, stakol, on tam naportil, ale bol staknutý, ako Evička Elfy v bráčke. O ne, Remko! Krystalis prišiel, ale zasekol sa jeho tučnou riťou. Jednom veľkom klife, toto je kekme. Ale ešte sa podarilo takisto tu snajpnúť z Vispra. Offlanery tu momentálne padajú. Analog s Jumičom, KJom pôjdu aj po Tobio. Tundráci. Aj keď tam snajpnú ešte posmrtne pekne KJ-a. To podstatné teraz, že heroici vyhrávajú fight. Jo, aj keď tam samozrejme toto není možno úplne nejaký clean team sweep, niečo k tomu. Tuto predsa len prišiel dieback od toho silencera. Ten game si udržali stále heroici. Vlastne 3 BKB proti 2. Áno. Ďalší akoby element za mňa, čo bol úplne najpodstatnejší. Je to BKB od Krystalisa, tam bolo úplne bastnuté. Tam proste jedna Schofieldová šarda na tom choke pointe a on sa tam nemal ako dostať. Tu to bude pekne vidieť. Krystalis tu prišiel, tu by s backupom mohol ich mlátiť a roztrhať. A on sa tam nemal ako dostať. Ona proste to musel celé obísť, to BK bolo úplne vejsnuté. Nakoniec sa tu podarilo pekne aspoň Schofielda vychytať, ten tam bol staknutý dobre. Whisper, nejako tu čakal celú tú dobu. Jakmile tam videl teraz akoby túto pána Free, ho hneď popol to BKB, Epicenter viac menej tam bol tiež polovejsnutý. No a zrazu tu je element, že aj keď tam Jumič ešte dostával toho damage viac než dosť, nakoniec mu tam ten Aegis zobrali. Proste do tej supernovy samozrejme nemohli ísť a tu príde ten moment od Krystalisa, on tam naportil a bol zaseknutý hneď potom, čo sa tam naportil. To ako pomohol mu Jumič, ale tu ako Krystalis bohužel tam ako teraz o Gaben trošku sklamal a toto jeden ten malý rožeček tam fakt bol tak unlucky, že myslím, že tento holandský pán bol ako tlustý, tu ešte potom ako Free skúsil urobiť záležitosti, Jumič sa o ňo ale postaral tiež, ako nikto nevyportí len tak pred púčom. A z tohoto všetkého si Jumič bral nejaké steky. Má 17,000 network s tým púčom. Tá brúda je dokonca jednoznačne prvá, Jumič má dokonca refresher. Ok, on má double BKB. Ten púčík bude totálne unstoppable. A do toho za chvíľku bude dokonca pripravená ešte celá tá Bloodthorna s bonusovým attack speedom ešte pre analoga. No a ak tu chcú Tundráci vychytať nejaký comeback, tentokrát by som aj povedal, že trošku unluck ich tam ako bude terorizovať. A táto jedna Varda by mohla otvoriť teraz opener, tam je vidieť Krystalis. O tej Varde netušia Tundráci, Free tam ostal ešte po toho jedného krepa. Tu bude chcieť prísť, ale dostane rovno Dismember. Global to síce spomalí, príde ešte neho defenzíva, Galeforceom skúsi odísť, aj tak tam Free proste bude dole. Tam nejde nič. 2 gemy už budú mať pekné heroici, obidve tie oči. Budú mať všade vision, nemôže podľa mňa vôbec ako existovať v tejto sérii, ale musím povedať, že fakt ako on point hlavne, ktorý tu rozdiel je vidieť. Je podľa mňa to ako vidieť aj ten rozdiel medzi Weidmanom a medzi Tobim a celkovo tá vision game tu proste túto hru pokulháva na Tundrákoch, napriek tomu, že tam ako Saxage snaží robiť ako čo najviac otravné moves. Heroici, keď tam mali ako chvíľočku struggle, teraz už to majú úplne stabilizované. Jumič hlavne presne vedel, že teraz keď tu bude mať tie dvoje BKB a 2 dismembry, tam proste ako globál to jedenkrát môže zastaviť, ale ako druhýkrát už to nezastaví nič. Tenom, teraz kluci zistili, čo sa tu deje. Biziem to bude chcieť rovno do toho púča otočiť tu, ale Schofield bude pripravený na follow-up. Saxage, ten chce hneď pripraviť aspoň toho nenápadného pána. Do snowbally sa ale chlapec schová. Prichádza tam aj Krystalis, aby tam niečo konečne pohitoval. Vybral si Vispra. Na to ale momentálne nebudú mať damage, ten ušetrí ešte celú dobu. A aj ten jeho tučný, pekný Supernovič. Saxageov creep mu tam teda robil zo pár problémov. Tu ale za 5 sekúnd sa bude len spavnovať pre Tundrákov. Free Tundráci tu išli 4v5 fightiť. To by tam ale medzi tým bude samozrejme vychytaný ako free kill. Na 50 sekúnd je dole, Schofield celú dobu len zdržuje. Saxy síce je ready na to, aby možno Whispera nenapadne prichystali, ten nevie, že je pod Visionom, ale stejne aj tak odísť. Jo, Free sa tu pomalinky do toho fightu približuje, tu je možno nejaký malý option, treba ale mysleť na to, že tu stále, jo, aj keď ako bolo použité aj to BKB druhé na Yumičovi. Vidíme, že tu Tundráci chcú vychytať na super play. Jo, ten Kiras predsa len tam je, Satanek by sa tam určite ako páčil. Saxage teraz ale pôjde prebehnúť, húkom ho teraz si to netrafili, ale už je tam Orchida, už ho tam stiahnu harpúnou, už bude Schofield síce vytradovaný aspoň trošku. Teraz je ale otázka, či tu Tundráci môžu robiť ďalej. Na free frame predsa len ušetrená aj tá Veila, BKB, Lotus Zorba. Jo, hneď za 7 sekúnd, keď sa spadne ten Tobiášov globálny stánec, tak bude mať pekne aj Global Silence, hneď potom respawne to možno príde, áno, je tomu tak. Zastavil tam ale pekne ten engage od Yumiča, ten respawn teraz od Tobio vyšiel, dobre Krystalis, ale tam nemôže ísť úplne ďalej, on sám to vie. Teraz mu cez jeho riť prebehol, normálne ten húk. No ale tesne sa nepodarilo tam stiahnuť, on tam mal ušetrené ešte celú dobu to BKB, teraz ale neprišiel úplne ten commit time. No, uvedomujú si tu podľa mňa Tundráci, že toto je trošku tlusté. Samozrejme, že ten Satanik by sa tam Krystalisovi určite hodil. Za mňa je to lepšie carry na late game, aj keď no, tam ako záleží, že koľko tam ako bude mať ten Pudžík, samozrejme stekov, right click, debiš takisto od toho Pudža v tom late, ako netreba podceňovať vôbec ešte k tomu, keď to je brúdak to. Jo, ešte tam majú tie dva gemy. Refresher už je tam, OK, heroici, tí idú dopredu, Toby im pravdepodobne príde teraz naproti, Yumič bude ten, ktorý si tu nájde Snake vo Forského sežere, analóg, zobere akurát ďalší strik a Krystalis medzi tým, tu prišiel akurát po farmy campy okolo, Whisper tým ale s Refresherom tam dokonca ešte sám si našiel Saxu, ten môže mať defenzívne pipy, ten môže robiť čo len chce, Krystalis si medzi tým musí dať duel, tu ale Yumič, nakoniec vyzerá, že bude chcieť zdrať ešte s tým končiacim hastom by to mohlo stačiť. Free môže ale prekvapiť akurát nejakou epicentrou. Silencenutý po BKB, pán Krystalis potrebuje iba hitovať pravým Yumič. Má ešte predsa len ready dismember až za 8 sekúnd. No BKB ale bude stačiť, damage majú kľúci dosť. Free si potrebuje vybrať svoj target, ako je to epicentre sa mu tu ale schovajú akurát do snowbally. Nemá čo Free zabíjať, celý ten epicenter padá. Schofield nakoniec vyziem a teda ešte nestihol ale tu. Whisper má druhé kolo, ten má refresher, tesne nemá manu, ešte 20 many mu chýba, aby tam hodil ešte tú ďalšiu supernovu. To je trošku možno issue, ale aj tak si Free ho zobere. Bajbeky tam síce teda pre Tundráko ešte momentálne zostávajú tu, ale po 35. minúte heroici začínajú byť veľmi blízko tomu, aby išli reálne vyhodiť tým Tundra eSports z celého tohoto TI. A prvý lower bracket elimination series doručuje. Ja, možno pre niekoho prekvápko, pre niekoho nie. Heroici predsa len to horkokrvnosť ukazovali často tu, ale máme ten replay. Ja, dáme go Krystalis, tam držal dobre. Nemá tu ešte ten satanáž, aby sa tam ako dohealoval, povedme za tých pár hitov do full. Proste ho tam kajtili celú tú dobu. Free sa rozhodoval, či tam dávať niečo alebo nedávať. Tým, že tam bolo to backup, to pravdepodobne ako dobre síce šetril, ale tu proste len ten damage nestačí, len ten rod Zaganimu. To tam rozsekal, Biziem sa tam zalakrytol, snažil vyťahnuť čo najviac damage, ako sa len dá, ale ani to nemá impact. Whisper s refresherom, keď tam ani to druhá supernova nemusela prísť. To proste už bol len a len feedeček obecný. No počkaj, tu sa ale medzi tým ako live, ako tu môžete vidieť vedľa mňa, kde je Roš. Toho budú mať na svojej strane teda pekne heroici, samozrejme, vybojovaného z toho minulého fightu. Analog teda bude mať Aegis, banner bude nosiť KJ. No hlavne ten 13 000 gold lead je to hlavné. Niekto snaží sa tu Saxtiš teraz získavať čo najviac času, depušovať dominátor, keby na to fakt ako mohli zafungovať dobre. Tundráci ale teraz fakt ako nemôžu hrať proste, oni fakt ako nemôžu hrať ten makrogame, ktorý by chceli hrať. Tu proste fakt ako by chceli možno tam ako získavať pick-offy. Teraz sa bude snažiť akurát tu dostať Krystalis podľa mňa čo najskôr aspoň k tomu Sataniku. Ja, on by ale potreboval proste získať nejaký opener kill, aby fakt ako mal brutál damage a cleavu. A potom ten damage je lepší. Lenže proste to 1-6 sekundové backup pre neho, tam ako proti Tuskič ako punchom a občas nejakým blokom presne tie shardy a defenzívne schovania a demonic purge kľudne a supernový navíc a dismember, že dostane aj do backupa. Tam nejako to backupu nezabezpečí úplne všetko a je to stále len carry dinosaur. Jo, zrovna takto si podľa mňa nepredstavoval Remko, že by ho odišiel z tohoto TI. Aj keď samozrejme tam môžeme povedať, že tu bojujú aj za Weidmona. Ktorý bohužiaľ kvôli visa issues tu by nemohol dostať Tobio, tu by pekne prišiel nahradiť. Ďakujem Bajdovi veľmi pekne pánovi Mlejnýmu za 3-mesačný resub. Ďakujem veľmi pekne za tú podporu a tu No ale zaujíma, či ešte nejaká sila je v týme Tundra eSports. Toto je pressure, kde tých 3,5 minúty podľa mňa nebudú mať úplne ako jednoducho zvládnuť. Tam by bol aj full build na Brúde s Aegisom. Práve Aegis darovali Brúde z dôvodu, že ona bude ten pushing boy. Krásny hook teraz, aby tam nedostal ani to EMP, ani všetko iné, aby nemusel dávať žiadne backup. Boli tam ešte na to defenzívne schovanie teoreticky. Ale čo si budeme, no, tam do tej ice volley chodiť nie je úplne najpríjemnejšie. Zrovna ten high ground defense by s týmto line-upom Tundráci mohli mať silný. Majú tam dokonca teraz pripravený globál. Vyzerá, že chcú možno prekvapiť tu. Akurát na tom ide Toby. Tak si bude musieť dávať ale teraz forsky a hodí tam ešte Vision pre istotu. Tier 2 sa medzi tým tá Brúda ale už zbavila. Jumič zase ale príde s pekným defenzívnym húkom. Nenecháva tu Tundrákom, ale že vôbec opener Saxage. Ten Jumiča tu síce ako pekne nachystá. Slovne ho tiež Jumič, ale nebude šetriť ani to jedno BKB. Sám premýšľa, netrafil teraz úplne dokonale ten agresívny húk. Jo, tam ale stále bude ešte refresher, kľudne druhé BKB. Jumič nejde šetriť nič teraz, ale to tam akoby reálne vybejstil tie dve BKB a Tundrákom podľa mňa prišiel opener. Tam nemá ani on sám ten Aegis, dokonca tam vyportil preč, Tundráci zrazu proste normálne vychytali, ale neskutočne sa tam Jumič teraz momentálne zesral. Toto by mohol byť option. Tundráci nemajú tam samozrejme pripravené žiadne veľké refreshery, ušetrili si tam ale aj ten globál. Biziem Invoker Show, tu podľa mňa musí prísť, ten zraniteľný target by teraz mal byť ten Pudžík. No, uvidíme, kto sa tu ale bude ukazovať. Vesper tam predsa len stále bude mať dve supernovy, za chvíľku skoro level 25. No to by medzi tým tu prišiel pekne sníknuť, akorát takúto vardu za väžu. A Tundráci fakt sa cítia proti Aegisu, teraz vedia, že tam nie sú tie dve backup a že tam prišiel možno ten zbytočný refresheríček. Otázka, čo tej 40. ale tu príde. Môžu akorát heroici kľudne počkať na ten BKB timing. Schofield samozrejme tým, že tam majú ten gem, stále tu vyčmuchajú úplne bez problémov. Majú stále tie dva gemy, tak to vyčmuchajú samozrejme túto deep wardu hneď. A Tundráci čakajú. Chcú tam niečo možno forcnúť, kým je nejaký option. No, nikto sa im tam úplne dokonale neukazuje, analog to tu depušuje iba Brúdou a proste Tundráci ten opener nebudú mať. Ten Aegis tam stále ešte bude mať minútu a pol, podľa mňa heroici môžu ísť skúsiť možno aj nejaký ten high groundový pokus. Je otázka, či za tú minútu 20 to tam budú chcieť pripraviť, vyzerá, že na tej vrchnej strane spolu s tou catapult waveou by to mohlo prísť. Už je tu level 25 na Brúde, ten minus base attack time, na to, aby fakt ako mala ten brutal attack speed, aby ani to nebolo pomaly vidieť. To bude tvrdé. Ja, má tam ešte aj ten status resistance navíc, aby ho tam ani nemohli úplne tak jednoducho kontrolovať. Ten right click fakt ako od Broody teraz nepodceňovať. Whisper, ale medzi tým je na nejakom hand móde. No, hlavne tie dominátorky musia momentálne zahnať a aj kvôli tým si Tundráci získavajú trošku času, aby tu niečo dokázali kľudci porobiť. Oh boy, oh boy. 11 000. Jo, analogič. No ako celkovo, samozrejme ten line-up, aj jeden aj druhý je ako mierne na timery, ono to ako nie sú nejaké úplne late gameové drafty a je to skôr akoby o tom, to budeme podľa mňa ako viac refresherov, double backup a podobných. Heroici za mňa to majú ale jednoduchšie podľa mňa na nájdenie, viac menej hoci čoho. Jo, ťažšie sa im podľa mňa bude ako chodiť na ten high ground proti Underlordovi, proti Vokerovi, ja tam Sand King tam môže poskočiť. Za mňa ten moment, keby sa ako Tundráci dostali k momentu, kde by Sand King mal aj Agage a refresher, aby ten jeho fakt ako ultimate tam fakt trhal, by to mohlo byť OK. Ja, medzi tým tu Biziem už teda ako pobehuje síce tuto okolo, tam Ghost Wallku. Ja, len treba mysleť na to, že tu už aj s Hexou by to tu mohol otvoriť. Môže im tam vždycky prísť teoretický Krystalist na návštevu. Schofield by tentokrát mohol byť ten target, toho nakoniec ale nechajú si zobrať tú shrinu a nebudú to overcommitovať. Jo, jeden Schofieldov Tusk ich tam zastaví. Na Phoenixovi takisto už by the way máme ten level 25, podobne ako na Jumičovi. Už je tam ten veľký dismember bonus, ktorý bude trhať absolútne. To tam niekomu bude dávať zase za polovičku, už to teraz vidím. No, aj keď na Saxičovi teda pekne dokonca počkajú, tam Saxič teraz kúpili YOLO Dezolátor, tak sa mi to páči. Saxič už cíti, že tam potrebujú YOLO. Oni už potrebujú damage, oni potrebujú tam nieco. Monkey King tu pôjde skúsiť s Dezolátorom urobiť zázrak, teraz ho ale vyčmucha! Schofield v tom skoku! Haló! Schofield nad hlavou mu preskočil Monkey King nad hlavou! On mu jebnul jednu do temena! Ale ty ma spod neho, skôr by som povedal, že do paty, ale ma jebnul a chudák spadol jak Sparta dole. Ten Dezolátor, ktorý teraz kúpili, ale tým pádom Disaster, on nemá ani buyback, tam ako 60 sekúnd teraz nepríde nič. Tormentra tu samozrejme úplne jednoducho zoberie akurát tá samotná Brúda. Vesper sa už medzi tým bude presúvať dole. Ten má aj veľké travely, za chvíľku dokonca môže urobiť úplne celú ďalšiu hexiádu navíc, čo tam bude mať s refresherom dvakrát. Jo, ten Walrus Punch, ešte bez Aganimový. Proste Schofield, samozrejme, keby sa dostal akoby tuto ešte tým 1300 goldom, on fakt ako tam bude niekoho zase odkopávať cez kilometr, to je podľa mňa ako potom už game over. Tam hoci kto od Tundrákov, jak proste vezme skončí odkopnutý k tomu enemy týmu, tam ako ho nezachráni nič, tam kľudne môže prísť globál, doteraz už zas tak veľkú prácu neurobi. Jo, teda tu aj zvoličky, aj keď fakt ako nebudú dávať úplne zas tak málo. Nenašli tu tomu zatiaľ Tundráci úplne to plné použitie. Jo, tie levely 25, tam takisto nepustia ten puč. A vlastne 16 takov, vlastne 4200 HP už má aj Linken. Ja, že proste ešte z Linkenov ho zabiť bude ešte väčší problém. Teraz si tam Jomiš dokonca ešte zobral shield runu, takže pre neho cez 2000 HPčiek navíc, not bad. No, vidíme, či tu Tundráci nájdu zázrak. Na Krystalisovi predsa len už je dokončený aspoň ten satanáž navíc. Jo, buyback statusy sú možno teraz to najpodstatnejšie, čo potrebujú kluci držať. Nebude to mať samozrejme tuto pán Saxage. Neviem, či ako predal, alebo si tam nechal ešte ten Dezol. Alebo či to urobil na Jolo. Aeon Disc zase už je tam aj s refresherom pre Fénixa. To ako fakt nepôjde zabiť no matter what. Biziem vyzerá, že by z Hexu, ale chcel teraz niečo otvoriť. Nakoniec no Hexu. A myslím, že nahodili práve do tej Linkeny. Jump tu prichádza práve na Biziem a BKB je tam síce včas Heroic. No Whisper dostal za niečo málo HP. Popne tu ale tú supernovú v momente, keď sa môžu do toho Tundráci otočiť. Toto nevymyslel vôbec dobre. Tu ale môžu ešte podľa mňa kluci pokračovať. Whisper sa dokonca pôjde vrátiť naspäť. Budeme predsa len celé to druhé kolo. Jo, jedenkrát sa toho Tundráci zbavili. Satanikom skúsi niečo urobiť, ale to schovanie od KJ-a zdrží celý ten satanáš. Ten lifesteal od Krystali sa tu podľa mňa nebude stačiť, aby sa tu udržal. Od damage nerozdával úplne málo, ale na 95 sekúnd je dead. Môže buybacknúť a portúť sa tam rovno tou bránou a presne to ide spraviť. No ale prekladá tá druhá supernova Krystalis. Iba tak spinov, môže byť správne teoreticky zabiť. Ešte jeden. On to nestihol. Vesper! Pôjde pravdepodobne vyhodiť toto celé pizie, podľa na 120 a za ním pôjde Krystalis po 45. minúte. Ešte tu ale kluci budú bojovať, a keď to tam držali ešte na tú druhú stranu analóg, ešte vyzerá, že toto celé prežije, Anti to tam ešte vzadu Saxage, potrebuje trafiť ten Boundless, ne, tam bude Saxage zabitý tiež, no myslím si, že jo, myslím, že možno prežije ako jediný, tu ale podľa mňa nejde nič. Tuto neskutočne chlapci vykajtili. A Whisper, ktorí tam síce dostali jeden outplay, potom o jeden hit nedajbekol. Ten fight by vyzeral možno trochu ináč, ale zabitý tu bude aj Saxage. Tuto prišli všetky 4 buybacky, jediný je tam Toby. Tu fakt nejde reálne nič, GG. Hotovo 20, vymalováno, Team Heroic. Vy proste reálne vyhodili, rozsekali tohoto pána. Freeho, jediný, ktorý tu mohol získať tretíkrát TI v histórii. Ne, Free, Krystalis, celá táto Tundra skvadra bude momentálne vyhodená z TI. Veľmi smutná záležitosť pre európskych fans. Jo, tu môžeme pozrieť, či tam nebudú nejakí tí naši chlapci aj v tom crowde, pretože viem, že ste tam. Ale oh boy. Tuto je to prvé dnešné, možno pre niekoho prekvápko, pre niekoho nie. Za tie výkony na TI, na tej road to TI si myslím zaslúžia akoby heroici nie vypadnúť v prvom kole. Aj keď som čakal ja osobne napríklad, že Tundráci, že to pôjde minimálne do 3 hier a Tundráci ukážu veci. Tentokrát proste neboli pripravení na úplne tento tu YOLO random draft, jo, s púčmi tam, brúdkou, so všetkým možným. Tu proste sa toho fakt nebáli. Sa toho nebáli heroici. Išli hrať to, čo chceli, betriderov na ovkách, žiadne mety. A tu bohužiaľ sa končí cesta Tundrákov, ale aj tak si to by podľa mňa akoby celku pekne zarobil. Aj tak sa dostali až na ten main stage, ale heroikov proste nezastavia. Jo, by the way, ten dres, čo vidíte na tomto pánovi vzadu, na tom pánovi vzadu, na tom nie je úplne z toho týmu, ale ten fialový, tak ten som takisto akoby pre vás viac menej takýto kúpil priamo tam a ten budem rozdávať takisto akoby z toho secret shopu, jo, aby ste vedeli. Krystalis nakoniec ale bohužiaľ vypadáva a heroici budú môcť ten SA región ešte pekne, krásne reprezentovať ďalej. GG's. Rumors, ktoré hovoria o tom, že po TI Krystalis má byť fuč z Tundrákov a má tam ísť že vraj práve Satanik. Uvidíme, či sa splnia alebo nie post TI Shuffle. Myslím si, že sa budeme baviť ten týždeň hneď po TI, ale že furt a každým dňom tam budeme hľadať veci. Teraz ale každopádne jedna informácia jasná. Mali by sme do chatu dať jedno 07. Chat 07 pre Team Tundra. Ale poďme na rozhovor.
From Heroic, who has just secured top 6 at TI, and by the way, the first Brazilians to ever do so. How does that feel?
Feels very good to be here. It's like a dream for all of us. And much love for everyone supporting us in home here. It's so nice to represent this South America. Let's go.
And you're not just securing top 6, but you
Tam
are
hľadám
doing
tú
it in
českú
style.
vlajku,
I mean,
kde
we
je?
had Phoenix, we
Kde
had
sú tí
Broodmother,
schovaní
we had
Češi a
Giants.
Slováci
You're
tam?
just picking whatever you want. I mean, who is enabling this level of creativity in this team? Who is just letting you guys do what you want?
Yeah, we have to be bold. We are here to prove themselves. So
Česká vlajka spotted.
have to be man and pick whatever you want. You know, first pick Pudge, pick Brood. Caps, our coach is trusting us. The players are trusting themselves. Also, Mongo's doing a very good job. Thanks, everyone.
And I think it's only natural that we take a minute for the fans. I know you love doing this analog. Please say something in your home language to the people watching at home, and of course here in the arena as well.
First, thanks everyone that's here. It's amazing to be here. The aura of this arena is so insane. Thanks everyone in home that's cheering for us. Bora, caralho!
Čo?
One win away from the best result ever at an international. Give it up for Analog and Heroic!
Heroic! Hľadám českú vlajku. Heroic fans, jasný, to pri Falconoch, ale hľadám. Nevidím, čo tam je napísané. Každopádne chat, dáme si to samozrejme pekne s mainom a pôjdeme sa na to pekne pozrieť. Takto, keď vám máte priblížené, ten face. Kurva, to vyzerá úplne vlastne creepy. To vyzerá takto úplne extrémne creepy, chat. Počkaj, teraz tam bude ale rozhovor ešte s Free Freem. Oh boy, ok, chat. 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 Rozhovor s Free Freem bude. Viete, ako to viem? Pretože na maine to ešte nemajú, ale ja už tu mám ten kamerový záber. Už tu, ale ešte stále budú kecať.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Nat. I'm here with 33. Obviously, I wish we were having a conversation under different circumstances, but this year you guys have gone out in the lower bracket at this stage. Unexpected for you, I'd suggest, but also you're playing with a stand-in. Toby deserves a shout-out for getting you this far, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he played great, and he came exactly when we needed him, and yeah, big thank you to Toby.
Indeed. What makes this team so hard to play against? Because a lot of people have been saying the Heroic are a very fast team, they're kind of unpredictable. What is so difficult about this team?
I think they just play a lot differently than most other teams, I guess. Pretty much all of the top teams right now, especially at this event, not always. They play very safe and they're very like chill, they don't really take risks. And these guys are kind of the opposite. They are always ready to take risks, and Schofield is like charging into 5 heroes. If he dies, he goes again. If he dies, he goes again. So I would say they play, I guess, with less care, and I guess we got caught off guard by it, even though we knew it was coming. And yeah, good luck to them, and hopefully they can do it for other teams as well.
Indeed, they did play very well, so they were worthy opponents. Let's talk about next season. Obviously, this season has ended for you. What are your plans for next season as a team and for you personally?
I think we'll see how it goes. Obviously, it's not the kind of stuff to discuss in a post-loss interview.
I'm just trying to get some info, got to try. And finally, obviously, you guys have a lot of fans around the world watching Tundra and rooting for you guys. Do you have any words for them at the end of this season now?
Just
Teraz
thank you
tam
for
mal
everyone who
povedať
was
normálne,
watching
jo,
us. I know it
Crystal is
was,
out, Satan again,
disappointing
nazdar,
end to the
bros.
season for us. But yeah, we received a lot of love and support throughout the whole season. We had a lot of good results, so thank you. And sorry it had to end this way.
We're very sorry to see you go. Let's get a big round of applause for Neta and Team Tundra. Thank you so much, and we hope to see you again soon. Back to the panel.
Back to the panel, čo momentálne znamená naspäť pekne ku mne. Pozrieme sa samozrejme aj na ten main panel už za malú chvíľku. Na mňa akoby tuto vo full screene sa dneska podľa mňa nechcete ani úplne ako dívať, by som tak ako povedal. Ale záleží, možno niekto si to tu dneska bude akoby teda užívať dosť intenzívne.
Definitely not what people expected. Actually, only
skočiť, aby sme
16% of
nezmeškali
people
nič.
predicted that Heroic were going to take this
Heroic
series. There wasn't really
2-0.
that faith when it comes to that
Tým
wider
dneska
audience. And
začíname,
Heroic
chat.
having that carefree sort of playstyle that 33 just mentioned there, that's what really got them the win here, Lacoste. The fact that they're able to shake things up between a game 1 and a game 2 when it comes to execution.
Being unpredictable, I think this is the big part of it. Drafting like this, where nobody expects you to go for these type of heroes, and something that he talked about is Schofield. This guy's a maniac. This is how he played throughout his whole career, pretty much. These are his heroes as well. We're talking about Clockwork. We're talking about Tusk that he just played as well. These are his signature heroes that he really excels playing, and I would say that when they go for something like this, you gotta respect it. But we also seen them adjusting. After what happened yesterday, we talked a lot about this Monkey King position 4. It didn't work out when they were playing against P-Vision, but this time around they let it go through, which is also a bit of a statement saying that we can beat this. Like, we can compete with the best teams in the world, playing our own strategies, not going for these Helm of the Dominators, but if you go for it, we're gonna punish you for it.
A fine line between that stubbornness, right, of if it's going to work out or not, but also confidence in knowing we did have an answer that just wasn't that execution. But I thought you were going to talk a little bit more about Yuma, right, because he was the big standout in how this early game played. Game 1, Tundra expected some early gate rotations from Yuma. It didn't come. In game number 2, they were actually caught off guard by the fact that he then went back and started doing those rotations.
Yeah, this time around they did not place an observer board, so it did allow Yuma to go through the twin gate, something that he's really known for, something that he does use the most out of every carry that I've seen so far at the tournament. And look who it is. It is Schofield. You don't expect them to be at this point of the game in this particular part of the map.
6 minutes.
Yeah, it's 6 minutes in. He's going like, this is the type of Dota that they want to play. They want to be very chaotic. Then 9 minutes in, they're going to be doing the same thing, going through the twin gates, pairing up with Schofield again, getting a kill on Saksa. But it also shows the type of Dota they want to be playing. They want to be playing aggressive, getting some of these early kills, and try to snowball from there.
And also, they don't play by the rules, right? I mentioned 6 minutes because what is 6 minutes? You go to the rune and you control the rune for your mid laner. They don't care. They're just doing, okay, I see this guy. He's walking into my territory. I want to kill him. That's it.
That's the risk, is like, if you make this play and you're sacrificing what is the normal order of operations, which is go mid for the power rune, you are sacrificing something for nothing, and you can legitimately just lose the game. This is why I love that 33 was saying that.
I think it allows them to go for this type of a play because they don't care about 6 minute rune, because you do have Broodmother, who is level 6 at the time.
Yeah, it goes back to the draft.
Yeah, pretty much. So you can send the spiders, kill the runes. Invoker doesn't care too much about the runes, neither does Broodmother. So it does allow them to go for this type of a play.
Yeah.
It wasn't all love and lust for the side of Tundra. Yes, there were those early parts that kind of catch you off guard, but there were still a lot of great moments for them when it came to team fight. That was something you guys highlighted so much about the strength of their draft, was the team fights. And early on, around 10, 11 minutes, that's when we started seeing it kick into gear and take place.
I mean, all this also came down to the fact that the Brute, he was able to control a lot of the map. Yeah, you can see the Monkey King setting up right away here. Like, again, trying to create some space for Crystallis to farm.
Really pushing the limits on the hero here on Monkey King. He's actually gonna be surviving, and really nice spell casting coming up from BZM's Invoker. Always a 3 to watch pretty much, but 11 minutes in, I wanted to see this type of a play from Tundra, seeing that they have overwhelming team fight, which is gonna result in multiple kills. Sure, Saksa is gonna die in the end, but they're sticking around for another 35 seconds. They feel like they can still be taking the fight. They have Global Silence ready pretty much, all the green lights on the top already, except for the Wukong's command that they just used. They're gonna be ready to clean up. Invoker at this point of the game, he feels relatively strong, does having that Helm of the Dominator, does having multiple Forge Spirits, and this time around they will be killing Whisper and killing his egg, because we've seen this Underlord being utilized really well in terms of dealing with the early Broodmother aggression that she wants to do, and also coming in with this global presence, bringing that +1, being able to get a couple of extra hits onto that egg.
And by the way, 33 went treads on Sand King, so he had more like right-click potential for the egg. I love that he does this. This is why like this is such a... It's a sad series to see Tundra go, because you know that they're the ones that are going to come up with these little cool micro things about the game that makes Dota so beautiful, you know. Worked out in that situation, killing the egg. It did give them an advantage in the game, but yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't eventuate to it, but you do talk about like this global aspect of it, the mobility of Tundra 2, and that could have been something that was great against how aggressive Heroic were going, but there weren't always connections, Jenkins. Sometimes a pickoff happens, and in one of the particular situations, that then leads into a rough fight for Tundra.
This was the big one, and the reason that Tundra was not expecting it was because this is 4v5. Whisper's the strongest hero. He was not there, and Heroic still goes for it anyway, and they make the play. From this, you can see Crystallis is still dead. They rotate everybody towards bottom, then they get a kill bot. This transitions into even more kills, and then they take Roshan. So like from a single extremely risky play, smoking 4 versus 5, not only 4 versus 5, but your strongest hero is dead. So you're banking on the fact that Tundra's going to split up, because nobody who's sane is going to smoke with the strongest hero being dead while in a disadvantaged game.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like they only did that because there was a ward there, right? They saw the position of the heroes. That's why they decided. It wasn't like a blind risk, you know. They saw the hero's position and they decided.
They knew everybody else had to have gone portal because nobody walked back through the river. So if they find somebody in the river, they're alone.
Yeah, so I think it comes down to they're really calm in the situation, even though one hero was dead, and they made the right decision and they played really well there.
There is one moment that was probably very unfortunate. I'm not going to say it was the turning point by any means, Jenkins, but definitely an unfortunate moment that you like to have a little bit of a laugh over.
We have to rewatch this. I mean, this is just one of those things about Dota. There are so many mechanics in this game that you have the Underlord portal blocking Crystallis on the cliff there. And in a lot of situations, you're just like, okay, I'll go back through the portal, I'll, TP out. Not against a Pudge. Like, in that situation, you're stunning yourself to get hooked in as one of the strongest heroes in the game. I mean, at this point, he's a carry, right?
You know what the Chinese name for Underlord is? It's Big Ass for this particular reason. He gets stuck easily.
That was a washing machine type situation for him there.
Yeah, okay, really
Good job,
just
guys.
stuck in that one. We're going to move forward because I don't know how to from that. Is our scoreboard here for the end of the game, Heroic 2-0. The numbers are just lining up as well for you, Winter, where you're like, Heroic, for a series that game one is so dependent for their momentum throughout it.
Yeah.
They come in, get another 2-0.
They come in, they have a plan, and if the plan works, it works, and if it doesn't, according to the stats, it doesn't work, They don't really adjust very well. But this game, they didn't really need to adjust, but I would like to really comment on this Brood. I think this Brood is a pick where it really made life very, very difficult for the Invoker. The Invoker couldn't really push the mid tower. They lost control of that section of the map, and a lot of the plays were happening because the mid wave is pushed out, right? Because as Brood, it's very easy to push out the mid wave. And whenever you push out the mid wave, it means that your team has the advantage to execute ganks on the map, and I felt like that actually played a huge role in the game.
Yeah, every core really stepping up to what was needed for them, but the carry Pudge was the biggest one. This team, Heroic, the chef's kiss coming out.
That was amazing, amazing gameplay.
It was really good because yesterday they had that strat come out as well, right? We didn't know where it was going to go, the potential flex, it ended up being off lane, didn't work out. They're still running it back. They're still banking on people thinking that it's a flex, not really knowing where it is, and this time it just finds so much success in the carry role.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, it fits Yuma's playstyle perfectly, like a hero that can run around and get kills and be active. And I do think this is something that I've seen a lot in pro-level pubs that was popular before TI even started, which was people were going for BKB refresher. And legitimately, like, you don't need armor items if you can refresh the flush heap. That's like the idea. And refresh the dismember, refresh your BKB. It's like, it feels like he's immortal for this like 12-second period. And I do think Pudge is a lot better of a core than people are realizing. I mean, Heroic knows it.
Yeah.
Now Tundra does as well.
And when it came to it too, they're putting so much effort on looking at Whisper in this game number 2 because how well he did in game number 1. And so that's why we're kind of praising a lot of the other cores on the side of Heroic, what they were able to do. But Purge, I know that he has a little bit more praising to do for the side of Tundra.
That's right. They had great heroes for beating the Phoenix, but the rest of the lineup had some issues. They picked Phoenix because he's going to be able to lane well against the carry Underlord, deny or lower his attack speed, deal damage, get last hit as a range hero. But the problem is that they picked it into a counter. The Silencer is very, very good against the hero. So when you hit him with the last word ability, that makes it so that when you cast your next spell here, you're going to end up taking damage. So he ends up killing himself in this circumstance, but it gets worse than that. The main problem is that their opponents also have gap close. So when he even wants to egg with those treads on the Sand King that Jenkins mentioned, or the other gap close heroes between the Monkey King, or even the Underlord ulti coming in, it's very easy for them to kill the egg. So Whisper, despite picking himself into a good lane, he had to deal with the global silence and the mobility. Here's an example of the global silence that's very tough. As the fight begins, he just gets global silence. He can't press egg. And interestingly enough, he really delayed buying protection for that. He ended up going the Spirit Vessel into the Shivas before finally solving that problem. But the good thing is that all of this focus that goes on him leaves space for Heroic to win team fights afterwards, because then the global silence is on cooldown. The rest of his teammates can basically take a straightforward fight in a normal way, because they don't have to worry about getting silenced. That kind of undermines what Tundra has going for them. And then if Whisper gets to go first, then he also doesn't have to deal with these problems as much. There was no global silence in this case, but look at the amount of damage he can output with just a Veil and the Spirit Vessel. It's very good stuff. So here's the fight where he finally gets his solution here. He picks up his BKB at this fight. Got kind of close, but presses BKB once coming back from the dive, and this finally allows him to say, no, I'm not going to die at the start of these team fights. And this was basically the turnaround point of the game. It was even up until this point, back and forth, 2K advantage. That BKB was a big game changer, allowed Whisper to basically unlock gigantic damage potential and no longer be a vulnerability for their team. And that's really when they started to get ahead and close out the game.
Thank you so much, Purge. We always see it. We talk about this team fight. What exactly is it that changes? Is it a certain item timing on a hero? In this case, yes, definitely. Sometimes it's levels as well. You just got to play that patient waiting game and live throughout those team fights. That's the biggest issue that teams have faced before in the past, Cost.
Yeah, for sure. I think Whisper has a great understanding. He had a great series overall, but he has a great understanding which items he needs to buy in certain situations. I think the whole squad also complements each other really well. You did talk about the BKB refresher, not having any BKB piercing abilities, and then Whisper comes in. He's staying on top of the network throughout pretty much the whole game as a Phoenix, which is super impressive, and his damage numbers are also through the roof. Core Phoenix does insane amount of damage and gives you insane amount of heal, plus also they do have Shivas, they do have also Aghanim Scepter and Pudge, which does allow them to counter this Underlord who has Mask of Madness. You're playing against Monkey King, not a core, but still not allowing them to get any kind of heals. You want to get that Satanic eventually on your Underlord. It's just completely negating it, so they are just not playing it for one step of the game, but also taking like 2 steps ahead.
I totally agree. Like, I think a less skilled team would have their Phoenix go Yule Scepter or Lotus Orb. And it looks goofy that he doesn't have the solutions to such an obvious counter. Like, Heralds know that Silencer counters Phoenix. You play against it once, and you know that it counters Phoenix. So you want to buy the counter items, but he realized in the early game, somebody needed to do the damage. So they just need to play the fights differently so that he doesn't just die. Or if he does, his team is getting something for the death, that the death has value. And once again, I'll just go back to, like, this is how South America has traditionally played games and won games, is they're really good at team fighting. So it's really nice to see them win this series by doing exactly that.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to watch, getting to see Heroic continue on their journey in the International. But we're going to change the pace a little bit here, and we're going to take a look at one of our finalists from the short film contest. every year it feels like the people submitting for the short film contest just keep outdoing themselves. That one was so cinematic. I don't even know how creative you have to be able to do that.
That's a good facet, by the way.
No,
That's
it's not.
That is an
Don't tell
underrated
people
facet.
that. Do not tell people that.
Because then as a
No.
support, you can start stealing kills, and you have an excuse for it. I'm going for the damage amp. I just want to, it's not stealing, it's not KSing.
Can we mute his mic? Nothing
Yeah, don't
important
play
to add.
support, please, Andrew.
Yeah,
I'm
really
not-
valuable information. I wish they kind of did, though. That would have been awesome. We do have to look towards, though, our next series because the eliminations do not stop. We've already said goodbye to Tundra today, but we are going to have to say goodbye to another team. We've got Nigma Galaxy up against Tidebound. I'm going to say it, Nigma Galaxy, fan favorites. Yeah, when it comes to this tournament, seeing them make it top 8, everyone loved seeing their elimination series. They've already been there twice before. Yesterday, they could have seen themselves in that upper bracket.
They could have easily. I think they had a very good shot. That first game, GH kind of carried them, especially with that Phoenix performance, keeping his troll alive multiple times. We saw some really, really good Phoenix performances so far throughout the tournament, road to the TI playoffs as well. So probably we're going to be seeing it much more. But that third game, they needed to close it out. They definitely did.
Yeah, they had it. They had it in that game 3. I mean, it was a back and forth game. It felt like there was momentum, but maybe some.
And there was also a lot of nerves, right? Judging by how they were like messing up things, and
it seemed like it, like the TP from Sumail into the 5 heroes situation, and then you look at the map and you're like, oh, they were so close. They were actually really close. If he just waited a second, just one more, or pressed the BKB. But it happens. It happens on the TI main stage.
I mean, good news is they have another shot today.
I was going to say, we can nitpick, but at the end of the day, we are seeing an elimination series. We do have our next matchup, and we do have our teams ready to come on stage.
And we're back.
Team Tidebound.
This roster is a mixed match of so many past successful Chinese players. We've seen them hit TI Grand Finals. We've seen them win before. We've also seen them, though, in this lower bracket. They're going to have to bring everything they possibly can if they want to hit that success again, especially up against fan favorites.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Nigma Galaxy. Choose wisely.
Just how exactly are the stars aligned for these 5 players? So far, everything has been an uphill battle. Time after time have they had to prove themselves against tougher opponents. This time around, it's on the main stage. It's elimination, and it is still a best of 3 that could go and turn at any point for themselves.
Yeah, once again, another really brutal series. I mean, that's all we're going to see here in the elimination games. You know, Team Nigma, they have Sumail, North American pride. You know, they have the 2 players, Noob and Omar, who they put the MENA region on the map. You know,
I'll be happy no matter what. There'll be a C player moving forward.
I knew he was gonna mention it.
I was seeing how long it would take for Winter to mention it, but he's straight there with it. Yeah, Tidebound, Nigma Galaxy, they've got, you know, a lot of different players for them. We've seen the side of Tidebound, though. This is the one that I want to start with because Nigma Galaxy, their roster, they've had some, you know, changes, role swaps, whatever, but Tidebound, there's a stability when it comes to the off-lane duo, right? Y and Bark, or previously known as Faith Beyond, they've been together for years. 2014, I believe, was the very first year that these two were playing together as a duo, and The only time they took a break away from playing with each other was when Faith Beyond retired for the first time.
Yeah, this is an iconic duo. They are truly bubbies of the world. They have the world record for the most wins together as a duo. 1,016 wins as a duo, as bubbies, with a 60% win rate. Just an incredible story. I mean, you can't mention Tidebound without mentioning Wings. You know, they have a bunch of the Wings players, and then they have some standout, Chinese players.
The coach, Blink, he's also part of the legendary Wings squad.
They have 3 out of 5 of Wings.
Yeah, very reminiscent of how much success they've been able to do. We're seeing there, as you said, Jenkins best of bubbies. So many games, and that's wins, right? That's how many games they've won, not played. So it's not a 60% win rate of 1,000 games. They won over 1,000 games together.
And it's interesting because usually you see the duos and it's like a side lane duo, whereas with Bach and Y, they're not always playing together in lane, right? This is like a position.
You know how they're connected together? One is the captain and one is the off lane. You always have to keep your off laner happy.
This is true. This is true. And I think for Bach, friendship and trust and respect and all of these things matter a lot for him. Like, I know he's the type of player that if he likes something, he'll play it. He'll ask for it. You just ask him what he wants in the draft, and he'll perform with it. So I think that the trust layer to, playing with him for a long time definitely matters a lot when it comes to drafting.
I mean, it's the priority. Yeah. So I think he's one of the type of offlaners where he needs priority in a draft. Maybe if you talk about someone like Saberlight, he doesn't need as much priority. But I think for Bach or Fate Beyond, he's a person that he's going to take a lot of space, a lot of farm. He wants the later picks. He wants to have the matchup advantage. So he needs to be prioritized.
No, you're good, Jake.
I think he often has the right idea, too. Like, I think he's an underrated person when it comes to developing the meta. There's a lot of new guys on the block, like the 9 classes of the world that are defining new meta stuff, but Bach was the first person that I saw go for Dominator on Centaur. He'll play Queen of Pain offlane before other people. He's still playing it, and honestly, I think this is quite an underrated hero. So he has very unique ideas on the game, and it's good to see a team around him that does trust him on those.
Yeah, they have a lot of unique heroes as well that they do like to play. We're talking about, they love to play Timbersaw, even though this hero didn't still win a game. They're going to be playing Ogre, Juggernaut. Chinese teams, they love to run their Juggernaut as well, but nothing to say. Got to be careful about this guy. He loves his Primal Beast, he loves his Pango, he loves his Tinker. I would say that he has pretty similar hero pool like Malrine does. Like, he has a couple of specialty heroes that he loves to run from the mid lane, and he tends to be very explosive.
I mean, not to mention they have like a position for A, right? Not everyone actually does it. So they have a bunch of unique heroes picked by them, and they have their own way of enabling those heroes.
Yeah, and that was definitely something targeted towards Tidebound, was that Ancient Apparition that you talked about. But on the side of Nigma Galaxy, right, we talked about just how the longevity of Bach / Faith Beyond and Y has been in their careers together. The inverse is you have Noob and Omar. So they were a similar sort of story. They've been on past teams together, PSG Quest, all the way back at TI. What was that, 12 is where we saw them? But Noob was a mid laner back then, right? He's only been transitioning over to an off laner for about 1 year now, almost on the dot to the day. And now he's partnering with an ex-teammate. They are still in that lane together, still in the same team together.
I would say Omar is like the really stable one. He always kind of delivers pretty similar to what other position 4s from the top teams are doing. Like, he's definitely up par with them in terms of the lane shenanigans if they want to play into unfavorable matchups as well. Noob, I would say, needed a little bit more time. It does happen when you're transitioning from the other role to the off lane as well. And I think he's in a really good spot right now. Very interesting player, and definitely expanded his hero pool, playing like 10 different heroes so far. And things are looking good for NGX.
I agree. I think when the roster swap initially happened and Noob was switched to offlane, I don't think anybody with more than 2 brain cells didn't expect him to eventually do very well, because for the quest lineup, that entire roster was incredible. They were explosive onto the scene. So I think it was only a matter of time for Noob. He kind of started where he was transitioning some of his mid heroes to the offlane. We saw a lot of Snapfire offlane, which, by the way, he could still play. He could still pull that out. But then eventually he started learning the more traditional offlaners. But he still does pull out the mid.
Style, I would say, when I first saw him, always felt like he's more towards like a team-based mid laner.
Yes.
But I feel like it might actually be better.
Agreed.
Here, initially I saw he played an off laner. And right now we can see him having success on the off lane. And there you go, the common heroes that they have. And you see some, like the A that I mentioned, is only for Tidebound. I don't remember or recalling anyone else doing like a position 4A in this tournament so far.
Yeah, the interesting ones that are in common though, the Shaker and the Shadow Fiend, they're not surprising in any way of teams wanting to play them, but I'm just surprised how many times they're able to actually play it, right? And it's very even. Tidebound getting it 4 times for the Shaker, Nigma Galaxy 3. Same with SF, 3 for Tidebound, 2 for Nigma Galaxy there. So it's interesting where it's like, are these where their wins are coming from? Is it more actually the heroes on the unique side that they're finding that success with, and you might only need one of those more stable meta heroes?
I think the distinct thing that you're going to see in the game and from the heroes just now that we saw is one team like Nigma Galaxy, they're going to be probably more focused on the mid laner. They're going to be playing around Exumia more, whereas for Tidebound, they're going to be playing more on the side lanes, right? Ensuring Bug gets a good start, then you try to play, get your Helm game going on, or get the auras going on. So it'll be a very difference in style, you know, coming to clash here.
100%, and I really do want to mention the Lone Druid. We have to talk about this.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, this was a big player in the previous series. I don't think either team, I mean, obviously, Nigma's thinking about it, but I don't think Tidebound is going to have watched the series last night and not have this on their mind as a potential...
I mean, do you think he falls in the category of a Helm counter-ish hero? Like, he kills the Helm creep, or he deals with it.
He can. He definitely can. We saw some early Aghanim Scepters coming out from him and Pure, I believe. So you can be anywhere on the map and be able to deal with that Helm of the Dominator, which is super annoying.
Yeah, we could talk some more about this, but all I really want to do is give our audience our Game 1.
Team Tidebound versus Nigma Galaxy. Game 1.
Yeah, another elimination. One already today. A second is going to happen in this best of 3. We didn't really talk about Tinker that much, right? That is something that P-Vision is a bit more synonymous with because it's going on something unique to carry, but you still have to worry about a nothing to say Tinker. It's going to be so dominant and heinous.
And nobody likes talking about the hero. Nobody likes playing against the hero except for the person playing the hero. And this is a menace right now. I think part of the reason why the hero kind of resurfaced is because of this, like, you need a core that can deal with the split push from the Helm, and Tinker can kind of do that easily.
It's so easy, yeah. And his scaling is so good that Satanic has played it as a carry.
Yeah.
So I agree with this ban. It's honestly, the way that I see it is Tidebound has last pick, and so you may as well just ban it in the first phase. You know you're eventually going to have to use a ban on it.
Lycan coming out from the first phase. This hero gives you the lane push. We talked about some of the teams so far struggling, dealing with the lanes, dealing with the Helms. Now you have pretty much 2 things. You have your own wolves, you have your Helm, and you also have your own shards. You're randomly spawning these wolves into random lanes and being able to always pretty much push out the lanes. You have a bit of a global presence, reducing the armor as well. So that's pretty nice. Plus you also have Roche taking potential. Supports currently don't like I don't think they ever did like the playing into Lycan whenever there's this zoo meta. Certain supports, like the ones that you did mention, like Ancient Apparition,
Shadow Demon.
Yeah, you can't really play into Lycan. You're just getting dismantled.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. You kind of have to be something that is more unconventional. Like yesterday we saw the Wyvern. I think Wyvern's kind of okay. Other than that, maybe a CM. Like CM, I think sometimes can be good with the barrier, can be good with the Frostbite to set up kills on the creeps.
Okay, so they go for a lane counter to start off with. You can.
I mean, the other thing about this pick is they play Gyro on Planet, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen him play this hero before, so it could also be a flex pick.
Yeah, they're not locking in their draft.
Yeah, which I feel like when we were talking about sides, right? I always mention that it's easier to draft when you're on the first pick because not every team has a flex hero or anything that can move around. Because on the second pick side, whenever you're picking the 16 and 17 picks, whenever you don't have a flex pick, then it can maybe be difficult for you because the opponents know exactly where your heroes are going, so they can get a very good 18 picking. So if you can find a way to make sure that the draft is not easily figured out by your opponents, you're always going to be putting yourself in a better position.
Yeah, and you mentioned the flex. Like, if something like a Doom comes out, something that counters Gyrocopter, you can just say, okay, it's a support. We're going to pick some counter to what you've picked.
Yeah, the core to support flex feels way more valuable than when you're doing it between the cores, which is more just annoying and irritating, I'd say, when you're drafting.
Honestly, even as a 5, Gyro is good against Lycan in lane, because 5s still go flak.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it's a 4, you're not going to be leaning against, so do you swap where your supports go if that does eventuate in this draft?
Yeah, but the thing with the flag is like, I feel like Lycan's issue is like he doesn't really pressure the carry, right? And as long as he's getting his own farm, I think he's happy, you know. So if the Gyro actually does that on support, Lycan doesn't really care.
Yeah, it's more about targeting the supports. And speaking of supports, I think Tidebound are going to be looking into, I would say, 3 heroes, something that's going to be not dying to Lycan instantly. These like Paganas, Wind Rangers, maybe Muerta, something along those lines that you have a little bit of protection for yourself until he gets that nullifier for Pagana, which is a bit of a disastrous one. But Planet, he loves to run this position for Muerta as well.
I would like to see that also, because then Nigma can't pick it. This is also something that Omar has really been
it's his
enjoying.
best hero, I think.
It is probably his best hero.
He played it really well yesterday.
I love this suggestion. There are so few supports that don't die to Lycan. This is one of very few.
I mean, they do go for the Snap, so that's going to give them even more team fight. And I think Snap is a hero that is probably very stable in a way with what he provides for you in the game. He gives you a decent laning phase, you have some catch, and I think the talents are actually pretty overpowered with the double stun and the cooldown reduction.
This hero's busted, so they do take the Muerta. Otherwise, it was going to go back the other way.
Most likely, but I'm now really liking the Mars. This hero is very popular, high rate, I would say one of the better heroes against Lycan. You drop the supports, Bane doesn't like to play into it. You always have the combo with the Snapfire to pretty much be able to kill any hero on the map, but I'm also not the biggest fan of Muerta into Snapfire Gyrocopter. I think there's way too much magic damage that
Podľa mňa sa ideme pekne preniesť spolu s poriadnou vesmírnou čiernou dierou aj na nejakú ďalšiu dnešnú eliminačnú sériu. Ideme sa pozrieť samozrejme tuto ešte na draftíček, ktorý zatiaľ vyzerá, že klasiku idú hrať Nigmáci vo forme toho Likana na Noobovi. Tam ako svieti dobre aj čo sa týka toho Mikra na Vlčíkov a podobného impaktu. Tidebound idú zatiaľ taký ten čínsky klasik. Jo, ako Giroška je dobrá, čo sa týka carryčka na tú linku, môžu to teoreticky ešte flexi kľudne na support. Ale uvidíme, čo tu Tideboundi dneska majú. Ja tam mám nothing to say ako svojho fantasy teda, ale na druhej strane vidím sedieť Kurokyho Bolt Power a moje normálne pomaly Dota 1 memories sa vracajú dvoje naspäť.
Another reason I like Mars plus Snap is because it's a lane you know will do fine against any counter. Like, it's very hard to come up with something that can outlane that. And NGX has the
niekto sa teší na Vánoce, niekto na TI. A tak 45 000 krát viac sa teším na TI každý rok. Vánoce, lul. Termitko, ďakujem pekne za resub. Kole, chat. Echo Salami.
This is an S-tier Magic community game. There is so much magic damage on Tidebound, especially if they do end up picking the Mars.
Lifestealer, you want
Lifestealer, I can see Lifestealer. I mean, it does mean that NGX will lack a little bit of team fight. But
Chad, vy sa vôbec nepridávate, to iba Hytrich tam ako ťahá.
They could, it's just these 3 heroes have so much magic damage.
Jedem, Chad.
What they're doing here is they are moving the Earthshaker to the flex pick. So Earthshaker can go mid, can go off lane, so their whole draft can still be moved around. And the Silencer,
tam není, oni všichni kecali, že tam pojedou. Sú tam, ja mám normálne fotky proste z arény, priamo akoby odtiaľ a videa a čo by posielajú akoby na Instagram, miesto toho, aby to dávali na storička a označovali ma napríklad, alebo niečo také, ale dobre, to už je ako pohoda. Ale sú tam. Niekde je tam aj prst, podľa mňa, alebo možno príde, ja neviem, či tam akoby sedia sa budeme úplne celé dny na všetky série, ale niekde tam sú, oni tam sú. Ja mám, akoby tu bolo fakt ako skupinky desiatok ľudí, o ktorých viem, že tam sú. Ale ešte sú skrytí, alebo podľa mňa chat, dobre, moja teória je, že ich tam je dosť, ale tam je jeden corner, kde sa všetci podľa mňa tí Češi a Slováci spojili a už tam vypili asi tak 45 pív za prvú sériu, proste kým sa začalo. Chlastá sa tam ako sviňa, tak ich nechce tá kamera zaberať podľa mňa.
He wants to be the third carry, pretty much, yeah.
Toto je čínský corner, zrzek boj tam, ale jakoby to je čínský corner.
What are the other good answers to Dusa? I mean, Pango is one that...
Medusa Ghost. Aj.
Honestly, I don't think Gyro Diffusal is bad against Dusa. I think this is what you go.
Na Thompsona. Gyro Diffusal. No, Medusa.
I'm a big believer in it because I think Disperser is
myslím, že je mega dobrý pick. Myslím, že je mega dobrý pick.
Like if they want to pick an offlaner, there's Lux here. You copy the Medusa. You don't have to buy Diffuser, but you copy her.
Yeah, that's a great call. I mean, getting
Darkseer by mohl být OK, no. Oni potřebují, tam jako bude nějaké echo, dobré, nějaký jako Snapfire, ulti global. Jasný, ale...
I mean, I think there's too many heroes to ban. They probably are going to be leaning towards banning the Mars. The Anti-Mage is a Mars ban, and Mars is probably the second top-tier ban. So something is going to be let through.
Yeah. Yep, still looks like a good Mars game. I mean, I don't think this is by any means a completely free Medusa game.
Yeah, so they actually choose to not let go the Darkseer, so Mars is still in the table.
Tundra v TI hale. Angry, tak jako kde inde si chceš nájsť tú osudovú lásku, ako medzi tými najviac jakože zapálenými fanúšikmi Doty. Chápeš? Keď už si tam nájdeš ženu, tak prostě vieš, že si našiel vyvolenú možno.
So far has been playing these relatively explosive mid heroes. We saw him play Nature's Prophet yesterday multiple times, which was kind of okay,
but... He
but
needs to be a moving hero, I think. Okay.
Well, that is confusing.
Tak, keby ma to matchlo so Slaxom, instantne ho berem do trojky, berem. Instant. Že to je Slax, no problémo. Hľadáme ďalšie tuto, hľadáme nejaké vléčky, věci. Je tam nějaký československý face, někdo chat? Já fakt hledám, ale nevidím nikoho.
Shaker hates
Je tu někdo v Twitch chat?
And if you get a Blade Mail, look at all the ground targeted damage. Like, it would be a very good Blade Mail game if you can get it quickly.
I mean, this is a really good Underlord game against Medusa and Lycan. Yeah, Suma's playing.
It's still very interesting. I think in lane it should do very well against an Earthshaker, right?
Yeah, with the silence and everything else. But I also feel like because they are running Muerta mid, it means that
Sumail Muerta mid.
Clock's favorite matchups in the lane.
Mám taky pocit, že to je trošku overcook, tak ono to by mohlo by to scalovat, jakože jasný. Jako ten, ale potom tam přijde podle mě jedno echo, global, Snapfire, ulti do Muerta to neprežije nikdy. Jako to bude dost na Ghostovi, alebo na Nothing to Sayovi, podle mě. Jo, jakože jedna alebo druhá strana. Někdo jako by tam Nigmáci potřebují Omara, aby robil věci, aby Sumail s tou midovou Muertou robil záležitosti. Nevím, či za mi to úplně pozdává, jako podle mě tam Tideboundi mají velice stabilnou záležitost. Aj support duo. Já bych som dal Tideboundom, jako by podle draftu, jako minimálně Game 1. Se můžete pozrieť, jako se teda Jenkinsom, jako že bychom barevně dneska ladili, ale obidva to máme nějaký cosplay, chápete?
That's
can go either way.
I do want to mention the Underlord a bit because this is a great Crimson Guard pipe builder.
On si nemusel ale barvit obličej.
To Medusa, because no matter what build you go, magic or physical, he counters both.
Čaká nás možno, no nie len, že možno, čaká nás určite eliminácia jedného z týmov, ale maybe sa Kuroky úplne zase tak moc nezohreje na tom TI main stage. Možno to ale budú Tideboundi, ktorých tu kluci prekvapia, takže aké sú vaše odhady, chat? Čo si myslíte o Game 1? Za malý moment budeme mať ešte rozhovor pekne s coachom a neviem, či to bude Kuroky, keď tam ty vole tá arena začína jásať.
All right.
Centaur would have been good as well.
Yeah.
But it was banned first phase.
Yeah, of course. So that's why we were sort of seeing the Underlord there. You guys, it's elimination. We've got to get some final thoughts though for game number 1. A team. Because you can hear a lot of people cheering for both sides of Tidebound on Nigma Galaxy.
Tidebound.
I'm going to go with Tidebound on this one as well.
I think I'm afraid of the audience, so I'm going to go with Tidebound as well.
Kurva, ja sa chcem vždycky poškrabať, aby si uvedomím, že mám na sebe barvu.
Let's see though what exactly our coach and Tsunami have to say about the draft.
Ahoj!
Thank you very much. I am joined by Kuroki of Nigma Galaxy, who is deciding to put on a show for us because Sumail Muerta mid. This is not a flex I've seen from you guys before. What's the reason?
Myslím, že s priateľkou.
Well, it's Sumail. He does whatever he wants, whenever he wants. So...
You leave him unchained and he's gonna do work. But you guys have been running experiments though. Even yesterday we saw the Nature's Prophet experiment. So this theory, Muerta being flexed at the last second, you think it's gonna be able to trip up Tidebound?
We're very confident. We've practiced it quite a lot. And I believe in my guys' abilities. But at the end of the day, we're here to enjoy the games and we hope to inspire you guys.
The inspiration is here for sure, but in addition to enjoying the games, we get to enjoy the games. I don't know how much you get to enjoy the games because these have to be incredibly stressful experiences. I was watching yesterday. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. What's it like as a coach witnessing your boys playing on stage?
I'm chilling, to be honest.
I'm chilling.
Yeah, I'm just having fun and yeah.
Barclays Arena, are you ready to have some fun
Maximálny
as well?
zen. Jedem! Dámy a páni, ideme sa pekne presunúť takisto do hry, aby nám nič samozrejme neušlo. Si to pekne akoby tu dáme naživo, aby sme to mali úplne štandardne, krásne zabezpečené. Ideme na to, chat. Ideme pekne, krásne na to. First Blood dokonca nám to teda akoby kľúcej. Ani pomaly nestihli ukázať. Omar je ten vyvolený. Pritom rovno zobral First Blood Silencer. Bude ten, ktorý bude trpeť, ale podľa mňa na tie vlky, na toho kloka. To je podľa mňa tá slabá časť Tideboundov. Takisto ten middle, som zvedavý, čo tu Sumail ide momentálne vymýšľať. Ja, predsa len cez toho Shakera by tam mohli prísť nejaké tie bonusové ako denáje. Navíc, kde by Sumail to nemusel mať možno ani úplne zdarma. Zatiaľ 2-2 proti 4-3. Ja, má tam ešte tie 3 creepy predsa len navíc, takže vyzerá, že ten mid by mal byť OK. Noob medzi tým tu ale od raketky odčíra zo pár hitov a jeden hit navíc, nazdar. O jednu inteligenciu bude mať chlapec trošičku menej. Ja mám teraz akoby momentálne taký ten pocit, že tu tentokrát, aj keď Ghost môže byť to hypercarry, ktoré toto môže rozsekať a musí toto podržať úplne celé. Ja myslím, že Sumailová Muerta, keď je do tohoto spojená, je to extrémne greedy line-up od Nigmákov, ktorý keď sa dostane ale do late gameu je podľa mňa pomaly unbeatable. Takisto je tam GH, ktorý bude môcť nejaké tie defenzívne nightmary vyťahovať a k tomu pripravovať niečo nejakými peknými brainsepmi. Uvidíme ale, ako to bude fungovať celkovo. No tá kombinácia Underlord plus Snapa je samo o sebe ako celku nebezpečné. Neskôr samozrejme najnebezpečnejšie bude práve nejaké Blingecho, iba Snap, Fire ulty. Do toho to nebudú mať ani ako zrušiť, pretože normálne by na to bol dobrý klok, ale keď tam príde ten globál, tak sa všetci budú môcť len dívať a budú môcť tížko len čumeť. Jo, pre Shira, tým, že si tam pekli dobre tú Giro, akoby rovno na začiatku, no proti tomu Likanovi tam majú dobrý carry matchup. Ten laning by mal byť skôr problematický pre Nubíčka, ani s tými vlčikmi si tam úplne zase tak moc dovolovať nemôže, hlavne keď sa tam bude wide držať okolo tej Giro, tak tam ho nemôžu ani vymýšľať nejaké tie záležitosti. Jakmile tam bude niekde sám, chytí ho tam niekde ten klok spolu s vlkmi, to bude annoying. Už sa Shiro ale stará proste aj o tie čerstvé vlky, aby tam fakt noob nemal nič. Zatiaľ to má 5 creepov, free farmiaca Giro tam už má 15, to je trojnásobok teraz. No, otázka, ako to bude pokračovať ďalej. Toto je zatiaľ veľmi pekne hrané, čo sa týka tých prvých 2 minúty 50. Ešte potrebujem doladiť úplne tie zvuky, aby sme to teda ako nemali nejak moc podelejované, alebo teda nie podelejované, ale aby to nebolo prehnané. Je otázka, čo tu ale Ghost fakt ako túto hru ustojí. Jo, mať tam midovú Muertu plus Ghostovú carry Medúzu. Ľudci budú musieť na začiatku vymýšľať zázraky a zázrak sa hneď prvý koná. Fate Beyond neustal tento damage. GH prikým stále ešte s tým jedným hitom by možno aj Planet mohol umrieť. Ten nakoniec vyzerá, že bude schopný toto ešte prežiť, chlapák. Ja, za mňa akože tu pre Medúzu, presne, má tam akoby minimálne jedno to mango navíc. Ako bojovali kľúci dobre, pekný had ešte od Ghosta. Rovno ani mu zase tak moc many nebude chýbať. Plní tu ale úlohu Sumail, ktorú podľa mňa musí. Jo, plní úlohu toho, že s tou proste Muertou to tam na mide musí fakt ako ulázitovať proti tomu Shakerovi, jo, ako... Neviem, či ho tam úplne môže odstaviť od farmy, podľa mňa NTS zatiaľ robí good job. Má tam 18 proti 21. Príjemné to pre ňo samozrejme nie, to jako je jasný. Neskôr si myslím, že ten matchup sa ale začne podľa mňa proti Muerte, ale velice nakláňať Nothing to Sayovi. Nigma Galaxy síce spoliehajú túto poriadne na late game, ale oni nemajú úplne Tideboundi vôbec slabý. Ich teamfight combo je podľa mňa oveľa silnejšie. Nigma Galaxy tam majú také tie solo záležitosti, ako sú hookshoty, ako sú Fiend's Grip. K tomu. A nejaké tie záležitosti navíc. Takisto po tejto sérii alebo po tejto hre možno si akoby pôjdem zohriať ešte obídeček a ešte pôjdem dopapávať zbytok akoby tých zapečených brambor, čo sme tu robili akoby pekne na streame. Ale teraz ešte máme pred sebou prácu. Alebo pre mňa teda akoby hlavne enjoyment, pretože milujem každý ten moment, keď sa to tu TI odohráva každý rok, je to ten najkrajší čas. Pekne Nightmareov teraz, ale GH prichystal práve toho Shakera, Omar ho tam zastaví, do toho príde Deadshot a zo pár hitov. Nigma Galaxy, Kuroky povedal, že toto kluci majú nahrané z Kerimoch, očividne nejaké tie midové muerty už hrali. Na tu 3-2. Pôjdu Nigmáci pekne podľa mňa držať ten advantage, rozdali tam síce ako tradeov, akurát teda chudáka Omára. Ale pekne tu Sumail nielenže ulázitováva celý ten middle, je to síce tradované, povedzme tú free farmiacu Girošku a ten Likan by tým potom ako mohol mať dosť delaynu tú dominátorku. Za mňa ale neskôr stále môže prísť ten element, že sa potom akoby k tej Giro aj tak v tom early mid game dostanú. Likan na ňu nabehne s nejakým kolokom, povedzme, ako tam navíc. Niekto teda pôjde pohitovávať a ako tak Giro nie je úplne hrdina, ktorý by to mohol sám o sebe prežiť. Zase tí dvaja supporti od Nigmákovi idú, ale nice bonus. Fadebian sa snaží z tých kogov dostať chlapák, dostane tam k tomu ešte body block, Ghost to pôjde proste vyrajt-klikovať, ešte bude mať aj ten last hit. Nigma Galaxy prišli dneska ukázať Číne, že možno to bude iba jeden jediný tím. Pritom môže niečo ešte na TI robiť, aj keď tento rok nazývame predsa len, alebo teda minimálne na TI návrat Číny. Pre Dota celkový podľa mňa akoby ten stav by to bolo úplne skvelé, pretože zrazu by to akoby nebolo iba úplne na tej Európe, Eastern Europe, ale zrazu by sa to zase trošku akoby vymenilo a trošičku by to tu bolo zaujímavejšie celé. Uvidíme, či tu Tideboundi, ale teda udržia viac menej tú úlohu favorita. Jo, predsa len tu bude podľa mňa určite boj o to, aby Nigmáci, ktorí vedia, že nám Nothing to Say bude chcieť farmiť nejaké early stacky, aby si ubránili ten triangle. Už tam pôjdu GH a zablokovať a nedostal síce damage z tej fizury, bude sa chceť sám možno denajnúť do tie krepy, do jeho sa tej jednej záležitostnej shiterony. Ale aj tak si ho tam Nothing to Say skládou príde urvať. Sumail vyzerá, že tu ale fakt ako chcú s Omarom ešte fakt ako stýlovať niečo aspoň z tých stekov. Tam nie je ešte to echo, takže zatiaľ to tam ako nebudú úplne farmiť. Pekne ich ale vyhnal, aby tam teraz neurobili ďalší stek. A hlavne Omar ide po tie expy k tomu. Kogi, ak použije dobre, no nevyšlo mu to úplne podľa predstav, ale vyblokoval to nakoniec jakž tak, že OK. No tu bohužiaľ Omarovi tesne nevyšlo. No, toto tu ani žiadny deny a štvrtý kill si berú aj Tidebound. Na druhej strane podľa mňa veľmi podstatne si Nigmáci nechali tie XP tam zobrať toho Likana. Nemá ako podľa mňa úplne ulázitovať plne Girošku, tam má 64 creepov v 7. Shiro! Shiro sa zbláznil. Normálne zapol jeho inner burning mode, by som povedal. Aj keď o Shirovi sa aj z tú chvíľku hovorilo, že to bude presne taký ako novodobejší mladší Ame. No, tento rok to vyzerá, že skôr Ame si ešte na staré túto kolena akoby pôjde pekne ako legenda po ten svoj možno vytúžený Aegis. Myslím, že Ame je jeden z tých, ktorých môžeme nazývať jednoznačne Uncrowned King. No, proste tými králmi bez koruny, ktorí ešte to TI nemajú na svojom konte. Pre Čínu by to fakt ale bolo úplne veľké. Podľa mňa aj možno pre nejaké tie ako záležitosti, ako sú sponzoringy a záujem celkovo v tej Číne a celkovo ako rozmach by mohol pomôcť Planet. Medzi tým to bude ale Anthony Nigmák ďalej. Pekný deadshot from downtown. Sumail. Hen tu pekne pôjde hrať normálne tú right-clickovú muertu z midu. Nebude tu ani žiadny build na nejaké rýchle aganimy alebo hovadiny okolo. K tomu tam bude síce snajpnutý Omar na to prvé echo. Jo, ako Nothing to Say tým pádom ako to echo nepoužil síce na farmenie tých stekov, ale ako aspoň si tam zobral nejaký kill k tomu, jo, takže aj tak to vyzerá, že by tu blinku síce ako dobre, nebude to mať teraz v 9, ale mohol by to mať povedzme niekde okolo tej, dajme tomu, jo, 10. 11. minúty s týmto timingom. Sumail, ale nakoniec počkať, Sumail hrá, on tam hrá na tej muerte, ale dominátorku, aha. To je upgrade, no to bude síce normálna right-clicková muerta, ale zrazu majú dve dominátorky. Likan má jednu, Dark Throw Summoner tu svieti pekne v Sumailových rukách, Midová väža sa rozpadáva pred 9 minútou a tu zrazu ten Shaker nemá čo. To echo dával na to, aby tam teda Kloka teoreticky zastavil, toto tu teda nezastaví vôbec, pozdraví ho tu trošku GH, aby tam chlapec trochu zlé sny. Začínajú sa tu ale Nigmáci fakt ako rozmachovať po mape, hlavne to celé vytvára priestor, aby si tam free lázitovala tá medúzička. Takisto akoby podľa mňa proti tej Giro obidvaja majú akoby podobný farm speed, by som povedal, sú to podobne fungujúce keríčka, ktoré tam akoby budú hitovať všetko okolo. Akorát potrebujú prežiť ten engage a rozdávať dosť damage časom. Vaja tu ale pekne príde snipnúť ešte GH. Z tú Vardu, tam to bolo vidieť celé. Sumail si to nezobere ten lázit, ale ono teraz momentálne, keď tu máme dve dominátorky. Jo, proti Tideboundom, ktorí to môžu ísť teoreticky na tom Underlordovi, ako keby chceli. Neviem, či to úplne bude vôbec tuto pán Fade Beyond chceť. Jo, vyzerá, že zatiaľ to sú dva bracery tretka a rovno tam podľa mňa mal nakliknúť, myslím, že Pipe, jak som videl správne. Ja, proti tomuto týmu sa samozrejme bude teda dosť intenzívne hodiť. Nigmáci, ale jakmile tu majú 2000 gold lead, všetko im vychádza podľa predstav, dokonca tu prichádza návšteva na Shira. Tam si Omar sám musí trochu pomôcť, pekne Kogmi, ale tu zahral takzvané na Flavíka. Oj, krásne, tam Shira si to vysadal tu bez many, nakoniec ako by ho tým ale nepríde úplne podporiť, takže bohužiaľ treba blamovať Polivogov a 10. minúte to pre Shira bude kill. Aj tak tam ako velice peknú prácu podľa mňa Omar urobil, získava tu priestor pre tie kóry, aby si farmili ďalej. Nechcel ho tam nikto úplne prísť podporiť, bohužiaľ pre neho, ale it is what it is, taký je život Dote 2. No, je tam ale teraz pripravený ten Likan podľa mňa pušovať kľudne ďalej na Ghostovi medzi tým tá Falcon Blade a počkať. Tu ale príde engage, dve dominátorky prichádzajú k tomu. Jo, v tej Ethereal forme sa úplne neschová proti planetovmu účku, Bach tam prichádza dokonca tiež zatiaľ nemôže hitovať Shiro, ale medzi tým možno bude dohitovaný iba tými dominátorkami a noobom. Ne, nakoniec bude tak Giro dosť tlustý mechanický plán. Bach bude ale trochu problémov. Omar tu prichádza síce po tej pôvodnej smrti. Chlapec prišiel tam pomôcť. Teraz sa možno akurát teda otočiť do tej dominátorky. Už je tu predsa len aj Nothing to Say s echom. To by ich malo vyhnať preč. Ale medzi tým si Ghost zobral tier jednotku na vrchu. Jo, to je tá vec, že tu si akoby Nigmáci jednoznačne hrajú lepšie momentálne tú mapu. Oni tu majú dokonca vybudovaný 4000-ový gold lead s extrémne greedy draftom. Jo, tam ako keď si porovnáme, tam je midová muerta, toto je tam carry medúza, ktorá si drží túto o 600 pekne top network proti tej úplne super free farmiacej Giroške. A proste tú mapu zrazu tými dvomi dominátorkami fakt ako sa dá rozdeliť o niečo krajšie. Na GH-ovi samozrejme tu už máme takisto nejaký Fiend's Grip, keby bolo treba. Tiež za chvíľku dokonca za recept by sa chcel dostať nejakej forske. A premýšľa čo a jak. A tentokrát tam ani nebudú skúšať kľúci žiadne veľké záležitosti. Aj tak by tou Nightmareou ako mohol teoreticky odísť. Nothing to Say a jeho Bling Echo, ale bude musieť začať robiť nejakú tú poriadnu prácu. Tideboundi, aj keď nie sú ani zďaleka jeden z najrýchlejších tímov, jo, toto tu kľudne môže byť celku maratón aj pre obidva. Ale myslím si, že Nigmáci jednoznačne s tými dvomi dominátorkami môžu ísť na to. Fiend's Grip to tu síce nachystá, tam potrebuje ale hitovať Mr. Sumail. Nothing to Say nebudú mať, tam nechcú úplne overcommitovať ďaleko tu, ale prichádza to Bling Echo. Práve do Sumaila príde tá otočka, zatiaľ na ňo ešte ale nemali úplne damage, to ešte dosť tučný plán, odíde preč a nebude to stačiť. Tam Sumail si môže dokonca zobrať tie ilusky, ktoré mu teraz budú celku k hovénku. No ale nezakapal za toto celé nikto. Shiro si tu síce vyfarmil akorát tých 100 goldíkov navíc z dominátorky, ale nič iné si tam Tideboundi z tohoto celého vedmene tentokrát nevyťahli. Jo, Fade Beyond tam môže aspoň minimálne potradoval, snažiť sa dostať k tej pipe čo najskôr. Tam podľa mňa aspoň zo 1 alebo zo 2 uphill missy tam od Sumaila prišli, pretože s tým low attack speedom to ako je poznať. Ale takisto, keď tam je použité to echo, nezískajú na to úplne kľúci kill. Toto na obidvoch stranách bol takzvané waste, ale potom to viac vyhovuje Nigmákom. Ja? Ten Pierce the Veil není možno úplne teraz úplne tak podstatný zrovna v tomto line-upe. Tu sa ale idú zase presúvať Nigmáci dole, raketka to tu odhalí, neschová sa tu Fade Beyond nikde. Tam je dokonca pripravený hookshot, keby náhodou. Ale nakoniec tam bude treba len a len poslať krepy. 100 goldov si tu ešte teda Fade Beyond pofarmil, tu ešte prichádza aj Nothing to Say pomôcť, nakoniec tam nechcú commitnúť, ale tu prichádza ešte ten hookshot, ďalší deadshot ešte navíc. Damage tam stále chýba, aby toho veľkého čínskeho dinosaura zničili. Ďalšia ethereal forma tu s účkom. Sumail. Už pekne ten kill zobere. Už konečne majú Tideboundi hlavne to kombo, ktoré podľa mňa by malo byť na ten teamfight to podstatné. Jo, a to je predsa len už konečne aspoň tá Snapfire ultimátka s nejakým povedzme blingechom. Jo, ale ešte tam nemajú teda úplne dolevelený pred 14 minútou globál. Oni ešte stále nefungujú ako úplne túto čínsky stabilný line-up. Jo, tu momentálne sa relaxuje. No ale teraz prichádza celku možno zaujímavý move. Pred 14 minútou sa tu presúvajú Nigmáci v takomto turbo smoku. Tam prichádzajú síce porty, ale podľa mňa to je too late. Tu si to Číňania nepostrážili, tie XP budú mať včas. GH ukradne pekne, Mortimersky si zbije, ale mohli byť problematické pre celú tú zoo. Prvý ale proste umiera, Fate Biana jednoznačne. Shaker tam dokonca ešte GH označil vzadu, tam nepríde žiadny blinčík. No, ešte tam nie je síce pár sekúnd to echo. Nothing to say by tu chcel ale chaseovať ďalej, minimálne GH by tu mohol byť celku easy target. Tam mu nie je pomoci, nie je rady. Tým ale hookšotom sa podarilo minimálne do Silencera sedať, Tundra si už má dolevelný aspoň ten globál. Damage tam dali celku do skoky, tam ešte Nothing to say a zdržia tiež to echo. No ale nakoniec ešte do toho pekného Silencu odsumela, tam nemohol prísť follow-up. Ghost bude viac než pohode s touto tu pani Medúzou. Tideboundi sú teraz ale mimo pozície, keď tu Nigmáci nemajú nič veľké a nemôžu nakoniec úplne do toho Flakononu nabíjať ďalej. Nothing to say premýšľal, že by tam ešte chcel ísť, možno niečo ďalšie skúšať. A medzi tým je huntený Omar by the way pri enemy bázi, čo nám teda kamera úplne neukazuje, ale well. Myslím si, že Omar z tejto šlamastiky nepôjde pravdepodobne nikde. Aj keď to bude iba support kill z tejto celej šlamastiky. Aspoň to teda nejakú tú dobu trvalo. 6000-ový goldly tam ale ostáva práve pred tým Nigma Galaxy. Za mňa. Tu ale sme momentálne fakt ako v zóne. Oh god, akože Beast gripy, tak ako môžu byť extrémne deadly. Iba to, že si tam nájdu Nightmareov, proste pekný, krásne, iba tak ako nenápadne toho Shakera, aby tam ako nemohol vytvárať on ten engage, to je samo o sebe faktor. Už je tu veľký Honza dráček pre núba. Konečne jeden poriadny Ancient Creep, aby s tou veľkou dominátorkou začal, takzvané tam teraz akoby našiel moju Neru. Jo, ja by som akoby Honzu dráčka akoby premenoval, možno keď to bude ženská dračica na Neru, akoby tentokrát, aby to bolo autentické tomu, čo mám doma. Nájdený teraz to bude ale GH na ďalekom výlete, tam ako vôbec. Otočil sa ešte do tej opačnej báze, nič ďalšie sa tam ako teraz momentálne nestane. Začínajú tu Tideboundi, ale akoby podľa mňa trošičku ukludňovať, jo. No, jakmile sa tam dostane minimálne Fate a nejakej tej pipe, jo, s tým jeho networkom zatiaľ ako s Underlordom na cross 7000, ako není to úplne zas tak bad, ale ako už by tú pipu ako chcel mať v ideálnom svete. Shakerovi samozrejme tam ako zbyť zaseknutý na 5000 networte pre Nothing to say a toto zatiaľ nie je úplne veľa bodov pre moje fantasy. Podstatnejšie, ale teda aby sme sa vedovali úplne tejto Dote a tomu, že toto je samozrejme eliminačná séria. Už sme sa dneska museli pekne rozlúčiť s týmom Tundra eSports. Free mu sme tam mohli dať 1-0-7. No ale tým Tidebound, ktorí predvádzali podľa mňa, že fakt ako na tej road to TI boli možno tretím najdominantnejším tímom, by som povedal. Proti Falconovcom si tam zahrali teda zo pár maratónov určite. Uvidíme, kde sa nám táto hra bude dostávať. Predsa s takýmto greedy line-upom, mať tam také tie dve keríčka, Muertu, zároveň Medúzu. Nemá tam žiadny veľký ako kontrol, ako nejakého Marza, ale má tam miesto toho Likana. Tu je to trošku greedy draft, tí supporti musia urobiť prácu. Vychytaný tam teraz síce bude GH na to, ale momentálne nemali úplne damáž s echom, by to malo stačiť. Kombičko úspešné, Shaker na to, ale zase zaplatí Ghost, ešte dokonca z toho zobere aj ten Lázit. Samozrejme, že hookšoty už tam teda nebudú úplne available, ale tieto Tideboundské trady sa proste nevyplatia. Oni zabijú supporta, dajú tam ešte to echo a do toho proste stratia toho midového Shakera, ešte Medusa si tu zobere kill. Zo všetkého si momentálne fakt ako Nigmáci berú viac. Na Tideboundov očividne fakt ako Kuroky je nachystaný a to, čo nám povedal, že on je v Chile, on relaxuje, on vie, čo jeho kľudci dokážu. Jo, Shiro dokonca tu vyťahol na Giroške mantu. Je pravda, že tam ako vyskočiť ako z nejakých tých záležitostí, zbaviť sa nejakých enfeeblov, silencov, by mohlo byť zaujímavé, ale zrovna túto hru mi nepríde tá manta zas tak podstatná, že úplne úprimne. Akože dobrý, ako mohlo by to byť nejako zaujímavé, ale uvidíme, či to bude úplne tá správna voľba. Jo, ako 7000-ový goldlici tu fakt ako budujú bez problémov. Tideboundi síce vedia ako kľudne uturtli tie hry. Jo, ale netreba ich podceňovať akoby v ich zóne, kde oni fakt ako sú schopní kľudne to defovať až do Aleluja tu, ale zase niekoho vyčmuchal GH. Príde Sumel do pár hitov zodať. A túto hru fakt ako si začínajú Nigmáci hľadať jeden opener za druhým, Ghost ešte dokonca s hejstami, dvakrát spolu s tými vlkmi, ktoré tam poantili túto Y a support duo je proste žrádlo, Nigmáci neskutočne ovládajú toto celé a Ghost dokonca ide rovno po Roša. Nehovoriac o tom, že za 300 goldov bude mať dokonca pripravený úplne celý Butterfly. Nigmáci dneska prišli ukázať ešte celému svetu, že tie moje slová, že sú čierny kôň tohoto turnaja, že môžu ísť ešte ďaleko. A hlavne tuto v lower brackete treba ešte mysleť na ten podstatný faktor, že Kuroky je doma v lower brackete. Ako by sám Miracle kedy si povedal, upper bracket is for bitches. A vyzerá to, že Nigmáci to pôjdu úplne dokonale predvádzať. To upper brackete nepredvedli teda úplne nič veľké. Ten run z prvého kola loveru až samozrejme do dialog bude trošku strastiplný. Ale bude trochu jednoduchší, keďže tu GH síce na druhej strane trochu counterfeedol, daroval tam Tideboundu tedy 11. kill. Ale znova to bol akoby easy space. Majú z toho Aegis, no problémo. GH proste išiel na výlet a well, aspoň sa pekne resetne doma. 5 minút tam budú mať teraz 2 životy na Meduze, ktorú už teraz podľa mňa jedenkrát nemajú ako úplne zabiť. Ale dobre, na to wombo kombo, nejaké echo, snap, fire ult s globálom, jo, a tak. By to samozrejme ešte šlo cez 2 životy, ale teraz proste fakt ako 4,5 minúty podľa mňa nemajú ako prejsť. Jo, tá Shardana na Tictusejovi je síce už cute. Už ale tuto akoby 20 minút by dávno chcel mať nejaké tie kaje, pomaly Kaju Jašu, alebo tam pomaly stavať nejaké tie backup, alebo nejaké tie iné utility. Jo, Shiro bude mať jednu výhodu, že s tou mantou si trošku zvýši ten farm speed, pretože môže vždycky akoby depušovať akoby pekne tie sidelinky, neposiela tam úplne sám seba, trošku offsetnúť možno ako nejaké tie dominátorky. Práve o tej dominátorke hovorím a 200 páďo pofarmil práve Planet zo Snapfireov. Ja, no, ako sa dostávame ale podľa mňa v tej 20. minúte oveľa skôr k tomu, aby tu Nigmáci boli takzvané online. A Pipa je tam síce nachystaná auto Fate Bianovo Underlorda, ten chce urobiť rovno full defenzívny Aura Gaming, hneď potom tam mal nakliknutú Crimson Guardu. Butterfly Manta je ale proste go time pre Ghosta. Tu nemajú akoby na čo úplne Nigmáci čakať, teraz si tu môžu podľa mňa úplne jednoducho možno teoreticky nakráčať, alebo si tu sám proste pôjde pekne noobík pofarmiť nejakého Tormentera, už tam má svoju armádu, nepotrebuje tam ani ten tým. Ja myslím, že nám kamera možno ani nenúkáže nooba, ale ten si tam momentálne soluje so svojou Zoo Tormentera. GH-ovi pofarmil pekne ten bonusový shard, svieti tam ale medzi tým ten 10 000 gold lead. Kameraman si to akoby teraz momentálne uvedomil, ale bohužel, už to máme za sebou. Pre 21. minútu nielen, že tu bude padať tá tier 2, tým glyfom si to tam akoby trochu kluci teraz spomalia, ale toto akoby je glyf, ktorý sa im síce resetne, ale nemajú sa tam ako dostať. Tá Wisdom Shrine bude zabezpečená, Omar bude mať ďalšie XP za chvíľku, nejaké tie dvojkové hookshoty a Nigma Galaxy normálne nevedia zastaviť Tideboundi, nemajú na tej mape úplne miesto, tak Giroška je tam akoby momentálne tá jediná, ktorá sa tu k tej farme jakž dostáva spolu povedzme s Fate Bianom. Ten Shakeros tam akurát môže čakať na tie wavy, aby tam dal nejakú tú fizuru, jo, nejaký ten aftershock, aby tu pofarmil čo najviac. Ghost stále nezaujíma nič, ten ide 21. minúte na high ground a hen sa nebojí ničoho. Aspoň nejaký chip of damage, at least something. Medzi tým si pôjdu kluci ale preportiť, pôjdu si práve po Planeta. 15. kill príde zdarma, noob s tým vlkom. A nakoniec bude mať ešte ten lázet. Planet, aj keď tam možno chceli zobrať akurát nejaké poriadne XP, tam podľa mňa musia cítiť, že toto vôbec nevyzerá podľa predstav. Team Tidebound straglujú, aby sa do tohoto vôbec mohli dostať to ich kombo, ale spočíva na tom, aby tam niečo najprv ako videli, aby tam mohli naskočiť, aby tam mohlo prísť to kombo. Tá Meduza, keď tam bude stať takto vpredu, oni ju nemajú ako vyhnať. Pekná forska od Omara, nádherná. Žiadna fizura to tu nezabezpečí, nič to tu nevyblokuje, toho prvého Aegisu sa proste nezbavia len tak. Zbytočný cooldown tomu, trošku vyháňanie. Tideboundi ale budú potrebovať kurva veľa času, aby sa do tohoto ešte dostali. Ja, ale Giroška má síce od 2000 network menej, čo není najhoršie, je tam dokonca celý Crimson Guard, je tam celá Pipa, to double duo combo pre Underlorda je online. Vymaxovaná atrofia Aura, aby tom znižoval ešte ten damage. Tá Meduza bude celku škrapkať, ale oni nemajú ešte podľa mňa network, aby to podľa mňa prežívali aj tak. Ghost sa tu na tvrdohlava pôjde proste postarať o tú druhú tier 2, no problémo. Objective based gaming ale bude pokračovať, pretože na vrchu to tam akurát depušuje, myslím, že práve ten creep od Nubíčka. Jo, k tomu tu Y teraz pekne presníkoval v smoku, neviem, čo tam akoby momentálne ide hľadať. Noob sa tu nachádza ty vele rovno za ním, netuší, že tu samozrejme je. Nakoniec tam Y teraz sníkol takúto vardu, aby tam proste mali trochu prehľad. No jo, tu veže sa ani pomaly nedotkli. Videli tu teda rotujúceho mistra Nubíčka. Why, neviem, či mu tu chce ísť ukradnúť možno nejaké XP, no nakoniec tam vyhodil ešte tú druhú vardu, nakoniec tam dingol dokonca aj ten level. Pekne sa tu schováva, aby ho nevideli. Už pre istotu pôjde pekne portiť, tam nemá čo ďalšie vyrábať. Aspoň nejaké tie informácie tam teda akoby pekne získal. Oni potrebujú Tideboundy, ale nejakú ideálne takúto vardu, aby tam niekde ako našli opener, pretože on nemá kto začať ten fight, ako ten Shakers tam môže naskočiť. Ale toho, koho budú podľa mňa jednoznačne ukazovať, vlastne Nigmáci bude akurát tak tá dúza, hlavne teraz s tým Aegisom. Je za celý ten Aegis timer, už by tam podľa mňa mal pekne pristať Ghostovi aj ďalší item, podľa mňa po tej mante Butterfly. Už tam má ten Ultimate Orb of Frost, potrebuje 1400 goldov na skady. Tu pred 25. minútou Ghost bude kurva fully online. Tidebound musia s tým niečo urobiť, Shiro sa tam ide pekne tvrdohlavo takisto natlačiť. Pekne vydodžovaná aspoň tá raketka, ale Ghostovi sa nechce ísť nikde. Za 10 sekúnd ho ten Aegis vyhýluje aj tak do full, čo sa týka many hlavne pre neho. Jo, teraz by tu mohla byť ale príležitosť teoreticky ukázať konečne nejaký čínsky teamfight. Ak nám Tideboundi ukážu to ich kombo, by to stále fungovať mohlo. To sa dokonca teraz akoby pomaly aj rímovalo pred 25. minútou tu, ale otázka je, čím nájdu Tideboundi nejaký kill. Oni by potrebovali nejaký overstep, jo, to je ako v smoku, to pôjdu skúsiť nájsť do boku. Ten Vision sa nachádza iba na tej vrchnej strane, tu dole, tu moc toho nevidia kľudci. A nevyzerá, že by tu zatiaľ mohli nájsť dokonca ten opener, Nubík im tu dokonca odíde preč, len tie mantajlusky tam zostali. Nakoniec to skúsili fizurou, ale bohužel, asi tak o 2-3 sekundy neskôr. Shiro tu môže akorát ten mantajlusky teda vyčutať. A jediné, čo teraz vidia, akoby Tidebound je na vrchu ten likan pod tou wardou. Už tam dokonca prichádza aj ping od tej Snapfireovej. Nejakou bránou by teoreticky prerotovať mohli, ale tam si pekne drží dokonca, myslím, že toho vlka pri tej bráne Noob. Ak vidím správne. Jo, už tu prichádza smoke, Planet už ide rovno bránou. Na vrchu tam bol chvíľku ten vlk, čaká tam akoby Nubík. Teraz akurát začal farmiť tie enchanty, aj. Skenom ale teraz to odhalil. Počkaj, to ide otočiť do nich. Noob vie teraz. Pekným skenom toto celé odhalil, on mal toho vlka totiž dole. On videl tú bránu, pôjde to otočiť do nich, OK. Shapeshiftom sa toho nebojí, ale tuto ako to je možno too deep, OK. Dobre, Noob trošku neodhadol úplne toto celé tu, ale môže prísť ako minimálne Sumail i zničiť. S tou jeho muertou zabitý bude teda ako prvý Planet. Finn s gripom tu ale bude držaná celá, tak Sumail môže ďalej mlátiť Fate Behind. Aura mi trošku chlapec pomohol, Shiro, ale skape z mantou, bez manty. 3 killy predtým Nigma Galaxy a Noob presne vedel, čo jabejti. Presne vedel, prečo sa tam kurva otočiť. Tomuto sa vraví valuable feed, kurva fix. A Nigma Galaxy on the main stage ukazujú fakt veci, na ktoré možno nebudú mať odpovede ani Tidebound. Kúroky tu takzvané navaril. Fialovú polívčičku. Tento greedy draft sa ale vypláca neskutočne, jakmile tam oni proste spennú to echo, spennú tam proste aj dokonca tie Mortimersky si zabili Likana only. Aj ten globál k tomu. Ten fight je proste free. Noob si to podľa mňa pekne uvedomoval, preto aj keď toto bolo vyskenované, tak tam proste prišiel. Tam sú dokonca na vrchu tie 3 wardy od Tideboundov, ktoré sú tam celku free. Tu vidíme ten element, kde Noob ich tam proste akoby pekne zahliadol potom, zastunoval ich tam vzadu trošku, zdržal to dostatočne, keď proste vykapal ako nič, že on vyžral všetky tie podstatné veci a tu zrazu nemali čo Tideboundi ďalej robiť. Tam postupne vykapávali, nemohol akoby tam nikto hitovať, ani tu proste Sumailovú muertu. Ten Ghost tam od nikoho nedostáva damage, Giroška to nemá ako úplne absolútne ustáť. Tie dve defenzívne aury to tam povedzme akurát zdržali, ale tu neexistuje damage. Tu nemajú čo, tu na to combo. My museli Tideboundi zabiť viac ako jednoho Likana. Toto Noobovi vyhovuje viac než dosť. Shiro je tu teraz ale pod tou agresívnou wardou vidieť. To by bol samozrejme dokonalý opener, hlavne ak pôjde na tú pravú stranu. Stojí tam ešte na vrchu akoby kúsok od neho, povedzme nothing to say, planetiáš tiež. Valečky už idú skautiť. Nubík nájde možno práve Planeta, pekne. Po body blokov do toho príde hookshot, do toho deadshot, nazdar, hookshot, deadshot, pepshot. No, počkať, ale po 27 minúte to fakt ako aj keď mantou tu Shiro akoby bude teda momentálne odísť, Shapeshift teda musel tam akoby Nubík dávať. Toto je úplne plná kontrola touto hrou. Niekto môže povedať Kurokimu, že toto je greedy draft, ale presne ako povedal v tom rozhovore, toto majú natrénované, cíti sa tam akoby pekne chile, confident, že kľúci akoby toto môžu akoby uhrať jak nič. A hlavne Sumail, keď si povie, že ide hrať midovú muertu, tak ide hrať midovú muertu. Ja, ten damage output tých fightoch sa ako nezdá, ale on keď zapne BKB a je proste ten Pierce the Veil, jeho tam nemá čo zastaviť, on sa proste tam sa môžu na ňu akurát tak dívať reálne. A to je celé. GH proste tu fakt ako robí show, len s jeho obľúbeným Baneom za mňa. Ako MVP z túto hru je to support duo Nigma Galaxy a podľa mňa celý tento turnaj to tak fungovalo. Omar a GH sú tí, ktorí tam proste vždycky hľadajú tie moves, není skoro nikdy Ghost. Noobík, akoby samozrejme s tými vlkmi, akoby je často akoby ten, ktorý tam takisto získa nejaký ten bonusový vision, alebo ktorý sa toho zúčastňuje tiež. Jeho so Sumailom záleží na tom drafte. Ale hlavnú prácu tu odvádzajú fakt tí supporti, takisto ten vision game. A mi je vidieť, že Nigmáci už sa posunuli viac ako len na pomyslnú tier 1. Oni sú tier 1! A tu to ukazujú jednoznačným spôsobom. Tideboundi tu budú musieť možno vymysleť nejaké tie poriadne čínske zbranie. Planet, už tu bude Omarom pekne vyskautený, už tu bude pripravený a môže skúšať chlapec robiť veci z toho skáďa, sa nedostane nikdy. Solar Crest to trochu zdržal. Ghost! Už si ale zoberie monster kill a už má aj celé MK, bo tu končí sranda. A Giroška, a sa tam bude rozplývať MK boskady. Toto je v 29. minúte Meduza, ktorá ich tam rozseká Vejpool. Aury, ne aury. Ešte k tomu, keď ho tam akoby dostanú fakt Aegisu, tam podľa mňa Tideboundi vedia, že toto nepôjde jednoducho. Tu fakt ako budú musieť dúfať nejaký 5-man echo, alebo neviem čo iné by tam ako tentokrát muselo prísť. Ghost má tu proste rozhoranú neskutočne na skoro 25 000-ovom networte. Aegis bude mať v inventári za malilinký moment. Banner tam ešte teda prinesie, dúfam, že ho bude nanosiť niekto iný, Omar už si ho teda vyzdvihne od neho. Každopádne už ako posledný item tam môže urobiť kľudne nejaké to backup, aby mu nemohli nič. GH medzi tým zase hľadá na mape veci. O to párkrát ako by túto hru presne na tých výletoch proste stálo život, ale ono to stojí za to. No hľadá momentálne engage, ale medzi trojicou Tidebound. Našiel tu nakoniec aspoň engage, tu prichádza Fate Beyond, ale instantne, aby to práve do samotného Banea otočili. Jednou forskou sa tam ale dostal GH, pôjde, dokonca Finn s Gripom to tam ešte pôjde setupnúť GH! God Gamer! God Jebater! Oh, Nigma Galaxy! Toto je ich doména! GH! Proste vydžebejtil totálne teraz tým Číňanov, tam stratili jeden core, stratili tam silencera. Je to opener na to, aby tu Nigmáci momentálne mohli ísť pekne krásne na druhú stranu mapy pušovať kľudne na nejaký high ground. Ako si osobne myslím, že tu 20 000-ový gold lead fakt zastaviť bude pomaly nemožné. Satanek tam teraz pán dokončil, vlk mi tu ale je vidieť na pintu sa i pekne mu tam Nubik zdržal tú blinku, dokonca Nullifierom ho pôjde proste zničiť BKB, ne BKB! Noob! Prišiel ukázať asi Číňanom, kto je tu noob teraz! Vymazaný midový shaker BKB mu k hovnu, keď ho vlk kusne do jeho krásnej vlčej riti. Každopádne po 31. minúte tu Ghost bude samozrejme nasťahovaný na ten čínsky high ground. Tu môže začať možno nejaká veľká čínska obrana za čínskou zdí. No, uvidíme, či Shiro by bude teraz tým Satanikom schopný, ide si nám dokonca skúsiť na ten manfight. Mám taký ten pocit, že Giro sa k tej Meduze teda moc približovať úplne nebude môcť. Ten mínusový healing ešte ani akoby iba z toho skáďa. Tam ani nevyzerá, že by mal Shiro nejaký veľký lifesteal. Tie si budú proste pomaly, ale isto padať. Defenzívy, Crimson Guardy už tam dokonca používali. Tam Ghostovi postup nedávajú všetko, čo majú. Ale proste odtiaľ nedostanú nikdy. Jeho zatiaľ mu dali za polovičku many, Nigmáci pekne všetci čakajú vzadu, nikto sa tam neukazuje. Všetci sú schovaní, len Ghost je vidieť, len Deadshot mi tam občas niečo príde a počkať. Tam Ghostovi už dokonca letí aj to 9-sekundové backup, popri tom si to tu kupuje, keď tam pušuje samozrejme enemy Raxy, who gives a shit. Tu ako Ghost takzvané je ako na všetky smery. Ale pre 32 minútou myslím si, že toto prvou stranou ako neskončí. Majú ešte 2,5 minúty času, Noob už tam medzi tým pekne splitpušuje celý ten mid. Smokom to dokonca Nigmáci budú chcieť otvoriť, teraz tam videli dole akorát farmiaceho Shira. Jo, ten jako no BKB Giro. Uvidíme, či tam bude mať dosť priestoru na to, aby rozdal damage. On potrebuje podľa mňa iba damage itemy, inak to nemá ako urvať. GH zase ale našiel opener. Vlčky tam ešte na tej ľavej strane, myslím, že tiež zahliadli nejakého toho Underlorda, ale Planet bude pre nich úplné žrádlo. Bohužiaľ Kentaurov si tu pofarmí Ghost. Žiadne deny sa tu po 32. minúte teda konať nebudú. To je proste beyond godlike, nezastaviteľný Ghost. 25-12, 26 000 gold lead. Číňania proste nevedia nič nájsť, jediné čo im tu ostáva je jeden X Hero Siege. To je to jediné, proste čínsky tower defense, čakať na chybu, ktorá ale od Nigmákov dneska očividne neprichádza. Ten lower bracket, ako som včera vravel, by mal byť ich domáci. tu Nubík medzi týmto s Honzom Dráčkom alebo Nerou, teda pôjde pekne skúsiť popušovať rovno tie high groundy, pomôcť tam Sumel, medzi tým si tam našiel akurát Vlka, aby tam Ghostovi dal samozrejme nejakú tú damage auru navíc, Shiro to celku pociťuje, tam nemal ani damage na to, aby proste tým celým flakanonom reálne zabil toho dominátorkového creepa. Jako tak Giro proste to tam nemá ako úsekať z Ghostových 2000 many, jeho sa nedostane ani keby mod chcel, minútu tam do toho samozrejme ešte bude Aegis na mide, tam akoby môžu kuci ešte depušovať, tam Ghost dokonca s tými mantajluskami pušuje aj ten samotný mid, zase tu ale Nigmáci nemusia ukazovať nikoho, všetci sú schovaní, tam ten Wolf na max range auru, Ghost môže proste klikať, zobrať si ďalšiu stranu a Tideboundi môžu len čakať, teraz si dávajú smoke. Teraz, keď je ešte 48 sekúnd času, oni vedia podľa mňa, že musia prekvapiť, že nemôžu len tak čakať, že to budú mega creepy, keď budú vyčkávať, že musia nájsť niekoho možno backlinke. Toto je ten desperation play. Marelek to našiel! On ich našiel všetkých troch, do supportu od Nigma Galaxy nevie hrať zlú dotu, ani Silencer ulti nepríde. Bude fokusovaný akurát zase noobom, pekne, krásne. Tuto pán Shakerov z nádeje sú v koncoch. GG je tam. Tým Nigma Galaxy na main stage vyhráva prvú hru proti favorizovanému čínskemu týmu Tidebound. No a vyzerá, že možno Čína fungovala na road to TI. Možno ale tu ostane len jeden jediný. To bude Ame ako Uncrowned King. Nezabudeme na to, že toto je predsa len eliminačná séria. A Tideboundi, tí musia zapnúť. GH, ale jednoznačne to fucking MVP. Ten Bane spolu s tým Omarovým klokom, to support duo. Tam úplne rozobrali celý tým Tidebound, ktorí majú nechápali, kde sa majú skôr dívať, párkrát si tam pohantili nejakého Baneoša a potom zistili, že hra už je dávno fuč, dávno za obzorom. Veľmi pekne zahrané od týmu Nigma Galaxy. Kuroky získava win na main stage v roku 2025. Kto by to bol povedal? Čierny kôň, ide bomby. Oj, chat. OK. Takto sa mi to tu pozdáva určite. Určite sa budeme pozrieť, čo nám k tomu povedia aj na maine, pretože ja to nechcem tak spolu s vami zmeškať. Ešte budeme chvíľku počúvať chlapcov na paneli. Toto bola fakt krása. Tidebound potrebujú zobudenie, chat.
But I like what Sim said. It feels like Nigma Galaxy aren't really feeling the same sort of pressure. They're coming into this, and it definitely resonated when we talked to Coach Kuro just before the game actually started. It's like, we're trying to just enjoy the games, and I'm sure they had a lot of fun and a lot of enjoyment in that game one.
Yeah, we thought maybe he was hiding strats with the interview. It's like, oh, that's why he's saying
yeah.
It's just
no, that's
Kuro being
actually
Kuro.
the strat.
He was being serious. Like, Sumail just wants what he wants. He's going to trust him and give it to him. He's going to try to play what he wants no matter what. And the mid-Muerta looked incredibly good in this game. There was this really cool combo between the Clockwork and Muerta where you knock back into the cogs, just bouncing around. You have the Dominator on Muerta. He was doing the knockback into, like, Centaur Stomp combo. Like, there was a lot of really cool tech that Nigma was doing in this game, and I think the only reason they can do it is because they're playing loose.
Yeah, and also the fact that I really like Cinderella mentioning the support duo, which I feel like played a huge role here, because in the early game, the Earthshaker kind of got bullied by the Muerta, but then after he got bullied, he didn't really have strong enough supports to kind of help him fight around the mid lane, protect his stacks, get runes. Because if you think about it, Silencer and Snapfire, when they run into Clock and Bane, they are not going to be able to fight them. They're just weaker heroes in general, or lower damage, you know. So they lost a lot of the early control in the first 10 minutes because their support duo is just way weaker than what NGX had. And that's why I kept suggesting that Clockwork could have been good for them during the 16-17 when they had the gyro. I thought it would work for them because it also could do what the Silencer do, which is to counter the Bane in the team fight.
They picked the overall last 23rd pick coming up from NGX, and he did so much. Like, Earthshaker didn't get the chance to play the game. It's so annoying. It's one of the old school classic counters in Dota that Shaker can't really use his abilities, and he had his number throughout the whole game. But I also got to give credit to GH. His positioning on this Bane has been amazing. He got like 4 or 5 full duration grips in multiple fights, which is pretty insane to think about. You're playing against Silencer,
yeah, that's
playing against Snapfire, you're playing against like multiple tools that can potentially stop your grip from going off, and he's positioning. Like, there's a reason why GH right now is in top 10 on EU leaderboards.
I will be honest and say that, like, I've personally tried Bane, seeing the pros playing it. I just didn't fully understand it until, like, watching this game and why the win rate is so high. But to me, it seems like these good Banes, like GH, will walk around and just be positioned somewhere annoying. They're not necessarily looking for a kill, but GH was scouting the stacks. He was walking in and using Nightmare and then walking somebody out of a tower. And there wasn't even heroes there to help him. It was just like, I'm gonna poke you, so you TP react. And if you don't, then potentially you're going to get killed. So there's this like bluff that's happening constantly on the map, this pressure that he's applying constantly on the map by just being in annoying places.
I mean, it's the repositioning, I think, because the old Bane, you couldn't do that. You go up, you sleep someone, people could tell whether they should TP or not.
Yeah, the threat is bigger now.
Yeah, when you're moving them, it's hard to know whether you should TP. And then what if you didn't TP, he dies? It's hard to decide on the moment.
Yeah.
So the support's just doing a lot on the side of Nigma Galaxy, and that was that argument that you guys were having. It's like, yes, we see so much coming out of Tidebound when it comes to the team fights. It feels like their item progression is just very straightforward, but yeah, the clock was just such a big undoing for it, the Bane as well there, and it's very easy then to look at the cores and be like, well, you had a mid laner and a carry that went deathless. So there's also praises to be sung there, but you're not having as good of a game if you're not having that impact on the support.
Yeah, I mean, it's the tri-hero, the trifecta, the mid hero and the two supports. So every time when you talk about just the two supports, you also need to talk about what mid hero you're pairing with the supports, right? So you kind of need to enable each other. If you need more of like a range support, or you need about a more melee support, for example, or even the duo right here, with the snap and silencer, they kind of feel like they don't really complement each other enough. They feel like they're overlapping in roles in some way where they stand behind and they cast their spells, and they don't really contribute other things, in the game.
Yeah. Well, we're looking at the earlier part of this one, because Winter talks about it. How do you pair a mid hero with this? Sumail on the mid. Whilst we look at the stats at the end of the game, you're like, yeah, he had a great game. Everything for him was fantastic.
It definitely was, but this is a fight where he comes in with amplified damage, Helm of the Dominator. I think this item makes any mid hero viable. Like we saw Spectre being viable, we saw Faceless Void becoming more popular, but it does allow him to play his own type of a game. I was a little worried that he's not going to be, if you're pretty much building into the standard stuff coming out from mid-Muerta, if you're going for, Mjolnir, you're pretty much becoming another Medusa, but he found a way to be able to be more active, pick up that Dominator and then go for the Witchblade as well, having a bit of a mixed damage as well, but be very annoying on the map. This is also a fight where NGX, they're 4k gold ahead. They're trying to initiate on an Earthshaker, and his Blink Dagger is being delivered pretty much on the courier, and he's going to get delivered straight away, even though he did have a little bit of a survivability there. He gets the blink. It seems like they're going to be able to grab the kill. Shiro joins, but they don't even pick that one up. Like, when you get that second Echo Slam, if you're not using it on Ancients, you want to be getting that kill. And we saw multiple times around that when they go with the Earthshaker, or when he gets initiated on by a Clockwork, you're basically taking the fight 4v5.
Yeah. I think anytime a game like this is snowballing so hard, it's almost always like down to the supports. It's like, how are those first rune rotations going? Like when these heroes are actually connecting together. And I would definitely agree that when I look at the trios for Tidebound, I'm like, who are the three heroes that are supposed to play together? Like Underlord in the supports, Earthshaker in the supports. His game was kind of rough. Like we saw the Blink Dagger play, but the moment that doesn't connect, like this is the moment for you. Sumail just walking out of that is like the most devastating thing possible in this game.
It felt like they were trying to give that kill to their core. It's like, okay, maybe that's a way back into it, but then you're questioning how much does the Earthshaker take? Are we actually gonna, let this Muerta walk away? Yeah, unfortunately you do. Things start to fall apart, but there's still plenty more team fights that you can try and find something for yourself. In the middle part of this game, that cost 28 minutes, that was where we saw another one where it's like, okay, can we see Tidebound really step up?
This is also going to be another fight where GH gets insanely good grip, but first the fight starts, they're going to be killing off Wolf immediately, so Noob is gone, but this is basically 4 versus 5 fight. You have 2 auras on Bach. It feels like they're super strong, but look at that grip. Immediately burning his mana, and then Sumail comes in. The rest of the team is also playing on a different side. You can see the Clockwork being super annoying, going onto the Earthshaker, not allowing him to play the game, and then Bach is isolated because he's just a tanky guy, and they will have more than enough damage to take it. At the start, it looked like an okay fight for Team Tidebound, but in the end, when you see the big picture, how the fight is going to be played out, it's just not worth taking that risk.
I mean, this fight is like a perfect illustration about they didn't really have a mid hero. They technically have 3 support heroes because Earthshaker was so far behind, so he couldn't really output damage. And once the grip went out on the gyro, they have no damage in the team fight.
The really small thing about that play as well that I think was so great for Nigma Galaxy is you see Noob die immediately, and that's where you're talking about the numbers, but he places his creep, right, his held on creep, at a point where when the smoke breaks, everyone else around in his team is able to position to take the fight better. I think that's what's so amazing is, yes, he sacrifices his life, yes, he's a core, but the vision he gave and everything else set up for that perfect nightmare, set up for the Muerta to be in a great place.
And the creep still has impact after he's dead. Like, this is why the item is so strong, is it's essentially like another hero. He helps the Clockwork zone the Earthshaker. I think the only way you turn a fight like that is a big Echo Slime. Like, that's the whole point of this hero. This is how you get back in the game. So identifying that and punishing that is another thing where we can say, like, Omar, he played this game extremely well. Not only did he carry the early game, he carried the team fights. Because what we didn't see, because he played well, is that big echo into comeback potential.
Okay, we keep talking about the Shaker, and we've said how rough his game was, but Purge himself is going to break it down a little bit more as to why these things happened.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, that was the most integral part of the game, in my opinion, for Nigma Galaxy going forward. And it all started with their draft, basically. They picked supports that were going to win the side lanes, and then in the last pick, they shifted the Muerta from an expected +4 into a mid lane against the Earthshaker. And if you've been watching this clip, he has been right-clicking the crap out of Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say has done a great job getting last hits, and frankly, throughout the laning stage, the first like 5 or 6 minutes, he does a great job getting last hits and denies as a whole. But the constant pressure from Sumail that comes is causing him to spend more money on regen and make different decisions that he normally wouldn't want to make. So this pressure from Sumail's not spending money on resources. He does not buy a bottle. Nothing to Say does purchase a bottle for himself because he just needs it. Every time he's going for last hits and Sumail's ability is off cooldown, he's going to hit that to get some nice harass in with right clicks. Even watch this range creep here. This one that he's going to. Nothing to Say is going to want to go for a deny here if he can manage it. But if he approaches at all, he has to worry about this nuke into multiple right-click every single time that he ends up approaching. So this shifts at the 2-minute mark. That's the first water runes coming. Sumail even gets to get his own water rune. Again, he hasn't bought any resources other than a single set of tangos. And Nothing to Say on the other side doesn't get to refill his bottle a single time. The supports won their lanes, and then the Bane's going to rotate towards the bot rune. Towards the top rune, and the Clock can also do the same on the bot rune. So Nothing to Say just doesn't even get access to refilling his bottle, which is getting him farther and farther behind with regen. And this obviously cascades even farther. Here's the 4-minute mark, same thing, Clockwork, Bane moving to the water runes. They end up collapsing and getting a kill on Nothing to Say a little bit later. Kind of interestingly, they actually sent the Wolves all the way across the map to also participate in this. That's after Nothing to Say comes back. And the tough thing is that if you look at the map, this Sentry Ward here blocked the Ancient Camp. That Sentry Ward died of old age, and normally when you're playing in mid Earthshaker, what you're anticipating getting out of the map is a laning stage into an Echo Slam on the Ancient Creeps. That just didn't happen this game. So he had a rough lane, got harassed constantly. Sumail went the greediest possible item, which was going to be Helm of the Dominator. He took the Earthshaker's mid tower at 9 minutes, which basically means that Nothing to Say now has even less space on the map to get things done. He doesn't have an Echo Slam combo to get himself gold. And then to make things worse, his first couple ganks don't go so well. So that was why he got so far behind. Less levels, less gold, less everything. And Nigma Galaxy got to do exactly what they wanted.
A fantastic breakdown from Purge, really eye-opening about why that Blink Dagger for reveal was actually so important, why we should have seen them commit a little bit more on getting that kill.
I'm sorry, I just need to mention, every time we go to Purge, it's like the weatherman that's like, devastating hurricane in Florida. It's always like, here's how the most devastating thing happened.
No.
Like, so I didn't notice the Ancients being blocked. But
not that bad.
They learned a lesson. Yesterday when they were playing against BB Team, that game #1, they tried to invade into Earthshaker's triangle, and they got one hero immediately deleted from the game. So this time around, they were just, well, let's take it slowly. Let's just put a sentry down. It's a much easier approach, and they also did manage to shut him down completely in that mid lane, killing his tower, which resulted in NTS not having a game. I was checking the numbers. He only did 7,000 damage as Earthshaker.
Yeah, devastating news. I don't know if that's the time that we wanted to drop it as our teams are walking back out on stage. Tidebound hopefully going to be able to find some energy, find some new strats for themselves. Nigma Galaxy, well, they're getting a lot of cheers, a lot of waves from the fans as well here. And I have to question mark about this Earthshaker coming into the tournament. Everyone had their eyes on him. It felt like he was doing great in the road to the international playoffs, but now that we're on stage, it's not garnering the same success. More things about blocking Ancients, more things about bullying in mid matchups just aren't going the way of this hero having the good setup it needs.
I think NGX is just smart. They found a counter. Like, I legitimately think if Earthshaker comes out again, they're going to pick Muerta mid. To me, this looked like a counter. Like, all of these little plays that
I thought you were going to say if someone's going to be picking Earthshaker, they're going to be banning out Clockwork.
Yeah, that was also looking like a
He was definitely going to say that, yeah.
They banned Queen of Pain, which has looked good against Earthshaker, and I think heroes fall out of favor whenever they're really overpowered, when there are like 2 to 3 really good solutions to them, because then there's always going to be one where you can't ban it. Like, you can't ban them all, and this is when a hero falls out of meta. So maybe the stock in Earthshaker should just go down, or we should start seeing it be flexed more to the other roles like we keep talking about, but it seems like it never happens.
I mean, it's the lane, right? I think they expose how vulnerable Earthshaker is in the lane. Maybe teams overrating the hero a little bit. He's still strong, but you don't want to open the draft with Earthshaker quickly because he can run into lanes where he can't really play.
Ranged heroes definitely destroy him in lane.
Yeah,
Like,
ranged heroes and probably blocking the camp. Those are the two things.
Those are the two things, yeah.
You have to look out for. And obviously also the supports. You need to have the right supports to enable you to be able to do that.
But if you're an offlaner, there's a lot less stock in like committing to shutting the hero down, like in blocking the camp, because then you could stack the other camps on the side of the map, right? Like, there are other options, and there's like less value in like, okay, we need to get this Blink Dagger super early because this is our mid hero. We need to play around it. So maybe a flex should come into play.
Yeah, it's also maybe not relying on just your mid player being the playmaker. That's something that's normally very like cohesive with, okay, a mid laner is going to be our playmaker. They're the one that's going to run around with the support. Maybe you're still fine if your mid laner has a rough game if there is a backup in an off laner.
Yeah, definitely the case. Like, I think Underlord is just a weird hero to play around. Like, a lot of the time that it's not in the meta, this is the thing that we point to for why not, is that you need a lot of levels before you can start really being active. Like, it's more like you're active with other heroes, and then he ults in and gives auras.
These teams aren't wasting any time, by the way. They're back in their booths, and they are back into draft for game number 2.
Team Tidebound versus Nigma Galaxy. Game 2.
Top 8, that would be the placement Tidebound get for themselves if they aren't able to bring something out of the bag for game number 2. Elimination is on the line. Nigma Galaxy, they kind of just want to repeat what's been happening, hoping for themselves that it's going to go the same way, and at least for draft's sake, it's going to start out in a very similar fashion. They're having first pick here.
It leaves Invoker in the pool again. They had to switch things up, removing this Lycan, which did cause a lot of issues for them. But Nigma Galaxy, they don't want to mess around. Muerta, now they've shown that they can play this from 2 different roles, and I'm also pretty sure that Ghost can play it. She has to have that third option if necessary, because Muerta with the other facet does allow you to play from the carry role, and she seems relatively good, I would say. But what Sumail has shown in the previous game is that he can pretty much play anything Kurotok in an inter. It's Sumail. He's going to be playing whatever he wants, and the king is back. I'm not just talking about the Sand King, but also Sumail. He's having some top-notch performances.
Yeah, this is going to become, I think, a very high value pick here, going maybe deeper in the tournament. This Muerta hero, if you can actually play her mid with the Helm build, I think this hero just gives you so much value in the draft. You open the draft with the hero, it doesn't reveal too much, and you can swap her to a support.
Yeah. I mean, very recently it was like considered an S tier support, and I remember we always questioned like, why is it falling off? You know, the Ags build.
They nerfed the Ags. I think that's probably the main reason. And you don't have the double and the talents, right? You don't have the
level
double.
20 and 25.
Yeah, 20 to 25.
It still felt like something that could come out, especially for like the specialty players. So I'm glad to see that it is coming out. But when you have heroes in the first phase, like, they almost always have to be flexed.
Yeah, I mean, the Sand King is like an appropriate response to that. Kind of like also a mid hero / off-lane hero, flex hero, so you can decide it somewhere down the road. I think this is a pretty nice response, so you don't really, once again, show too much, and you're going to have to really be thinking about your support duo, right? So the Bane is going to be the one that is the first one being snatched up by Team Tidebound.
So Tidebound is not going to have the same issue as last game, where they don't have like a mid or an off lane to be in that trio, because Sand King doesn't need items. He doesn't need a Blink Dagger. You can just run with him, and he has a lot of damage between the Epicenter and even the Sandstorm. Like, obviously, he does want to get a Blink at some point. He will love to farm those Ancients. but you can still play around him early. It's not going to be this like Underlord, Earthshaker mid waiting for Blink scenario.
And he also is like kind of, I think, stronger in the lane if you play him mid against range heroes, because you kind of just farm, push out the wave, and you don't really get right click so much like what we saw with the Earthshaker against the Muerta.
Yeah, your battle is not with the mid laner, it's with the sentry wards that they're putting down.
Comes again. I mean, Clockwork was a real menace in the previous game. We did mention that he needs to pop off in the previous game because they didn't have that many setups, and now the same thing. Bane doesn't like to play into Clockwork. You're playing into Muerta as well. Phoenix, there's no real attack speed that is coming out, at least now. I think they could potentially pick up that Snapfire that is still available. You have an Egg Hitter, you have something against the Clockwork. But magical damage against Muerta works really well, pairing up with the Sanking. I think this time around, Tidebound did a very good job trying to address some of the issues, especially against this Muerta. Phoenix as well. You have the burst damage, like you can initiate onto a hero and try to kill it.
I think that's an S tier suggestion, and that would give them a very strong trio at running around and doing stuff in the early game.
Yeah.
So you have Bane to set up, and then you Snapfire that's doing damage.
I probably want to show like one support plus the mid, plus the carry here, and keep the Sanking flexible if they can. Well, they go for the Grimstroke here.
Cool. They're going for something else.
Double grip.
Yeah, double grip, double burrow, which is incredible because then you burrow, you know, both targets, and then the burrow under. Anyway, the Grimstroke, you're getting like extra damage because burrow hits multiple targets. It's like AoE, but it works with the Grimstroke ult.
Okay.
But I love Grimstroke against Muerta because you get the innate where you can hit ethereal targets, but then you get a unit that's also magic immune. So the illusion that you get is like legitimately God. You cannot deal with this illusion.
Yeah, Phoenix also hates the silence, the ghost, you know.
Yeah, true.
You can't really deal with it. And they have a pretty nice Inkswell target with the Sanking. I think every time you see a Grimstroke being picked, immediately you think, oh, does their lineup work well with the Grimstroke? And right now they have the double grip and the Inkswell target on the Sanking. Undying, okay.
So that's a mid Sanking in the core, Undying.
Off-lane Undying.
They want to get a pipe. They want to get those auras instantly, and Nigma Galaxy immediately taking out Medusa. Like, the damage that they do have is really that great. Plus, you also have ways of dealing with Undying. Tombstone, Medusa, Gyrocopter, these type of stuff are always going to be
But
good.
at the same time, Grimstroke acts, you know, against Medusa.
This is another great illusion target. And I will say the same thing that I said last game, which is Team Tidebound, they seem to think that they need a Crimson Pipe Buyer versus Medusa. And Undying is an excellent Crimson Pipe Buyer, especially the Crimson, because all the strength that you're stealing is giving you more protection against these small instances of damage that Medusa is doing, but it doesn't seem like NGX cares.
I'll go with the crowd. I'm going to say crowd wants to see Ogre, and that's going to be the last pick. It's all that clapping, right?
I like how Lacoste can make anything work for his imagination here. What is your...
Wait, which team is picking Ogre? Just said that
think any,
but without even thinking
Nigma Galaxy, he doesn't care. Any of them.
I mean, if we can have Muerta mid, if we can have these punch carries, why not Ogre?
If it comes out, you need to go down there and start drafting.
I will.
Let me ask you, do you buy Helm on Ogre or Midas on Ogre?
Both.
Midas 100% of the time.
There you go.
100% of the time. Oh, let's see what exactly is going to be banned out. Last time that they picked the Medusa, they banned the AM, and it was just the Darkseer. They felt like that was what they were looking for, something that really countered the Medusa. But the offlane had already been shown in Undying, so is that still where your ban was?
Maybe Tidebound could pick Morphling, because I think it's really good against Medusa.
Oh, I thought you were going to say because the crowd was doing waves. Yeah.
Come on, dude. I was setting up for the punchline. Come on. Yeah, it was a wave type thing, but then I thought Shiro actually plays Morphling. It's not genuinely not that bad. Turning into Medusa is very powerful.
Now full of jokesters on this panel. Having too much fun. They're thinking a lot about this. It went straight from this Clockwork. They knew exactly that they wanted the Medusa out of this into the AM ban, but now is where it's stalling out a little bit, Winter.
I mean, there are definitely still a lot of other decent options. I think Terrorblade is kind of okay too, you know, you can kind of hit the egg, and you can make Medusa copies of your own. You're kind of like a Darkseer in a way. So I think there's still options here.
Oh, Jug would have been good.
How come?
Diffusal builder against Medusa. I also think people generally enjoy that matchup. Like in the Omni Slash, you can do enough damage to kill.
I mean, you also spin and kill the egg, so it has like 2 reasons to pick the job. I mean, the mask kind of also really rounds up the whole lineup here. Protection for the egg. It kind of also maybe stops certain heroes like TB. You dissuade those heroes. Well, they're gonna go for the Faceless Void here. So their lineup is gonna be very, very slow, and you have triple melee calls here.
That is a classic Medusa counter, though. I remember BB Team was the first team to show this, where you simply kill everyone else, and Medusa does such small instances of damage that Void will...
Yeah, but what if the egg is the carry right now, because you can't kill the egg? You have 3 melee calls, and your supports are probably not gonna
pretty
kill
bad at
it.
it. So it needs to be Faceless Void who needs to actually hit the egg.
Yeah. Early Manta style from him. This is going to be necessary. Attack speed items.
Yeah.
So the impact of the Phoenix is still going to stay there. It's rising in popularity a little bit, but we mostly see it played in.
I mean, it's also Phoenix plus Medusa, right? The gaze and the egg, so you're not hitting the egg. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, tough to disengage there. So now the question is, you guys have favored a team normally when it comes to a team fight, when you see the lanes play out. But can you see that when it comes to these 2 drafts and these 2 teams?
I mean, the trifecta again, right? You're going to be looking at the trifecta. So it's going to be Moita, Phoenix, Clock. I think that's probably more all-rounded compared to the Sand King, Bane, and Grim. I think Grim is the weakest hero here when it comes to the rune fighting. So I think I'm going to give the trifecta advantage to Nigma Galaxy. They're probably going to be able to get slightly ahead in terms of their runes, and they're going to be able to use it to snowball again, what happened in the first game with the Moita.
I think Tidebound is way better than last game.
It is.
We're going to see an actual competitive game here rather than just the stomp of game 1.
Yeah, it's not like last game, but I still think that the Grim is going to be a weaker one. The weakest hero among the
Yeah, he's playing into Mars, which he doesn't like to play. Clockwork as well. I think these 2 supports from Tidebound could suffer a lot if they're getting initiated on. Sure, there is some counterplay to it with the Sanking Stun, with the Undying using the Tombstone, popping the Aura's Chronosphere from the Faceless Void. But overall, if Nigma Galaxy is being the one who's super aggressive, they're initiating the fights, I can feel these 2 supports having a really rough time.
And yourself, Jenkins?
Yeah, I agree. I would say I think NGX got something very similar to what they got in the first game, perhaps even easier to execute. It's just they're dealing with a Tidebound that has an actual good duo in their supports.
Yeah, Tidebound powering up, having a bit of drive for themselves in a game number 2. Let's hear from that coach exactly his thoughts on it.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with the Blink, coach of Tidebound, with Helen helping to translate, where we are seeing something interesting 2 times in a row. Sumail Muerta mid. Now, I haven't seen this before, but I was wondering, how prepared were you for them to do it 2 times in a row now?
我们2序2把都看到了苏缪的中单重音碧零奶绿，我们是没有见过，你有见过吗？而且有没有做好准备呢？
之前有耳闻吧，也在天梯上看到他玩过。就第1把可能是我们没有处理好他这个中单奶绿，但是这把我们想了办法，好吧？我觉得他打不出上把的节奏。
So we have seen him play the hero before. In game 1, we didn't properly deal with it. However, we'll find a solution and not let him have his tempo.
Well, let's see if the solution works out. And I know behind me, are there a lot of Tidebound fans on this side? It sure sounds like it. So Blink, I was wondering,
ten burger, jak tam žral ten týpek.
On this side of the crowd that want to hear you really get them going.
To byl nějaký bratwurst.
有那么多Tidebound的粉丝，有没有任何想跟他们说的话呢？
谢谢大家的支持，相信我们中国队的大河，好吧？
Thank you everyone for your support. Please believe in China's ultra carries.
The ultra carries are on the field. Let's see it in the game as we get into game number 2.
Presne tak, ako hovorí Tsunami, ideme sa pekne, krásne pozrieť rovno do hry, skočíme si tam a ideme sa pozrieť na osud týchto 2 tímov, dámy a páni. Je čas, aby som tu nielen, ako by teda dneska sice ešte nedal žiadnu veľkú black hole, tentokrát tam bude najbližšie ku mne možno ten Faceless Void teoreticky, ale my všetci môžeme byť zase ready na to, čo nás tu momentálne čaká. Nothing to say, pôjde ukázať pekne midového senda. Ghost znova na tom istom. Teoreticky vedbené Enigmáci majú úplne veľmi podobný line-up ako naposledy. Akurát jedna vec, čo bude fungovať inak, že majú teamfightiaceho offlanera v podobe toho Marza a nie úplne, povedzme, Likana na nejaké tie poriadne dominátorky a podobne. Za mě ale prostě kombinácia toho Grimstroke a Undyinga u Tideboundou bude najväčší jako brutál. Nielenže tam môžu dať 2 Fiends gripy, kľudne do toho planetovo spojenia, neskôr môžu mať za Garimom samozrejme nejakú tú brutálnu lusku, či už z Medúzy alebo z Muerty, ktorá môže hitovať aj do Ghoceptorov. Tam si bude môcť vyberať ako zo švédskych stolov, ale samozrejme to sa bavíme akoby o trošičku neskorších časoch. Prvá časť je ten laning phase, kde už minulé Nigmáci fakt ako hrali dobre, hlavne to support duo minulé fakt ako svietilo aktívnym spôsobom a tentokrát aj keď toho Bane'a ukradli pre mistra Waya. Vidíme, ako ten Bane bude fungovať zrovna proti Klokovi, čo ako linka ideálna nie je. Otázka, ako sa Shirovi takisto podarí tuto ako niečo polázitovať, pomáha mu tam Y, aby sa k tomu last hitu dostal, pekná práca. Support, nech tam ako pomôže nejakým tým early lázitom trošičkenzi. Oh boy, oh boy. Ja myslím si, že Ghosta jako nemajú možno ako úplne vyhnať z tej spodnej linky nejak jednoducho. Ten Undying by tam jako mohl fungovat zaujímavo a už tam jako dostává chudák GH bomby nakonec so stykou. Tu pekne bude udržiavať akurát pri živote. Ja myslím si, že neskôr by to Tideboundi fakt jako pohromadě mali mať dobre, zase budú musieť čakať na tú midovú Nothing to Sayovú blinku, minule to bolo so Shakerom, tentokrát to bude so Sandom. Hlavne vyzerá, že o tej Muerty zase, to je prostě mílík proti Muerte. No to je očividně taky ten jako fakt čítanie od týmu Nigma, že keď tam je prostě jeden z těch jako meta midlanerov, čo bývajú Shakerovi a Sandovi úplne bežné, alebo nejaký Beast, tak proti ním zrovna ta midová Muerta je prostě ich odpoveď. Žiadny iný tým to tu nebude hrať Pinle, ne, to teraz pekne, ale GH ešte vychytal, ten nepojde nikde. Číňani asi zoberajú takisto ten kill. Denaj si navíc zobere teda Mr. Fate Beyond. Každopádně po 3. minutě tu jako vyzerá, že myslím si, že Tideboundi už teraz mají oveľa prispôsobenejší ten draft jako naposledy. Ten mid bude sice podle mě velmi podobná story. Znova tam bude podle mě dost intenzivní boj o tie Triangle stacky. Jeden ten camp už je teraz, ten hard camp zavardený. Už si to tam Nigmáci dávno postrážili straight up. No, uvidíme, jaký ale Tideboundi in-game urobia teda tuto rozbeh. Je jasné, že ten Faceless Void by na to ultra carry mohl potom zničiť late game, ale bude to být přece len proti 2 ranged carryčkám, proti Stonegazám, jako navíc Supernova tam jako někde může být k tomu. Je to velmi dlhá cesta pre toho Voida, jak to samozřejmě bude začínat s jako tou klasickou dominátorkou navíc. No, ustát tu linku pravděpodobně bude moc ten damage, ale ten Faceless Void začne doručovat až za velmi dlhou dobu. Kdo náhodou jako by teda ještě momentálně tuto nepoznává, tuto můj neskutočný Enigma cosplay, tak je to najbližšie, k čemu jsem se jako by vezmedi teda dokázal jako dopracovat za to ráno, kým jsem to tu jako s Gabčou dal dohromady. No, mezi tím teda sila toho Bane'a ukáže aj proti Amarovi teraz. Akurát toto zdržanie, tam jedna defenzívna varda dokonca hodená, aby tam fakt jako viděli v tom ich lese, čo sa tam deje. Nothing to Say teraz už prišiel, tam mezi tím se zbavili právě tej vardy, takže už konečně tam bude spavnovat ten hard camp. Jo, v 4. minutě, tam jeden z tag enchantov, jako nič obrovské. Zatiaľ jako 21 lázitov je podle mě ale proti tým 27 stále dobrá práca. Velmi podobná story a velmi podobný prípad to byl na tom minulou hru na tom Shakerovi. Jo, jako realisticky, tu si myslím, že fakt jako kluci budou muset jako fakt zapnúť. Ten Faceless Void sice podle mě toho může urobit jako dost viac jako minule s Giroškou, mohl tam jako vytvoriť Mr. Shiro. Na Marza, ale určitě damage nebudu mať. Nigmáci zase už mají dokonce základ s 1k gold leadom. To je jasné, že Číňania tuto budú hrať takú tú pomalšiu obozretnú hru. Sand King má ale medzi tým problém, aj keď nám to neukazuje, tuto kameraman na mide solo kill. Sumail. Sumail. Tam viděli iba podľa tých HPček a toho positioningu, že to ten Sand King tam má jakoby pomaly spočítané iba podľa minimapy. Ale well. Jo, tentokrát jsme tu mali mierny T-Tours aj na maině. To by sa mne určite akoby nestalo s kameraworkom. Stále ale pak jako 15 denájov, 11 denájov na Marzovi, 9 denájov na Ghostovi. Ten laning phase prostě vychádza pak lepšie a už sa to tu buduje. Toto celé sa ale bude podľa mňa jako spočítavať, jak je teraz už konečne s tou trojkovou Sandstormou. Už teraz jako je ten Sand King celku OK. Jo, je tam ale přece len prostě Pierce the Veil za malý moment, kludně nějaký level 6, keby tam jako chcel Mr. Sumail. Tak je to malý moment, ještě chvilku potrvá. Omar se tu teraz pekne schoval škrabem a tuto kurva potřebujeme sa poškrabať, ale nechcem si to volet dopičiť. Kurva. Sunda tu barvu, to je nejvěc annoying na tom. Je fialové víc a víc. Oh god, chat. veľkou názvou, čo už si tam dneska vytvorili, akoby preto toho dúfam, že tam robíte aspoň poctivo nejaké tie klipy, alebo niečo iné. Dneska som zvedavý, kto bude hlavne víťazom, nebo je to úplne epicky vyzerajúceho dresu priamo z hamburskej arény. Že ten budeme dneska pekne krásne rozdávať. Ešte spolu s ďalším TI merchom tam z toho side shopu, pekne z tej Mouse Headquarters z Hamburgu. A dneska samozrejme teda, síce nebude žiadna sošečka, ale ešte je mechanická klávesnica pre vás. Oh boy. To je filtr, nebo si se něčím napatlal? Popálenie teda spozná, ale Mr. Fatebeyond dole. Dobre, sorry, si ešte tam akoby vrátil tých 100 HPčiek a v pôjde, prežije, odíde preč, ide dokonca dominátorku na Undyinga. Táto meta sa fakt ako dostala do zón. Jako dominátorka na všetkom. Ešte tam bude teraz ale potrebovať 600, nemá tam akoby nič veľké, akorát tá defenzívna helma mu tam aj tak akoby nejakú tú poriadnu defenzívu dá. Ja myslím si, že fakt ako tu je jasná vec, neviem akoby, čo tam teraz momentálne akoby čírujú teda v tej aréne alebo v niečo podobnom, ale tá dominátorka bude tak, ja som to minule hovoril, ona bude tak rýchlo pečnutá, ak skončí TI, normálne skončí TI, instantne tá dominátorka bude mať podľa mňa tak 80 mana cost, oveľa väčší cooldown, bude stáť viac goldov alebo niečo iné. Something proste tam ako príde, že to je fakt ako onslaught. No je to aspoň aktívnejší item, ktorý je akoby v tej hre trochu viac vidieť. No, why? Teraz ale príde využiť podobné slípy, ako využíval minulú hru práve GH, toho šestkového Marza, ale podľa mňa nezabijú úplne kľúci len tak. Planet tam síce prišiel dobre, tam bude aj Inkswell, tam bude Silence, tu nepôjde Nubík nikde. Ten kill mohol možno why nechať napríklad tomu Carry Voidovi, ale nakoniec nechce. Bane to potrebuje tiež. Omar medzi tým na nenápadnom výlete tu síce obíde s tými akoby poriadnymi ukradnutými hejstami. Kribo tam aj tak zahliadol, chcel by tu možno Nothing to Say a chytiť, dobré, pokus tam skúsi. Kogi si nechal, ale nedal ich úplne dokonalým spôsobom. Ja, bude tam vyhnaný si ten Sand King preč, celku bez many chlapák. Jeden deadshot dostane na cestu. Hlavne to pre neho není žiadny veľký refill. Jeho faceka je tam síce teda dokončená, na Sumailovi už máme ale dokončenú tú dominátorku tiež. Takže na mide, minule sa podarilo okolo 9. minúty vypušovať tier jednotku proti tomu Shakerovi. Tentokrát Nigmáci už tam ako majú polku, to je, že sa isto akoby pred tou 9. minútou väčší commitment tu prichádza od Tideboundov, majú tu teoreticky ešte port, predsa len od toho Voida s nejakým chronom, keby náhodou chceli. Ten Undying, ale uvidíme, ako sa dostane skoro do hry, pretože zatiaľ je to ten top network a mal by to byť ťahuň. Tu ale idú bojovať zase Nigmáci o tie enemy stacky. Minule to bolo s Echom, teraz tu bude iba pálený vzadu Mr. Y, Sumail ho tam ešte tým semenokrípom bude pripravovať. Nothing to Say tu bude skúsiť pripraviť teda aspoň toho kloka, ale ten je podľa mňa možno dosť tlustý, možno Fatebeyond bude stačiť, OK. Tam nebolo treba ani nič viac, už sa tu ale pekne Tideboundi zomknú. White tam je celú dobu hantený tým creepom, tam kričí, že potrebuje pomoc, chlapci! Jeden semenový Petr Žalud mi tu je za prdelou. Posledný Fire Spirit ho netrafil, Deadshot ho netrafí tiež, tentokrát Y, ale počkaj, bude zabitý na neutrále, neviem, či sa mu to stalo teda na schvál, alebo sa chcel teda denajnúť, ale toto bude akorát skratka. Jo, s tými zombíkmi sa tam snažia ale pofarmiť hlavne tie Ancienty, Nothing to Say bude mať väčšinu, GH si tam chce minimálne zobrať nejaké tie XP, odozdajú tam takisto aj toho Dominátor Creepa jedného, ešte veľkého si zobral pán Sumail. No a tentokrát si väčšinu toho trianglu podľa mňa ustrážili Tideboundi. Žiadny veľký disaster tu nebude diať, ale treba akoby mysleť na to, že medzi tým si tam Ghost úplne free farmy. Ten Meduze, ak dajú zase takýto akoby easy opener, ktorý už teraz po laning phase má, ten Void bude jednoznačne ťahať za ten kratší koniec. Do late gameov tam môžeme teda rozmýšľať nad všeličím. Ja, predtým ako by ten povedzme pick-up jeden Nuba bol OK, s dvomi bracerami túto hru vyzerá, že pôjde rovno do Eulov k tomu. Ja, uvidíme, čo tu ale Tideboundi budú môcť vymýšľať. Majú tam teda tým pádem pripravené už tie dve dominátorky finally. Aj na tom Voidovi, aj na tom Undyingovi. Ja, do toho jako midový Sand King potrebuje akorát timing na blink. Ja, ešte tu bude musieť vyčkávať takisto tuto po 10. aj Mr. Y, aby tam vôbec nejaké tie Fiends gripy vytiahol. Tá silná strana Číňanov príde, až keď tam Planet bude možno čo začať ukazovať možno nejakými spojeniami s Grimom. Do toho double Fiends grip, majú tam tie Chrona, ten teamfight ešte okolo Undyinga. Tam proste jednoznačne to papierovo pre Tideboundov podľa mňa čínsky ako dáva zmysel. Ten line-up je brutálny, ale potrebuje čas. To by mohli abusenúť práve Nigmáci, pre ktorých ten line-up vyzerá byť takisto greedy, ale oni vedia, že Tideboundi nemôžu ich tu nejak ako zahnať do prdeli za 10 minút. Tu ale rovno príde pokus noob, setup jednoho, defensívny Nightmare by Shira odtiaľ mohol dostať, a ten ešte nemal nič iné, toho silencu sa nedostane. Shiro vykontrolovaný, noob to pripravil včas a nepomôže ani defenzívne Nightmare runy. Sumail s jeho midovou muertou prináša smrť, kde sa len chlapec chystá. Tu je Farky! Tu neskutočne zamrdal 10 000 bitov. To vidím prvýkrát v živote, takýto počet bitov. Farky! 10 000 bitov, neviem ani koľko to je, ono to pravdepodobne, neviem či to je $10 alebo niečo také, ale aj tak je to veľká ako morda. Ďakujem, pane Farky. Není tu síce žiadny úplne obrovský hype train, možno keby tam ako niekto teda akoby dával nejaké tie poriadne resuby, alebo možno niekto to akoby využíval tú dnešnú slevu, pretože tam máte 35% slevnené, 5 plus gifted suby, kto by dnes chcel samozrejme nejaké tie slevnené vstupenečky a budeme to mať tak aj ďalšie dni. No predsa len. 104, počkej, to je... Ja neviem, ako to funguje, ja tie bity akoby som proste nikdy zas tak moc ako nepoužíval, ale neviem, koľko to je. Každopádne neskutočne ďakujem za takúto mordu. Môžete mi tam niekto akoby to vypočítať, akoby nejaký dobrý akoby zdroj, aby som vedel, ale 10 000 bitov je fakt ako brutál. To je úplný brutál podľa mňa. Ja si není istý, to môže byť $100, $100, nie som si istý tu, ale máme chrono. Vychytaný nám bude práve ten Fénix, nestíne na tú supernovu, ani keby moc chcel. No, medzi tým Nothing to Say môže takisto ešte pripraviť aj Omara tu, ale Fiend s gripom držia práve Marza, aby nemohla prísť žiadna veľká arena. Omar to síce preruší, tam spomalia tým pádom aspoň Nothing to Say a ten Senting na to zaplatí životom a Muerta môže ísť mlátiť ďalej. O to Nigmáci ustáli, chcú si prísť ešte po toho Bane'a. Tu je ale pripravený ešte Fate Beyond, tu je dobrý Tombstone, tam si Wyatt síce udržia v tej aréne, Dúbik, tam predsa len bude ešte dohilovaný na pána. Undyingov od pána jedného totémovského sa zbavili otočka, ale prichádza do samotného Sumaila, ten už tam žiadnu veľkú defenzívu nebude mať, jedna styka, o to chvíľku ešte udrží pri živote Sumail, nevie umierať pri tých kogoch, on nemohol Shiro úplne doraziť. Shiro, tátetemi, Sumail, bude žiť, ne, Sumail, King is back! 10 000 bitov je 140 €, tak to je brutál. Farky! Neuveriteľne ďakujem za takúto mordu tým pádom. Takéto veci bytok, tu začívam ako pomaly prvýkrát, ale fakt neskutočne ďakujem za takúto monštrosnú podporu tu, ale uvidíme ten replay. Dobre vykontrolovaný Nuba, aby tam nemohol prísť hneď pomôcť tou arénou. Ja dám na to, ako Omar bol problémok, ten stihol, ale pekne preruší ten Fiend's grip. No, ten teamfight nešiel zahrať lepšie od tej štvorice Nigmákov, ktorí tam na začiatku stratili toho Fénixa a nemali ho tam celú dobu. Jo, tu išli pokračovať ďalej, ten Tombstone vyzeral, že bude Gucci, ale Noob to medzi nimi zdržal, tým, že tam vezme ešte mal tú styku, teraz ho tam dohýlovalo do full. Ghost sa postaral akurát o to, aby to tam ako celé bolo hotové a tu Sumail stihol popnúť, alebo Ghost mu tam popol ten Lotus, ak sa nemýlim, to bol Ghost podľa mňa s Medúzou. Do toho fakt ten control tu bol tak krásny, že sa nedostal k ničomu Shiro. Takýto early fight ešte nemôžu Tideboundi podľa mňa úplne ustáť, keď tam nepríde podľa mňa nejaký akoby väčší, povedzme, epicenter play aspoň k tomu. Takýto akoby jeden kill na Fénixa, teda ešte tu prišiel teraz medzi tým, by the way. 5. dobrý, znova sa tu nachádzame ale tej 4000-ovej líderóny. Tideboundi budú zase ťahať za ten kratší koniec a Nigmáci a Kuroky fakt asi na Číňanov majú svoj návod, chat. Fakt to tu akoby pekne vyzerá. Jo, preto 15 minútov, ono predsa len ako tu Ghost tentokrát dokonca vyzerá, že pôjde ten Maelstrom build. Takže to bude možno ešte s nejakým tým Agarimom, aby sa to tam ako odrážalo všetkým. Jo, tým pádom tie Maelstormy a tie proci, tam nebudeme možno tá iluska potom, keby išiel nejaký Butterfly, by to mohlo byť horšie od toho Grima v later stages. Teraz ten Ubík netrafil úplne dokonale tú jednu spíru. Fate Beyond ale bude schopný tým pádom ešte možno prežiť. Tu ide skočiť možno na druhú stranu práve na Nothing to Say. Spolu s Inkvelom to kombo by malo Fénixa stáť život, Tombstone ešte hodiny vzadu, tuto nemajú čo. Už Nigmáci hľadať pekný soulbind a double Fiend's grip. Toto Tideboundi chceli, hľadali, počkali a našli. Nothing to Say začal spolu s Planetom, ale dokončili. A momentálne to vyzerá, že tuto budú v 15. minúte musieť vymysleť možno tuto nejaký Nigmáci, nejaký gameplan. Noobík tam jako na začátku sice připravil arenu, netrafil tu jednu spíru, ale to eskalovalo až do momentu. Tu sa budú Číňania jednoznačne cítiť lepšie. Nenápadný Nightmare, aby tu prostě tohoto pána zdržali. Nie, že by na něho chcel momentálně někdo naskočit, tam Nothing to si akurát čaká na tu 16-minutovú runu, či náhodou. Ilusky sa mu budú hodiť. Tým, že má Marzik predsa len ešte defenzívnu eulu, pôjdu ale skúsiť aj tak Inkswell do toho fucking stuník, nemajú ale dosť damage. Omar Nightmarenutý teraz, ale aj keď chce dávať ten hookshot, odspali ho kluci dobre. Planeta a Omar trafil nádherným spôsobom. Hajtrič, ten tu dokonca takisto ide poriadne mordy. Čo sa týka Gifted Subov, rozširuje sa nám tu tá rodina. Planeta teda bude rovno snajpnutý a každá smrť na tom Grimovi oddeluje tie later stages na nejaký ten potenciálny Aganim alebo takéto podobné záležitosti. Pekná pomsta. Že som si chcel akoby prečítať, čo tam bolo. No samozrejme, že mu dáme akoby z toho bytov, mu dáme samozrejme vstupenky tiež. To sa prepočíta, to je samozrejme, chat, akurát tu nie sú vôbec akoby byty bežné a nepoužíva to tu nikto, rozumieš, tak sme to nikdy nepotrebovali, tak na čo by som nejako rozumiete, tak to tam není akurát napísané k tomu. Samozrejme, že keď tu pošle niekto akoby takú obrovskú podporu, že bude mať z toho akoby tuto pekne lístky akoby do tomboličky, to ako je jasné. Preto som vám akoby tu chat kupoval tie veci za skoro no spolu, ja neviem, asi 450 eur, ja neviem, koľko to stálo, ani prst by by povedal, koľko to bude dohromady, ale jako pár stoviek eur by na tie veci z toho Secret Shopu pre vás tam ako padli. Yeah, boy. Zde tam akorát ten jeden Fadebianov creep chytený, ono vyzerá, že čím sa mapa sa ale spomalí, tak Nigmaci si aj tak akoby navyšujú ten lead. Ta Meduza prostě vždycky bude mať väčší farm speed oveľa, ako ten Faceless Void. To sa nedá akoby úplne nahodiť. Tam samozrejme prostě, jakmile ta Meduza prostě bude mať agáč, jakmile, akoby ta potom bude mať, čo je mi ten Mjolnir na attack speed, už iba s tým Aganimom, keď tam tie blesky budú zo všetkého, to bude štípať. Zase je to ale ten Fénix, chudák GH vyžiera každý jeden engage. Stunlock, už sme videli včera, Ghost ale ide otočiť minimálne do toho Bane'a na pár hitov, by to mohol zabezpečiť pekne tam Noob ešte pripraviť ďalší target. Nothing to say. Nigmáci tentokrát boli pripravení a GH zatiaľ ako džebejtí jednu smrť za druhou. Toto Fénixa tu zatiaľ akoby moc zase tak veľký impact nemá, ale popravde vy džebejtili akoby tými smrťami sú dosť pekné fighty. Dokonca Sumel túto hru zmenil build. Urobil ten defenzívny Mage Slayer. Jo, na to, aby tam prostě znižoval ten Sand King damage z toho epicentru, celkovo ten Magic damage mínus sa hodiť bude. Jo, medzi tým tu jeden creepášek ani nepríde k Shirovi do farmy. Jo, Ghost fakt jako potrebuje reálne 2 litry a bude mať ten nagáč, no někdy do té 21. minuty by mohlo tučne prísť. Twitch nám tu očividne teda spustil nejaký zaujímavý random hype train, tak som zvedavý, či to tu budete teda chcieť využívať ešte popri tých slevnených sabíkoch. Neviem, čo to tam teraz ako momentálne proclo, alebo či si to uvedomil po tých bytoch a po tých high-tričových gifted suboch. Ďakujem ešte raz krásne. Uvidíme, či teraz ale Nigmáci využijú tento tu hype train, možno to bude práve Čína. Ja by som si osobne v tejto sérke kľudne pozrel nejakú game free. No, budem ale samozrejme extrémne rád, keď sa Kuroky prebojuje pekne ďalej. Od Číňanov tam máme stále Extreme, ktorí boli aj na začiatku tým dominantnejší týmom, to be honest, ale Tideboundi boli hneď za nimi. Jo, zatiaľ tejto sérii neukázali úplne tú svoju plnú silu. Predsa sme sa tu ani do nejakého late gameu úplne nedostali, je tu, ale vyzerá, že Nooba zase pôjdu kluci hantiť. Full engage, dokonca aj Chrono, ten Fénix to tam bude celú dobu healovať. Shiro toto nedomyslel vôbec, zase chudák GH, vyzerá celý ten epicenter, stihol tam ale potom dať tú supernovú OK. Tam Noob, teraz príde za Renou Eulou, to zdržal tiež, tam nepríde ten posledný, tá Eula od Nooba. Na to zdržala, tam nemal kdo dať ten posledný hit a GH bude žiť. Otočka to prichádza práve do GH a tentokrát ale potom nebude, do GH a do Ghosta, nebude schopný ako by s tou Meduzou sa ale kľudne otočiť, toto nedomysleli úplne kluci. Sand King padá, White tu bude ešte medzi tým pálený a dopálený. Nazdar! Sumel bere ten 13. kill, Noob zahral teraz ale absolútne nádherne, pokryl tam tou arénou ten egg, nemal to kto iný ani hitovať a jediný, kto tam bol ten Sen, tak dostal ten posledný jeden hit, ten Eul. GH tým pádom to prežil. Boli z toho nakoniec pekne 2 killy, do toho ešte objektív v podobe Tormentoru. Tempo sa tu zase zdvíha, ako sa pomaly môžu zdvíhať zo židlí. Nielen nejaké tie poriadne čierne čokodierky, ale takisto všetci Nigma fans na celom svete. Kurokyho ja osobne tu akoby predsa len sledujem, alebo teda poznám od Doty 1 dlhé roky. Takisto by som tam zažil nielen či jeho TI tituly, alebo nejaké podobné záležitosti navíc celú jeho kariéru. Vystredal tam všetky možné role, skončil samozrejme na tej coach pozícii, tuto na Dota polodúchode, nazvime to. Tento tým sa ale dostáva fakt do zóny. Čierny kôň môže vyradiť práve túto tým Tidebound, ktorí včera dostali tzv. Brinzový treatment. Vyzerá, že tu ale pôjdu hľadať práve na vrchu. Kľudci z týmu Nigma, tam sa neschováva momentálne nikto. Tam ale to, čo potrebujú, je predsa len spúšťovať Aganem je na svete. Medúza už bude zo všetkých tých splitshotov dávať tie maelstormy. Ten damage output do celého toho fightu bude úplne nechutný, hlavne tam môže kľudne hitovať ten Tombstone a zároveň všetkým bude dávať ten damage. Tu ako Tideboundi v 21. proste nemôžu mať ready tie podstatné itemy, ktoré potrebujú. Tu počkať, idú si skúsiť sníknuť Roshana. Noob tam je rovno nachystaný, aby to Spírov iba tak ako trochu zdržal. Tá Nightmarea, tá bude možno pre neho problém, možno dostane aj ten Fiend's Grip, ale tu už pomaly prichádza celý tým. Tuto ako neviem, čo si Tideboundi momentálne mysleli, že tu ako nepôjdu Nigmáci o to bojovať. Easy peasy, ten Tombstone hlavne im tam akoby celku pomáha. Uvidíme, či to bude schopný akoby túto Sumail ešte dofarmiť úplne celé. Tombstone ešte na pár hitov, ale hlavne oni tam budú hitovať kľudne toho Rosha. Ten Tombstone, ktorý tam bude teraz pre Tideboundov chýbať, to je problém, ten epicenter síce majú tam dokonca aj to chrono. Nigmáci sú tam ale pekne schovaní akurát vzadu. Tu ale máme peknú arénu na dvoch. Noob to rovno pôjde začať na plána, tú defenzívnu eulu ani nemusel úplne dávať, pripravil tam hlavne Planeta, ktorý je podľa mňa veľmi podstatný, ten sa k tomu soulbindu nedostane. Undying bude vypnutý, takisto tiež Ghost, si zoberie double kill a tí Nigma Galaxy budú pokračovať aj na Innocence Wildho. Bane'a. Ten môže kradnúť kľudne Bane of Existence. Ale to je akoby tento tu line-up od Nigmákov očividne zastaviť nepôjde vôbec. To čítanie toho čínskeho line-upu, ktorí by zase chceli hrať len late game, ten proste nebude enough. Nebude enough. Ja mám nothing to say a prosím pekne po fantázii, takže verte, že akoby to nebude pre moje fantázie úplne akoby dobré, ale ja osobne Dota srdiečko by tu bije, samozrejme za Kurokyho. Keď už akoby by sa to tam týkalo nejaké tej Číny a mému by som to kľudne prijal, samozrejme tiež. Zaslúžené by to bolo. Vyzerá, že Nigma Galaxy ale v roku 2025 pôjdu na TI ukazovať o dosť viac, čo týmy od nich čakali. Ja som povedal, že budú čiernym koňom. Omar medzi tým už tu pekne vyskautil dokonca aj túto schovanú vardu. Noob do toho, ktorý urobil Eul into Pipe, túto hru zatiaľ ani nepotrebuje proste úplne tú blinku. Krásne na to Marzovi ukazuje, že oni vedene teraz do nich ani nemôžu fajtiť, keď už tak tú engage musia skočiť do nich a tým pádom tam ako není problém úplne nejakú tú arénu setupnúť. A tu proste Tideboundi potrebujú nejak túto hru zdržať, dostať ďalej, potrebujú možno chybu. A tá chyba neprichádza, 4 minúty, tá predsa len bude Aegis. Ghost medzi tým sa budeme potom celom Aganime, vyzerá, že už má aj celý Mjolnir, no jasne. Why medzi tým tu teda s nenápadným spôsobom tuto s Invizom. Sice vyčmuchal Omára, ten o ňom samozrejme ako momentálne nevie. Nie, že by tam bol niekto iný, tu Omar nakoniec pôjde v tom jetpacku si tu lietať okolo. Nenájde tam zatiaľ úplne planeta, raketka prišla trošku iným smerom. Nakoniec to pôjde postarať ale iba o ten Watcher Vision. Why vyzerá, že by toto mohol byť fakt free kill. OK. Už ho tu našli. Medzi tým nám ide padla ale tier 2, jo. Je tu pripravený aj Noob, tu príde ešte dobré combo Planet. Tam bude vychytaný ten Fiend's Grip, podľa mňa možno nebude stačiť ani na toho Kloka, tam ešte defenzívna pipa. Tam Planet samozrejme nebude portiť niekde tu, ale prichádza Chrono Shiro. Chce zabiť akurát jednoho Fénixa, to sa teda podarilo. Ale toto podľa mňa nebolo úplne worth it. Zaseknutý tam bude chudák ešte aj Mr. Y. 12-tisícový gold bude pokračovať, Omar tu ešte vidí. Ty koky, ale dal moc neskoro. Dal to rovno na ňom, nevstihol ho tam vyrubať. No ale po 25. minúte nič to nemení na veci, že podľa mňa úplne plne túto hru pod kontrolou majú práve Nigma Galaxy. Tu vidíme proste momentálne element aj tie teamfighty. To, v čom sú Tideboundi skvelí. No momentálne nemajú ako urvať, majú tam síce aspoň minimálne ten Aganem, jeho ten epicenter boostnutý, ale ešte to není zďaleka ani level 18, ani level 20. Tie power spiky na tie, tam ako potrebovali toho dosť a podľa mňa túto ghostovú medúzu zase nejde zastaviť. Toto je ale ghostová zóna, ten 25. sa zase ide nasťahovať na ten enemy high ground. Číňania znova musia vyukazovať teraz ako poriadny defense bázy. Sumel ho tam pekne ešte tou dominátorkou odspí, ten Bane zrazu nemá vôbec žiadny zdržovací impact, Amphiblu sa zbavia tiež, netrafia tam dokonca nič, tam proste sa Tideboundi môžu dívať, teraz tam môžu popovať ten glyph, ktorý načasovali teraz dobre, ale glyph si dajú aj tým Nigma Galaxy, obráňa tým pádom ten katapult aj tú creep wave a môžu pušovať ďalej. Ghost bude mať teraz trošku znížený ten damage cez ten Amphibl, takže je to trochu annoying, ale ten že sa podľa mňa zbaví aj tak. Do tohoto celého som zvedavý, čo tu chcú kľúci robiť, prichádzajú na tú medúzu. Ale kľúci má predsa len ešte Aegis. Tento tu prvotný engage je len taký akoby casuálny, bez epicentru sa Ghosta chcú zbaviť. Jo, ten ale popuje proste pekne, akurát right click do nich, noob. Už tu ale príde to Undyinga nachystať Ghost, aj keď má málo. On stále bude fungovať, stále bude rozdávať damage. Nothing to say to skúsil bez epicentry, ale bude to musieť skúčiť možno akurát s nejakým buybackom. G8 zabezpečuje tentokrát double kill. Kľúci vytikali ako ovná, tu pália a tým Nigma Galaxy prichádzajú ako proste Phoenix rising from the ashes. Číňania nemajú odpoveď na toto tu celé, nemajú sa tam ako k tomu približiť, tam Ghosta zabíjali 1.5 hodiny a aj tak tú medúzu nezabili ani jedenkrát. No nič, ale nicotné nič, Tideboundi nezmohli. Tento redot týmu, proste Nigma Galaxy od Kurokyho, tak ako prečítali ten draft, tak aj doručili, tam midová muerta fungovala proti tým midovým Sandom, Shakerom, proti tejto mete. Toto je taká tá nigmácka answer na to, čo by mala byť momentálna meta, tu ale sa podľa mňa nebude diať žiadny veľký late game. To vyzerá, že bude o jeden čínsky tým menej po tomto tu eliminačnom kole. Už all over brekite. Tideboundi fakt ako predvádzali bomby, boli o malý krok od toho, aby boli práve oni ten tým, ktorý tam postupia do 4-0. Nakoniec museli postupovať až potom. Prebojovali to tam ale celku bez problémov. Teraz ale tu narazili na Nigmákov, ktorí sú dneska odhodlaní viac než nikdy. Ghost im to tam proste fakt predvádza dvakrát so svojou medúzou. Dneska som tu pôvodne predpokladal, že tam možno budú chcieť skúsiť zase nejakú tú rýchlu hru cez nejakého alchemistu, ale toto funguje podobne. 22 000 network medúza a proste viac ako keď spočítate toho Sand Kinga a povedzme a tam skoro Undyinga dohromady alebo tých supportov. Tam proste to nepustí, tá dúza, aj keď za 10 sekúnd skončí ten Aegis, pre neho to momentálne bude znamenať akurát tak slot na ďalší item. Ďalšie euly ešte k tomu, tu máme aj na Omarovi. Takže tu je proste, samozrejme už aj blinka na Nubovi nejakú tú dobu. Jo, GH tiež, aj keď túto hru za toho Phoenixa bol skôr baiting boy. To proste podľa mňa nejde ako breaknúť, to by museli sa ako Nigmáci fakt ako spojiť všetci piati, aby tam nechali dať chrono na 5, epicenter na 5. Jo, do toho double Fiend's Grip a ešte by musel nejak ako zázračne procnúť podľa mňa tomu Grimstrokeovi možno ten GPM item, aby sa tam teoreticky dostal k tomu Agáču. Jo, akože už teraz iba s tou utilitou. Toto je Brutus. Ja myslím, že Tideboundi fakt ako nemajú možnosti tam ako teraz niečo vymysleť, samozrejme, že im tam chýbajú teraz dve strany, dokonca tam ani nenašli tú high ground vardu. Oni nevedia ani, že v ich bázi je tam ako celú dobu vision. Noob si tu ale velice rád pôjde pomalinky pekne ten level 18 do farmiť, šrajna pre neho. Sumel ale dvakrát za tú muertu, by the way, treba spomenúť, že dvakrát urobil úplne kompletne iný build. Prvú hru to bola taká tá true right click muerta, druhú hru to je ale s Aganimom, skôr ten plošný fear. Jo, do toho začal tým Mage Slayerom, takže takým tým aj anti-magic damage buildom, už je tam dokonca pripravená aj tá Hurricane Pajka, nie je tam možno úplne tak skoro pripravené teraz ešte BKB. Vidíme ale ako Tideboundi chcú defovať toto celé, Nothing to say, chudák level 14, tam ma priblížil a dostal za 3/4. Jo, Tombstone by tu mal teda vydržať možno nejakú dobu, ne, to som sa zbavil Ghost za pár sekúnd. Tam sa podľa mňa k tej medúze ani nemajú kľúci ako približiť, zase sa tu nebude ukazovať nikto od týmu Nigma. Tam jediné čo vidia Tideboundi je len táto medúza, musia to do nej skúsiť. Teraz prichádza ten engage, konečne sa zbavili aspoň dosť many, vykontrolovaní tam ale budú aj všetci backlinky, Supernova tam prišla včas, Heal je tam k tomu, Shiro nedáva damage, tá Stonegate zálovne prišla pred tým chronom, lepšie to ani nešlo zahrať Tideboundi, tým môžeme poslať možno 1:07. Pretože 30. minúte, aj keď tu budú mať ešte nejaký ten buyback, Sumel si to zabezpečí triple killom a tým Nigma Galaxy ani nestratia Omara, potom môžu ísť dokončiť celé. Teda Oblejda tam možno na malý moment ešte pomôže, Fabian tu bude ale ešte pripnutý a zničený. Príde, Noob zobere ten lázet, Tideboundi robia čo môžu, toto ale už nezmôžu. Nič nejde, tým Nigma Galaxy 2-0 vyhadzujú number 2 tým z Číny. Kuroky ide pekne ďalej. Bude hrdý na svojich chlapcov. Ghost, easy peasy s dúzou, poklikal. A nemal s tým problém. Tu síce akoby Čína stratila celku epickú skvadru, základ kedysi z Wings a fakt legendy Doty z Číny. Aj tak, ale tým, že sa dostali na ten main stage, že sme tu mali 2 čínske týmy, medzi tými najlepšími, to stále funguje ako návrat Číny. XG, ako Extreme, budú musieť ale teraz tie čínske vlajky len samotný reprezentovať. A otázka, ako to pôjde. Toto bolo fakt brutus. Ide, počkať, hľadáme tam nejaké české vlajky. Kde ste? Kde ste? Kde je nejaký Falcons corner? Vyzerá to tam úplne epicky. Tu ale máme rozhovor s mailom. Tak mi poď. Tak mi poď.
I think we should. Samael, what did you guys figure out? Because this looked so clean from you guys.
We had some calm issues yesterday and a bit of nerves maybe. First stage series, but we had good talks last night and this morning. I think turned out well.
I mean, you've been on the main stage of TI loads of times now, but what about your teammates that haven't? How are they dealing with the TI pressure so well?
I think they're fine now. Maybe yesterday was a bit rough. I mean, even for myself, I still feel it, especially the first games with this huge crowd and stuff like this. It's amazing, guys. It's amazing, to be honest. I love it.
Dole bola na zábradlí vlajka. A tam je! Vidím ich! Videl som tú českú vlajku, chat! I saw them!
Pretty much the reason I still
Nazdar! Češkovia!
I do want to talk about your mid games as well, because Muerta mid, a little bit interesting from you. Where did this come from? Where did this Muerta mid idea come from?
I don't know. I just felt like there should be a new hero. Everyone has their heroes. I figured I'd do, why not Muerta, with Dom.
It's very cool. It's looking really, really good, and it certainly got the best of Tidebound this time around. So, finally, now you move on once again. How do you feel playing in the lower bracket? How do you stop that getting to you?
I think we play better when we are on the verge of...
Ďalšia hra sa bude hrať tak za 15 minút.
Famously so. Samael, thank you so much for coming to talk to me. Good luck. Hamburg, let's make some noise. The king is back to TI!
Teraz blízka, že by to bolo. Moment. Tam sú kluci! Nazdar! Chlapci českí, vidíme vás. Nádherná práca. Teraz momentálne sa pôjdeme samozrejme akoby teda rozobrať úplne toto celé. Ono z tohto pohľadu, kde sú? To není úplne tuto dole pod nami, ne, chat? To je... Kde to je z tohto pohľadu, chat? Je to tuto hneď pod nami? Jako dole, myslíte, chat? Alebo to je iná vlajka tam? Hned vedle chatu. Už vidím, chat, už vidím. Nice, vy máte oči, kurva, ako nikto. Tu už máme teda pripravený rozhovor, akoby ešte predtým, ako ho majú pripravený na maine, kým tam ešte Jenkins potrebuje dokončiť vetu, ale to je v pohode, on sa k tomu dostane. Vyčkáme všetci. Toto je celku awkward vidieť. Ja vám to vždycky môžem ukázať ten rozhovor ešte predtým, ako tam je ready. Fuck, ja som si utrel čelo. Do píči. Mám celú kurva.
Yes, thank you, Nat. I am here with Bark of Team Tidebound. Very sorry to see you guys go out at this stage of the tournament. But Team Tidebound have had a fantastic year in many ways. What was the highlight of this year for you, thinking back to happier times?
非常遗憾，但是 Tidebound 这个赛季也有很多的高光时刻。对你自己来说，过去这一年最高光的时刻是什么呢？
最高光时刻肯定是在雪如意拿冠军吧，那个是我们就是这个队第一次冠军嘛，对。
Our highlight has to be our win in Club Vision. It was our team's first win, and it was very memorable.
Wonderful. These games seem to be a lot faster than they were at the road to TI. Is that something that you struggled to adapt to, the games being so much faster here on the main stage?
正在舞台上的比赛跟 TI 之路的比赛相比起，会节奏快很多，是没有适应呢，还是你觉得对你们有影响吗？
我觉得主要是我们自己做的不是很好吧，感觉在当前版本，就是如果打得够好的队伍。自己打的阵容体系够完整，然后失误够少的话，比赛还是会比较长的。然后我们这几把失利主要都是自己做的不够好吧。
I believe it was because we didn't deal with it properly. For stronger teams who would have a better, well-rounded strategies and less mistakes, they would have dealt with it better. So I think it was more on us.
I see. So what do you think changed between the road to TI section when you guys looked so dominant to now? Was it just the speed of the games or struggled to adapt to the changing in the meta maybe?
相比起 TI 之路的比赛，你觉得是没有适应节奏呢，还是有其他的原因呢？
我觉得是经过这几天的调整，每个队伍都有一些自己新的打法和理解吧。就比如说刚才他们的中单奶绿。然后我们就是没有，我们还是在玩一些之前比较老的东西，然后对对面没有做出很好的针对吧，对。
I believe it's because a lot of teams have adapted to new strategies. They're bringing out more new stuff to the table, and we're still playing strategies from before. So I think it's because we didn't have anything new on the table.
I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have any words for the fans here in the arena and back home who have been cheering for you guys, who've been supporting you guys throughout the year and here?
有没有任何可以跟粉丝，这一整年来支持你的粉丝，在家里或者在现场，有什么想对他们说的吗？
首先很感谢大家一直这一年对我们的支持，然后很遗憾，这个比赛我们就走到这里了。这个确实比较难过吧，因为我们一开始也是冲着更高的目标来的。然后，这个比赛还是很棒的，我自己也很享受这个比赛，然后就希望这个比赛之后一切顺利，然后大家也能继续享受这个比赛。
Thank you everyone for the entire year's support. I do really enjoy playing on this stage, and I think it's a great tournament. We came in expecting to do better. Unfortunately, we didn't do that. However, for the remaining of this tournament, I do hope that everyone continues to enjoy the event and see some great Dota.
Wow, Bak, fantastic answer. Thank you so much. You are a Dota legend. It's a privilege to talk to you, and we're very sorry to see you go out. So thank you for the interview, and back to the panel.
Back to the panel. Ďakujem. Ďakujem aj ja. Oh boy. Chat. Počkaj, ešte sa poďme pozrieť sem, pretože my celú dobu. Chat. Tuto sú naši českí chlapci nado mnou. Vidíte ich tam? Na vrchu sú českí chlapci. Neviem, či to bude iba tá jediná CZSK vlajka, ktorú tam nájdeme, alebo nenájdeme, ale ešte takto vás tu akoby pekne zdravíme. Jo, je jasné, že hlavne keď budú hrať Falconi, tam možno ten CZSK crowd by sa ako mohol pekne ukázať. O tom, ale potom pôjdeme tam, akoby sa budeme hľadať záležitosti ešte. Nás tu čakajú ale teraz bonusy. A to tentokrát nebudú eliminačné kola. Ja, teraz to bude... Ja by som to nazval celku s kvostom, aj keď dneska teda tá čerešnička na torte bude až na záver, to budú potom Falconi a Bad Boom teraz. Ale sa poďme pozrieť do inej čínskej záležitosti, do Extreme Gaming proti týmu Parivision. Pôvodne to má začínať až okolo 16. Takže som si akoby úplne istý, či tu akoby bude nejaká tá pauzička alebo niečo. Ja sa môžem akoby pozrieť a zistiť to možno, chat. Start. Jo. Prezradím vám, líknem vám chat, že start ďalšej série je 15.09, jo? takže sa nebude čakať akoby túto hodinu ani nič, pekne to bude úplne celé odsýpať a za malý moment teda pekne sa pôjdeme pekne posunúť, pôjdeme sa pozrieť do upper bracketu, pôjdeme sa pozrieť do tej top 6.
Nigma Galaxy.
Ale medzi tým samozrejme musíme pekne vidieť, ako to vyzerá, aby sme si to zhrnuli. Tam sa bude vymieňať panel hlavne, takže ešte poďte tento pozdraviť.
Was a big one. Seeing Sumail rotating a lot, helping those side lanes as well. Someone who's very familiar with how to play this mid-mortar, apparently, Winter.
I mean, it's definitely new tech for me. I've never seen it, but I could understand why it's really good right now with the Helm of Dom. And it kind of also punishes a lot of the melee heroes where you just lose the lane really, really hard against the Muerta, and she becomes this monster where the hero generally before wins the lane, but he doesn't take your tower. But now he wins the lane and he kills your tower with the Helm. So it's extremely difficult to play into it. And right now we see here the first rotation. He wins his lane, he kills his tower, and then he moves to the side lanes to start being useful and ganking the enemy carry.
It's kind of like a Lycan mid in that way, I guess, or like a Beastmaster mid that you can move to lanes and pressure, and you can pressure your lane as well, or like a Broodmother mid. It's some really weird mix of play styles where I agree, like maybe this is something that will turn out to after TI ends, like people consider overpowered because you have this lane dominator that, hey, also can apply pressure to
yes. Omar cooked pretty hard in this fight. I think he's slightly underrated member of the team. We're not mentioning him enough, but his Clockwork performance in game number 1 was top tier. In the second game, he even did it better, like keeping them inside of the cogs, making sure that they're not dying, and also Sumail really pushing the limits of the hero, GH behind him, making sure that he doesn't die.
The spear as well, the cogs, like this
well. It was just a beautiful execution.
Full team play execution. This S tier.
Yeah, we're saying sometimes the drafts, even if it's just a slight outdraft, that's not enough. You really got to get in there. You got to make sure the execution is there. For Nigma Galaxy, having those strong lanes, yesterday it wasn't converting into wins for them. This time around, it felt very flawless. I got to give it to the off lane, just in general, not specifically Noob, but the combo of Noob and Amar, because Amar on his Clockwork was really something to be reckoned with here.
He definitely was. But Noob, I think this is also a player that is powering up with each game that they're playing, especially on the main stage. Like yesterday, he had some really good performances as well. But this performance on Mars specifically, they picked it on 23, and understanding that this is going to be a really good game for it. And look at how much he's going to be able to tank. They're pretty much using every single ulti on top of him, except for the grip and initiation onto GH. He gets the egg off in the last millisecond, and he's going to be protecting him with the arena so they don't see inside, and also making sure that he's using that Yule Scepter, making sure that GH Nova is going to explode. And he's playing a bit of a, like, look at his understanding of the game, knows exactly when Sanking is going to go in, so he goes back and he's going to be ready to round up another round of spells, making sure that they could get another kill.
This fight is a perfect example of why you should play as a unit in Dota and how strong it is. Because first, GH saves Noob with the Solar Crest when he's getting gone on with the Chronosphere. And then because Noob is alive, he can use the Yules at the last possible
return that
second.
favor.
He returns the favor immediately. Like, this is why you play together in team fights.
It's a big one there. It's something that I also think is being leaning favorites to other teams as well.
Yeah.
It's something that's really hard to break apart when a team gets ahead in these lanes, when they start working together as a 5, even as a trio that we talked about was important. How do you break that apart? Was there really a fighting chance against something like this?
I think it comes down to the team fight, right? And I already mentioned that one thing I got really worried about Team Tidebound is they have 3 melee cores into a Phoenix Egg, right? And it's going to be difficult no matter what when you have that type of setup against the Phoenix Egg. So in that regard, I think maybe some of the fights they could have dealt with it much better, but it was always going to be difficult from the get-go unless they somehow manage to snowball and get a lead from the laning phase and then play from there.
How do we deal with this Muerta going forward? Because now it's a big target on his back. Sumail potentially bringing that out at any point. Maybe even other mid laners trying to tempt their fate with it too.
They might. We're seeing the others copying the strategies, trying to improve them. This Monkey King position 4, suddenly 9 classes, bringing it to another level with the skeletons, blocking the camps as well. Now Sumail brings this Helm of the Dominator Muerta mid, and we might be seeing it just banned against him because the hero is doing way too much. It's also not just the hero, but it's the combination between the two and the way he's playing it, how confident he's playing the hero, so you just might need to remove it.
I mean, it's also the style, right? I think it seems like you want to pick a hero in mid that can win the lane and then buy Helm, kill the tower, and you want the supports to follow you all the way, so you take control of the map from the start. I think that seems like it's really, really strong right now, and it punishes teams that pick greedy mid heroes.
This is my question, is not about Muerta, but it's about what other mids can do that playstyle, because that playstyle seems like the counter to the current set of heroes that are being played in mid.
This is basically what we had a couple of years ago when people were buying Necro 1 on every single hero, pretty much. Arc Warden with Necro 1, but you don't want to upgrade it. Same goes with the Helm of the Dominator. You do not want to upgrade it unless you're playing Lycan, unless maybe you're playing Beastmaster. And people are trying to figure out like which is the best hero, really pushing the limits of the strategies and which heroes can use it the best.
Everyone's adapting, everyone's pushing things to the limit, whether it's item builds, hero picks, exactly what is going on. Eliminations are done for today. We're only halfway through. We still have 2 more series to happen here at Barclays Arena. Before we jump on into them, though, we're going to check in with Tsunami and Slacks down on the stage.
Absolutely, my friends. How are we doing, Hamburg? All right. Now, you guys have been watching a lot of Dota games here, obviously, and you might have seen many interesting items, the worst of which, of course, is Helm of the Dominator. We're all sick of this item, of course. What can you do? But I decided to test today if Helm of the Dominator is as good in real life as it is in-game. So we're going to play a little game. Tsunami, my friend, we have gotten 6 victims here today, and we have designed for them Helms of the Dominator, all right? We got 3 creep tier and 3 humans. Now, creeps, please put on your helms. Thank you so much. First, we have Lil Booglet, my man. Then we got Dark Troll Summoner right here, and then we got Centaur Conqueror. Here is the game, my friends. I will be in the center of the arena. Humans, heroes, you must direct your controlled creeps to me. Whoever gets to me first wins. However, if 2 dominated creeps meet on the field of battle, they must fight each other for 3 seconds with their frilly little hands. All right? Tsunami, spin our wonderful neutral creeps. Spin, walk them around. Now, crowd, I do need your help as well. If any one of these creeps makes it near me, I need you to make it completely impossible for them to hear their heroes. There we go, Booglet, spin around. So, if little Booglet makes it close, I need you guys to cheer in the audience. Booglet, Booglet, Booglet. Can I hear it right now, please? There we go. If Troll gets too close, I need Troll, Troll, Troll. And if Centaur gets too close, I need Centaur, Centaur. All right. Neutral creeps, are you ready? Let's see. Oh, spin that Centaur, spin that sickle Centaur. All right, neutral creeps, are you ready? Thumbs up. Oh, they're really confused. They don't even know, they can't even hear that. All right. Humans, heroes, are you ready? Okay, on the count of 3, whoever gets to me first gets the wonderful prize. In 3, 2, 1, let's play some Dota, baby!
Let's get started. We're making movements.
Centaur,
neutral fight. Hold on now. We're shuffling, we're microing, they're looking, they're searching feverishly. Poor Centaur here. What are you, Falcons level micro? You're just standing there right now. Hold on. We gotta have a neutral fight. Neutral fight.
Yes!
Fight! Okay. They're on the prowl. They're on the hunt. I saw some contact.
That's slight contact.
You are so evasive right now. Oh, yeah. Poor Dark Troll Summoner trying to rally some skeletons off in the distance. The Boglet hoping to evolve one day. And we got another neutral fight. Neutral fight.
Okay.
I feel like we're getting close.
We are.
Little Boglet is on the prowl.
Okay.
He's hunting. He's circling. He's tripping and falling.
Yeah!
The
Boglet! Yeah, man! Congratulations, little Boglet. Any words to the audience?
That was stressful, man. Holy shit.
Here is your prize.
Yeah, man!
Congratulations! Falcons, okay! And I got you a prize too, somewhere. Here, you can have that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, heroic fans. Heroic.
Thank you, my loser creeps. We all can't dominate like the rest. What can you do? Thank you so much, everybody. We'll get back to the game soon.
Thank you very much, Action Slacks, and the Creeps, and the Helm of the Dominator Carriers, and Tsunami, of course, as well. They're on stage. It is time for the second half of the day. We've had 2 series with elimination on the line, and for now, we can rest easy. Nobody else is going home today. It's time for some upper bracket semifinals. And to talk all about that, I'm joined by Kezu, Tigov, and Effie. Effie, we're going to jump right into our upcoming first semifinals. We got P-Vision, we got Extreme Gaming. Are you excited?
I'm so excited. I mean, the lower bracket was really fun, but here is where we're going to decide the top 3. And a lot of the teams yesterday really showed what they're made of, and who I personally think will be in the grand finals is one of the 2 teams in this series.
Ooh, you're not going to say bias?
You have to tell me which one.
Come on.
Don't put me on that. Okay, I'm going to say it. I think P-Vision will be in the grand finals.
What? Okay,
That's interesting, because I can go be the counter one, because I have XG winning this one and them going into the finals. I think even like through
XG winning the whole thing.
Yeah, like going through the upper bracket, but I will agree. Also, yesterday I feel like a lot of games were actually 2-0. Same with today. I'm expecting this one to go the distance, because at TI, and especially at this stage of TI, you don't know what's going to happen. Like, who shows up better, you know, who's in better form. Are you going to get some double damage runes when other people are not? Like, it's a lot about just the form that you show up in today.
I feel like this has to be the closest series we have today. Yeah. Like, we've already had one-sided series in the morning. When you have XG and P-Vision, you've got XG, Arme chasing his Aegis, you've got P-Vision, the creativity, a lot of like first-timers. Like, this has to be like the closest series of the day.
Yeah, and one thing that's going to make it very close is how obviously all the players perform, and we want to put our attention a little bit more on 2 players in particular, Kezu, in the support duo of Extreme Gaming.
No, absolutely. Like, these 2 supports, they're so damn good. Like, first of all, they're incredible, like, in their own, like, the items they buy, what they do. Like, here, this is just some, you know, like, some normal stats, average stuff, just like their devs. But I just want you guys to remember their faces for the clip that we're about to watch. And you're going to have to bear with me. This is somewhat of a longer clip. This is from the Road to TI, Game 2. They needed to make a comeback here on XG, and they did. This Rax is 1 blast away from dying, and it's Mega Creeps. So, this is how it starts. And pay attention to the spell usage. First, Disruption here is going to dodge the RP from Amar. So this is how the fight starts. Sync you, Disruption save, super good. The Lincolns and Lotus also already reflected the first roar on Ame, because our eyes are on Ame and what the supports do. X-Nova in this fight also leaps in and out. He's going to Lotus and Lincolns him again. He's going to reflect the Abyssal Blade. He feeds him 2 Lotus Orbs. He has a 4-staff from Jinkyu into a secondary Disruption, while Ame is on super low HP. Now X-Nova runs in again. He gives him a second greater healing Lotus, because people were like, wow, you know, Ame, he's so good. He gets to man-fight this Lifestealer. But actually, in reality, it's about how they all play together. It's the spell usage. It's the items. It's the small things, how they kite in and out to actually come back in this game. There's very few teams that would have won this fight, let alone even made a comeback in this game to win it.
I mean, the critical thing is, Arme is averaging the 2nd most kills per game, right? He's getting nearly, 9 kills per game. Like, he's going to the crazy spots of the map. He's doing the things that will allow him to shine. And if his supports aren't there, if his off-lane mid aren't backing him up, it will look like Arme is just feeding it out of position. So the rest of his team is understanding the aggression he requires. They're backing him up. They understand him. That's why they're doing so well.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Ame is he doesn't really have a particular archetype of hero that works for him. It feels like everything does. He can play the Helm of the Dominator carry if he needs to, with his Anti-Mage or his Void. He can play for the ultra late game if he needs to, with his Medusas and whatnot. Like, he's almost a perfect carry, I would say, in this tournament. You can count on him in any situation.
Yeah, and yesterday he busted out the Klings. It's a hero we didn't see. Sure, you had the Slaughter to like amp him up, and I saw it in pubs, but again, like you're saying, he can play anything, he can do any build, he can play for any timing. Just S-tier player.
Yeah, and all the players here, Tigov, are also very experienced in playing on the main stage of the International.
Yeah, it's been kind of a long time coming for them to find success story. For XG at least, we've got 7 TIs attended for Arme, including this one. For XM, sure, it's only 2, but he started in 2017. Like, they've had such long careers yet to get the Aegis, and if there ever was a chance for them to lift it, it feels like the form that they're in, the way that they're playing, there is a chance that for all these players with multiple TI attendances, this could be their one.
It could be their one. And on the flip side, I mean, there's a lot of experience on the side of Extreme Gaming, Effie, but then if we take a look at P-Vision, it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, I mean, you do have your veterans, of course, in No One and DM, who are no strangers to TI, but we've also got Satanic, 9 Class, and Ducalis, who are almost fresh, you know? And it's a bit odd to think about, because Ducalis is one of the names we've seen in professional Dota forever, like floating from Tier 2 team to Tier 2 team, you know, having his stint in Tier 1 and finally finding his place here. This could be the year for these players as well.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, no, Satanic did not play when he was, I don't know, 6. I can't do the math very fast. It was actually 2023 for his first recorded results rather than 2013, which obviously he's one of the youngest players here at 17.
That would be really cool, actually. Yeah,
Six-year-old Dota Pro.
Yeah. I mean, but his age, like, it's crazy. He's 17.
Yeah, 17.
Like, having, you know, playing at TI, like, already, what, top 6 secured, like, it's incredible. And to go back to the graphic we saw, like, on XG, you have 3 players who got 2nd place at TI before. It's Ame, who I think he did it twice. You have Jinkyu and Xnova, who also played 2nd before. Like, these are players that have been this close, and this time, I think, like you were saying, this could be the run.
Yeah.
You also have an XXS who placed 4th, I believe, with Team Aster a couple of years ago.
Like, they have really high placements.
They have really high placements. They also have a very high-skilled opponent in P-Vision for this time. Because when we're looking at P-Vision and the games they have played, Effie, it seems that they have a large arsenal of heroes to pick from.
Yeah, not even heroes. I wanted to point you guys towards their styles in particular, because P-Vision are a team that aren't locked to one particular style. They can play almost everything. And so I just divided into 3, you know, simple categories that you can look at for this TI, but they've got the standard drafts, you know, team fight, combos that make sense. Nothing special coming out, no last pick heroes that will catch anyone off guard. Then you've got their surprise factor, their cheese, if you will. Sometimes they'll get the last pick Tinkers, the last pick Broodmothers, completely catch their team off guard. And then their last one is, of course, the Satanic will carry category, where their last pick is a hero, he plays an anti-mage, he wins the game.
I mean, I'm like super happy with what they're doing. Like, even in one of the first days of TI, I saw their matches with like the Post for Alchemist, with the Tinker, pulling him an axe. It got me really excited because we don't see it that often where teams break the meta, at least early on at TI. So this team, I love how they play and pick.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see them here on the main stage, because I'm sure they have studied each other and they have something in store for each other that we're going to find out very soon. Before we do so, though, it is, of course, time to get the teams on stage.
And we're back. Extreme Gaming! And we're back.
Extreme Gaming has not dropped a single series this international. It is the most dominant team, and at the moment they are on a fast track all the way to the top. At this point, you might be wondering who can possibly stop them. Well, potentially today, it might be their opponents. Let's welcome in P-Vision.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
P-Vision is the team with the most LAN championships, LAN wins under their belt. They won in Bangkok, they won in Raleigh. The stage, it just amps them up. And yes, there are 3 first-timers here at TI, but it seems that it doesn't matter. It does not faze them, and if anything, it is helping them reach their full potential. Of course, still on the way for to be some royal roaders here as well with them. We don't have a lot of those, Tigo.
No, not at all. But the way that Satanic's playing, he's so young, but he's averaging like 2 deaths per game. Like, he's at TI, his first TI, he's just dominating. Highest GPM, 2 deaths per game. Like every stat you look at, it looks as if he's meant to be the veteran. It's like he's meant to be like the no one of the team.
He's so good. He's got that team spirit DNA. Back from Yellow Submarine, where he's got the Yatoro energy, where he can put a game on his back if he needs to. But also, after he joined P-Vision, it feels like he's developed that early game aggression, that ability to cheese. He's blossomed into his own player, where I do think you can finally put an end to those comparisons.
Yeah, like I've seen it a lot also in like a lot of the vlogs that they post. Like he has a pretty good bond with No One, who of course is the veteran of the team, who's like, yo, guy, like, yo, bro, after this game, like, you need to chill it out a bit, like, control your emotions. Let's do this more next time to, like, you know, just rally him and make sure it's correct. But I agree with you guys. Like, this guy, it's probably the best for you to be the maybe more so cocky carry player because you're young, you're going to the TI stage, you're going up against incredible players. Like, you need to just focus on yourself. And this guy, if there's one thing he's got, it's confidence.
It helps that P-Vision have such a clear understanding of what they want to do on the map, right? They are the team which buys, I believe, still 100% of Helmet Dominator in every game because they respect map play, they respect how to push on a catapult wave, they want the creep to be able to kind of push the side lane whilst they're playing elsewhere. Like everything they do on the map enables the creativity. If their map play was weak, then them picking a Tinker carry and having an out support, it would look atrocious. But that is why they're so dominant. And for Extreme, they need to try and find a way to break that confident map play that P-Vision often have.
Or match it themselves, right?
Sure.
They've got the ability to play tempo themselves. We've seen Ame on Anti-Mage pick up Helm of the Dominator. We've seen XM play a co-op that just so heavily focused on killing side lanes. They're capable of doing it themselves.
Yeah, I also feel like we have to address the support duo on the side of P-Vision. We talked about Extreme Gaming already, but Nineclass and Ducalis are such a unique pair, Kazu, with unique heroes coming out.
Like, for sure, like, Nineclass is maybe, like, the most, like, this is kind of what people expect from the post-4. It's like the most free role in terms of what you can do. You walk around, you know, like people like to make this anecdote of you have this dog chasing a ball, you just gotta let him do what he wants. And I think they do it really well. The map play that you guys talked about, it's Nineclass, it's what he does. And Ducalis, I feel like he's just very stable. People have this meme in pubs that said the Ducalis ABC. When the game starts, you go here, you smoke it 45 seconds, you take this route, you get the first blood. Like, these guys, they know what they're up to.
But if you also put Nineclass with a different offlaner, Nineclass also would actually look quite bad, I think. Yeah. Because of DM and his stability, Nineclass gets to shine. If DM was a weaker offlaner, and then Nineclass goes to make all these moves, then DM will have a different offlaner will have a struggling time, they won't feel like they capitalize on it. So like you need a good offlaner for Nineclass to become the S tier 4.
Oh, absolutely, I agree with that. And interestingly enough, that dynamic is paralleled on XG. When you have a 4 like Zincu, who's very similar to Nineclass in the sense that he has his own idea of what he wants to do in that early game. Sometimes he will completely sack his offlane. He'll play for his own game. He'll play very greedily. Having an offlaner like XXS, who is very stable and has experience playing with these really greedy Chinese carries, he can do a lot with a little as well.
They're probably the 2 +4 guys who like share the least tangles in lane or like invest the least money to like actually help the guy because they're gonna play for their own stuff, you know, but they just make it happen. And like T was saying, like DM's hero pool and the way he wants to play, your Venos, your Necros, Beastmasters, they free up your 4 pretty nicely. And I feel like DM, he has a good experience of playing with people who maybe don't help him too much. So yeah, he's pretty happy with what's happening.
I want to say though that while we do talk about P-Vision support duo and how they're a bit, you know, specific or unusual, people forget that they can play normal heroes too. Like sometimes you think, oh, okay, what crazy 9-class hero is coming out, and he's just a Snapfire or something. Like that can still happen where you're prepared for these Slarks and these Alchemists to come out, and instead they're just going to pick a stable offlane duo, and that could change your plans or warp the way you want to draft entirely.
Yeah. Nineclass is probably the player, like if you try to predict what hero he's going to pick, like you just can't get it. You should play like some 9-class bingo, like 9-class picks Pudge, like you get it off the road and like do some other stuff, because this guy, I don't know where he cooks up his hero picks. I think it has a lot to do with Astini, like they share and then he tries it in lower MR pops and like then takes it there. So I think it's a really cool dynamic also.
You just have to find the line of where does the respect become a detriment of your drafting, right? And when you go to P-Vision, if you over-respect 9-class, if you overthink like is Satanic going to play the Brood or a Tinker, then sure, your draft's going to crumble. I think we've seen it already with the teams where they don't respect the kind of the integrity of their own lineup, right? With Nigma, with Tidebound, they kind of go a little bit too crazy in the draft. For Extreme, they have to draft for themselves and respect the playstyle that will come. Don't try and draft for P-Vision. If we see that today, that's when P-Vision has the upper hand.
Yeah, so far I feel like Extreme, I mean, they have not dropped a single series. They have very much played their own playstyle time and time again. It doesn't seem like P-Vision doesn't know what's coming for them, because Extreme Gaming has shown what they do time and time again, that they just do it exceptionally well.
I think the main difference for Extreme is, even from the interview you just had from Bach, is from Road to now, they feel like another, they've had another change of pace. They're a slightly different team. Like, they're going for Winter Wyve and they have the Clinks. Like, they've shown that development that I think both teams are going to have to be ready for something new in this series.
I mean, for me too, I think there's a lot of like really cool things to do. For me, XM and XXS, I feel like they've stepped it up tremendously. Not that they were bad before, but they're like incredibly S tier now. Like, they buy like Lotus Orbs and they reflect Dooms, and they refresh their Lincolns to block Dooms, and like all the stuff they do. But I do feel like, for me, they're still one of the favorites, but I did see some cracks in their armor yesterday when they played against Tundra. They weren't super clean. Of course, they cleaned it up. They got the 2-0 win, but it's the first time where I saw them like more vulnerable than the earlier days.
I agree. I thought their first game in particular versus Tundra showed that early game vulnerability that they were known for a couple of years ago, where, oh, this team might play a little bit slower, they might play for a later timing, and we can exploit that, we can out-network them. And that's what happened in their game 1 versus Tundra, but they found that comeback, right? With that discipline, they were able to pull off the high ground defense into ultimately winning the game.
Yeah, if we talk about yesterday's series, it was a 2-0 against Tundra for Extreme. How can we learn from the series that P-Vision had yesterday against Heroic? Another 2-0. It felt maybe a little bit easier of a route to this point than Extreme had, or was that more a result of P-Vision just being extra prepared?
It's fair to say that, because the series versus Tundra for XG felt closer than the score looked, whereas the P-Vision one was smooth sailing. They were winning confidently in both games. They just had their strategies on lock. I think that position 4 Monkey King did so much for them. And maybe that's something that can be learned from XG today. They could look at what they want to do with the Monkey King. Do they want to try to take it for themselves, address it within the draft, or just let 9 Class have it?
Yeah, I think critically in Game 2, P-Vision had 3 cores that had lane dominating aspects. TA, lane dominator. Phoenix in the offlane, in correct matchups, lane dominator. Queen of Pain, lane dominator. Map, early game. And that is the thing. XG, we want them to see scaling and a bit more time to then feel like they come online. So if P-Vision come into this draft with 3 cores that break lanes, armies on the back foot, and we don't get to see that pop-off potential from the mid lane on XG, we could see some problems. And yeah, I think respect the aggression from the cores of P-Vision.
Yeah, like one thing that I could see that XG could take away from yesterday also is that P-Vision, more than any other team, I think they play off of map and vision. Like, that's why they love the Dominator so much. Push the waves, get yourself the vision going on. But also, they are quite greedy in terms of their offlane. Like, if I'm Extreme Gaming, you could look to craft a Disruptor Ursa lane, for instance, against, the Monkey King 4, the Slark 4, the Pudge 4. Like, they don't do much there, so maybe there's something they can take into it. But yeah, if we look at, like, the hero pool comparison, there's a lot of, like, team fight and also offlane focus when it comes to Extreme Gaming. Like, Mars has looked incredible in all of these games.
I see stability on the left and I see chaos on the right.
But for stability, I love what you said about the Mars. I was thinking that XXS has not been talked about enough, because he has had some ridiculous Mars performances this TI. And that is the hero that I want to see him play today, especially if he's going to get sacked. Whatever, just play for Yule's Blank, play make. Be that stable hero for your team.
No,
Be that guy that anchors the fight.
Yeah, and like people, they seem to be playing it so well. Like, you have these 4s that just give you all the damage, you lane well. And I mean, XXS's Mars for years has been famous for, the correct builds, the correct items, doesn't feed, just very, very stable players. And their TI not being able to like kill your opponents, or you miss smoke ganks, it really gets to you.
That is quite the career indeed. I mean, it's one of the players that we haven't touched upon yet that much. I feel like we talk about him a lot, and we want to always talk about him a lot. And we are gonna talk about him a lot, probably in the heroes that he's getting, and also, of course, his counterpart in XM in the upcoming series. But if we want to continue talking about the upcoming series, we should start talking about that first game.
Extreme Gaming versus P-Vision. Game 1.
Here we go. We got Extreme Gaming on the Radiant side for our opening match. We got P-Vision Dire, and it is first pick going the way of Extreme. And I do still want to touch upon that mid lane a little bit, T-Gov, because it is a very interesting matchup. We have a lot of stuff happening on the side lanes, and that's why we talked about it so much, because that's where maybe the unusual things happen, but also that's where the Ame versus Satanic happens. We got the position 4s that are interesting to talk about, but mid, feels like they both got fairly stable mid laners going for themselves.
Yeah, extremely traditional from both XM and No One. They want to be the playmakers, they're playing the spirit heroes, they're playing, the odd shaker, or, they just want to be part of the team, part of the game. And of course, when you think about those type of players, it then goes back to the side lanes, unfortunately, where it's how well do they go? Do the supports get freed up? Can they then activate these mid laners that want to be on every rune making the moves? And I love the bans from XG. The fact they go for the Enigma and the Phoenix ban, both off laners for DM, but they're the off laners that make the opponent draft for that hero specifically. Like if you pick Enigma, do you have wave clear? If you have Phoenix, do you have Dispel or some type of healing from your support to survive the lane? So get rid of them. Don't force Arme to play a single hero.
Oh, here it comes.
Here it comes.
I mean, it looked good this tournament. Like Slark has seen a lot of nerfs over the last few months, especially after Force Slark became so popular because of P-Vision. But this is the one team that didn't really give up on it, regardless of the nerfs. With this hero, you can just play for superior vision, play for D-wards, play for that superior movement during nighttime. Yesterday, I think they ran a Slark plus Night Stalker to capitalize on vision. Maybe they could look towards doing the same.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just like what they want to do. Like they know that, the offlane, it's not necessarily designed to win. You just get your stuff, then, in the mid game, that's where it really kicks in, the D-warding, the vision. Like you mentioned, like that is what they're going to play through. I do feel like Extreme Gaming, you mentioned the bans, I'm also completely on board. I think it makes the Undying a lot better. Maybe for P-Vision, there is a route also where you could flex the Slark. I think most likely not, but again, it is something that they value a lot. Maybe it's very low chance for it to happen, but you cannot disrespect it at this level of play.
Let's see what is coming afterwards, because with these openings, not much that either team is giving away yet. We have seen the Undying in the hands of XXS, very successful. We've seen Nineclass be very successful on his Slark. Not unexpected heroes, but also not heroes that you could really know what route the draft is taking. We got an Invoker ban and we got a Medusa ban coming out for Extreme.
Already gone.
No, go ahead, T.
Thank you. Yes. Undying in the offlane, right? No stun, it's no control. Therefore, the Slark is going to feel like he has the free game, right? The ability to just run around, do what he wants, like you already mentioned. But that then gives Satanic more time. Because the Slark support, even if his lane presence isn't the strongest, pulling waves, kind of opening XP for his offlane, when you do want to go D-ward, it's an extra 20, 30 seconds of, oh, Slark's here, gotta wait 1 second, hold up. And then Satanic's like, thank you for that extra wave I farmed indirectly because of what Slark can doing. So XG, they need more control and a way to get rid of Slark quickly to then find Satanic.
On that note, I wonder to what extent do they want to address the Slark? Because there are heroes that are good versus Slark that they play. The Leshrac, for example, on XM is something they could run. He's been popping off on that hero. You get that early blink, you punish this hero. You could also choose to address it from the support role with a Disruptor. That hero is a popular pick versus Slark as well. You glimpse back into the Static Storm, but I don't think you want both. That would be over-addressing or over-correcting.
I mean, it's like something I haven't seen enough against P-Vision. They play these like more volatile offlanes, but I haven't seen someone just like double down on this lane. Like you get this Disruptor Ursa, Disruptor Anti-Mage, like whatever, 18 pick your carry, set it up earlier with the 5, because this is most likely the Slark 4 who's gonna do that. P-Vision get themselves a snap, solid laner. You have low Shredder against the Tombstone if you want. Cookie safe. Just overall, probably one of the best supports of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I actually have XM in my fantasy, and I get 90% more fantasy points if he's a blue hero. So I do hope it's like a Leshrac or a Storm.
Wait, his Lesh is legit as hell. It's so good.
I mean, it's pretty good here. You see a Snap or a Slark, you don't really care. Just jump on them, kill them. Yep. Blue hero, please, XG.
7-0 record on Snap for Ducalis. I mean, that's also probably because there are so many other heroes people want to ban out against P-Vision that he gets his hands on it time and time again. But that is a phenomenal record as the most picked hero from the tournament. I don't know if it still is, but it was for a long time. The Disruptor coming out on the side of Extreme.
Yeah, exceptionally good hero, right? The fact that we even saw Kotomi yesterday on BB. You get Mana Boots, Blink Dagger into instant Agnum.
Yep.
And then you keep kiting, you keep playing on Thunder Strikes, you're getting vision, you're slowing, you can then glimpse back. Like Slark, as we already mentioned, you want to go in, and then you kind of want to retreat, you want to kind of kite back the fight, buy time, provide information. You get no information. Disruptor will bring you back and kill you. So I think that's the answer to Slark is done. Tick, move on. Now start trying to find other heroes to make your draft have good meaning.
Just a quick sidetrack is I remember during Dream Leagues that every time 9Class got countered by Disruptor, he would just carry iron branches in his inventory, and every time he was static, he would just push himself out with a branch, and no Disruptor player expected that. So I wonder if we'll see the same thing happening here.
I mean, we might. This guy knows his matchups because he pops these heroes like a billion times to actually try to make it happen. Rasta is quite interesting here. Shadow Shaman is not a hero we see too often. I feel like it was maybe during one of the more recent PGL Valakias, people played this Warlock Shaman, Undying Shaman quite frequently. It gives you like very good building and early roach because you drop the tomb, you drop the snake. And I mean, I guess overall, it's a good laner. You have people that like bring it to you. You have the fight starter, so more push to back it up. I like it.
I don't know if they want to pick it yet, but it's becoming a very good PL game for P-Vision if they want to get it at some point. You don't care about Undying, Disruptor, Shaman. You just send illusions. Again, to pick it here with 2 then counter picks for XG might be a bit bold.
I mean, then you would get your last track on 18.
Then you get your last track, exactly. But like, not now, but I want XG to start respecting it potentially in either the next pick or the 2 bans, as I'm already thinking that it's becoming a good game for Satanic to pull later in the draft.
Do you guys want to know what TL's win rate is this entire competitive season?
It's bad.
I looked
It's
it
real
up
bad.
the other day. All the games played, it's like 18%.
Yeah.
That's atrocious.
So hopefully not that hero, but honestly, if there's a team that could make it work, it would be P-Vision.
Yeah, okay, so you get the Lycan and, okay, so the puck. So it's on XG to kind of decide, okay, what is more valuable for us? Do we need to close the phase with our mid against the puck, which this is a hero we've seen pop off a lot, especially by GPK, or do you want to do something against the Lycan? You want to like lock in a troll with your Disruptor, like play fast? I think these anti-mages, you don't really want to play that against the Lycan. There's the Ursa option if you want, or do we feel more like this should be the mid hero, for example?
I feel like there's some major problems right now for XG, where to kill a hero, it's the Static Storm, the Shaman Jump, but to do that with the Lycan Wolf scouting you, the Slark scouting you, Puck jumping in and out, finding like ways to initiate the fight, XG need to have a really clean like pick off and play. But pick off and play against all of this wave push from P-Vision will be extremely difficult.
Well, that was a 100% win rate troll up until earlier today, but still an incredibly strong hero. How does it fit in here?
It's very strong. It's one of the OG counters to Lycan. You're playing with a Disruptor against a weak 4. You definitely have a recipe for success. You're going to get an Aegis in this game because you have the Tombstone, because you have the Snakes. Troll is good at it too, so I think XG are quite happy. The problem still exists though, that T mentioned, the puck.
But at least they have a carry that can itemize to be the frontliner. You send him in first. What hard lockdown does P-Vision have to stop the trumpeting ult, right? Like, he can stand his ground, which gives Disruptor Shaman a way to hide in the tree line, wait for the fight to develop, then they use their spells. So I'm looking at Army to get the early
Vrátila se mi ještě Gábušiška pěkně domů. Pejsci jsou teda úplně jakoby pěkně krásně happy, jak 2 grepy. Čaká nás lén a lén. Tentokrát už neeliminačná série, tentokrát se pozrieme na ten upper bracket. Jo, Undying, Troll, Shadow Shaman, Disruptor. Teraz o tom FA hovorí. FA má pravdu. Presne, jakoby proti Summonom sú tí supporti zraniteľní. Čo sa týka teamfightu, alebo napríklad ako Hexu na Puka to bude Gucci. Za mňa, ak Pareviždovci budú robiť dostatočný bordel s tým Slarkom, ktorý bude určite na pozíciu 4 pre toho mistra 9Classa. Podľa mňa last pick bude presne pre Satanika. Zbavili sa tam by the way všetkého, ale Tinker je stále open. Čo tak carry Tinker pre Satanika?
P-Vision to come to them. Like, they're going to go to a tower, drop the snake, drop the tomb, Troll's going to start hitting, and then it's like, how do you answer? Yeah. And that's not the most ideal fight for a Lycan. He wants to like go on your back line, kind of snack on your supports, but they're very good at protecting each other. So XG, they do need an XM hero.
I am enjoying their bans though. They're like, Satanic has a last pick, of course, on the side of P-Vision. Let's remove his Tinker and his Meepo just to not get anything unexpected out there. And it will be the Slardar coming out. The XM Slardar is a little bit of a classic.
Yeah, and it gives just good initiation to the fight, right? It's if Slardar finds hero with Troll, that's going to be a kill. Slardar plus Shaman with the ultimate from Shaman, another kill, right? It just gives ways to punish if P-Vision are split on the map. So I don't mind it. It is good scaling. Slardar very quickly can become tanky as well with the Aghanims and the BKB. He stands his ground. Yeah, it's a nice way to give XG late game potential and also survivability.
To je můj menší idolon.
And the last time that XM played Slardar, he had a really interesting build. He went for Helm into Pipe right? And I think that would be a great game to recreate that, because if you get that early pipe, you're negating a lot of damage coming out of the snap and the puck that PV are dependent on. And that helm, you just play versus Lycan's take it back, play that mini game there.
Yeah, Slardar to me is a little bit underrated, because I think he does very well, especially with this type of draft, like Lycan, you amp him, he wants to run at you, he's not going to be able to stand his ground. So P-Vision, what do you want here for Satanic? Maybe some TB? Like, I still think they need high damage, like on the hero. You have a lot of heroes running in, sure, but you need to back it up with something.
We talked earlier about the tempo that we saw Extreme have yesterday. Does the Slardar it sets a high tempo, right? So that kind of solves the issue that they had yesterday against Tundra.
No, for sure. It lanes well against Puck. You have high armor, you have good damage, you're chilling, you're in the river, you're the type of hero your supports can play through. I mean, I must say, I love both drafts.
Satanikou Terrorblade, XM Slardar.
I'm maybe slightly leaning towards XG, because I just like this idea of the
Já by som povedal, že keď DM a 9 class neovládnu, prostě neurobia bordel a nebudú handiť ich supportov, budú mať Vision Advantage, tak to majú Extreme v rukách. Já by som povedal, že Extreme majú od ich domáci draft XM, jo, s XXSom, prostě toto combo Undying, Slardar.
Take great fights. P-Vision as the game progresses need items. If they buy the wrong item, fights can get quite difficult. So it's like itemization on P-Vision and scaling will be really interesting to see, while XG is just kind of cruise control. As every minute ticks over, they get stronger and stronger and stronger.
I guess the one thing I would say is XG is dependent on their lanes going very well, and they've drafted good lanes for themselves, but if PV can somehow find a way to get as much as they can, like mitigate that net worth disadvantage that they may have, then the game will be a lot more even, and it's hard to get a good read on it.
And who would you put the pressure on to create the space, basically, for P-Vision to do all that?
I mean, it has to be the Lycan plus Puck duo.
Yeah, I'm looking at them to kind of do well early, because it is not that easy. Like for XG, I see them doing well on the lanes. They're going to take the early towers. They're going to get the first Aegis of the game. They're probably going to have a lead. At some point, PV are going to have to find a way to play the map, stabilize, and win a fight, or kind of at least go even, because they need.
Já myslím, že jakoby si dáme rovno ten rozhovoríček, chat. Už jsme tam ready, coach.
Absolutely, the crowd quite split here on this match. Both teams coming out here. Sir, how are you feeling about this draft here today? Now, I don't know if you watched this, but there was a certain Lycan versus Troll matchup yesterday. Didn't go too well for the Lycan. How do you feel it's going to go this time?
There's a reason our Lycan players still in the tournament.
Okay, let's relax.
Just better.
Let's relax.
Okay, tvrdé.
Well, it seems like you're very confident about your draft. If you had to rate your draft out of 10, what would you be putting it here? I mean, we got some Puck, we got some Lycan. They do have a lot of lockdown. Did you think you did well?
Yes, I put 9 class in my fantasy with coher kills. So I go for Slark, and I'm pretty confident he's going to make a lot of points.
Fantasy players, get ready to be pogging for this match. Absolutely.
Kurier killy, Slarčík. Ideme počítať, chat.
Cheering your name every single time. They go right where you look every time. Thank you so much. Any words to those 5 people standing up right there with those signs in particular?
Yes. Bora caralho.
All right, fantastic. Well,
Division
should be
fans.
one hell of a match by 2 of the most high-skilled teams that we have here today. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much, Slacks.
OK, chat. Já myslím, že jdeme pěkně krásně in-game, za malý moment nám to tam teda jakoby pěkně preskočí a my půjdeme tam, kde treba byť, tam, kde sa deje ta poriadna Dota 2. Tentokrát vyzerá, že tu nebudeme teda myslet možno dělat velké first bloody, aj keď jakoby bychom sa mohli dostať už jakoby pěkně in-game, tam vyzerá, že by sa tu niečo mohlo dělat. P-Vision, kde je produkcia, já to vidím jakoby tuto v Dotách, vidíte, že to ide krása. Už som tu chcel dávať nejakú poriadnu čiernu dieru k tomu. Dúfam, že ste ale všetci usadení. Satanic versus Ame. Toto je, dámy a páni, ale trošičku bombičkenzí. Jo, jako zrovna si myslím, že tu jako jednoznačně jak 9 class, nielen, že jako by tu to pekne poblokovat aj tu enemy wave, aby se to pekne stretávalo pod vežou. Ten otravný Slark, ten bude muset teraz jako by pekne sice zažívat trošku damageu navíc Číňania, ale podľa mňa potom zažijú jako by možno to najotravnejšie, čo v svojich kariérach môžu proti sebe mať. 9 klasa na support. Jo, medzi tým na mide si myslím, že pre toho Puka možno nebude ani úplne najjednoduchší matchup toho Slardara nejak ako vyrúbať. Nemyslím, že by to mal byť ako nejaký úplne turbo matchup, kde by to no one nemal mať v rukách. Je ale otázka, ako stabilný bude ten Terror Blade. No, ono teoreticky akoby s tým high armorom môže byť OK, a proti tomu minus armoru, pri toho samotného Slardara tiež tam bude zraniteľný potom na nejaké tie hexy, na nejaké glimpsy, na nejaké static stormy, ten Undying, ako tam môže podajviť. A čo sa týka toho Tombstoneu, toho by sa ako mohli kľúci zbaviť jakž tak, že neskôr tam budú môcť mať nejaké tie savey od toho Slarka, povedzme nejakým tým Shardom. Jo, takisto Dukalis ešte myslím, že neprehral, ak si pamätám správne, má stále 100% win rate na jeho Snapfireovej. Takže túto Beatrix netreba podceňovať teda, ale že vôbec. No a samozrejme tieto dva týmy by pre mnohých mohli byť kľudne aj to predčasné grand finále. Ja, mohli by to tak byť, mohli by to byť kľudne Falconi k tomu, tým, že už máme Tideboundov Fuč, toto je ten jediný čínsky tým, Extreme, ktorí musia ukazovať veci. Podľa mňa Astini ale povedali jednu pravdu a to, že DM, ako aj jeho Lycan je specialitka. Ja, bude to samozrejme klasicky na nejaké tie dominátorky a podobne. Na vrchu si kľúci skoro teda takisto trošku ako vymenili názory. Satanek bude schopný to tu ustať bez problémov. Nám ide medzi tým teda 10 proti 12, trade-off, 0 denial na obi dvoch stranách. Jo, čo týka tej vrchnej strany, vyzerá, že XXS možno to bude mať ako trochu struggling. Jo, XXS je jeden z tých offlanerov, ktorí väčšinou Blinku kupujú tak po 35. Jo, či už je to hoci ktorý hrdina, ktorý tam ako existuje, tentokrát na tom Undyingovi by sa povedal, že sa im túto hru bude ako dosť hodiť neskôr nejaký možno Crimson, kľudne aj nejaká tá pajpička navíc. Ale, well, túto hru uvidíme, či tam budú chcieť nejaké tie rýchle Lotus Orby alebo niečo podobné, čo sme tam videli. Pán Čierny drak tu prišiel dať 80-mesačný tier 3 sub. Práve pán na tam akoby čele Black Dragonu vás tu pekne prišiel pozdraviť, takže dúfam, že ste tam akoby už zanechali aspoň minimálne nejaký ten follow-up na Instagramoch. Dúfam, že dneska vyhrá ten vyvolený tú klávesničku. A dúfam, že ste všetci teda tu pekne usadení. My sa môžeme akoby dívať na nejakú krásnu Dotu 2 bez problémov. Prvý snajpnutý kuriér. Počítajme chat. Jeden snajpnutý od 9 class a rovno ide sa budeme odťahovať tú ďalšiu waveu, aby to tam tomu Likanovi proste prichystal. Na tom na tej spodnej linke nemusia ani úplne laneiť pre toho trolla, to síce bude easy linka, ale on aj tak akoby je to silný laner proti Likanovi, ktorí by tam ako to neurvali bežne, tak to budú mať 50-50 trade-off. Inak by tam mal ten Likan podľa mňa menej. 9 class, keď stále v tej tretej tu bude mať iba level 1, tu pekne pôjde, no nakoniec sa mu nepodarí síce akoby tu oddeliť povedzme nejaké tie dva creepy samostatne. Zobere to ale úplne celé. A mňa zaujíma, čo to na koho ste strane tentokrát. Je tam viac fans P-Vision, alebo viac fans Amého? Ako ste na tom, chat? Ja dúfam, že sa nám to tu akoby pekne krásne zobudí. Máme tu síce spustený teraz momentálne žiadny veľký hype train, ale tento tier 3 resub. Ten by tu akoby predsa len ako niečo tu ako mohol spúšťať teoreticky. Je mi jasné, že tam bude na strane Amého all the way. Ten zažije, ale tentokrát onslaught. Ďalší snajpnutý kuriér. Už druhý pre 9 classa. Arena si to tam začne teda v Hamburgu užívať, už tam bude vyblokovaný aj ten camp navíc. A otravný pán 9 class ide pokračovať so svojou specialitkou Zinkyu. A keď teda Shadow Shamana som tu ako nevidel pomaly celé road to TI, ten hrdina sa celkom vytratil, pretože sa tam meta akoby trošičku shiftla na hrdinov, ktorí ho tam dokážu podľa mňa úplne rozstrať Vejpool. Vidíme, či tam nejaké rýchle hexy napríklad na puk, aby v tom midgame mohli byť huge. 9 class medzi tým, samozrejme, že tam má nakliknutú na toho Slarka tú dominátorku. Čo iné, tam na toho Slarka teraz akoby tuto momentálne pôjde urobiť, akurát si ho tu trošku prispôsobí. Dominátorky tým pádom budú mať dve. Jo, to od P-Vision je taká tá klasika, viac menej by som povedal, že minimum toho, čo tu každú hru hrajú. A keď to samozrejme bude nejakú tú dobu trvať. Jo, zatiaľ ešte žiadny kill. Zrovna v Extreme hrách, podľa mňa vy všetci ste už akoby párkrát zažili, že tých killov tam nemusí byť moc. Zažili sme napríklad tú sériu proti Falconom, zažili sme mnohé iné. Tu je ale ďalší kuriér, ktorý tam bude vidieť. 9 class akurát teraz, ale toho kuriéra pravdepodobne misne. Pekne to Disruptor pôjde obchádzať, ale popravde tam Slark teraz akurát postekoval. A miesto toho ide možno pozdraviť nejaký middle. Nie som si istý, čo tu chcú momentálne proti XM-ovi porobiť, ten je tam ako na polke HP, netrafil tam 9 class, ale teraz úplne dokonale pounce tým damageom, ale tomu Slarderovi dávajú viac než dosť, ten no damage netreba podceniť, ale vodnou runou sa tu trošku zvlhčí tento tu kapríček. No a 9 class nakoniec teda dole mu ujde jeden kurír. Vyzerá, že Satanáš tu bude mať na vrchu problém, tam dostane pekne aspoň nejakú tú salvenzí naspäť. Ja len spam od toho Undyinga začne byť viac a viac opresiv. Hlavne tam XXS zvláda celku podľa mňa aj ten lázitový battle s tým Undyingom, 25 krepov, proti nejakým 29 not bad, Dreamcoil je tu ale vylevlená. Pekný bež tam mal síce pripravený XM, on toto celé ešte prežije na kráľa. Do 9 classa ešte príde otočka X znova. Teď si zobere First Blood na pána, prebere tu úplne celý ten middle na to position 5 Disruptorovi, najpikovanejšom hrdinovi zatiaľ na celom TI. Prichádza Čína s odpoveďou, Slarčík bude rovno prvé žrádlo. Možno tých position 4 Slarkov tu boli kuci využívať možno úplne celú tú sezónu, takýto ako otravný playstyle, keď ale bude porazený Extremovcami. Nineclassovi sa možno začnú akoby trošičku tuto, akoby možno triasť kolienka. No uvidíme, ako mu to tu pôjde. Tu je ale ďalší kuriér zase. Kámo, tú tretku ani botu si proste fakt ako nedonesie Ame nikdy. Už mohol mať celú tretku dokončenú, by the way, ale miesto toho bude musieť čakať ďalšiu minútu 10. Čo sa týka lázvitov na tom trollovi, to síce Free Farma je na 30 creepoch, 10 denajoch, ale pozrite na ten trade-off, tým odťahovaním a tým priestorom, ktorý tam ten Slark vytvoril DM, má väčší level, mal tam tie solo XP dlhú dobu, mal dokonca prelázitovaného, máme tam 13 denajov, má tam 33 creepov, za chvíľku bude mať shapeshift tento moment pred Wisdom Shrineou. Ten Likan je úplne utrhnutý z reťaze, ten Slark ľudne môže mať iba nejaký level 2, jo, ešte tu nemá nejaké tie dark pacty, aby sa tu z niečoho dokázal dostať, cez tie vlasy tam ani pomaly teda Nineclass není úplne na tej jeho strane vidieť, ale myslím, že táto jedna šrajna, tá mu tam pomaly dingne 4 by som tak ako typoval, trojku bude mať bez problémov, jo, nejakú 3,5 levelu, 3,3, cesta samozrejme k dominátorke bude dlhá, strastiplná. Zatiaľ podľa mňa to ústáva hlavne ten midový Slardar. Bez problémov do midového puka ulázitovava 48 proti 45, stále je to tam celku even trade. Dole pozrite, duchu X-Novič už si ide dávať pozor aj na random túto kurírečka. Tam vedia, že Nineclass toto presne bude chcieť robiť. Tá ďalšia výhoda na Slarkovi, na ktorú netreba úplne zabúdať, je ten Divard Potential. Ja, potenciál toho, že keď sa tam niekde prejde potom pod tým Visionom, vie instantne, že akoby zrazu sa mu vypne tá jeho pasívka, že tam musí byť pod Visionom. A zrovna tento element by mohol ako pár Visionovcov fakt ako vytvárať oveľa viac openerov na mape, či už pre toho Puka, alebo možno pre toho Likana, aby tam rundownoval tých supportov. Uvidíme, ako to vyjde. Za mňa veľký ťahuň pre XG. Aj na tomto turnaji, aj keď sa niekomu zdá, že to bol hlavne Ame, je za mňa práve XXS. Ten offlaner tam podľa mňa svietil úplne najviac z tohoto celého. Je tu samozrejme ale otázka. No a nič, ten už tu mal pripravený pekne stack aj na Pukovi, aby tu toho pofarmil čo najviac. X-Novič sa tu ide ale teda pozrieť nenápadne na návštevu na vrch. Tam ho bolo vidieť tou Dukálisovou vardou, na toto boli už dávno kluci pripravení. Satanáš sa tam schováva iba vzadu pri polivógoch, pofarmákováva tretku, už bude pekne mať. Myslím, že pekne potom Falcon Blade. No a otázka je, či bude efektívnejší Troll alebo Terror Blade, pretože ono to je taký ako celku 50-50 matchup, a by to ten Troll mohol mať akoby neskôr možno príjemnejšie, neviem, ako záleží, ako to bude celé hrané. Ja, ono, to je podľa mňa akoby fakt ten podstatný element. Oh boy. 4 kurírov zatiaľ tam snajpol pán. To je zatiaľ len takzvané rookie number. Dukalis ale prichádza teraz tuto z Mortimer, keď si pozdraví. Teraz tam akurát dali scan, ale myslím, že ho nezahliadli. Tu Ame podľa mňa netuší, že tu niečo môže ešte prísť. Dukalis nechce dávať zatiaľ to účko, on ho môže ako nahodiť, tam by musel dávať podľa mňa ten Battle Trance. Ale ne, nakoniec tam není žiadny veľký follow-up setup. Nakoniec Ame pôjde pekne preč, porelaxovať tú väžu, ale bude musieť proti tej dominátorke podľa mňa veľmi rýchlo púšťať. No one už sa tu ide presúvať k tomu tiež, tá Slardari Luska. Tam teraz nájde ale obidvoch, aj ten Puk tam bol na chvíľku vidieť. Dole ale je momentálne s tým Likanom a Dark, ktorou Summonerom nepotrebuje vôbec žiadnu pomoc. Ame sa tu bude musieť teraz momentálne schovať podľa mňa minimálne do nejaké možno 20 minúty, kým sa tu bude môcť ako niekde zapojiť. Toto je síce ten klasický Ame čínsky gameplay. A celku sa tu deje to, čo som od Extreme hier možno trochu očakával. 1 kill zatiaľ na 10 minút. No, ani Pareviždovci tu ale nevedia proste fakt ako nájsť nejaký ten úplne veľký opener. Sa to otvorí samozrejme s tými blinkami. Zinky vyzerá, že tam nepôjde ani nejaké greedy Etherlancy blinky, ale že bude chcieť robiť nejaký ten glimmer, pomôcť skôr tou defenzívou, udržať to celé pri živote. Teraz ale sa tu ide bojovať o 10-kovú runu. Nakoniec tam prídu síce tí Mortimerské z Dreamcoilov, ale na Slardara nemajú kluci damage ani zďaleka. DM tu ale príde z celého jeho zoo. Zinky by pre neho mohol byť žrádlo, ako som vravel. Support konečne padá a tým Vision finally berú kill. Rozbehávanie od DM-ovo Likana, to je trošku z inej sféry. To množstvo skeletonov speednutých. A tam ešte pôjde dokonca rozhodnúť do Slardara rovno bojovať, ten je tam v riečke celku doma. Tí creepy mu tam ale dávajú celku ako peknú facku, aj keď 100 goldov. Si pofarmí ten Slardar. X-Novič by s glimpsov možno tu chcel niečo nájsť, vie, že toho Puka tam ani nemusí skúšať. Všetci ostatní sa mu tu momentálne schovajú, zatiaľ po 10. minúte, ale ešte 3/4 levelu, aby tu Xnovič mohol vyťahnuť nejaké tie poriadne statek stormy. Meanwhile, samozrejme si tu Satanik ale môže farmiť bez problémov a neprichádza tam vôbec ten element ako z druhej strany. On nie je to carry, ktoré by bolo vyhnané z linky. Satanik si tu môže free farmiť, je to vidieť na tom networke. Už teraz mal odvedbené 5 kg viac ako AME, kým tam nebude to Battle Fury, ten farm speed. Ja myslím, že by mohol mať Satanáš v rukách. Hlavne tohoto 17-ročného mladíka ulás hitovať, to je problém. A nie Ameáš. Tentokrát ako by momentálne toto nezvláda. No One ešte príde pekne dorazí, vezme tú midovú väžu pomaly sám. Nenápadná pauzenzi od 9 Class a očividne nejaké tie mikrofóny tam budú trošku bugovať. No tu, ale si myslím, že po 11. P-Vision začínajú konečne budovať nejakú tú agresivitu, zatiaľ je to skôr tower už miesto killov. No Extremovcom vyhovuje kľudne tá scalovačka, oni väčšinou hrávajú tak, že tam akoby počkajú na nejaký ten fakt ako timing, vychytajú dobrý fight, kde sa cítia dobre, čo teraz môže byť bolo mňa s nejakou blinkou na Slardarovi, Undying, možno s nejakým tým ako prvým poriadnym itemom, či už to bude možno nejaká tá poriadna pipe, aby to branili proti tomu magic damageu, alebo to bude niečo iné. Vidíme, čo nám tu Extremovci vymyslia, tú midovú väžu nemajú ako zachrániť, pekný deny, tam strčil ale X znova. Aspoň nejaké tie goldy ušetril. No, tým pádom, s tým 1K gold leadom sa nevzdiala kľúci zas tak ďaleko, tu sa ale ukazuje na vrchu ten Undying. Vyzerá, že tu pôjde No One, ale rovno po Dreamcoil, Dukalis tam nemá ešte pripravené účko ako follow-up. Dreamcoil ale bude stačiť zo pár hitov od Satanika, myslím si, že XXS je hotov. Pekne Satanik ešte s tou iluskou zoberie ten kill, No One mu to tam nechá. Ceaseless Dirge tu ale spôsobí, že ten Undying predsa len je instantne respawnutý, ten rovno ide portiť na ten triangle. Jo, teraz predsa len ako keď skončí tá meta, vedia tam XG, že tam nebude možno úplne pripravený. Žiadny veľký, nepríjemný shit menom Dreamcoil. Vidíme, či tu ale budú chcieť nájsť. Statek Stormu zatiaľ nemajú, DM-ovo creep, aby sa tu mohli kľúci konečne pomaly zbaviť. Mám ťa tam zavrieť. Oh boy. Mňa zaujíma teraz akoby, či tu pekne ako niečo idú vyčmuchať Extreme tentokrát. No, jak hovorím, len počkaj tam Vardu, akoby už vidím akoby popnutú, alebo Vardy. Jo, je to gigantická Varda pekne od Zinkyho. Tower pressure iba takto zdarma, tú waveu tam ale dobre to Iluskou odtiahol. No nakoniec Hexov sa o to ale Zinkyu pekne postará, ten Tower už tam bude celku aktívny. Tu ale ide 9 Class, akurát do nich narážať, akurát im tam hodil obsku, ale tu je Statek Storm a včas. Z tohoto Slarčak bude odchádzať ťažko, on sa tam dostal tou brečkou! On tam dal tú brečku a posunul sa z toho kinetic fieldu! 9 Class! Ty blázen, ty bing! On tam dal tú Iron Branchku a posunul sa z toho Kinetic Fieldu a Statek Stormu. To je blázen. Ja chcem vidieť replay. Ty kráso. Z tohto tu sa dostane len a len 9 Class, dámy a páni. Tu je ten replay, pozrite na to, on tam má tú branchku hodenú. Tu sa dostane na ten kraj a hodí tam tú branchku, jo, to posunie ten strom. Ty kráso. Tomuto sa vraví big play. Presne preto 9 Class má rád tohoto Slarčka vyžrať takýto gang. A medzi tým tu môžu mať Parivitovci oveľa viac priestoru. Medzi tým 9 Class už má tú svoju dominátorku, takže takisto aj ten map prešte príde. Extremovci tentokrát tam budú mať síce samozrejme na tom offlineovom Undyingovi takisto niečo podobné, začal s tým. Teraz dokonca bude chcieť ísť urobiť agresívnu šivu. OK, XXS sa s tým nesere, ten porovno pôjde po pomaly najdrahší item, či tu môže prísť, Shiva zaujímavá. No neviem, či úplne akoby bez nejakej pipy, bez nejakých Crimson Guardov, tam budú schopní ten mid-game nejak prežiť. Linkanik tam podľa mňa možno s tou armádou rozseká všetkých, keď sa do toho pridá ten Terrorblade, Dreamcoily, Dukalis navíc. Toto bude celku tvrdé, by som povedal. Oh boy, oh boy. No už to tu ide scouti práve 9 Class, už vidí, že tam je Varda, tej sa rovno zbavil. Jo, DMO Creep tam akurát vzadu teda odozdá 250 goldov, že to pofarmil práve AME by the way. Obrániť Enchanty sa im tu teda podarí. Máme ako do toho Tombstoneu sa nechce úplne P-Visionom nabiehať, ale aj tak si tam DM ukradol toho veľkého Honzu Dráčka, alebo veľkú Neru. No aj po týchto 250 goldov si Číňania chcú ísť, Drinkoil aj tam chytí pekne dvoch. Medzi všetkými tu bude chytený Ame, ten Battle Trend som síce mláti, ale mláti len do ilúziek, bohužiaľ. Jeho zabitý tam ale bude pekne No One vychytaný vzadu. Statek Storma tam vychytala práve toho samotného Puka. A nakoniec to bude Ame za midového No One ničovo Púcka. Nineclaws ešte odovzdá na kilečku na tú gigantickú vardu, nič ideálne. No ale padne samozrejme tier jednotka k tomu. Satanáš, ten už tu popravde ako tu, keď odíde ako keríčko, ktoré žije, myslím, že je spokojný proti Amému. Jo, presne takto ten troll väčšinou ten early mid game vyzerá vždycky. Tam je veľmi jednoduché, proste ho tam iba pokajtiť ďalej. No keby to samozrejme nepopol, to by tam skapali in the first place, ale tu nemajú ešte proste extrémovci úplne dosť kontrolu. Mňa zaujíma, či tam fakt ako XXS pôjde commitnúť do toho, aby tam išiel tú Shivu, aby tam išiel takého nabíjacieho Undyinga, ktorý tam ako pôjde získavať takisto možno nejaký ten poriadny vision navíc. Zinkyu bol ale minule práve ten, ktorý tam aj s tou Vardou, ale hlavne tým Hexom, Sheklom udržal toho Puka, aby sa ho teda nedostal spolu s X-Novičom. To support duo od XG sa teraz udržalo nielen pri živote, ale fakt pár Viždovcov ako celku pekne zastavilo, aspoň Puka si zobrali. A stále, keď sa pozrieme, ako sa tá hra vyvíja, P-Vision tam zase majú svoj 4000-ový gold lead. To otravovanie od Slarka funguje. To rozťahovanie dominátorkou, akoby jednou malou, jednou veľkou, toto bude ako tvrdé furt. Ja, ako X-Novič, toto môže Thunderstrikami označovať koľko len chce. Blink Shard na Slarderovi takisto online, čo by mohol byť prvotný čas, kde už začnú ako XG niečo robiť. Pre nich ale podľa mňa to bude hlavne nejaký deep mid-game, jo? Až keď ten troll sa dostane minimálne možno k tej mante, možno nejakému BKB, možno túto hru akoby bude chcieť skôr robiť nejaké tie MK, keď to bude nejaký Butterfly na Mistrovi, Sataníčkovi. Uvidíme, ako sa to kluci teda prispôsobia. Mňa zaujíma, čo ide DM robiť. Jeho typický build je presne urobiť veľkú dominátorku a nullifier. Jeho zrazu potom všetky tie defenzívne itemy, do ktorého tam investovali proste tí supporti povedzme za tých prvých ako tam 20-25 minút, tak ako sa toho dokáže zbaviť proste tým nullifierom krásne pripraviť ten jeden kill. Jeho medzi tým ten Slark to bude proste otravovať, síce občas tam aspoň tých 100 goldov odovzdá. Ale no, ako stále keď sa pozrieme na to, ako sa traduje celá tá mapa o 4000, to majú rozorané momentálne P-Vision lepšie. U Extreme toto není ale úplne nič veľké. No oni momentálne teraz nahradzujú na tomto TI taký ten najlepší comeback team, by som povedal. Jo, nahradzujú tu Spiritov, ktorí ním boli dlhú dobu. Tento rok ale Čína nám chce ukázať fakt ako zase poriadne čínske late game fighty. No, už tu P-Vision ale nebudú zdržovať nič. Sú tam momentálne síce pod Vardou, tam Nineclaws vidí, jo, už mu tam aj Vision získal ten puk. Ani táto sneaky Varda neostane, bohužel. A raz XXZ aspoň s tým Kentánom z Montar, že by tam chcel prísť, nevidel ani tie HPčka Roša. No One tu medzi tým pôjde ešte prichystať, ale práve toho Slardera s Undyingom, tí sa odtiaľ nemajú úplne ako dostať. To účko XXZ dá, Tombstone tiež, Static Storma nakoniec ale prišla úplne k hovnu. Likanci nám kľudne bude behať okolo toho, rozhoduje sa, či chce ísť po ten poriadny tučný jeden Tombstone. 200 goldov pofarmených jeho Ancient Dragon skoro ufarmil toho Undyinga. Tesne na to DM nestačil tu, ale jednoducho podľa mňa P-Vision možno im to dokončiť to, čo začali. Pred 18 minútou je to práve v tento moment Rošíček. A ja mám taký pocit, tu neviem, či sa kľúci boli môžu dostať niečomu inému. Není tu žiadny styl, nepríde tu nič, odovzdávajú to Extremovci úplne ďalších 5 minút, bude veľmi ťažkých a pozrite ešte na ten decision. Tam ani ten Aegis nedávajú momentálne ako úplne tomu carry Terrorbladeovi, na čo? Zrovna Pucek bude ten, ktorý to bude mať. No a Ame ho tu teraz nájde samotného, tam akorát smokujú Extreme. Takéto prekvapivé playe sú ich špeciálne, ak toho Novana teraz ako by to nájdu a Ziky ho našiel! Ziky len tak! A není treba Vision! Extreme ukazujú tie čínske kvality, kurva! A budú ešte pokračovať ďalej. Nineclaws, to bude samozrejme teda vrátený úplne z tejto celej šlamastiky, vrátený cez polku mapy. P-Vision tu budú momentálne 4, ale stratili ten Aegis tak rýchlo, že to až nie je pekné. Extreme zase vymysleli úplne dokonalosť. Hneď potom, čo zobrali ten Aegis, prišli si počkať na ten jeden target a bol to zrovna ten púk s Aegisom. Celá tá výhoda, ktorú tu P-Vision nevybojovali ešte pre to minútu, tam ani nebude. Na mene medzi tým prichádza ešte teda Drinkoil a Nineclaws s No Oneom, prichádzajú na dvojicu. Tombstone si tam vyfarmili za 200. Pekne tu chytil Zinkyu vzadu No One, ten vydodžoval, ale koniec toho glimpsu. Nevrátili ho naspäť do toho silencu. Toto celé ešte Nineclaws ale nemôže podľa mňa prežiť. Aspoň tretí kill si zoberú aj Extreme. Oh boy, oh boy. Jo, Extremovci potrebujú nájsť proste nejakú static stormu na toho puka, ideálne. Zinkyu robí čo len môže, aby to tam ukontroloval, ale popravde zatiaľ tomu úplne zas tak túto hru nepomáha ešte ten Undying. Jo, keď sa pozrieme na Satanika, ktorý má level 15, jako tá farm game je viac menej o 1000 vzdialená. Ame už na to na začiatku to nemal možno úplne jednoduché proti tomu pressureu, tak ako dofarmuje s tou Battle Fury, približuje sa pomaly k Satanikovi. Uvidíme, či sa ale Extremovci niečomu dostanú. Tým, že tu je ten chýbajúci Aegis, obidva týmy to majú otvorené. Ten objektív, ktorý by si teraz mali strážiť, je ale práve ten Torment Reek a ten myslím, že pre Likana bude totálne za free. Jo, nám stačí akurát tuto jeden golem. Kluci sa tu ešte teda pôjdu spolu s tým potradovať. Vyzerá to, že Nine Class samozrejme dostane ešte free shardu na Slarkovi. To je ale proste zrazu Depth Shrouda, ktorá tu bude môcť zachrániť, keď niekto dostane Static Stormu, nejaký púcek s niekým, tam môže prísť akurát ten defenzívny jeden shardeček, zakrie ich na chvíľku, aby ich to tam nemohlo mlátiť, hlavne proti tomu trollovi. Ten Slark je podľa mňa tá najviac annoying vec, proti čomu ide hrať Scary Trollom, pretože on môže mať 3000 itemov, on môže mať normálne celý inventár, všetko, čo len chce. Ale jakmile proste začne mlátiť akoby v tom účku a proste tam príde ten shard od Slarka a všetci budú schovaní, tak on začne pobehovať niekde hore dole, nemá tam čo mlátiť. A zrovna si myslím, že ten 9 klasov Slark tu môže urobiť fakt ako bordel. Jo, hovoria si Číňania, ale podľa mňa pomaly ďalej zájdeš. Keď proti Satanikovi to nemusí byť možno úplne tá najlepšia voľba, práve ten Butterfly, o ktorom som hovoril. Pôjde Mr. Satanishiaš. Jo, tu je ako, predsa len mu chýba ako momentálne ešte dosť, teraz tam prišla akurát tá Eagle Song a preskočil túto hru dokonca ten Dragonlance casuálny. Jo, ten chce ísť až potom Butterfly, aby to mal predsa len čo najviac evasionu proti Amemu, proti Slardarovi, ale proti tomu Undyingovi to není úplne od veci. Jo, 6000 gold lead zase majú ale vybudovaný P-Vision, toto rozťahovanie, viaceré dominátorky, je ten greedy Slark, ktorý tam snajpuje kurírov. Pozrite na ten network, 7200 network, s tou dominátorkou už má ten Slark, samozrejme, že akoby 1400 z toho je zadarmo akoby z Tormentra, ale aj tak, jo, pozrite na Undyinga s Shivou. Ten musí teraz ale tú Shivu podľa mňa už ako niekde využiť. Čo mám? Čekej, nesmíš, čekej, Mera, čekej. Dobrý, pomalu, ti to uklouzne, pomalu. Idete vonku? No, naši pejsci idú teraz pekne krásne ven, chat. Vyzerá, že P-Vision medzi tým ale idú hantiť. Nenájdu tu momentálne nič, len jeden čínsky nudlový smrad. Jo, toto je ale základ, ktorý viac menej takto vyzeral aj v tej včerajšej sérii P-Vision. Tých killov tam nie je úplne zas tak moc, tu mapu ale rozťahujú lepšie, berú si už 7000 gold lead. A ten rozdiel akoby medzi Satanikom a túto pánom je celku tvrdý. Nám ide medzi tým tuto ako okolo Ameho, chcú ako očividne kluci niečo jabejti, ten ešte po tej mante potrebuje myslím, že nejakých 1600 goldov, aby tam vôbec mali to BKB. Jo, Ame ešte nie je pripravený podľa mňa do tých fightov úplne tu poskytnúť viac, dokonca pozrite, čo ide robiť No One. On za chvíľku bude mať odpoveď na toho Disruptora ako tretí item na pukovi, pôjde robiť rovno BKB 9 class. Našiel zase tento smoke, zase ich vydodžuje. Extreme sa môžu len dívať a len čudovať. Ďalší smoke gang, ktorý proste kvôli tomu Slarkovi nebude k ničomu. Medzi tým je tam celý Kiras. DM sa rozhodol miesto toho bežného nullifieru, že tu kluci asi očividne na druhej strane nebudú robiť ani žiadne defenzívne itemy alebo niečo iné, možno tam videl tú Shivu a povedal si, ja mrde, urobíme si nejaké tie poriadne Kirasy, posilníme to tu úplne celé. A takisto netreba úplne zabúdať na element, nielen, že tam je ten vision game, že tam je tá otravnosť, to snajpovanie kurírov, early, vyžranie gangov, ale ten Slark kľudne v tom late, ako bude takéto secondary carry, akože, alebo tretie túto hru, alebo štvrté, záleží. Butterfly timing v 23. minúte, 50. sekunde online spolu s backupom na pukovi. Statek Storma od Xnoviča bude celku k hovnu. Zinkyu nebude mať toho pukákov kontrolovať, keď toto backupo už bude popnuté. Tuto sa to podľa mňa komplikuje hlavne pre Extreme a budú musieť extrémne ukázať, čo je v nich. Už tu príde Nice, 9 class, samozrejme bonus. Xnovič, chudák môže zdrať, len chce. Satanek si tu prišiel iba po ten jeden jediný last hitík. Proste jeden melee hit, last hit mu tam ušetrili, prišiel iba okolo, aby si tam zobral bonus. No a keď tam chcel Xnovič pravdepodobne nachystať možno nejaký poriadny vision, to je jeho doména. Ja podľa mňa do toho BKB púka, do Satanika s Butterflyom. Oni nemôžu Extremovci momentálne skúšať fightiť. Tá Shiva hlavne na XXS-ovi, príde mi, že itemy začne. XXS je väčšinou úplný god. A toto akoby do toho late gameu samozrejme bude fungovať celku dobré aj proti tomu Terrorovi, aby tam akoby nielen on sám mal bonus armor minus attack speed sa bude hodiť tiež. Nerieši to ale úplne to, že ten jeho celý tým je proste na to podľa mňa extrémne zraniteľný, není tam ani tá pipe, aby sa obránili povedzme proti tomu Pukovi alebo proti nejakému Snapfire-účku. Well, teraz jeden vlček tam akurát myslím, že prebehol okolo Ameho. On už má ale to 9-sekundové BK, bo Ame stihol teraz urobiť ten timing ešte celku decent. 25. je teda pripravený fightiť, ale bude to musieť byť veľké so Shivou. Už tam prichádzajú dvojici, zatiaľ si teda chcú iba 9-klasovo jedného Dominator Creepa zabiť. Tombstone hodený teraz medzi všetkými, XXS už má dokonca aj tú šardu, aby sa tam možno mohli schovávať. Bude to udržané, Hexa tam prichádza na toho Terror Blade, ten má trochu problém, ne. X-Noviča zabije aj tak, damage tam neexistuje, Ame prichádza z BKB, 2 BK má, ale nakoniec tam nebudú mať ani toho Likana, zdrhá preč, už sú vykajtovaní Číňania ako nikto. Biež nerušá, biež ven. Chcel som nerepomôcť cez dlášku chat, ale už som tu. Po 25. Aby užite si to, Juby. My sme chceli vyvenčiť Enigmu, ale klídek, musíte sa uspokojiť s tým, čo máte. Fakt XG sú teraz normálne ale ťahaní za nos. Reálne toto je akoby odzadu a bez lásky, toto je fakt ako tvrdé, toto je žilnaté, ale absolútne to nefunguje u Extreme. Vision normálne možno do tie 3 dní medzi Road to the International a International. Fakt tu našli akoby návod na Extreme. Tento ich playstyle, ale tým, že im nechali toho Slarka, je pre nich domáci. Na N-class zase, aj keď ten Slardar proste si myslel, že môže potradovať tu dokonca s tou Eulou, si ho zdržia a Mixer nepôjde nikde, Satanik tu dokonca s double damage ešte príde tiež, Metu nebude šetriť. A ten jeden hit to prišlo jak nič, Vision sú ale totálne nezastaviteľná skvadra. Satanik trhá tú väžu totálne vejpúl. No, si myslím, že pre 27 minút s tým 10-tisícovým Goldinom, keď tam bude možno nejaká poriadna gigantická varda, tu ani všetká žilna to sveta, by tu možno nezachránila nič. Vision a na strany Satanik ide ukázať, že tie tohtoročné slova You can beat Satanik možno budú tohtoročnom TI aj pomaly vygravírované. Defenzívny Tombstone už tam je, Ilusky sa o to ale instantne postarajú, keď tam príde ten heal. Proti tomu Terror Bladeovi reálne ten Undying tuto neurobil nič, toto je ten najmenší impact, aký som kedy videl od XXS-a. Vision normálne toho offlaneového Undyinga reálne mrdajú ako Enigma do prdele. A není ani treba nejaká dovolenčia čierna čokodierka, ani nič iné. Nine-class sa tu s nimi hrá s Eulmi, so Slarkom. Zase nemajú tam ako získavať moves, nemajú tam ako nič punishnúť stranu, tu stratia 27. tú hru, majú tak plne pod kontrolou Vision, že na to ani nepotrebovali žiadne veľké Aegis, tam ako jedno BK, alebo na Pukovi zrazu tam ako nefunguje žiadny statek Storm Play, zruty supporti neexistujú, Ame potrebuje normálne full build, potrebuje sa dostať do late gameu. Za mňa ale XG potrebujú nájsť nejaký zázrak, oni si podľa mňa uvedomujú, že nemôžu túto vyčkávať a len farmiť. Oni potrebujú nájsť openere, ak zase ale narazia do toho Slarka, to bude ten najväčší disaster. Na XXS-ove ešte nemajú ani pripravené nejaké tu defenzívne back alebo čo by chceli. Teraz sa to prídu skúsiť pozrieť bližšie. Ojoj, Maťo! Prišiel pekne popri tom túto podporiť túto našu CZSK komunitu, aby sme sa šplhali smerom na druhé miesto. Na CZSK Twitchi, no tam nám ešte bude chýbať akoby tak asi zo 300 subov, máme tu samozrejme ešte nejaké tie góly, ku ktorým sa ešte môžeme dostať a niektoré sú celko juicy. No, uvidíme ale, ako táto podpora bude pokračovať, či sa tu spustí teda nejaký podstatný hype train alebo niečo iné. Máte tam slevy na tie gifted suby na dnešok, to bude exkluzívna záležitosť, pretože tam máte sladené suby, za ktoré dneska môžete vyhrať reálne dres za 80 €, čo sa dá akoby kupovať tam akoby priamo len v Hamburgu. Myslím, že stále 80, alebo tak nejak sa mi tak akoby zdá. Jo, potom tam bude ešte dneska ďalšia záležitosť akoby k tomu a potom tam bude tá klávesnica od Black Dragonu. Takže dneska to pre vás akoby môže byť zase celku juicy. Uvidíme, či to dneska zase bude vyhrávať niekto s jednou vstupenkou alebo 5, alebo to bude nejaký pán. Dneska nezabúdajte na to, že ten, kto tu dneska podporí najviac, tak získa druhé tričko môjho oficiálneho cukrtačku. Jo, na to nezabúdajte jako chat. To je takisto jako available high trade, už tam má jedna svoje, on teda jakoby bude mať normálne zbierku, asi tak normálne celej kolekcie, jakoby k tomu. Celý merch len pre ňo asi, ale k tomu sa dostaneme možno potom. Tu Extreme potrebuje bojovať o tohoto Roshana. Zatiaľ Roshan na polovičke. A P-Vision jako nechcú len tak tam komitovať. Vedia, že akoby do toho Undyinga tam ako fajti do celého to není, akoby bude zas tak free. Ale stále tu môžu kľudne iba vyčkávať. Nineclass už tam má zase schovaného iba toho vlka. Tu ho idú, ale kúci toto celé sníknú Nineclass. No ale vidí cez toho vlčka. Tam prídu Mortimerský si zámet a môže komitnúť. Ale toto podľa mňa není jednoduché. Nineclass má ten Aegis. Ame nebude mať nič. Ten mu končí PK, účko. Nádej. Ame. Outclass. Outplayed. Nineclass ešte tam bude žiť, aj cez tú šardu, oni ho nezabijú ani jedenkrát, Aegis tam zostane, outplayed, toto je ukážka ako position for Slark, sa vám nielen nedostane do hlav, ale aj do vašej krásnej čiernej čokonierky. Nineclass ako úplný lord, sa tam zahral s Amem, ako keby to bol nejaký družinár 2K boj. Satanic Methodin sa tu bude môcť teda nasťahovať na ten enemy high ground, 35 sekúnd, predsa len nebude ten troll, nebude tam žiadny Aegis, ten bude mať position for Slark. Jo, o tom akoby potom. Nineclass Methodin tu príde toho Undyinga nachystá, ten môže mať šivu, ale proste skape. Tam stačí iba ten pounce. Disable is enough. Tu Číňania fakt normálne nevedia, čo majú robiť. Rovno píšu GG za 30 minút. P-Vision, no tak ty, môj holý kôtík. Toto je message. Satanic prišiel ukázať, že nová éra keríček. 17-ročný tuto talent, ktorý celý tento rok pítoval všetkých možných. Bere pekne Game 1 bez problémov. Za mňa to bola ale veľmi dobrá práca aj od DM-ovo Likana. Tento pressure na ten si myslím, že neboli Číňania pripravení vôbec. Tí supporti mohli byť na to nebezpeční, ale zároveň, jakmile sa to vymklo, hotovo, tú mapu netradovali ani úplne tak efektívne ako tentokrát celý. Toto bolo tučné, veľké, krásne, žilnaté a k tomu si myslím, že si tu akoby môžeme teda pozerať teoreticky, ale dneska, keď som čakal, že toto bude fakt, ako som chcel povedať, že toto je tá možno close séria teoreticky, možno Falcons Bad Boom by mohla byť fakt ako najviac close, ale toto tu si myslím, že má veľký potenciál ísť do Game Free. Extremovcov netreba odpisovať vôbec, ale podľa mňa tam nemôžu nechať takéto slarkoviny. Ja teraz im fakt ako nechali ich domácu zónu, chceli ich tom beatnúť. Teraz ale sa bude musieť Čína prispôsobiť. P-Vision získala teda Game 1 a myslím, že you can beat Satanic. To tu začína akoby trošku plniť. 1-0, tu máme nejaký crowd ešte s nejakými ty dresmi navíc, ktoré som to teda úplne nerozoznal. Ale Game 1 je za nami, chat. Game 1 je za nami, prepneme si to tam naspäť pekne spolu k Shiver a k tomu main panelu, aby sme predsa len to mali akoby celé krásne zhrnuté, aby tam nebolo nič veľké.
When the kill count is as low as it was just calculated and cool, Kezu. This was just P-Vision in the driver's seat from the get-go.
Yeah, it was just very slow from like maybe even start to finish, right? But XG didn't really get to do what they wanted, like do well in the lanes.
Nineclass sa s nimi zahral ako s deťmi.
They got everything that they wanted.
Vyškolil za toho Slarka.
Ten
Slark bude tak moc banned, first phase, tak moc.
They really fell flat in this game.
Yeah, I think XG's draft were very dependent on these lanes going well because that was their entry point into the game. That Lycan would have a slower timing. That they'd be able to play without their supports getting completely crushed by the Wolves. But every time they tried to go on this fuck, that Lycan just covered for him so well. He just ate that backline.
I mean, it feels like one of those games where if XG don't have any kills to their name, it never compounds to a little bit of tempo. A kill was a Roshan, a kill was a tower, a kill was anything, any purpose. That's the whole point of Dota. And for P-Vision, the fact that they just kind of stall the game, chill, take the fights they want to take, reset, it makes it so much simpler. Like when you look at Puck, Slark, Snap, Lycan, Terribly with Illusions, like every single hero has a way to wait for the fight because the lanes are always shoved.
Nineclass is such a nuisance this game. Yeah. Like we're watching, and I'm just looking at this Slark in all of these highlights, but he was just running circles around them. He was dewarding, he was drawing attention, he was forcing spells, he was pushing himself out of kinetic fields. Like he showed us why so many teams just hate playing against his Slark and why they've been banning it for so long.
Yeah, and he also did the cool tree into the Iron Branch play against Disruptor that you mentioned, he would be already ready for everything.
Yeah, and here they also, like, they did the Dominator. He had his creep in the pit that showed them vision without Extreme Gaming being able to see the Wolf. And you'll see later his entire team is tipping him because not only did he do that, he jumped in, he snatched the Aegis for his team. I mean, likely they would have won without this play too, but this was really like the nail in the coffin. And I'm a little bit worried for XG because I like the idea of this Disruptor and the Troll. You play fast, you try to shut down the Slark, which is one of his weaknesses. But even that, it didn't damage them at all. They just fully free-farmed in their offlane.
Already we see from the stats, right, XSS, right, a statement offlaner that we've been praising a lot so far in both the Road and the playoffs. What, 0-3 there on the Undying?
Yep.
Like, you first pick the Undying, it feels reminiscent of Nigma. They first pick a Nature's Prophet, the draft kind of comes crumbling down, the Prophet becomes one of the problems. Undying is the first pick, and down the line it's like, brother, you got 1 assist. It's like, imagine if this game you had the Mars or the Centaur, any other hero to facilitate the initiation, the fight, and you weren't hoping the fights around you. It's why P-Vision stalled out the game, right? Do you really want to run into a 15-minute offlane Undying? Of course not. Wait for 25 minutes, you can poke them, but when you want to break the game, you're already outscaling the Undying that never found the correct fight.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer for XXS to be on a different hero in the next game because I think you want to shut down Satanic. Like playing against Undying, it's very tailored what this hero is going to do. He's going to decay you in the lane, but he doesn't pressure you on the map because, yeah, I feel like P-Vision, they just got to do what they want. Play on the map. 9 class, very deserving MVP on the Slark. Did everything he wanted to do, succeeded with it because this game, this was quite easy for P-Vision.
Yeah, it felt easy,
Yeah.
and I want to know in how much, to a degree, this is very impressive for P-Vision, which it was, and I do not want to take anything away from that. But at the same time, I can just imagine myself being the meme and poking Extreme with the pick, do something. Is that unfair to say?
I mean, maybe a little bit, because I think like something happened in the lanes. I didn't quite get to see what happened, but their safe lane with Troll Disruptor not going this well, not being able to play through there, and also the Slark 4 making the first move to help no one mid to like pressure XM. I feel like there's a lot of things that didn't go how they had planned that then made it harder to then do what they wanted to do.
It's not like they lost lanes, they just needed them to go better because the lanes were even and then higher after they went to the jungle. Like suddenly Lycan was left to his own devices. He got that bot tower early. That whole part of the map becomes open. Like maybe they should have focused more on just playing bot and shutting down that Lycan because when you look at that draft, that's probably what needed to happen. That's what created the issues with the map and the lane shove and not being able to take fights clearly. Like if your two supports are Disruptor plus Shaman, how do you make a move? How do you clearly take a fight when enemy Lycan is just going to eat you?
I mean, you could also do something if you got the Aegis, right? 9 class stealing it. Sorry, but there goes tempo as well, right? Like you take that gives you so much more.
Like this just going here, if you go to the draft, you wanted to shut down this Lycan, that's what you picked for, but look at the GPM, look at the net worth at minute 7. Lycan is about to have his helm completed, he's 600 gold ahead of the Troll. Like this is what, you know, Troll and Disruptor, they want to win their lane, they want to play forward, you want to go through the gate to your offlaner. We didn't see any of that. So P-Vision did some really cool stuff in the early game, they must have, because otherwise you don't have this net worth in this matchup. It is impossible.
I mean, we heard how confident
Just better.
How confident Estini was in his Lycan player. It's like, you'll see why we have the superior Lycan player. And I think XG are going to think to themselves, let's not give this hero away. It's creating too many problems. Shutting down lane is not enough. We might not even do that, if anything.
Yeah, and then Kezu, there was one moment where we already thought it was going to be over before that last Roshan fight, when we did see P-Vision pushing high ground for the first time on that bot lane.
Yeah, I just do want to show like how nicely they do it. Of course, they are up 10k gold, but so the thing is, it's just such a low kill game. Like it's 3 versus 6, but you have the amplified. Like look at all the buffs. You have a Solar Crest, you have an AC, you have the Thunderhide hiding below, and everyone else they're just making sure. Satanic, he just pushes on his own. He even puts an illusion. Give yourself the vision. So if you're Extreme Gaming and you find yourself in this position, like what do you like? Look at this tombstone. You can just feel the frustration. You just pop it in front. I mean, Satanic, he's just gonna snag it up. They take the free racks and they chill and go back. So if you're Extreme Gaming, this is the type of moment that you cannot let have happen like this easily. You need to do better early on in the game.
Yeah, that was some free real estate coming out for P-Vision. And it does make me wonder that if a game happens like this, and it's, in terms of kills anyway, a stalemate, what do you do? Because someone is going to get ahead from farming, and do we feel like already Extreme knew that they were getting out-farmed Tikov? Was it the nature of their draft, potentially?
Yeah, I mean, I've already mentioned the Undying, but if you want to have a stalemate game, you need to make sure that at the point in which the stalemate breaks, the fight is easy to follow through, right? With a Lycan, you have the backline, the puck, you have a jump. Undying, it's like, you need kills to feel good. So, again, I want to repeat it. Extreme, coming into this next game, I don't want to see them first pick an Undying. I don't want to put themselves in this position where P-Vision can identify that a Slark and map play means you will overcome the aggression. Like, Undying's very predictable, very strong, but predictable. You cannot be this predictable. It felt kind of easy mode for P-Vision in the draft.
Maybe a big part of that also is just having XM on Slardar mid. He is one of the best Slardar mid players. We've seen him play it a lot over the years. But when you think about the heroes he's typically played, that he's shown on this tournament, it's like the Queen of Pains and the Leshracs. He has carry ability, he has pop-off ability. He's not just there to enable his troll or set up kills. He's something that can get a rune, rotate to XXS's lane, make pressure on that enemy safe lane, open the tower. His hero just did not allow him to do that in this game.
Yeah, and we must remember that for this first game we had, it was Extreme that had first pick. They went for the Undying. The answer coming out from P-Vision was the Slark. And we thought maybe Extreme's got good plans to deal with this hero, but it seemed like 9class had quite the field day. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Shiver. Yeah, he had a really good game for sure. Fantastic game for Slark. This was a hero that was very popular with him 3 or 4 months ago. It actually got the hero nerfed, but what the main little refresher for what it does, you get vision. Now you know when people can see you, basically using a buff on your little bar, so it's very easy to kill observers. And what this basically does is it makes it very hard for high-level players to predict where their opponents are going to be, because normally they have a little bit of ward vision at least, and that ward vision is going to make sure that they can protect their heroes, they can have efficient farming patterns, that they die less, that they get more kills. All those things really combine to big advantage. And 9class can basically play really aggressive for most of this game because of Dark Pact. Here's that really cool Static Storm kill that they had against him. This should be a 100% surefire kill, but what he does is he puts himself at the edge of the kinetic field, and then he puts a tree basically right here, and because he was on this spot, it forces him out. It's one of the only ways to get out of this ability, so very difficult to do, but the fact that he got out of this and stayed alive means he's still on the map, getting farm, getting gold, creating Helm of the Dominator creeps. I don't even focus on his Helm of the Dominator in these creeps and in these clips, because this whole time he's using it to doubly scout. He can go spot for heroes. He's going to use the nice puck orb with some vision to get an observer ward here. This means that now Extreme Gaming have to make more risky initiations to go into the Roche pit, because they don't necessarily have vision of how close it is to dying. That Centaur dies before it gets close. So ultimately, P-Vision just gets advantage after advantage, knowing that they're going to be able to start the fight on their terms. In this case, Slark escapes once again. Just a cascade of things that are really, really effective for P-Vision. They even get the shard, luckily, which worked out extremely good as the game continued. But before that, take a look at this map right here. Look at the vision that they're forced to play with. Extreme Gaming basically planting these wards. These are the ones that all these 2K MMR players plant when they're losing the game. Not high-level players, but they felt they had to do it this game because there's a Slark. He's going to be able to find those wards if they're somewhere else on the map. They're not going to be able to protect them, and then they don't even get ward vision anyways. So very, very difficult for them to play, but definitely the most crucial fight, I think, was this one here, where they got the BKB finished on Troll. They jump on Satanic on the Terrible, and take a look at the vision from Extreme Gaming side. There's the Hex. They're going to do his full Static Storm and a Kinetic Field, and they go on him with BKB Troll, but that shard from the Slark just makes him completely invulnerable during this time period. So they get a full disengage. The full BKB is wasted on 2 of their cores and all of their ultis. Just a really catastrophic team fight, all because P-Vision Slark did such a good job this game.
Thank you very much, Purge. That seems like I have a very easy solution, Kazu, for the upcoming ban Slark.
I mean, it is a problem,
Surely.
right? Because you have to ban so many other heroes too. But I love the clips because it just shows you that there's so many things that it's hard to spot as a spectator, but you can feel it in the game. You know your wards are dying. They have TV illusions pushing. There's a Dominator here. There's a Slark taking out all your other wards. So for the next game, I think for XG, they need to find an answer for this Ghost push. Maybe you take it yourself or combo it with having a Playmaker on XXS in the offlane, because something needs to change.
XG are a structured team, right? Slark is the best hero to break a structured team. Just ban it. Easy.
Yeah. Then we're going to find out what they're going to ban, of course, in the game that is upcoming. But before we are going to watch game number 2, we are going to watch another short film contest. Contestants, it is time for Dream Team. victory. Thank you very much for that one. Another contender, of course, will be keeping them coming the whole weekend. And in the end, we will be having a champion, the best one. I hope you have your favorite one in mind already. In terms of this series, we had our favorite in mind. And I think it was a little bit split in the panel, which normally insinuates, okay, the series might be fairly even, T-Gov. That was a grim look for game one.
Yeah, pacing is just critical. And I think P-Vision, they were a little bit, it felt slower maybe in the road. And at least in this first game, it has shown that they've changed that a lot. Maybe Extreme weren't expecting that. They weren't expecting P-Vision to be as fast-paced on every hero. And when I say fast-paced, I don't mean kills, just to be clear. I mean the speed in which they scale to which you don't really want to fight them, right? Because again, you might think, oh, it's only 6 kills at 20 minutes, but the way that P-Vision just choked the game out with, Purge highlighting the Slark, the way that they didn't overplay their hand, these are the things that stop Extreme ever feeling comfortable. And we've identified multiple things, right? It's the mid Slardar, it's the offlane Undying. There's very clear things to improve on for Extreme.
I mean, I underestimated, because I favored XG going into the game. I think I heavily underestimated the ghost push and what is going to happen if you don't do well early on in the game. So that's what I feel like. I don't know, Effie, do you feel like there's something else that we missed that they should change for this upcoming game?
I mean, for XG, I think they just need to draft teamfight as well. There's no way. It was a very one-dimensional draft, which works if your dimension happened, which was you stomp the lanes, you shut down the Lycan. If that doesn't happen, what's your re-entry into the game? They didn't have that plan B. And I think making a plan B is quite simple because they have really wide hero pools on their players. It's not like they're one-tricks on XG. Like, instead of having a Slardar mid, all of a sudden you can have an incredible damage dealer in Leshrac, for example. Instead of having an Undying, what if you have a Centaur who can set up kills for you earlier on? What if you have a Mars who can play with the Leshrac?
Yeah, and
just go down that path.
And even with developing that, when you think about the bans, we spoke about, Slark ban, Monkey ban. Imagine in a lot of those clips that we saw, or if there's a Monkey support there, without the Depth Shroud saving the Terrorblade. Like, the game's so different, because as much as we hype Slark up for the Vision game, the save is insane.
Yeah.
Like, unless you have AoE damage and a way to burst, again, like a Leshrac or something, that has to be respected.
I also think the Lycan is a big problem. Like, this hero, to me, was the really big problem here because it stopped so much of their potential playmaking. Like, I mentioned it a few times already, so I feel like I'm really being annoying about this point, but when your supports can't comfortably enter a fight and disable heroes for you, unless you have disable coming from anyone else on the team, you can't make plays.
Yeah, it also hurts you twice as much when you actually pick to shut him down, but then in the game he's like, no, he's like top net worth, you lose the lane even though you're supposed to win it. Because this is not the type of game we usually see from XG, but at the same time, I have to praise P-Vision, like also for their bans. I believe Mars was taken out early on, like maybe also forcing like something else happening. And I believe the Leshrac was also last phase banned. That is a hero we did want to see. So if you're XG, maybe you need to up your priorities on a couple of these heroes. Maybe you 18 pick those. Try to get it early in the draft before it can get banned out. Because, I'm just looking for a new game to also make sure that, they should feel still very great, like the way they got here. They're an incredible team. So show it to us in the next game.
But they have been in this position before, right? Against Spirit, they had the same style of game where it was kind of low kills, Spirit kind of hit that stride, shut them out, and then they adapted, and they won the game free to win the 2-1 in the series, right? So it's not as if this is the first time a dominant team has been winning every game, and then, wow, a slap in the face, wake up, right? Like, they've been here before during the tournament, so I am expecting them to have the correct adaptations, and of course we'll have to see it in the draft.
But what adaptations are you creating? Because one of the points that we were making was that P-Vision, they have a lot of different styles. If you're adapting to their Ghost Push style, their Vision style that they played last game, they could bust out easily one of their cheese drafts.
I mean, in the time they have, minus Slark, everything's unplayable. That's how I see it, because again, you don't have time to adapt to everything. But with how much you've done, like how regimented they are as a team, if you have Slark on the enemy team, you're asking to lose. Like, XG will never beat this hero. The way that I see them playing and the map state, if XG play into Slark, I just don't see them beating it.
Well, this is where experience might come into play for Extreme. I'm sure there's been plenty of talks on how to adapt in game number 2. Of course, P-Vision only one win away from being top 3 here at the International. Let's see if they can do it, or let's see if Extreme has been able to figure out what to do next.
Extreme Gaming versus P-Vision. Game 2.
This time around, we did change it up a little bit. We got Extreme still on the Radiant side, P-Vision on Dire, but first pick go on the way of P-Vision, and that means Extreme Gaming gets overall last pick, and we do have some adaptations. Slark left in the pool, by the way, but we do have a change up with the Monkey King making it through. This was one of the bans that Extreme went for in the previous game. They get their hands on it now, and an answer coming with the Disruptor from Extreme.
They looked so good on their Monkey King yesterday. They played it 4, and it's very similar to Slark in that it will provide vision. It's going to buy that helm, give you that ability to push lanes, and also just roam the map early on. And if I was going to pick a hero that's more problematic between the two, right now I would say it is Monkey King, because the flex to core that exists on Monkey King is much stronger than the flex to core that exists on Slark.
Based on the draft position as well, opening with Monkey King is stronger in position. Like, you want to react with a Slark, so I can see why, because Extreme is second pick, they didn't ban out the Slark. I fully respect that. They might, again, down the line, but based on this, it makes full sense that Monkey's available.
I would also say that both teams should be happy, because like you're saying, Monkey King is the same archetype, and I agree with the flex, especially against XM. Sure, he has a couple heroes that would be good against the Monkey King mid-later, but you can also ban us out with the Leshrac again. We touch on it. This hero is very strong. Would like to see that on him, but I still like that they do go back for the Disruptor. Like, it is still the idea of what you want to do against P-Vision, it's still there. I feel like there was something in the lane and some of the execution where P-Vision just really had their number, so the fact that they run it back, I'm happy with it.
Will XG respect Lycan with the single ban they have available?
Yes.
I hope so. I mean, they could have this idea to run maybe Disruptor plus Ursa instead of Troll, because Ursa will play on an earlier timing on that Troll, and they won't be locked into farming for 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah. No, I like the point of banning it. I believe it's also somewhat set up. You did take out the Beast and the Enigma in the first phase. From their side, they do only have one ban that they're able to throw in on this stage, so you kind of set it up to be able to only put it on the Lycan to secure your lane.
They also pick out a phase.
Just kidding.
So potentially they want to get their hands at... No, and they don't. They want to get the Storm Spirit. Potentially that can be an answer to a dog that's running wild.
Catch and lockdown is always nice in a draft, and we've seen how a lot of the Spirit heroes, if you have the player that wants to play them, they don't care about picking it blind, right? And here it is. You have the catch to pick off the team fight. Sure, pacing, P-Vision can still run at you whilst your Storm's coming online, but they have the team fight that we want to see from XG.
So just want to quickly point out the heads-up ban of the Meepo by XG, because there is an ET ban on the side of PV in that first phase. And ET, when you ban it, you're typically saying that, oh, I might consider picking Meepo, or I might be considering picking Chen, because those are the heroes that he typically counters. So instead of it banning Lycan, they're just like, you know what, we're not getting cheesed here. We're taking Meepo out completely.
No, I like it a lot. And this hero has looked very scary in the right hands, right, of specific carry players. You have Satanic, obviously he plays it very well. I like the Pugna pick quite a lot here, like when people get glimpsed in, you want to save them. Also, Net Award super good against these two heroes, so you keep yourself topped off. So for P-Vision here, you kind of want to decide. I would assume you just kind of jam your mid hero here. You see the Storm matchup, I would say you know what's coming. Make it easy and simple.
Let's say this is your 4 and 5, right? The Monkey being 4, the Pugna being 5. You've got Pugna with Decrep and Life Drain. You've got the Monkey with the Boundless Strike Shard to be able to jump out. If Storm gets onto a support, if you don't kill the Monkey, he's jumping out. If you don't get the Pugna, he's going to Life Drain something or Decrep himself like this. These two supports aren't instant food for the Storm Spirit. Like, they're making the game somewhat complicated.
Secondary jump with the Storm would be nice, or just some kind of follow-up range damage to make sure that they're not in that situation where they can re-engage.
Yeah, we've seen how they played both Invoker and Monkey King with first item Dominator. So we are now already expecting 2 Helmet Dominators in this game for P-Vision. That will be lanes getting pushed out, and XG, they need to find ways to shove waves cleanly. Disruptor doesn't do it, Storm does, but you need at least, I think, 2 more heroes so that you're not forcing the obvious that one guy has to go and do it. Like, it needs to be your entire team naturally doing it.
I would say what we're looking for XG with what we've been saying too, in my mind, you want follow-up damage into your Storm jump, like maybe with the 4, GQ's hero could be what the Snapfire himself, or maybe a Hoodwink. I think there's something else you could look for, which is maybe SD, but I think your support duo isn't the greatest. I like Lycan a lot here. It's good against all these heroes. You rush Nullifier against the Pugna, good answer. You have the Global Howl in the nighttime also to make it easy for your Storm. I like what's happening here.
And then you get the follow-up damage from Hoodwink that just came out for that Storm Spirit. So when he is jumping this backline, they make sure they can kill the targets they go on.
I have seen this before.
Yeah.
if you're able to shutting down Lycan in the early game, it matters so much. Like, sure, you have 2 Wolves and a Dominator. Do you think Brood is going to care about this? You're all single target. So yeah, this pick is very nasty.
And normally when you have Broodmother, you kind of want to play away from her webs unless you're really strong. But now when you're playing away from her webs, you're going to be running into 2 lanes that are shoved into you. You then eventually push them out, and all that time, Brood will have that additional item, that additional kind of resource. So it is a really toxic lineup from P-Vision where the map play is just exceptional. It's what they're doing so well to make sure that they are, close to being top 3.
Maybe it's a little bit weird, but what would you guys think about actually putting Ame on the Lycan and you pick a new offlaner, like Magnus?
That can deal with the spiders a little better.
Or do you just put the Lycan in the lane, it's like, okay, bro, you do your stuff, you buy your helm, farm your jungle, and you give Ame, like, the absolute win condition?
I wouldn't mind a carry that could also just twin gate. So when Storm gets 6-minute room with a carry twin gating, you just collapse on the tower, take the tower with the Lycan, and then you can play more traditional game, but that is an option for sure.
I would personally prefer Ame just on a standard Ame hero. Yeah, because a game comes to mind from recent times, but I believe it was the EWC and it was a Tundra game, and they were playing offlane Lycan versus a carry Brood, and we were worried about the Brood outpacing the Lycan, but the way that Lycan was able to play the map, it made it so that they were just trading map play, and eventually Tundra did get the win. So it's not like this Broodmother will completely catch the Lycan off guard. Like, both teams do have map play.
But if there ever was a time for it to happen, I think the Lycan flex to carry, Ame taking it, like, this could be the game. In all the other games, probably not, but they need a Brood answer. A simple one, not one where it's like you need level 12 and 3 items. It needs to be a early game answer to Brood that can then just follow them around the map.
What is an answer to Brood? Is it like, oh, I need cleave in the sense of like a Sven type? Or what kind of answers to Brood?
I would say you want like someone that can lock down the area of where the Brood is in, and killing spiders is kind of what you're looking for. It could be your Magnus. It could be an Alchemist with Acid Spray, Rushing Radiance. You play fast with your other heroes. It could be an offlane Tidehunter for all I care. Like just team fight building block.
It can also just be as simple as a strong laner that isn't dependent on high cooldowns, because carry Brood takes advantage of high cooldown enemy lineups, because every time they're using these big spells, she's taking the entire map afterwards. She's just running at their team.
So what is the DM hero here? What if we
DM už tam má nějaký nápad, mi to přijde, chat. Vítám vás tu vaša scout Enigma z Vyšu, alebo Eidolon, alebo ako to len akoby momentálne chcete nazvať. Za mňa P-Vision idú teraz ukazovať presne toho Satanikovho, pravdepodobne Satanikovú carry Broodu. Každopádne môže dobyť stále kľudne DM s tou Broodou, teoreticky. Ale otázka je, jaký to bude samozrejme celý ten matchup. Extremovci teraz, OK, zoberú si tam jako momentálne Kentaura. Nebo teda P-Vision si zoberú Kentaura. Takže toto bude carry Satanik na Broodě, offlane Kentaur. Do toho bude vezmený, tak jako minule fungoval ten Slark, tak takisto bude fungovat ten Monkey King. To je úplně to jisté, bude hrát 9-class. Snipovaně kurírou, skautěně, breakovaně smokou, získavaně jakoby rychlý pohyb po mape už od začátku. Bude to sice fungovat méně proti tomu Visionu, nevě kde, jakoby tam bude ten Vision a tak, ale toto pre P-Vision vyzerá být jako tvrdý line-up. Jo, podle mě na tom Kentaurovi ani nepotřebuju zase tak velký blink nějak rýchlo. Jo, keď tam budu mať iba nějakou povedzme pipu. Nikes by mohl být OK. Pre XG, že by to byl Ameho Nikes.
Two Dominators come down the lane plus Brood. Lycan has to kill the hero, he doesn't stand in front of the tower. Storm, Hoodwink, Disruptor, like there's no one right now. Don't worry guys.
Hero, si jdeš se vyjadrovat normálně jako human being. Tam dostaneš timeout na 10 minut a druhou zprávu hned potom napíšeš, vole, takovou píčovinu. Jako já nevím, nebo jako to je prostě insane. Vypni Origo zvuk, když do toho pindáš? Ne, já to chcem jakoby všechno počúvat jakoby spolu s tým. Já to vždycky jakoby stišujem, aby som jakoby to hovoril jakoby tuto, ale jinak počúváme tuto múdré mozky. Tak to bude rozhovor hlavně ještě.
Any XG player in the stats, don't
Yeah, it's not pretty.
Yeah, that was a rough one. We'll see if they have a better shot this game around. With the last pick, Bristleback. Now, this is fitting into the category of you want someone to go in and stand there and take everything. kind of does that job.
Kerry,
How are we
Bristol,
feeling? I know you're
Ame.
looking a little thoughtful
Oveľa
there.
rýchlejší line-up, ale ako normálne extrémovci hrajú. Toto už je line-up, ktorý nám tu podľa mňa bude ako behať ide nejaké tie poriadne killy. Nemyslím si, že tentokrát by to mali byť akože nejaké low kill scenario, tak ako sme to mali viac menej pekne tú minulú hru. Nineglass si pôjde poskakovať po stromoch, No One bude hrať dominátorku, ako by sa budeme na Vokerovi na mide. DM sa ani nebudem čudovať, keď to bude robiť tiež. Dukalis bude podľa mňa fungovať velice dobre s tým Dekrepom a healom, hlavne proti kľudne tomu Likanovi. Jeho kým tam ako nebude samozrejme Nullifier. Extreme majú podľa mňa nebezpečnejší line-up ako minule, nebezpečnejší, ale stále by som dal ten draft jednoduchší na zahranie pre P-Vision. Hlavne keď vidím Satanika na tej carry brúde. A bude celku tvrdá.
I was gonna say, if he stayed on Slot Rocket, I was gonna bet against him.
He would have been the first one playing Slot Rocket this entire event, but so far Seeing Red is selected. And the main question I have, we talked a lot about how P-Vision, they look like they have got good tempo.
P-Vision majú fakt ako brutál našlápnuté.
Do they have what it takes? Is it gonna be similar to game
Dokonca by som povedal, že tak ako boli našliapnutí Extreme cez Road to the International, tak teraz začínajú byť našliapnutí P-Vision.
But at least they have an answer to Brood. Is Bristleback strong enough to be an Invoker as well? Plus the monk, like all the other Bristle is good to be Brood, but everything else, it's scary. This is still very scary.
Vamos, lebo tam je Astiny, ne? Alebo to tam je?
I think they have good.
To je Xiao Wei, tam je také director, či čo tam je, ako ja tam nepočujem.
Very different than last game. He can scale, he can do a lot in that early game.
Znelo to ako Vamos, ale tam je druhý coach, tam je Director 8, dámy a páni, na rozhovore. Okay, pôjdeme rovno na ten rozhovor, ja vám to tu akoby už pripravím, tak to tu... Áno, práve, rozhovoríček, stíhame, no problémo.
During the international, the road to it, drawn out meta, and you guys excelled extremely well at that. That was a pun. But now things have kind of changed. Faster games, different kind of heroes. How do you think the meta's changed, and are you guys going to be able to adapt to it for this game?
八岛就是想问你，因为感觉在国际邀请赛支部上呢，当时很多场比赛时长都非常长，节奏也相对来说慢一点。现在到这个正赛舞台上呢，就感觉快了很多，英雄职业有点改变。想问你，
ďakujem velice pekne za 57 mesiacov podpory.
是否有做出适当的调整呢？
因为打到淘汰赛以后，队伍的实力就越来越强，然后大家的侵略性都越来越强，然后我们需要慢慢的去适应。然后这一场，所以我们选择了一个 M1平时玩的不多的英雄来试一下。
Well, as we progress into the international, the teams are stronger and stronger, and every single team has their strengths, have their secret weapons, have their heroes that they specialize in, and it is something that we absolutely have to adapt to. I mean, this game right here, Bristleback, it's not a hero that Alme has been playing a lot recently, but we have to pick it just to react, to respond to what the opponents have.
Thank you. What thing to dong, by the way. As I was watching your draft there, I did see that you let them get their classic support Monkey King and they had a Brood. You had a lot of issues to solve. Do you feel like you solved both of those issues with this draft?
那目前就是 PV 战队呢，他们也选出他们的玉母蜘蛛以及9 class 的这个大圣。那相对于就在他们的 PV 当中给你们出了这两个难题，你觉得你们的阵容是否就是能够应付这些问题呢？
这些我们之前赛前模拟 BB 都讨论过，然后不管是蜘蛛还是米波这些英雄，包括他玩的听歌，都是我们都有聊过的，所以也在做针对。
Definitely, I mean, we are very prepared for some of Satanic's unique heroes. His Broodmother, Meepo or Thinker, we've all prepared for it. We've considered the possibility, so I think that we're pretty ready for this.
All right, thank you so much, Jet. Thank you so much, Mr. Director. It is an honor as always, and we'll get right to that game.
Director 8. Xiao boy. Poďme ale skočiť tuto pekne in-game, dámy a páni. Tu nás nezastaví už nič. P-Vision si to idú teda rozdať tejto Game 2 a čínske nádeje, aby sa tu udržali teda v upper brackete, ale aby ukázali to, čo bolo na tej ceste na International. Ukážka toho, že by mohla Čína prísť naspäť a zapísať sa na mapu Doty. Jedným denájom na Fort Spirit a už tu pekne pôjde No One začínať celý ten začiatok. Za mňa sa ten Voker a celkovo tie Voker matchupy upravili extrémne. Pekný cold snap, aby tam nemohol prísť deny. A Lázy takisto ani úplne chlapec No Oneovský nemal. Každopádne, keby som nadviazal na toho samotného Vokera, ten matchup normálne proti Stormovi by bol nepríjemný, ale tými dominátorkami sa tam toho dosť mení. Nineclass medzi tým tu dole vyčmuchaný, akurát tam ako Xnovič s Disruptorom je jakž tak, že ho bude môcť skautiť. Jo, zrovna proti Kentaurovi to ale podľa mňa príjemné nebude ten carry Bristle, aj keď to je pre Ameho panáček, ktorého možno tu nevidíme bežne. My všetci vieme, že Ame je veľmi multifunkčný pán, jo. Nedávno to bol ako kľudne nejaký Klings, ktorého sme tu ešte nevideli na úplne celom turnaji. To Bristla si takzvané teda požičali. A uvidíme, či nejaká tá, povedzme, túto Falcons taktika prenesená, dajme tomu. Sú tí hlavní, ktorí si tam Bristlebacka ešte ako udržiavajú, hlavne teda na tej offke only. Medzi tým je tu ale boj Dukalisa s Vlčkom. Jednej centriny sa chlapec baví, Vardu tam ale bohužiaľ akoby aj tak nezničil dostatočne rýchlo, Kemp tam úplne nebude. Satanik za mňa by nemal mať úplne problém prelázitovať toho Likana. Jo, hlavne čím sa budeme dostávať akoby nejakým šestkám, tá dominátorka. Zvedavý, či príde aj od Satanika, ten zatiaľ tam má nakliknutú klasiku vo forme Wraithbandu, Tredky, Soul Ringu. Vyzerá, že nebude chcieť robiť žiadne ten novodobé dominátorky aj na ňom, aby tam mali ich fakt ako kotel. Uvidíme, či fakt ako Extremovci tentokrát fakt ako so Stormom môžu hrať trošku skôr agresívnejšiu dotu, nemusia tam čakať na nejaké blinky, či už to boli, jo, dneska už sme tam videli presne tých shakerov, predtým to bol tuto napríklad ten Slardar tejto sérii, ale vždycky je to akoby nejaký timing, ktorým tam ako môžu potom niečo robiť. Xnovič si tu proste pôjde dávať pekne reparát na tom Disruptorovi, ktorý tentokrát tam ale nebude úplne ani na punish nejakého toho púka zas tak ako extrémne efektívny teoreticky. Toho Vokera vrátiť by tiež mohlo byť veľké. No vidíme, či Extremovci ale budú vedieť zastaviť nejaký ten nezastaviteľný vláček. To mladé 17-ročné carry, nie len, že sa nedá pomaly ani tu ulázitovať, ešte myslím, že Nineclass sa to prišiel pozrieť ako chodiaci strom, ale mám taký ten pocit, že Extreme aj tým, ako je tá linka napušovaná a myslím, že to mali možno aj vyskautené, tento rotation nedostanú. Jeden chodiaci strom, ten ich tentokrát negangne Xnovič, a medzi tým pôjde DM a teda trochu pozdraviť, tam Bristol musí ísť naspäť pekne lázitovať, DM bude síce vyhnaný preč, zatiaľ s Bracerom, ale tu to bude relax time aj ďalej. Nineclass medzi tým tu prišiel zaujímavo teraz odtiahnuť tú waveu. Neviem, či teraz má momentálne nápady tam akoby možno staknúť podľa mňa dve wavey, odtiahnuť to tomu Kentaurovi, ktorý nemôže teraz momentálne možno proti tomu Bristlovi úplne jednoducho lejniť. To je presne ten plán. Nineclass si pekne krásne pôjde akurát odtiahnuť obidve tie wavey. Ja, nakoniec s tým Boundlessom tam nágruje všetko, dostane ale tuto akoby pekne glimpsu, premení sa tu síce na strom, ale aj tak si proste zoberie bez problémov celú tú waveu. Double wave pre Nineclassa v 4. minúte, dokonca môže po ceste zobrať aj tú Bounty Runu, ale není to úplne po ceste, ako by chcel. Jo, pôjde to odtiahnuť, namaloval to tam akoby pekne aj tomu Kentaurovi. Ja myslím, že práve pre neho to bude teraz double wave, ktorou to tam bude môcť fakt dlho, ale dlho staknúť. Ame teraz je akoby pozícii, kde bude musieť ísť možno pomaly pod väžu, aby tam ako niečo dokázal bojovať touto waveou, to chce teraz aspoň pekne krásne zničiť, ne, tam proste to odtiahne do opačného smeru, ten jeden creep to tu zastaví, ale aj tak tam má Nineclass celú tú double waveu, dá sa povedať. Jo, zasekne to tam dokonca až za tou tier 2. Jo, takže tam akoby pred bázou P-Vision je teraz tá celá double wave a Ame ani Xnovič, tam o to samozrejme nemajú úplne ako bojovať. Jo, Kentaur, ten tu budeme proste pohodičke úplne pod vežou, Nineclass a medzi tým vymazal úplne celú tú jednu waveu creepov. No to je ako nenápadne aj Uber, on počkaj, on ešte stekne aj tie creepy, on stekne tie creepy. On stekol aj ten camp. Kámo, Nineclass je inde, XM ešte medzi tým túto Fire Spirit by to nejak jakž takž poprežíval. Tu ale on proste ešte s tou waveou stakol aj ten camp, to je moje insane value. Tu momentálne fakt ako Nineclass predbieha. Toto je určite celku vysmievanie týmu Extreme. Ale netreba teda podceňovať to, že predsa len akoby tohoto celého odťahovania aj tak tam ako prichádza element, že si tam bude stále ten Bristol free farmiť. 45 creepov momentálne pre Ameo, 33 na mide, dokonca pre toho Storma. Ten teraz síce bol trochu vyhnaný, má tam jeho typický Soul Ring. Ame, vyzerá, že by to tu Nineclassovi ale velice rád vysvetlil, ten tam bude v kinetic fielde chytený. Boundlessom to môže skúsiť spomaliť tu, ale podľa mňa First Blood mal ísť, ešte ho skúsia, tam nejde nič. X znova bude mať tentokrát First Blood. Číňania konečne vystrkujú rohy. No, možno tentokrát to bude fakt ako poriadna rýchla čínska Dota finally. Jako já myslím, že aby som Nightclass kľudne by som povedal, že on fakt jako to chcel skúsiť steknúť. Jako to, že mu to vyjde, to bolo druhé, preto tam dával aj ten Boundless v ten moment, jako jak sa to tam naagrovalo k tomu. Ale ty kráso, jako toto je prostě ukážka toho, ako Nightclass vie mysleť prostě outside the box, hrát tam prostě úplně jinak jako ty jiné pozície 4. Jo, už tam ale predsa len tu máme dominátorku proti dominátorke, budú to ale 2 proti 1. Likan chudák, tuto pan XXS bude muset s tou jednou dominátorkou, hlavně tou velkou, to potom jako úplně celé vyničit tu, ale Satanek vyzerá, že by mal nápad sa možno do něho otočiť, tam je pripravený, ale Xnovič právě bránou, kameraman nám to momentálně neukazuje, tam ale pre Sataneka je momentálně problém, Satanek je v hovnech na vrchu, Xnovič prišiel iba pozdraviť, a neurobí s tým nič ani Dukalis. Kerry Brooda padá, Číňania sa začínajú rozbíjať, tá catapult wave by tam mohla byť celku podstatná, to defovanie síce od Dukalisa je nepríjemné stále. Ale vyzerá, že Čína sa zobudí a možno už teraz. Zinkiu si podľa mňa cez pauzu ako by stihol pekne umyť ksichtík. Budú mať samozrejme zabezpečený úplne na toto celé a je nejaký ten Wisdom Shrine. No a hlavne s týmto rozdielom. Už ako Satanek, ako ešte tam nemá dokonca ani ten Soul Ring, Dukalis tu nájde vzadu, nakoniec tu to ešte lurkujúceho Xnoviča. A tu Vardu mu tam hodil, ale rovno k tomu Xnovič, ktorý má momentálne by the way na tomto TI najviac devardov, alebo aspoň mal ešte 1 alebo 2 dní dozadu, mal najviac devardnutí zo všetkých iných supportov. A tuto akoby je vidieť možno prečo. No, podstatnejšie, ale teda uvidíme, či tu bude chcieť niečo vymýšľať. Vyzerá, že sa bránou teda vrátil medzi tým dole a bude proste už iba ten Monkey King už nejak zdržovať. Kentaur medzi tým farmí lesíky. P-Vision raz majú o dosť pomalší draft, ako mali naposledy. Ale uvidíme, či Číňania vedia hrať rýchlo. Ja, či tu nebudú spať úplne na Vavrínoch. Už tam prichádza tá dominátorka. Pred 8 minútou XXS začína pressure tiež. Xnovič už reálne prišiel asi 3. a 4. krát tou bránou, aby tu proste Satanika reálne nenechali robiť nič. Tá Kerry Brooda je odtiaľ vyhnaná. Xnovič zatiaľ ho tam úplne pri polivógoch nenašiel. Je tam hlavne level 6 ešte pre Satanika, potom proti tým supportom bude môcť byť celku nebezpečný. Jo, teraz ale tu tam ako nič veľké nehrozí. Joj. Jo, jako dole predsa len ako AME, keď tam chcel prísť na návštevu tiež, nebol tam ani úplne nutný. Tam to zatiaľ pôjdu P-Vision iba tak ako nenápadne odovzdávať. Pulíček mu to tam jako trochu skomplikuje, zatiaľ ale vyzerá, že AME má záujem tú svoju formu ukázať. No, Wanderas nám ide trošku neštandardne, tam myslel toho creepa ďalšieho mu tam denájne, ešte tu pan Storm. Jo, dominátorka je samozrejme ready aj na ňom. Jo, uvidíme, ale koľko dominátoriek bude potreba, aby to bolo poriadne. 3000 gold lead sa začína zbierať za 9 minút, to síce zatiaľ boli 2 killy zase, ale začína fungovať Lycan. Zase tam ide scoutiť, už tam tú Dukalisovú pugnú, vidia vzadu, ten tam pripraví síce nejakú defenzívnu vardu, rovno sa tie 2 vlky rovno idú pustiť do tej vardičky. Postará sa o to síce No One ešte s Force Spiritmi, defovačku a zdržovačku tam teda P-Vision tam môžu držať. Je otázka ale kedy príde ten commitment. Ja, bude tu samozrejme zase trvať, kým sa tu akoby ten support 9-classovský dostane ešte nejakému tomu ďalšiemu dominátoru. Ja, je tam už nasťahovaný, nám ide ako chodiaci strom. No, ale zatiaľ nechajú teda očividne Xtremovci len Xnoviča. Čím skôr tam bude statek Storm a čím skôr tam budú levely, tým skôr môžu Xtreme brať veci. Jo, XXS, predsa len nejaký ten závod ku veľkej dominátorke by mal mať tlustý, na druhej strane to určite nepôjde potom upgradeovať nikto, jedine, že by to šel ten Kentaur, ale to si teda určite nemyslím. Pred 10. fakt ako XXS konečne, ale už teraz má reálne možno väčší impact tej hre, ako minule mal za to Undying za celú hru, takže to by som akoby úplne samo o sebe nepodceňoval. Teraz tu ale prichádza dobrý sken. P-Vision. Teraz si tam vyskenovali, že sa tam nachádza niekde AME, 9-class, už ho tam vidí. Tá väža ho tam ale hitla tiež, toto bude prezradené. Tornádo tam ale k tomu bude nachystané, pre akurát Xnovič bude ten vyvolený. AME ho tu síce DM ešte zdrží, ale to plné obrysla tam vedia P-Vision, ho nemôžu úplne len tak otočiť. Tá vardička tá mu ako spôsobí zo pár vrások na čele s Dekrepom, to tu bude ešte zdržané, tu zatiaľ nikto neprichádza, AME mu na pomoc, tu príde ešte Stampede, AME je tu stále sám against the world, tým ho tam nechal. A medzi tým proste pušujú akurát ten middle, z toho si očividne pôjdu zobrať teda trade-off, zobrali tam tú midovú tier jednotku, takže 2 tier jednotky dopušované. Vymenili objective, ale za tu 2 killy pre P-Vision, vyrovnané skôr teda bude na 2-2 a do toho samozrejme objective dan aj pre P-Vision. Satanáš sa musel chvíľku schovávať, ale podľa mňa teraz tou armádou pavučikov už ho nepôjde len tak z tej linky dostať. Teraz tam ešte toho Storma, myslím, že na malý moment uvidel. Nebude sa tam ani úplne ukazovať, kľudne môže farmiť nejaké tie poriadne enchanty k tomu. Jo, XXS ešte litr, aby tam nejaký ten veľký jeho Honza Dráček potenciálne mohol tlačiť poriadnym spôsobom. Orchidus prvej ide takisto vyťahnuť ešte Mr. XM. Pozrite ale, čo ide robiť Satanik. Takisto Orchidus prvej. No, obidvaja títo chlapci nám tu fakt ako idú momentálne predviesť veci. Jo, kto tu bude mať ten lepší silence ready, ten očividne možno vyhrá. No a nič sa budeme pôjde po tú klasickú úplne dramiádu potom. Počkať. Áme, ide Battle Fury na Bristla. A Áme. Áme. Moje oči akoby otvorené. Ja som si tam až teraz všimol, že on ide Battle Fury za Bristla. On ide normálne toho Bristla fakt ako urobiť ako right click mašinu, ešte 3-krát silnejšiu. Na toto musí byť Amar ale 100% hrdý. Zinkiu medzi tým tu vyzerá, že by chcel vymysleť nejaký engage, iba žaluť tam trafiť Dukalisa. Bushvečíček tam nebude trafený úplne. No Arcane rovno si tam Dukalis, ale bude schopný ešte drainúť, možno nejakým drainom tam toho damage nebude mať kluci málo. XM to pôjde, ale otočí rovno do neho, no one. Iba s tou Zo si tam zobral ten jeden kill stack, repoval Stampedou. XXS znáňa túto pani Dukalisa, ten sa ešte light drainom chvíľku bude držať. Zabili tam dokonca ešte Zinkiu vzadu. Stratia tam síce jednou supporta, skôr sa nám upraví teda iba na 3-3. 3-3, reďme vetri. Prvýkrát first time kúpené Battle Fury, čo proti tej armáde pavučikov, jo, proti tým Zoo armádam, Force Spiritov tam s dominátorkami. Dáva to zmysel. Takýto farming item ale Bristlovi by ale mohol ho dostať úplne do neskutočných sfér. Jo, väčšinou sa tam predtým, ako keď už sa chcelo hrať greedy, robili nejaké tie podané aganemy, dajme tomu, aby tam bol ten chrstanec kvilov. Tu si ale povedal Ame, why not? Ja už teraz bude mať vedené tam ako v základe 200 damage tým Bristlom, trhať im tam bude akoby celku Vejpool a hlavne nejaké armády pavúkov by tam mali byť fakt ako vymazávané úplne bez problémov. Nine Class medzi tým tu teda pripraví akurát túto fontánovú vardu. Ako nenápadný strom, tu príde teda pofarmiť zo pár lotusov navíc. Vyzerá, že práve na vrchu by sa tam ale kluci chceli presúvať. XXS medzi tým. Ja myslím, že na tom Likanovi už tam za malý moment, alebo má už akoby tú veľkú dominátorku, ja myslím, že to ešte chvíľku bude trvať. No, Kaja, počkať, XM, videl som tam správne, že tam nakoniec miesto toho Orchidu urobil tú Kaju. Čaká tu ale už Satanáš s hotovou Orchidou. A to je silence, ktorý by mohol spôsobiť zo pár vrások na čele. Extreme, ale chcú ísť fightiť. Orchidu neurobili úplne na tom Stormovi, ten si urobil pekne klasickú Soul Ring Kaju. Tu Čína, ale pôjde niečo nájsť, práve mladučky Satanek bude ten target XM. O tu ale nenájde včas, glimpsnú si tie chlapci naspäť. Tá Orchida proti Stormovi, ale bude fungovať dostatočne, ten kill budú mať P-Vision. Satanek je OK, dvojica supportov tam je iba zdržanáme. Z Battle Fury Bristlom sa pôjde priblížiť. Tu dokonca XXZ ešte pôjde aj po Shapeshift. Ten jeho creep tam bude môcť predsa len chaseovať, myslím, že na Pugna a s týmto neurobí nič. No, Satanek tam medzi tým ešte sa budeme pofarmiť nejaké tie creepy, aby sa nepovedalo no one. Tu pekne do Invizu schová. Nemajú tam žiadny veľký vision, aby tuto niečo našli. Tento pán Exortový voukríček pôjde porelaxovať. Chce tam ešte greedy urobiť nejaký ten kataklizmoidný Aganem, očividne. Proste, ale no, čo si budeme, Bristloš. Bude mať trochu problém, aby by tu kluci nachystali. Tu ako jediný poriadny taký ten catch, je fakt ako ten Glimpse, povedzme Statek Storm a nejaké Hoodwink combo, ale chýba tu proste taký ten Shaker Sand King alebo niečo podobné. Tomto line-upe musí to plniť úlohu, ako by teraz ten Storm, ktorý tam môže chytiť jednoho. Jo, pre P-Vision. Teraz ale podľa mňa ako začínajú ukazovať ten heavy pressure. Veľká dominátorka síce samozrejme od Extremovcov bude celkom ako dávať zmysel. DM minimálne s tou malou už pôjde urobiť presne tú pipu predtým, aby sa obranili od toho magic damageu. Kľudne tam potom môže prísť taký ten Crimson Guard, aby sa obranili aj proti tomu fyzickému. A príde mi, že ten scaling, ako teraz bude vyhovovať P-Visionom trochu viac. Jo, hlavne tam prišiel minule ten rýchly Orchid od Satanika, tak by tam ani ten Storm po náskoku nemohol nič dať. Potom skapali iba vedbené na tú armádu pavučíkov plus ten Sunstrike. Ešte počkaj, XM ide Yashukaju. To je blázen. On bude úplne akoby free kill Storm, ktorý síce bude mať rýchly cast speed, takže ho tam možno akoby tak rýchlo nemôžu úplne vychytať predtým, ako niečo dokásti. Ale Yashakaja na Stormovi, no to bude ako zaujímavé. No, Uvidíme, či tu niečo po 15. minúte, ale Číne nebudú schopní nájsť. Tá mapa sa bude hrať teraz ako oveľa jednoduchšie, hlavne s tou dominátorkou nemôžu tam ako posielať, nemusia tam posielať nejakého hrdinu, stačia tam blky a podobné. Na 9 Classovi už ale ďalšia dominátorka pripravená, takže P-Vision, by the way, už majú 3 dominátorky, na Kentaurovi to majú tiež. 3 dominátorky, toto budú tlačiť dosť zase, ale target bude práve Dukalis, do X-Noviča príde ešte nejaká otočka, chvíľku bol ešte Dukalis dosť živý, vyzerá, že vlky budú ale stačiť, Ame si tu prišiel po lázli, obidvaja supporti budú teda vytradovaní na tej pozícii 5 do 9 Classa, ale príde Ame ukázať jeho damage a ten damage bude stačiť. Ame za Čínu! Farmí teraz double kill. Shapeshift na to samozrejme teda musel byť použitý, Satanik sa tam bude akurát schovávať, ale pozrite, čo za prácu ide posmrtne robiť 9 Class. Už tu ide pripraviť akurát tú ďalšiu creep wave, aby sa tam ničomu ani nemohli ďalšiemu možno približiť, ne, nakoniec sa tam sneakol očividne niekde do trianglu. Neviem, či tam bude chcieť robiť nejaké iné big plays, ale Jaša Kaja na Stormovi, dámy a páni. Ten K-speed bonus ako sám o sebe je predsa len záležitosť, že oveľa rýchlejšie tam bude tá animačka pre neho, nebude ho tak jednoduché možno vychytať nejakým tým boundlessom. Ten hlavný target, ktorý zatiaľ ale extrémovci vedia abuzovať, je tá pugna. Skôr ešte s nejakým dekrepom to pôjde o dosť viac. Tu ale P-Vision zatiaľ ako nechcú hrať ani úplne pohromade. Na DM-ovi je ale zrazu pred 17 celá pipa. Stampede teraz ale popnutá pravdepodobne defenzívne. Neviem, či tam akoby niekto z nich teda bol v problémoch. Tu ale bude možno Storm v problémoch. Z Cold Snapu ale dokáže odísť. To je práve možno aj kvôli tomu K-speedu, by the way. Ten Cold Snap by mu tam inak dával proste vždycky akoby ten stunlock. Ale ten rýchly K-speed bonus a možno z takýchto problémov dokáže dostať. Možno to je práve prispôsobenie proti tomu samotnému Walkerovi. Toto tu XM už možno zo párkrát hral. Teraz tu bude pripravený, ale Ame, ten má 9 sekundové backup o 17. Aj tak to možno ale bude iná Sunstrike, ale nebude tesne trapený, ten by ho zabil určite. Tu ale môže ešte mladučký Satanek hantiť. Zdrží to trošku Zinkiu, nezdrží. Ame je low, ešte Zinkiu pekne zdržal. Ty chvíli začínajú štípať a Ame bude žiť. DM tu ale prichádza ešte na druhé kolo. Vyzerá, že práve tá veverička bude ten target, ktorý budú chcieť ísť. Ame sa tam do toho fightu ešte chvíľku chce vrátiť. Statek Storm ma tu pripraví, ale len toho Kentaura, ten cestu pipu podľa mňa nedostane nič. Už tu bude Satanik pripravený, ale pekný blowjob zóna tu stačí. Boundless tu pripraví Ameho. Ten je low, jeden hit, 80 HP. Ame žije, ešte ňu prišiel Satanik. Pavúčiky! Ame má problém. Na 40 sekúnd teraz bol práve ten timing, keď tam mal pripravené to 9 sekundové backup o 17. Toto bol fight, ktorý bolo normálne nelegálne vyhrať pre P-Vision, ale oni ho vyhrali. Tá pugna bola jeden fight uncontested a tam nemali koho urobiť. Dukalis to podľa mňa udržal neskutočne. Novanovi takisto už dokonca ide v 18. minúte kurva kataklizma. XM, aj keď tam má tu jeho typickú Jašu Kaju, teraz tam dokonca to možno bude chcieť rozkladať, aby tam urobil nejakú mantu na Stormovi. Extreme, akoby my vás všetkých akoby milujeme za vaše extrémne záležitosti občas, ale tuto v tom upper brackete akoby je to trošičku akoby možno až too extreme for me. Neviem, či tam akoby Director 8 teda akoby tuto nakutil. P-Vision majú ale podľa mňa proti tomu dobrú odpoveď, hlavne cez tú pipu. Tam podľa mňa neexistuje úplne Magic Damage Burst, aby ho tých ako mohli zabiť. Likan je tam možno teraz ten najnebezpečnejší s nejakým ako nábehom, aby minimálne ako tí supporti boli v problémoch, alebo kľudne ten Walker, akoby keď už. Jo, presne ako som ale predpokladal, DM môže úplne kľudne preskakovať nejaké blinky. On kľudne sa tam môže dostať iba tak ako občas Stampede, ale minulé iba dobrým positioningom a Tumbler stojou. Hlavne teraz pôjde urobiť Crimson Guard, takže už aj ten right click damage od Ameho a od Likana bude keď tak menší. Tu úplne nutne potrebujú podľa mňa nullifier na tom Likanovi. Veľmi nutne potrebujú nullifier. Jo, inak ako tie targety burstnúť bude podľa mňa celku nemožné. Jo, Kiras medzi tými šiel, ale XXS, OK. Takže offlane Likan už bude mať teda aj ten Kiras, ten istý build, čo tam mal minulé DM. Posilní to predsa len aj toho Bristla, posilní to celý ten line-up. Armor navíc sa hodí tiež, ale nie je to nullifier. Smoučíček teraz ale prichádza na strane čínskej. No, triangly sa budú blížiť na tom, tam ale smokom sú takisto nasťahovaní aj P-Vision. Satanik je tam ten prvý, ktorý má mantu, aspoň aby sa tam možno z nejakých tých problémov dostal, nemá žiadne 9 sekundové backupu ani zďaleka. Už zatiaľ videli kľúci iba pavúčiky. Tam čaká za stromami Satanik, aby si možno vyfarmil rovno toho creepa. No už ho ale netrafili tým prvotným engageom v Kinetic Fielde, tam chvíľku bude čakať. Tu ale nemá Satanik problém. Jo, akurát tam dostane jeden defenzívny decrep mister tuto Kentaurovský. Má pripravený Stampede. Ale nie je to treba. Wukong pôjdu kluci, ale skúsiť obiť. Zigzem si tu pripravil práve toho najtučnejšieho Kentaura, to neviem, či bol úplne ten dokonalý opener. Tí Vardy sa konečne môžu zbaviť. Medzi tým, pohylovaný tu bude ale akurát Mr. Nine Class. Vzadu ale snajpnutý pekne Dukalis, práve ten Likam tam začína robiť prácu. Celú tú štvoricu má na sebe sám, Satanik medzi tým je tam takisto sám, ale proti celému enemy týmu. Rozobrali to teraz Číňania, dobre, toto je Extreme Gaming, XM to vymyslel a Kentaur ani nepôjde nikde. Extreme Gaming našli zázrak, otvorenie na Kentána z Monterže. Bol dobrý nápad jednoznačne. Sunstrike tu nestajne ani vašu papičku doma. No pre 21. minútou toto vyzerá, že fakt ako našli možno ešte Číňania nádej. Teraz ale to prichádza ešte náskok na XM a uvidíme, či ten K-Speed bude enough. No podľa mňa nie je dostatočný. Myslím, že to stunlock, ten cold snap nie je dostatočný. Neviem, či to je iba tou Jašovkajou, ale funguje to dobre. Teraz ale tým blastom a damageom. No on si to vysoloval ešte 1v3 aj Zinkivo. Ešte ho tu môže healovať možno vzadu Dukalis. Pekné healy ho tam udržia pri živote, aspoň nejaký ten malý moment, ten Storm už hlavne nemá manu. Sunstrike ho tam tesne netrafí tu, ale pripravený ešte ten Monkey King, P-Vision a no manovi, keď budú mať double kill. Máme, ak si na toto ale vyčistí celé tieto killy, toto nemusí byť úplne worth it. Máme, z toho to bere kotel. Dekret mu to tu na chvíľku teraz pomaly, sa môže ten Monkey King tým pádom dostať preč. Dukalis, tomu zase pôjde zachrániť jeho kamarát prdel. Ďalší Dekret už tam bude za moment. Tu máme, stihol získať ten kill. OK, áme. Minulý fight, ale podľa mňa XXS je to úplne MVP, on tam oddelil celú tú štvoricu hrdinov. Zdabil tú pugnu hneď. Ten fight vyzeral úplne ináč. Hlavne P-Vision tam nemali ako Satanikovi pomôcť, ten to bol fakt staknutý v Statek Storme proti všetkým. A kým tam nebude to BKB, tak toto P-Vision nemajú úplne ako ustať. Finally tu ale Extremovci našli presne ten ich extrémistický dôvod na to, prečo sa tu nachádzajú a prečo teraz bojujú o nejaký ten postup do top 3. Oh boy. 3000 gold lead. Fakt ako vyzerá, že kto bude mať Likana, ten bude vyhrávať do tú 2 zatiaľ, aspoň dneska to tak vyzerá, čo sa týka upper bracketu. Jo, Sharda teda pristala medzi tým ešte tomu Monkey Kingovi samozrejme pred momentom. Číňania idú ale ďalej. Za mňa tá Jašakaja bola celku geniálna. XM, ale miesto toho to teraz rozložila, má tam fakt mantu na Stormovi. Ja, on tam má fakt mantu na Stormovi proti tej Orchide. Nechcel robiť žiadne defenzívne euly, chcel tam možno scalovať o trochu viac. Teraz si tu ale Extreme rovno pôjdu po Roša. Sunstrike to tu síce odali, ale absolútne žiadny P-Vision positioning tam nemajú, je tam akurát ten Monkey King. Nezhodia ho ani zo stromu. Nine Class bude musieť odskočiť preč, zachráni si prdel. Áme! Má ale pripravené 2 životy z Aegisu. Dukalis sa medzi tým tu ešte vysnajpí aj X znova. Už tam jumpí pán Storm, netrafil to teda úplne na prvý pokus. Tá Barda bude možno ako healovať tu pugnu celú dobu. Bardy sa kľúci zbavili, Glimpse sa príde dozadu tiež. Pugna by nemala byť možno úplne problematický kill, už tam prichádza Nullifier. Áme, myslím, že je ten, ktorý tam ten Nullifier už má. A teraz podľa mňa P-Vision bude mať extrémny problém tie fighty prežívať. Ja mám taký ten pocit, že ten Nullifier od Ameo je ten game changer. Nielen, že má ako reálne damage, tam už teraz proste cez 300 damage, povedzme. Teraz podľa mňa všetky tie dekrepy, všetky tie defenzívne tam ako auričky a veci. Tam sa skončila tá nádej. Extremovci to majú po tej 23. podľa mňa úplne tam, kde to potrebovali. Dobre, Manta na Stormovi je samozrejme proste hlavne ten lepší stat item s častejším dispelom, povedzme, aby to tam mal akoby furt na tú Orchidu, aby to nemuselo byť iba nejaké to podstatné BKB. Satanáš medzi tým, aby sa tu zapojil do hry, ten potrebuje ešte 400 goldov na BKB. Ja skôr to proste nebude. Vie, že jedna Statek Storma je to hotovo. P-Vision bude musieť teraz tými dominátorkami tromy poriadne pekne split pušovať a získavať čas. Ďalšie 3 minúty 48 proti Aegisu na Bristlovi. No, neviem, či úplne nájdu ten ideálny fight. Majú tam síce defenzívne aury už po forme Pipy, už po forme Crimson Guardu. Tam už sa obránia bariérami všetkého typu. Kentaur by mohol byť tlustý, ale zase nemôže otvárať momentálne úplne tie fighty. Jediná tá jeho agresivita môže prísť možno také tie poriadne stampedy a podobne. No, tuto ale sa ako Extremovci prispôsobili dobre. Pán Burgeríček, takisto prišiel pekne s tým 7-mesačným resubom, ďakujem veľmi pekne za podporičku. Teraz sme ale momentálne svedkami možno návratu Číny. Jednu hru si nechali drnkať na nos od P-Vision. Druhú hru to ale teraz nefunguje pre túto skvadru len tak. Skvadra of the Rejects by som povedal. Ona sa tam ako vybudovala už pred nejakou dobou. Satanášek si tam takisto akoby našiel miesto počkať, tu už bude vyčmuchaný Nine Class. Finally sa Extremovcom to takého toho otravného pána Nineclassa podarilo vyčútať. Ame ho tu teraz ale vychytali mimo pozícia toho Aegisu, sa bavia len tak. Ame trošku možno prehnal tým jeho pristlom, teraz ako jeho positioning. Tuto proste si že našli oveľa lepší pick-up. Ten Monkey King zase vyžebejtil oveľa lepší kill. Tú výhodu, ktorú mali momentálne Extreme vybudovanú, tu teraz ako trošičku zahodil, ako by Mr. Ame mierne do koša aspoň na pár minút. Ešte 4000 goldly tam samozrejme zostane. Dole medzi tým No One vysplit pushoval tú tier 2. Takže objektivovo si že aj tak z toho berú viac. Čína tak ako bude mať ešte problém. XXS medzi tým, keď už tu majú dostávaný teda predsa len ten Nullifier, ten môže urobiť radšej to defenzívne backup. On tam ešte predtým investoval dokonca do tej helmy, pretože ten Nullifier chcel ísť on sám, ale helmu teraz bude nosiť akurát tak backpacku. That's it. OK, celá aréna pekne hauluje, keď tu zakričí Mr. Lycan. To je ten momentálny gameplay hamburskej arény. Teraz možno budeme 5 sekúnd čakať na howl. Chat, príde howl. Chat, pripravte sa. Dobre zahrané. VM sa teraz zlakol, Pipu si tam rovno aktivoval cez Spirit Vessel, ale podľa mňa nebude problém sa cez neho dostať. Ame už tam prichádza, tam nič defenzívne nie je, okrem toho Stampedu pekne XM, ale ten Electric Vortex pošetril. Tu Kataklizma neurobí nikomu nič. Extreme Gaming ukazujú konečne tie kvality, ktoré sme tu videli predtým. Tu ako nenápadný strom sa tu ide nastaviť Nineclass, aby ich tu mohol možno skautiť. Tam ide okolo neho teraz celý tým. Jo, tu sa niekde schovať bude možno trochu problém. Backup už teda pripravené minimálne na Satanikovi. To, čo by mohli P-Vision ešte túto hru robiť, je split push. Z Pugnu, z Brúdku, z tie 3 dominátorky. Jo, ako split push by mohol byť zbraň, na ktorú možno Číňania nebudú mať úplne answers. Ame je každopádne v móde, kde nepôjde zastaviť, a aj keď ho predtým akoby jedenkrát tam ako zabili, tam samozrejme šetril akoby to BKB na ten druhý život, takže s tým backupom to bude trošičku iná liga. Hype Train sa nám tu očividne teraz pustil. Pekná práca z TZX, ďakujem veľmi pekne za ten 7-mesačný resub, tiež 7čky sa nám tu spájajú. Nielen, že vám akoby dneska môžem teda pripomenúť, že napríklad Skitter by the way má dneska narodeniny. Takže necháme si to možno na tú poslednú akoby sériu pekne, ale jo, dneska je deň, ktorý by mohol utopiť pekne žiarivý. Do toho už sme tam takisto videli aj pekne v aréne, aj tú veľkú českú vlajku. Jo, uvidíme, či sa tam dneska ešte naskytne pohľad na našich CZSK boys priamo tam. A kde sa nám dneska ešte podarí ten sub-count dotiahnuť. Jo, už za ten včerajší deň sme sa teda dostali na 3. pozíciu na CZSK Twitchi, aby sme boli druhý. Tam by, ako by samozrejme, by sme museli poskočiť asi tak o 300 subov, takže to nebude možno úplne tak jednoduché. Máme tam ešte nejaké tie sub-goaly, ktoré by sa tu mohli splniť. Napríklad tá hospoda, čo tam je tá posledná, by mohla byť celku cool and funny. Po 28. poďme ale naspäť do tejto hry. Jo, Lycan to fakt ako musím povedať ťahal. XXS už to má to BKB teraz. Ja myslím, že crowd teraz práve pôjde čírovať, aby tu fakt ako Číňanov doniesli a preniesli ďalej. A aby sme videli samozrejme game free. P-Vision, myslím si, že tuto je ako momentálne, aj keď ako tú minulú hru mali celku pekne pod kontrolou, tentokrát si skúsili bez mene narobiť niečo podobné, trošku tam zahrať so Satanášom. Myslím si osobne, že tu si zaslúžia Extreme Gaming game free. Ale sa mu to musia urvať. Práve Battle Fury Bristol by mohol byť ten hlavný. Teraz to ale pôjdu rovno smokom zistiť. Skontrolovali najprv gemom, či tam náhodou nie je Vision. Nepozorovane pôjdu hľadať. Lycan Wolfy, už tam sú medzi tým takisto vyslané, aby tam možno našli opener. Ja myslím, že práve k tej brúde tam teraz tie Lycan Wolfy prišli. Tam opener by mal byť pre XM a možno niekde toho samotného trianglu, toho vlka. Už sa zbavili, skúsil toto Zinkyu bez Visionu. Už sa pôjde zbaviť aj toho Watcheru, už bude jasné pare byť to, čo sa tu deje. Pavučíky síce kluci nájdu, ale hlavnú pavučicu ani zďaleka. Dobre ste to mali, moji divíte? Jo, dobre. Už sa mi Gábuška aj s pejskami vrátila pekne krásne domov. Už sú tu moje 3 lásky životné. P-Vision ale idú teda svoju lásku hľadať momentálne na enemy strane mapy. Majú tam 5-man smoke, Satanika tam jediného vedbene ukazujú. Čo sa týka Dukalisa, ten si ako musí podľa mňa dávať na ten positioning fakt ako pozor. Teraz ale sa fakt ako P-Vision neboja ničoho. Ten Bristol predtým bol celku tlustý s Glyphom, tu teraz dokonca získajú čas. Satanik ale stovala krytová armádou Pavúko, podľa mňa pôjde ďalej. Mantov nevydodžoval, ale teraz úplne ideálne ten engage, dokonca tam dostane break, dostane tam celý ten engage tomu. Naskakuje tu rovno DM, pekné popnutie BKB od Satanika, skúsi sa otočiť práve do Ameho, tá aby sa obojda tu ale spomalila dostatočne. To ten Wukong, podľa mňa Číňania ale nebudú môcť ísť úplne ďalej. Otázka, či si tu glimpsov niečo teraz môžu nájsť. Nullifynuty tu momentálne bude akurát ten Kentaur, tomu to podľa mňa úplne nevadí, ten má ešte pripravenú blinku. Shapeshift je tu predsa len popnutý, ale zatiaľ tu Kentaura nevykontrolujú. Od toho veľkého dráčka sa pôjde DM rovno postarať. Ani jeden tým nechce teraz úplne overcommitnúť, tak close to môže byť. A je to fakt ako velice close. Uvidíme, či tento hype train tu dneska akoby teda pôjde do nejakých ako poriadnych sfér. Dneska tam predsa len akoby máte v tom bole dokonca dres priamo z miesta za 80 €. Do toho akoby nejakú tu akoby ďalšiu merch záležitosť z toho side shopu. A do toho tu máme samozrejme teda ešte z Black Dragonovského shopu pekne aj mechanickú klávesnicu, takže uvidíme. Myslíte hlavne na to, chat, že do celkového akoby toho zlosovania, ktorý bude ešte potom akoby po záverečnej akoby tom bole za nedelu, tam bude ako niečo special pekne. Čo ako fakt bude epic. Jaké 3 lásky, Dota, High Trade, a kto je ten tretí? Myslel som 2 psov a Gabču, ale samozrejme akoby záleží z takého smeru, to chceme akoby momentálne tuto ako brať, rozumieš? Nezabúdajte, na to, že kto dneska bude mať buď top D, alebo celkovo top support, či to bude submy, alebo to bude pre mňa za mňa bitmy, alebo to bude napríklad nejakými donami. Dneska si môže niekto zabezpečiť tričko, ktoré zatiaľ bude mať na svete len jediný človek, a to je High Trič. Zatiaľ. Uvidíme, ako to tu teda zostane úplne po tomto celom. Dopadne po 32. Sme v zóne, kde nemusia Číňania ešte v tom upper brackete dostať len tak. Maťo prišiel pekne gifnúť aspoň toho jedného saba, nestačilo to ešte, aby sme hitli teda level 2 toho hype trainu. Uvidíme, či sa k tomuto niekto bude chcieť ešte pridať, aby sme tú rodinu ešte rozširovali ďalej. Je dosť pravdepodobné, že nie. S ušetreným regenom si tu ale podľa mňa extrémovci teraz môžu prejsť tým lesom, nielenže získať ten vision, ešte tam majú ten gaming, ten regen, do toho Satanáš si chce urobiť Shadowblade a Silver Edge, aby mali proste aspoň nejakú odpoveď na toto celé. Merakonius! Podľa mňa ako by to nestihol. Mám taký pocit, že ten hype train skončil asi tak sekundu predtým, ale nie som si úplne istý. Možno to ešte proclo a mne to tu akurát teda vybugovalo úplne celé. Ďakujem takisto ešte aj Simpličkovi za ten 17-mesačný resalovne Merakonius! 5 gifted subov, využil pekne tú dnešnú slavičku, ktorú tam akoby pekne, krásne máte. A budete mať akoby tu počas celého main eventu. Joj. Roztleskáme sa spolu s arénou. Chat, poďme. Ten chat musí vyzerať podobne. Gold lead sa blíži 0. Hype train to skončil. Tam toho sekundu neproslo Merakoniusovi. To je well played. Klepíčky. Uvidíme, od koľkých sa tu teda momentálne chytia. Aréna začína poriadne žiť. Jo, tu by všetci možno chceli vidieť čo najviac hier, možno chceli vidieť svietiť Ameho, možno tam bude dosť Satanic fans. Smokom sú tu ale extrémovci nachystaní, tento roš môže byť to podstatné, čo zlomí celú túto hru. No, tu ako jediné, čo to teraz momentálne bude vidieť, je ten 9 klásov, jeden vlček, Rošan vyhnaný z toho rošpitu. Ako smoučíkom, tu budú zatiaľ akurát schovaní, Amemu sa nechce ísť nikde. S tým Abyssalom môže predsa len ako zdržovať kľudne aj do backup. Tu ale Parevižnovci nemajú momentálne ako záujem tam nič úplne veľké robiť. X-Novi s X-Zemom sa tam akurát pôjdu teda pozerať. Nakoniec im skončil teraz ten smoke a no, ďaleko sa nedostanú. Pozrite ale, čo sa robí na strane zase. Fort Spiriti pôjdu späť pušovať. Krásne tam no one proste pôjde pomaly pušovať bázu a na mide DM, aj keď teda tam avkuje s creepom miesto toho, aby hitoval, to možno není úplne ideál, už si to myslím, že akoby pekne uvedomil. Zase extrémovci, aj keď tam chceli kempiť Roša, chceli možno robiť veci, nakoniec sa musia vrátiť, pretože 2 linky sú split pušované. Veľmi pekná práca od P-Vision. Fakt ako extrémovcom nenechajú dostať úplne do toho módu, aby fakt ako mohli mať ten svoj delta split, pekný taký ten ako teamfight nachystaný, vychytať úplne dokonalý opener. Neruša medzi tým a tu teda prišla takisto pozdraviť. Dobre si sa mala, nerušíš ja? No, dobre si sa mala. Moja malá obludička krásna. Oh boj. Hype train, nehype train, my tu aj tak akoby pekne môžeme akoby tuto, počkať, nám chýbajú 3 suby, aby sme hitli 2150 sub goal, chat. To už je close. To už budú tie ponožky na ďalšie kľudne 2-3 mesiace, ktoré sa potom budú rozdávať za každý jeden stream tomu, kto bude mať proste top dono, taký ten top dono package, ale u nás to budú žilnaté, perverzné ponožky, na ktorý bude robiť návrh pekne Gabča sama. Prochor to tu rovno pôjde hitnúť, aby už to tu pekne bolo pripravené. Nádherná práca. Staby. Už sa nám tu teda budú pekne posúvať dokonca na 5152. A nám sa pak ako ten normálny subgoal pomalinkým spôsobom menší. Ešte dokonca aj pán Čierny drak, tuto z Black Dragonu. Čierny drak sám. Pôjde tu takisto tých 5 gifted subov. Hype train. Pozrite, ale čo idú robiť Xtreme, oni si prišli po Rošana. Ale pozrite, čo idú robiť P-Vision, pušovať radšej bázu. Toto je dokonalý split push. Admiral Bulldog na toto by bol úplne hrdý ako nikto. Xtremeovci si berú Roša, ale stratia celú stranu. Haló, Xtreme Gaming. Vaša báza je in shambles. Outmaneuvered. Tu je otázka, či to bude pre Xtremeovcov teraz worth it trade-off. Či ten Rošan s tým banérom na 5 minút bude dostatočný, aby to zabezpečilo tú jednu chýbajúcu stranu. 36. minúta, nádherný decision. DM píše, že má iba 100 FPS. Jakoby mnohí by tam teda zavideli, že to je teda úplne celku dosť. Podstatnejšie teda, ale tu po 36. je, že tu všetci očividne od P-Vision teraz potrebujú nejaké nenápadné reconnecty z tohoto. Ďakujem ešte raz veľmi krásne za tú podporu, že to tu ideme dokonca možno dohnať až fakt ako pod Vojtu na nejaké tie challenge, čo tam potom budú teoreticky. Pravdepodobne, ak by sme teoreticky inak chat hitli samozrejme dneska, napríklad ako koniec toho subgoalu, tak ako potom do zajtra skúsime vymysleť tam ešte nejaké tie ďalšie veci, aby tam stále niečo bolo, ale už ako neviem, môj mozek bol na to podľa mňa použitý celku plne. Teraz ale P-Vision podľa mňa urobili move, ktorý za mňa je lepší trade-off. Na tých 5 minút, síce teraz ako možno budú musieť dať iba pasívnu dotu, ale aj doteraz tam to rozťahovanie im úplne vyhovuje. Jo, do toho satanáš ako s Brúdou, mne to sa nezdá, a Brúda je veľmi silné late game carry, hlavne keď tam bude mať ten break, potom tam bude mať na 25, keď ten menší base attack time, ale reálne to Bristla rozsekne vejpúl, ešte keď tam bude mať napríklad nejaký ten butterfly, Bristol väčšinou nemá ani pre slot na to, aby si tam robil nejaké tie MK, a ešte keď tam teraz dostane nejaké Battle Fury a iné. Oh boy. Jo, jedna pušnutá strana za Roša. Keby to bol tretí Roš ako s refresherami, tak si myslím, že je to možno lepší trade-off pre Xtreme. Ale tu 36. myslím si, že P-Vision majú podľa mňa to rozohrané teraz krásne, 2000 goldly tam z toho bude svietiť. Na spodnej strane bude konštantný pressure, ktorý síce tou veľkou dominátorkou môžu jakž offsetnúť, povedzme. Ja si myslím, že tam akurát teda Honza Dráček prebehol okolo Monkey Kinga akurát v tom lese. Ja, už tam na ňo kluci pingujú, Monkey Kinga ale nájsť nepôjde, tu sa ale čaká na Havel. Hamburská aréna, už sa tu pomaly prebúdza, ale Číňania by potrebovali podobné prebudenie. Oj. Máme ako Uncrowned King. Jo, za mňa je tu ešte hlavne pressure v tom, že Xtreme zároveň by s tým Aegisom tým pádom by chceli niečo urobiť. Jo, ale zároveň tým, že nemajú tu jednu stranu, tak tam konštantne bude dole ten split push, teraz tam pekne budú fungovať tie vlky a ten creep, aby spodok sa depušoval a možno mohli niečo Xtremeovci robiť. Ame sa teraz momentálne tomu Boundlessu síce vyhol tam, ale aj tak EMP nebolo od Nova načasované. Dobre, tam nestratil Ame z tohoto nič. Meteor ho tam trošku poškádlil. Tentokrát to ale nejaký rýchlo stratený Aegis nebude. Ame sa tu dokonca tým satanikom teda rovno akurát tak dohealuje do full, no problémo. Ja, po 37. je vidieť, že Ame chce ísť tlačiť. Dole už sa myslím, že postarala práve tá Pugna, o ktorej sa to dase dole bude proste akurát pušovať na druhú stranu pomaly, ale isto. Jo, na XDemovi tu ušetrený ešte Lotus, ten by chcel možno vychytať toho Monkey Kinga. Tak možno to bude musieť byť len ten jeden Croaker creep. Jo, ok, Kaja, Sage, Manta, Witchblade, BKB. Iba s tou Mantou, navíc to vyzerá ako celku štandardný stormeček teraz. Jo, za mňa ale fight, mali by mať určite silnejší s tými dvomi životmi práve túto Ameovci. Jo, otázka je, ako P-Vision budú zdržovať tých ďalších 2 minúty 30. Tier 2 odovzdali, Ame mu to nestačí. Dole medzi tými tá Brúda nasťahovaná, aby tam pekne robila split push, čo to len pôjde. Jo, Likan vyzerá, že je jediný, ktorý tam momentálne nebude tu, ale prichádza plný náskok, jedna forska pomôže. Tam ale aj tak ho zabijú len tak. Oh god, XM bude medzi tým vyvazaný Pivi, že to našli úplne dokonalý defense, to fajte nebol úplne ten Lycan. Tu teraz príde síce Ame z BK, bo sa do nich mohol otočiť Stampedou, ale podľa mňa nemôže odísť nikde. Ešte ho tam Satanik pekne pobešuje, tu nechcú kluci overextendnúť, ale vedia, že Ame nebude mať žiadnu veľkú defenzívu. Už sa tam Novan pôjde približiť tiež, má tam ešte pripravený Hex. Ame, aj keď zdrhá s Bristolom, vedia, že možno nepríde úplne ďaleko. Medzi tým tu Novan vyčmúkal už aspoň teda toho XXS-ovou Lykana. Po Ameho si prišiel, ale očividne Satanáš už šetril tam aj to PKB. Statek Storm má teraz toho Monkey Kinga, si teda chvíľku spomalila, ale za mňa môže sa ten Aegis fightiť, môže si dať duel kľudne aj za Amem. A ten nezvláda tentokrát nič. A prúda od Satanika rozsekala ako hovno. P-Vision idú skončiť čínsku nudlovú rozprávku. Vyzerá, že lower bracket možno bude to jediné, čo budú môcť kluci osídlovať. 39. minúta, Čína! Rád to vyzerala na Road to TI, našliapnutá. Dostane jeden otcovský faciáš. Práve No One ich tu očividne pôjde teda vyškodiť úplne bez problémov. Proste 3 dominátorky budú viac ako jedna. Ani Kerry Bristleback z Battle Fury. To proste nemá ako zastaviť Satanik, už je tam rozbenutý na ten full fucking build. Hlavne to ten náskok od toho Storma. On vôbec nevyšiel podľa predstav. Si mysleli s tým Aegisom reálne extrémovci viac ako mali. Pare Viždovci to vymysleli dokonale. 44 sekúnd tam není. Amen. Není to samozrejme žiadna veľká eliminačná séria. No, musíme teda počítať akoby pekne s tým, že tu ešte extrémovci lower bracket to môžu ísť ďalej. Tu sa ale hrá predsa len o priamy postup do top 3 na celom The International. Podobne ako sa bude hrať tá ďalšia séria Falconova 5 boomovcov. Teraz P-Vision sú malinký krôčik od toho, aby to tu zvládli. Náskok prichádza práve na Satanika, ten pekne tou mantou sa dokázal dostať dosť ďaleko, dostane tam ešte ten defenzívny heal. Celú dobu ho tam držia pri živote, nedostáva tam toho damage úplne málo. Satanáš drží, nebude držať. Bez Bristla. Tá Čína nám nakoniec podarilo zbaviť toho jedného carry. Buybacky tam ale keď tak budú. Na 4 sekundy tam možno bude ten Bristol tu, ale príde Kataklizma, pripravený Storm. DM príde ako follow-up, Storm je dead. Bristol je teraz pavnutý, tam budú síce ešte buybacky minimálne od Hudvinkovej, teoreticky od Storma. Ale otázka, čo tu vôbec sú schopní nájsť. Jeden kill na Satanikovi. OK, zastavili možno teraz momentálne tie mega creepy, ale v tejto hre sa úplne Číňania nemajú kde posúvať. Jo, tu ďalší upgrade. Ešte im úplne žiadnym itemom podľa mňa nepríde. Keď teda sa Satanika podarilo zabiť tie healy. Jo, tej pugničky vyzerali, že by mohli byť enough. Extrémovci fakt ale vyzerá, že možno za tie 3 dní, čo tam bola vezmenej tá pauzička. Tu uvidíme ešte ten replay. Tu bol ten náskok, Satanik pekne s tou mantou to zdržal. Jo, potom tam prišiel celú dobu ten heal. Jo, ale mlátil ho tam XXS spolu s XMom, right-clickou 38,5. No bohužel. Jo, tu ale Nineclass pekne potom nachystal tú kataklizmu, načasoval to, aby ten Storm proste fakt ako dostal ten damage. A toto je proste presne tá dobrá P-Vision záležitosť. 20 sekúnd teraz budú musieť možno čakať na nejakého Satanika. Jo, ako na nejaký Havol, čaká možno celá hamburská arena, pozrite čo už tam ale má v inventári aj tá pugna. 9-sekundové BK, bo tam pristalo teraz Dukálisovi na pugne. Jo, No One samozrejme dávno s tým hexíčkom, ktorý má ďalších 5500 goldov, aby tam kúpil ešte nejaký ďalší bonus. Bežne by to boli nejaké tie podstatné refreshery, možno nejaké tie oktaríny. Uvidíme, či P-Vision ale nechcú niečo iné. Jo, DM medzi týmto takisto aj s tým agáčom. Už tam niekoho kľudne môže proste schovať, zobrať ho so sebou. No a napríklad tam ako chytiť kľudne nejakú brúdu, keď ju budú fokusovať Extrémovcom. Podľa mňa fakt ako dochádzajú nápady, ako toto celé vyrúbať. Ame s Bristolom by to musel fakt ako rozseknúť celé. Ale oh boj. Tak ako včera všetky tie zápasy skončili podľa predpokladu, tak dneska to je úplne naopak. Ten skript has switched. Úplne to máme proste fakt ako otočené a dneska to dopadá absolútne na opačnú stranu. Ako by možno boli niekedy tie papierové predpoklady, ale nemusí to tak ako úplne plne byť. Ešte uvidíme, ešte netreba hovoriť proti Extreme, nikdy Hopkins sa nepreskočí. Táto hra pre nich, ja by som im osobne dal momentálne možno tak 10% na comeback. Ešte tým, že tam bude ďalší free shard, už aj celku useless, akoby bonus Ford Spirit tam z nejakých akoby kataklizmov, ale tak ako Zo to trošku posilní tiež. Kiras tam má hlavne nakliknutý No One. On si hovorí, že fakt ako tam potrebujú to dokončiť, že ten Kiras to tam boostne všetko, celú tú Zo, celé tie pavúčiky. Ako na druhej strane predsa len takisto ten Kiras nebude znamenať tak moc. XXS-ovi tu ale pristal agáč tiež, OK. Tu už bude moc kusnúť toho Bristla a z Ameho sa stane reálne super hardcore vlčí Bristleback. To je jediná nádej Číňanov, ktorá to teraz môže nenápadne udržať, kde toho Bristla nepôjde úplne tak jednoducho kajtiť. Čína je pekne ready, ale musí tam prísť ten execution. Prvý krok idú ale momentálne robiť P-Vision. Smokom už rovno v bázi sa pôjdu prichystať tým, že tam majú pušnuté dve strany. My vieme, že každou sekundou tam môže byť roš. Samozrejme to môže byť ale kľudne za 2 minúty 10. Obidva týmy budú musieť vyčkávať. Jo, hlavne Extreme teda nemajú úplne na čo čakať akurát na creepy bázy, pretože sa úplne vyťahnuť nemôžu, majú tam síce na AM už aj ten level 25, takže ten jeho right click damage je fakt ako skoro 800 jo, v základe. Od toho Sataniku tam ale nemá nič iné, chcel by tam takisto možno nejaký nenápadný butterfly. Tu sa ale fakt chlapci nedostávajú nikde. To úplne plný map control je tam, myslím, že práve Vlček od toho Likana tam čaká pri tom rošpite, aby náhodou vedeli, či tam ten roš už je alebo nie. Ďalšie vlčky sa tu už pôjdu pekne podľa mňa k tomu rošpitu blížiť. Tým, že to bude teraz na rozmedzi, ale práve toho Radiant lomeno Dire. Ja myslím, že si P-Vision budú čakať akurát kľudne bez problémov, kým tam ako bude ďalší roš. No one medzi tým tam myslím, že ešte akurát denial 2 bounty runy z enemy strany. Len aby sa nepovedalo, nenechá im tu goldy chlapák. Na Satanikovi ale táto Invizová brúda už má level 25, už je tam ten minus 25 second base attack time. A jak zapne Hunger, tak ten jeho attack speed je through the roof, ten tam rozsekne všetko. Jakmile ešte s týmto buildom má Butterfly, tak tam prostě není už ani ten attack speed vidět. To je trhanica obecná, kterou tu normálně zaznamená ani ty vole ta najrýchlostnější kamera z rýchlostných rýchlostiek. Uvidíme, čo po 45. teda proti tomu bude mať ten carry Bristloš, jo? Protože to bola tá answer. Ame si myslím, že to týmto rozseká, hlavne ten Wolfbite. Jo, to zožranie by malo byť to hlavné, Arena tu teraz bude sa budeme čakať akurát na to, kým tam príde Howl. Jo, chce si tam zakričať celá tá Arena, nechce sa tu ale kričať XXSovi. Teraz prišiel ten Howl. Ja si myslím, že po 45. fakt ako Extreme jediné, čo môžu urobiť je buď skúsiť nejaký fakt smoke move tomu Rošovi, keď to tam bude, keď to budú mať vyskautené, alebo proste vyčkať bázy a nejak sa to snažiť ešte urvať na nejaké možno buyback playe. Jednoznačne sú si vedomi toho, že táto hra nie je v ich nadvláde. Majú tam už Hexu teda na tom Stormovi, takže to je akoby lepší opener. Jo, s tým damagem sa budeme na AMM, už to bude štípať, jo, 200 plus 530 teraz iba tak ako casually, ale ono to pôjde ešte do vyšších čísel. Má pomaly goldy na to, aby kúpil dokonca aj celý Butterfly, ale ten buyback je trošku viac valuable. A P-Vision zase seru na toho Roša, počkaj, oni idú robiť to isté, čo naposledy. XG nemôžu robiť tú istú chybu dvakrát do tej istej blbej rieky vstúpiť. Práve tou riekou idú po toho Roša, pozrite, ale kde sú dole P-Vision, oni idú pušovať bázu. XG čakajú, že tu jednoznačne pôjdu P-Vision po Rošana, ale ne, oni tu čakajú a pôjdu normálne split pušovať tie mega creepy. Alebo ne, nakoniec sa budú teda presúvať navrch. P-Vision takisto, ako by tu len scoutia. Jo, nemajú to tu predsa len ako úplne odhalené, Vlček už tam príde. XG vyzerajú, že majú nápad ísť zobrať Roša. Ame už dostáva dokonca aj ten Wolfbite, to neviem, ale či je ten najlepší nápad. Jako Wolfbite je síce OK, už sa tam ale pomaly P-Vision približujú, toto nemôžu stihnúť, ten Wolfbite bol podľa mňa úplne, ale absolútne wasted. No a Ganimové účko, ako dobre, ten Bristol si môže možno dobehnúť do báze, aby to tam podefoval. Tam predsa len sú dole tie dominátorky a Zoo, aby tam ako museli adresovať ten split push. Ja myslím, že Ame s tým koncom Wolfbiteu by tu chcel ešte niečo urobiť. Monkey Kinga tu ale nenájde úplne podľa predstav, len sa tu s tým zahrá. Speed už tu bude končiť. Ja pozrite dole ale na tie nachystané creepy, tam stále pôjdu P-Vision split pušovať tú spodnú stranu. Niekto sa tam proste bude musieť vrátiť. Vyzerá to, že tu fakt ako XM so Stormom bude ten vyvolený. Jo, tam ako čakajú momentálne iba tam armády pavúkov od Satanika. Jo, tie sa teda pôjde postarať aspoň minimálne XM. Číňania sú ale takto blízko tomu, aby bohužiaľ spadli do lower bracketu ten najväčší China Dream. To, čo sme si mysleli, že bude možno jednoznačné. Majú P-Vision trošku iný názor. Ten ich štýl Doty, aj abuzovanie dominátorek je hlavné, tu je ale rýchla Hexa. Pristal si tu našli, pekná forska. A teraz myslím, že práve od X-Noviča zachránila tú situáciu brutálnym spôsobom. Ame na polke bude schopný prežiť. Jo, refresh tam teda použil na to ešte túto Mistr, aby to tam ako skúsil dať. Jedna forsečka, ale tentokrát pomohla. Jo, stále tu musia ale proste kempiť Xtreme, kým tá báza pomaly dostáva od tých creepov trošku damage aj na tých tier 4-kách. Do toho má samozrejme DM už 25 do farmenu tiež Hoofstorm Duration, aby to dávalo stun na 3,5 roka. No a, well, aj keď tu má XXS, už sa podľa mňa dobre prispôsobil. XXS si kúpil tú dvojkovú travelu. On nemá buyback, ale on nemá reálne skoro 2 litry na buyback. Ale má veľkú travelu, takže môže full time depušovať. A potom môže naportiť rovno do toho fightu na nejakého hrdinu, ideálne na toho Bristla, aby ho instantne mohol kusnúť. To možno bude akoby ten approach. P-Visionom toto ale podľa mňa úplne vyhovuje, iba prehlbujú ten lead. Z toho Monkey Kinga na support sa takisto už stal dávno core s Diffusalom, Basherom, Bakeabom. Ten Monkey King ani není úplne taký veľký free kill, ako by potrebovali. Už tam prichádza znova nenápadná Zoo, jeden vlček, to tam myslím, že ide teda scoutiť akurát do toho Likana. Čakajú tu Xtreme, či sa im tu možno neobjaví nejaký opener. Momentálne z toho nebude nič obrovské. Potrebovali by tam podľa mňa ako všetky buybacky sveta, možno Xtreme. Zatiaľ ale P-Vision nechcú ani toho Roshana, kľudne si počkajú, ten sa za chvíľku bude presúvať dole. Neponáhľajú sa, ale úplne úprimne. Dávať tu ako willingly nejakú ako väčšiu šancu late game práve Xtreme Gamingu by sa mohlo trochu vypomstiť. Nechcú tu ale urobiť samozrejme P-Vision prešlap, dokonca tu fakt ako dokonale 9 class. Teraz by mohol kúpiť celý Abyssal, ale chýbalo by mu na buyback, takže pre istotu si tam ako nechá iba ten Saint zatiaľ do toho, aj keď potom neskôr z toho môže byť Abyssal. Počkať, tu idú XG, skúšať veci, full bite je tu hodený, Iluska možno není tento moment úplne tak podstatná. Tam je ale zhodený zo stromu práve ten Monkey King, prvý vychytaný je práve No One, pekne ešte ho ale zachránil DM, on tam je v tom karte, Ame ho nemá ako mlátiť, tam sa snaží pomlátiť, čo to len dá, už sa tam ale Satanix zvládol práve X-Noviče, žiadne Disruptor ultimátky tam nebudú robiť problémy. Otočka od Satanika prichádza práve Ameho. Damage od tej brúdy je brutál. Strike prišiel dobre. Ame. A jeden hit od Sataniku sa tam ešte dohýluje naspäť zo Zinkyu, ale zostala len Hudvinková, Beberičkovská fašírka. Po 50. minúte bude na 60 sekúnd. Ešte tu tento jeden pán ukáza. Jeden hexik tam ale bude stále. Stombo DM a príde tiež Satanik, to pôjde hitovať ako blázen. Pešik je tu tiež. Likat sa nehybe. Satanik bude mať triple kill. A táto mladá nádej Doty, 17-ročný Rusáček. Vyzerá, že pôjde práve Ameho, jedného z najskúsenejších keríček, pomaly čo tu kráčajú po matke zemi. Túto čínsku legendu zhodiť do lower bracketov. A aj keď tam príde ten Wolfbite, oni tam proste nemajú kontrol na to, by to ustali. Tu si poďme pozrieť ten replay. Tam Zinkyu nebol trafený, Monkey King síce ukontrolovaný, No One, ale zachránený DM-om. Ten Agane mu tam totálne zachránil Rita, Static Storma neurobila nakoniec nič. Monkey King síce na to zaplatil životom, ale who gives a shit. Potom tam prišla pekne tá otočka, tu vidíte ten Satanikov damage na Ameho, toto má byť tučný Bristol. Tam keby bolo pol sekundy dlhšie, tak tam dostane výpínák, alebo keby tam prišiel ten bash. Satanika už teraz tou late broodou nepôjde fakt zastaviť vôbec. Toto není žiadne early mid-game carry. Toto je Satanik, ktorý urobí hardcore carry zo všetkého, čo mu dáte do rúk. Na tomto turnaji to ukazoval predsa len s nejakými tými carry tinkrami, alebo bude s hocičím. Tu ale nejde čakať na nič, 40 sekúnd tam nebude Likan. P-Vision môžu ísť dokončiť to, čo započali. Túto sériu môžu ísť dokončiť 2-0. A pekne nás tu dneska dostať až pekne krásne. Tomu jednému čerešniačskému tortu na záver. Tu ale vyzerá, že rovno teda Bristol bude iba zdržovaný. Práve po mega creepy si tu prišiel Satanik. Dostane tam na chvíľku break, možno to pre ňo musí byť nepríjemné. 7 sekúnd času, že to kľúci získajú, ale aj tak to bude Satanik dohilovaný. Ame ide all in, skúsi tam Satanika cez ten Abyssal, ale zatiaľ mu moc damage nedal. Jeden hit mu tam procol. Teraz to tam ale pôjde lifestyle kľúči na nás 5 a tu je DM, donese tam tú brúdu. Tam môže okolo DM a v tom Aganime mlátiť. Bristol tam dostáva vypínák. Satanika nemohli doteraz targetnúť. A Static Storm je tam síce nachystané, ale čo urobí ten Likan sám? Bristol back, tam není 95 sekúnd, Liter tam chýba na buyback, Ame, sa môže len dívať, už tam možno má nachystané nejaké to GG, pretože tu nejde nič, Ame dostane tip, Sataníček, tu ukáže, že 17-ročné mladé carry a tuto otravný 9 class playstyle. Bude stačiť na to, aby Čínanov zhodili do lower bracketu do top 3. Pôjdu ale P-Vision po 52 minútach, 56 sekundách. Toto sú konečne tie emócie, ktoré chceme vidieť. Satanik a P-Vision sú v top 3 na TI. Mladík ukazuje, že on bol right. A možno to, že si ho nenechali pôvodne Spiriti, bol wrong decision. P-Vision idú do top 3 na celom TI. Čína dneska ztratila tým Tidebound. Ten už je eliminovaný, ale do toho ešte bude zhodený aj tým Extreme do lower bracketu. Brutálne prekvápka dneska. P-Vision a celkovo tie týmy vyzerajú, že zrazu akoby tie čínske playstyly už majú prečítané, že to možno fungovalo iba na Road to the International a že tieto týmy možno budú teraz prispôsobené o trošku krajšie. Tieto legendy Číny ešte ale nekončia. Tie budú lower brackete bojovať ďalej. Stále si myslím, že od nich môžeme očakávať mnohé. Ale P-Vision ukázali to, čo neočakával pomaly nikto, alebo možno mnohí. Záleží, akoby, aký teda má tu kto názor. Ja som tu akoby za celý deň inak toto tu skaft Nigma cosplay na Idolo na zvyšu. Celku spocený, musím povedať, akoby za celý deň. Bude nás samozrejme čakať ešte jedna poriadna, pekná sérka. Neviem, či teraz náhodou neuvidíme teoreticky niekoho z crowdu, ktorý tam bude mať nejakú tú vlaječku, ale tu sú tí českí chlapci. Nazdar! Tam vidím holohlavého pána. Nazdárek. Češkov, tu zdravíme všetkých, aj všetkých ďalších. No i na nás ukazujú chat, bacha na to. Hľadajte tam ale vašich kamarádov, toto je možno ten najlepší pohľad a tu je rozhovor s Nightclassom.
Your very first international and you secure yourself top 3. How does that feel?
It's very cool. I'm glad to be here.
You've improved so much over the years we've seen you play, but how much did you learn, do you feel, coming from the road to the international to the actual international itself? How much differently do you think you're playing now you're on the main stage?
On the main stage? I can feel additional power. It's fun. It's always fun to play in front of crowd. Yeah.
Absolutely. I do want to talk about game number 1. We had that Aegis steal from you. What was the communications in your team like at that moment?
Like DM said, I have no doubt about what you steal, and I said, I'm just collapse. That was our communication.
I just collapse.
Awesome stuff. You're a very creative player, of course. What did you think about Arme's Bristleback, building the Battle Fury on the Bristleback carry? What did you think about that?
We knew that we would split with Domis and get our timing, but so we was just kind of delaying game and we scaling like 5 cores, so we was kind of prepared.
You really were prepared for Extreme here, and how much is that down to Astini? How much does he give you for this team?
I think Astini giving a lot, like ideas, draft, he showing us a lot of clips, and also he cheating
Clippy.
us, so yeah. By the way, it's Astini's first time he said me, oh, maybe you try Slark, and I can try. Like the first time.
Long ago, and look at you now. You've made top 3, but 9 class, can P-Vision take it all the way? Do you think you can win this thing?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we are ready.
Awesome stuff. Hamburg, make some noise for one of the best position 4 players in the world, 9 class and P-Vision.
Zaslúžene, ale zničili teraz. Tak zničili úplne brutálnym spôsobom. My si to prepneme pekne ešte na main, aby sme to predsa len akoby mali názor aj od toho samotného mainu a nezmeškali nič. Ladies and gentlemen, boli sme svedkami ale ďalších vecí, ja už som dotrel na čele túto veci, potím sa úplne celý. Moja túto krepová holá hlava sa začína akoby túto trochu rozpadať, ale to nevadí, chat. Nič nás nezastaví. Čaká nás dneska čerešnička na torte, ladies and gentlemen. Čaká nás Bad Boom versus Falcons o postup do top 3. To isté story, ktoré tam bolo predtým, tam bude aj teraz.
Especially after that 30 plus
Oh
minutes,
boy.
that's where they're
Idem si dať rýchlu väčšiu, privítať Pejskov a Gabču a budeme pokračovať. Myslíte na to, že tam máme slevu pekne na nejaké tie poriadne suby? Nezabúdajte na to, chlapci. Ale tu vám ukážem krajší pohľad ako na túto Enigmu. Jo, chat, ja viem.
when they decided to stop team fighting, when they decided to just push, when they decided to trade the bottom racks for that Roche, it was all beautiful.
Yeah, and this clip we're starting with is such a critical time, right? Because P-Vision, they're doing a great time, Duel is delaying, but when Extreme finally can get a creep wave to the point of the high ground, then they don't execute in the moment, right? Arme's hitting the tier 3, you got XM jumping in with a Storm Spray, getting hit by a Hex and dying. As soon as he dies, the fight construct collapses and they have to run away. So you have to deal with two things for P-Vision. Can you deal with the waves? And then can you execute in the fight, be it at a high ground or a Roshan or a Tormentor, anywhere. And XG, they just weren't able to deal with both major problems that P-Vision was presenting.
I'm really impressed with P-Vision. Like, their players, the fact that they can perform like this with such little experience, with like how young they are on their players in a game where you're pressured, they're down, but they know what to do, they know what they're waiting for. And even here, sure, you're top net worth on this Bristleback, but P-Vision, they got to delay it so long, they have all the items. Satanic, he is literally just 1v3ing them, running in with his Q later on talent. So overall, I think XG, they looked so good in this early and mid game, but eventually they had so much trouble. And I really feel like that P-Vision, they're like the masters of map pressure and making you feel like incredibly bad during the game.
I think XG really concocted up a beautiful draft here for themselves, and they played that early game quite well. But some of their decision making was a little bit off, I thought. They could have put more emphasis on wave shove by the way that they itemized, and it seems like they itemized for an early 5-man into wanting to force a lot of fights, and P-Vision just did not give them that.
Yeah, P-Vision, they're just so calm, right? I feel like you watch other teams in this situation, having the Storm jumping you, the Lycan, everything in the early game, like the way that they did play out the early game from XG, other teams would crumble. But P-Vision...
by the way.
But I mean, this is what
they won the game! Oh, I thought it was just after like a team fight or something.
No, that's winning the game.
All right,
you
they're
don't take your headsets off before the
People
game
have done that before, Shiva, and it didn't turn out very well.
No, it did not. It did not. It is a very strong performance, and I think especially for the team that will be going up against P-Vision in that upper bracket finals, one mistake, that was all it took for Extreme to have their entire momentum crumbling before them. And P-Vision, it felt like they always knew that that mistake was going to happen at some point. They just need to be ready for it, and ready they were.
And no one on that Invoker, he played incredibly well. We talk about the difficult early game, but he was the hero doing well in the early game. He was hitting beautiful Sunstrikes. His supports were playing around mid. They were getting kills for as long as they could. And when the game started to get really tough, that Hex pickup clutched that high ground defense. When XM zipped in, he got hexed by the Invoker, and it was all downhill from there.
I mean, there was a lot on him to do in this game. You need to protect your supports with the Tornado, with the Deafening Blast, keep your Pugna alive. Like you said, the Hex later on to crush it back in, to keep the map in shape as well with your Monkey King and everything, to delay the game for Satanic to come online and carry. Just S-tier gameplay.
Yeah, and I believe, Kezu, you also want to highlight how exactly the wheels were turning for P-Vision in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Effie, you already mentioned it's around like how they traded the map, like the Roche for other stuff. Because here, this is first point in the game, 33-20. The game is incredibly even. P-Vision, they need more time. They don't want to fight. So look at the vision that Extreme have. They want to force Roche, but it's really hard because P-Vision have the heroes here. Look at the map. Top lane, you have no one with his Dominator, with his Forges already pushing. We fast forward a bit. Mid lane is pushed in by DM's Dominator. At the same time, still a stalemate around the Roche. This is 40 seconds in between this. In the meantime, Satanic just really farming, so XG, they get forced back. Here, Roshan was still on the bottom side. Now, the game prolonged so long, Roshan actually walked all the way to the top river. XG, crucial mistake. They tunnel vision this Roshan so hard because trading Aegis for a Rax in this game, it's not good for you because you already have a wave problem. Now you're going to be down a Rax with this Aegis. P-Vision aren't giving you this fight. So these trades, these macro movements, ultimately this is what makes the difference of you winning or losing this game. So P-Vision, honestly, hats off to whoever made the shot call.
Yeah, and then right after that, Roshan was taken for Extreme, and their bottom Rax, unfortunately, for them, was also taken. We're going to take a look at the Lycan at that point, Effie, because you have something to say about that.
Yes, like Kezu mentioned, there was a wave problem, and around minute 36 is when they got that Aegis that they traded a Rax for. But what I really wanted to look at was Lycan's items. He skipped Shard. He got his Shard like 40 minutes plus. But if you are playing at this state of the game and you have a wave problem, why don't you create that wave problem for the enemy team with your Shard? It was such an odd decision to me. What it seemed like was after he built that, nullifier, he just thought that he could keep going. He'd just eventually be a carry himself. They could force the 5-man fights. I really think that you could have wedged this Aghanim's Shard into the item build even before the AC. It could have come out a lot earlier, and it could have made it so that P-Vision couldn't play the map as well as they did. But if you're talking about map play and your Lycan is getting Shard at 40 plus minutes, you're losing a lot of that early game advantage that you can get from this hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a cheap item for a core. He probably just tunnel visioned under the pressure of answering so many different problems, and mistakes happen, and clearly, yeah, I think he might have made a mistake there.
Yeah, there's quite a few things we still need to touch upon for this game, though, because I want to give credit where credit is due. That was a fantastic Broodmother coming out for Satanic. I know we gave MVP to no one, but I think you can make a good case for almost any player on the side of P-Vision to be nominated for that one, and I think that Broodmother Kezu is definitely going to be one to watch.
He absolutely clutched, and he has so many specific heroes, which is also crazy to think about with how young he is. Like, this is not some 30-year-old guy who's played 10 years of experience. Like, he's new to the scene, he has perfect itemization, the Nullifier, the Silver Edge, the Bloodthorn, you buy the shard for the 25 talent. I mean, this kid's crazy.
I mean, with the Broodmother as well, you create new problems. And clearly, we heard in the interview with Zhao 8, they had to find a solution, right, to the Broodmother. They went for the Bristleback, and clearly Arme was also trying to invent in the game, right? He goes for the Battle Fury. How many times has that happened in the history of Dota?
Well, I know the answer to this, T-Gov, but we do also have the answer to show.
There we go. It's only 4 times now with Arme buying Battle Fury. In 2014, Universe bought Battle Fury around the 60-odd minute mark. He lost the game. In 2019, Gabby also bought a Battle Fury around the 60-minute mark. He also lost the game. Ace in 2025, he bought a Battle Fury under the pressure of Team Spirit. He lost the game. Arme, under the pressure of Broodmother, conceptually bought it very early in the game and also lost the game. Therefore, historically, Battle Fury on Bristleback is a 0% win rate in all of the history of Dota 2.
It was an intriguing item because he was like topping the net worth and it was looking good for a while, but there was this one chase that happened early on where they chased Bristleback on P-Vision for almost a minute, and it felt like if he had a Lotus Orb and like an SNY, he would have killed everybody, but he's just running away with a Battle Fury. You could see the trade-offs that were happening because of that item.
I like this stat a lot because I think it's very funny that it's, I mean, it hasn't won yet, and I think in the other games, maybe it's against Mega Creeps.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But even here, like buying it this early, it put them in a cool position. I think this is why Dota is like so amazing. You can buy so many different things. Depending what your enemy does, you have to react differently, and then this happens and this happens. So yeah, I love to see it.
Yeah, it was very clearly part of Extreme Gaming's plan. We did see this Bristleback queuing up that Battle Fury very early on. So we knew from the laning stage already what was going to happen. And speaking of that laning stage for the Bristleback, it's Purge that's going to break it down.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Bristleback because I thought it was such a good pick. It really solved a lot of the problems that they were encountering in this game. And one of the big ones is 9 Class's Monkey King. Most of the support heroes that he's playing are very annoying and they're hard to deal with. But look at this early ward that was placed that spotted 9 Class over here. And normally, the way that you escape on this hero is you use this skill here to jump to a tree. But if you take any damage, it gets interrupted. And then you have to rely on your very low movement speed because you don't buy boots here. So with Quill Spray in the vision, he actually interrupts 9 Class's jump. And with the power of the Nasal Goo, that basically allows you scaling damage and permanent slow against an opponent. So 9 Class actually had to play this lane completely scared because of this Bristleback pick that was also good against the Centaur, which is really cool. So now, because they got that first blood, Ame basically gets to do whatever the heck he wants in this lane. Look at him. He's 1v2 right now. We've got the Disruptor going through the Twin Gate. He's 1v2ing this lane because this last pick made so much sense. And look at this. Even walking to the Secret Shop to maybe scare 9 Class again, he jumps on a tree. That just shows you how much kill threat that there is. So with this early advantage that he had, he rotates through the Twin Gate. A lot of people have been doing this with the Helm, the Dominator. He doesn't need that. He's doing it with his regular hero, and he's going to put some pressure on this tower. And he's doing this in conjunction with some other heroes. Once XXS shows up with his Helm, the Dominator, Ami's out of there early because he's like, okay, back to farming. I did my job now, and I can go back to getting what I want, which is ultimately going to be the Battle Fury, which, as we talked about, extremely rare, but it does have a lot of good synergies. You're doing cleaved physical damage. Obviously, it's better to... It doesn't like leverage your abilities other than your ulti and your first skill very well. But the increased net worth that you're gaining and the AoE cleave damage paired with the Lycan... do you guys remember how a Lycan lowers armor? Can you make that sound for me, please? Anyone? Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Howl, it lowers armor by 10 in an AoE, basically global at night, but in an AoE. And that minus 10 armor paired with Bristleback's minus armor is super synergistic. And frankly, it gives them really good chances to get kills on the hero like the Centaur. But unfortunately, this decrep from the Pugna was extremely crucial in protecting him. It basically gives him a window to buy time. If that Pugna decrep isn't on there, they can just blast through this front wave of DM in the front. And so between decrep and later on the Ags of Centaur, it really undercut the synergy that they were going for with the heavy physical damage and the minus armor. It was hard for them to kill the P-Vision heroes, and that's what was ultimately their undoing, despite this really cool draft.
Thank you very much, Purge. The undoing of extreme gaming. Well, undoing. Don't worry. There's a lower bracket. This was the upper bracket semifinals. Nobody's getting eliminated anymore for the remainder of today. So Extreme is also not eliminated, just down to that lower bracket, which is starting to look scarier and scarier. But we do have, of course, a couple more names to pen in on our bracket, Kazu.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I hope that we have maybe something that we had yesterday. You know, we had 3 2-0s into a 2-1. I expected all of these games also to go the distance. Well, they didn't. I'm hoping that this next series of Falcons versus, you know, BBT, maybe they can show us a little bit more. Because right now, I'm seeing a lot of one-sided affairs. And that's really not what I'm expecting.
No, me neither, especially not after that road to TI. You're absolutely right. And if we want those games to be drawn out and be back and forth, a lot is going to rely on the carries having a good game and being able to go toe-to-toe with each other. But who is the best carry? That is a great question. And of course, we would ask the pros that very question as well.
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, got your mid, got your offlaner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. And here to look over the results with me are 2 Dota experts, esteemed Dota experts, and see if they agree with the pros' choices or whether you have your own choices. Which carry would you choose as the best TI winning carry in Dota history?
Okay, let's think here.
I think you can discuss amongst
I think
yourselves.
this is Ana, right? How?
Choose.
Hey, how?
TI winning carry. You're saying how? Okay.
Who's on first?
Who are you going for?
They're thinking Yadro. I think it's actually Yadro. Yeah, I think it might be. How do I choose?
You just select a name and use your brain to speak it.
Yeah, how? I select how.
Okay, good. Who are you going for?
He chooses newbies how.
How?
Yeah.
To be clear to anyone who was missing the joke.
Probably for some of the younger players, they like watched Ana win, and now they're getting beat by Yadro, right?
Yeah.
So it's like the legend that's gone versus like the bully that's here.
Yatoro and Ana. So
Oops.
for me, I feel like the carry debate is between those two.
So you think they're going to vote Ana because that's like ancient history? They don't have to play against him.
Exactly.
So they're more likely to vote.
They don't want to inflate his ego anymore.
I think they're going to take Yadro. I think I would probably take Yadro.
I mean, Yatoro's the GOAT, so easy, Yatoro.
You're saying Yatoro?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, it was Yatoro the one, obviously. Yatoro overwhelmingly, by the way. Overwhelmingly.
Ana second.
Ana is not second.
Okay, well, it's obviously not Ana then.
Yeah.
Is Ana third?
Yes, Ana is not third.
Wow.
People hate Ana.
This was chosen by the players themselves. Ana is not second or third.
How? How did you?
We've covered that. He's not on the list, right? Who are you putting in on 2 and
Fear.
3? It was Matu. Matumba Matu.
Really?
Yeah,
That
was
makes
second
sense.
place.
Matu?
Yeah, he's number 2.
No way.
Yes. I think it was kind of an unusual choice.
Yeah,
I might have put Ana in there, but I think Matu, such a legendary player. Everybody loves Matu, for sure.
What players did you ask, Puppy?
Every single player at the event.
He asked one
Was
player.
us. Most of the
He
votes went
asked
to
the
Yatsu.
oldest player here? Who's the oldest
He
player?
asked-
Over half
He
the
asked
votes.
art style.
He got 7
He
votes.
put himself third, so it wasn't so obvious.
So give me a sort of personal anecdote about something that Yatro did that you were like, holy crap, that was amazing.
There were so many moments where it was just over and over again, that team coming back from a victory and just putting everything on the back of Yadro and being able to take the win. Like, that guy, he played out of his mind at TI-10 and he hasn't really stopped.
Over the wall, they go. JT drops the Echo Slam, but they're all falling on Aegis. An ultra kill for Yatoro. It's down to Gaga's a rampage for the Drow Ranger.
I felt like TI-12, there was a moment when he walked into the arena before the final, and his aura was, like, as the kids say, max aura on this guy. Like, I mean, everyone was just like, oh my God, he's here to win the international. Like, he just walked in, bald boy buff, and just, it was incredible. You could feel the enemy team just shrinking and shriveling.
Not just play in the game, but outside of the game, commanding that respect.
Aura, just pure aura, yeah. A worthy winner, I'd say.
Yatoro might be a worthy winner of the best carry. He's not going to be a worthy winner of the best TI 3-time champion carry right here because he's no longer, unfortunately, in the tournament. We're going to find out which one will be the worthy winner of our upcoming series. It is time to start talking about that because it's going to be quite the blockbuster we got going here. Team Falcons versus BB Team. One of these two teams will be facing P-Vision in that upper bracket finals and secure top 3 with this upcoming best of 3. And I think this might just be the one that is very close, Tigo.
I hope so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I feel like Falcons are the favorites. I think BB are going to be the underdogs, and it entirely depends on how Pure is able to navigate the emotions of yesterday through to today. Because when we finished the series yesterday, I'm in the lift, I'm going back to my room, I see Pure also in the lift, and even though he'd won the series, he looked like he'd just been eliminated from the international. You know, head was in his hands, he was just like, it's like soldiers left the body, he was just a shell of himself. So he struggled a lot yesterday. So I think for them, if he can overcome that, yeah, it might be competitive. But against Falcons, you need all 5 players at their best game.
And maybe he wasn't happy with himself, so you know they had a talk. I'm sure they also, I feel like they've developed a lot as a team. They're gonna help each other, like feel good, come in today, like fresh, because I know he has the skills. I'm sure he knows it, his teammates know it. So, you know, you made it to top 6 of TI, second round, like you should be happy. So I'm expecting a good match, but I agree that Falcons to me are slight favorites.
And for context, it's because yesterday, even though BB Team did win, he lost all 3 of his laning stages. And there was one game where he even died 7 times in the first 20 minutes. It was rough for him.
It was rough for him. We're going to break down this matchup, but if we're looking at Falcons versus BB Team, we have to look at Falcons first because there is a lot of pressure on these guys. These guys were the best team of 2024 and is still one of the favorites going into this and making it all the way through. And a large portion of that favoritism that people have might just be coming from the position 4, Tigo.
Yeah, and Crit, what a career he's had, right? Of course, ever chasing the Aegis, you know, you could argue kind of the Western uncrowned king to some degree, but when you look at his career, right, in 2015, 2016, he was on OG, able to win both the Frankfurt Major, the Manila Major, ESL 1 Frankfurt as well. In 2016, shifts over to OG. Yeah, sounds great. He wins an instant Tier 1 LAN, wins Dota Pit, Manila, I think 2016, 17. 2017 to 2022, I'm sorry, mate, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Moves to Shopify, nothing. Comes back to kind of the European scene and was able to get secure both 2 BBs, 1 ESL 1, Birmingham, 3 Tier 1 lands. But again, it's been like so many years of NA, shifts back, and then when you think about TI as well, he got 3rd place with EG, TI 8, 5th, 6th, TI 9. Falcons, TI 13, when they had their good year, only able to get 4th. But when you look how long of his career he's had, the Tier 1 LAN wins he's got, plus that awkward NA stint, feels like it's inevitable he's meant to win one.
I mean, he's definitely one of the players where you have a lot of people who want him to lift the Aegis, right? Like we just saw, he has so many appearances. He's an incredible player. He's a great person. He's really nice to be around. Like, even if you beat him in pubs, like, the guy is nice. He always plays for his course. He can play anything. He's very adaptable. So yeah, I think this guy, he's definitely got what it takes.
Yeah, it's just odd to think about because in that 2015, 2016 era where it felt like OG were winning every major, it feels like that's where he should have had his Aegis. He's one of those players that you look at and you expect to just have an Aegis. So this must mean so much to him because last year, like T mentioned, that was their year where they were the favorites. This time around, they aren't the favorites and they've peaked. Like, they're playing so well. Maybe that's what they needed, the surprise factor.
Maybe it is what they needed. They also do have a lot of TI experience under their belt in regards to championships because there are TI winners on the side of Falcons, one of which is the carry, of course. It's also the support. It's Snaking and Skeeter. But in this case, I want to talk about Skeeter and potentially talk about him in relation to his counterpart in Pure FE because that is a pretty stark difference, especially if you take into consideration yesterday's results.
Yeah, we wanted to just put emphasis on the carry-to-carry matchup in the series because these two players have inherently different styles, but if you look at their average numbers, they're way too close to each other for having separate styles. When you think about Skeeter, he's always been not necessarily sacrificial, but not the real carry of the team. He's not expected to deal damage. He's just there to like be the stunner, win his lane, play utility, do whatever he needs for his team. He'll even give up farm for his other 2 cores sometimes, whereas Pure, he is the greedy player. He is your carry that you take into the late game and puts you on his back, but his averages are not what you would expect out of a playstyle like that. And if you look at the hero pool comparison, there are a lot of common heroes, but both of these players have different styles. As I mentioned, you look at Pure, he's got that Void, that LD, that Ursa, that TA. He's playing for the late game. He wants to be the one dishing out all the damage. Whereas Skeeter, he picks what you need for the lane. You need an Abaddon? I got you. We need a Weaver because I gotta dodge some slows? I got you.
I feel like you have the miracle type of archetype carry player on your left with the hard carry traditional stuff. You have your Matumba man on the right, so with like more the I play for my team, I make stuff happen. I would say that these players generally get overlooked and overshadowed quite a lot. I think that Skeeter is very crucial to Falcons, both with his pick, the way he plays. He enables Marine, he enables Amar, so I'm like really happy to see this because I think this guy, he deserves a lot more, in my opinion, than what people give him credit for.
Well, we're going to give him some credit right now because we have to, of course, start this matchup very soon. And for that, it is time to get the players on stage.
And we're back.
Team Falcons!
A lot of people would have said and would have agreed that Team Falcons has had the hardest road to get to this upper bracket semifinals. They played the longest games, they had the most clutch comebacks, and they have made it here. They started learning from that and adapting from that. Then yesterday when we saw them in action, it was a whole fresh team with tempo behind them, and I'm sure they want to prove that they still got that tempo against their opponent's BB team.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
They have shown that they have what it takes to make the tough decisions and come back after being down yesterday. They were the only team to push a series the distance and take that victory after the fact. It was rocky, but it happened. And the tenacity that they showed yesterday against Nigma Galaxy, they will prove to show again against their opponents in Falcons. There is one big question mark that I'm gonna pose towards my panel here regarding these two teams, because one thing that stood out yesterday, Kezu, was that for BB team, their rocky situation was always those first 15 minutes.
No, for sure, and I hope that today we can see something, well, a little more stable, because what we saw from them, it's not normal. It's not what you expect, especially not from a tier 1 player, because, yeah, we have to go back to it. It had a lot to do with Pure. I want to see, you know, the prime Pure of, like, last year, because in the last months, he has struggled, but I have also seen very good performances. It's just that he is a little more inconsistent. So sometimes you just have to hope that, you know, today is the day. Sometimes that's what TI is about. You show up in top form, boom, you get this upset win, and you're good to go.
We also didn't really see much from BB. Even though they would win, we saw 2 puck games in a row, playing into nature's profit. Like, GPK just dominating, going 8-4-23, 5-1-18. Like, Nigma didn't really change up the drafts to show us new styles of BB having to react. It was just, oh, thanks, we're going to do that strategy again. So, yeah, I think for BB at least, we are going to see something new. Are they going to get puck against Falcons? I think that's a really hotly contested hero at least.
It doesn't necessarily have to be new, so long as they're doing it better than yesterday, because they can definitely improve upon it. But we did mention Pure had a rough series yesterday. I want to talk about the other 4 players. They played impeccably well. If they weren't playing as well as they did, that kind of start for your carry is really hard to come back from. I think Save in particular really stood out to me. He was clutching these lanes, you know, hiding in the trees, Phantoms embracing Morphling, getting kills where he shouldn't have to. Later in the game, he gets an Ags, he soul binding. Like, this is a player to look out for. If your team is in a rocky situation, your support player clutching games for you is what you need on the main stage.
Yeah, for sure. Like, those 4 guys, they really stepped it up. Like you said, the Grimstroke from Save, like 2 games in a row. Like, he just had incredible performances. You also had Miro on his offlane, like, great. We talk about the GPK puck. You have the Disruptor or Naga Sirens on Kataomi, they're great. I just hope that what they look for is not like, oh, my carry player didn't do great, but more like, imagine how strong we can be when things come together. They fall into place, we just play well as a team like they know they can, and then you can just make it happen. Because here, we need to talk about the heroes that will be very contested or are very important for the team. So here on the left side, you see how often Falcons take the hero, and on the right side, you have BB. So Hoodwink is going to be, it's going to be picked or banned in this series. You have 5 times and 7 times on BB team. You have the Sand King, the Grimstroke we just touched on. Mars for both offlane is incredibly important. Naga, Pugna, the teamfight controllers, the healers, they allow you to play forward. Incredible heroes. And then we also have the undefeated heroes. Because when you get to this stage of TI, you want to be in the comfort. You don't want to be pressured. You want to play your S-tier stuff. The Snake King Chen, undefeated. 3 games of Pangolier, the flex between mid and offlane, incredible. 2 games of the Earthshaker on Malrine, they always stack, he always gets his game going. And now for BB team, maybe you want to give, you know, the troll to Pure. Keep him confident, you have the GPK puck and the good old Bristleback on Miero. So a lot of these heroes, we might be seeing them in the series.
Or the Lycan on Miero.
Absolutely.
That one was a big standout too. Maybe it goes up in priority this game. But for Falcons, I feel like every hero is a priority for them.
Yep.
We even had Mallory in yesterday all chatting, give me Sand King.
Yeah.
He was given Sand King. He's daring the teams to leave this for him because he's saying he'll carry the game on his back.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he's, in my opinion, I mean, I want to say that every player on Falcons is underrated, so maybe this is also my bias, but I do think they have very standout performances. You can throw Malrine in like the absolute most XD lanes, Primal versus Monkey King. He'll match the net worth, he'll make it happen. He's very versatile, so yeah, to me, one of the best mid laners of the tournament team.
But the way that I see the heroes, right, the graphic on Grimstroke having 2 for 2 contested, that's 4 games. There's only 9 games total. When I look at Mallory's hero pool, do you really want an Earth Spirit, a Pango, Ember, a Primal, any of these heroes hit by a Soulbind? Like, we've not seen much of it TI, but I feel like this is kind of like the hidden gem as we progress in the final couple of days of the International. Both Crit has played it and Save. It really breaks a lot of the playmaker. I think Soulbind is the reason why this hero is good. Nothing to do with like Inkswell or Stroke. It's just the ultimate and Phantoms. So yeah, I'm hoping to see that hero more.
I think we're more likely to see that top row of heroes coming out from Malrine than those Spirit ones. A lot of teams have moved away from the Spirit heroes as this TI has progressed. Also, with Snake King on the screen, I want to talk about his Pugna, because he has been putting games on his back also from the position 5 as Pugna. He plays the dead lane, he builds tanky, he's always pushing out waves, he's being a nuisance for the other team. He's telling them, you have to catch me. We didn't even talk about what if instead of the Pugna, he gets this Chen, right? You have 2 problematic picks now that you have to think about. He is one of those support players that it feels you can't really ban. And if you even move away from Chen, Enchen, Pugna, do you want to give away a Bane or a Naga Siren?
It's honestly hard, because I think also what he does very well is like he's very good about like using his HP and his body, like where he goes. Ench does this very well. We saw it yesterday on the Pugna with the Essence Ring going to the tier 2. Chen helps everyone and he's really good. His expertise, they have AY as their coach, they value the map a lot. Where do you go? What items do you buy? So yeah, it is just incredibly hard. This is the hardest part against Falcons. What do you give them and what do you end up taking yourself?
It's why they go in and out of being dominant, right? 2024, their heroes, you could list 6 heroes per player and how they were the best in the world and you want to try and ban them. In 2025, it kind of was shaky. They didn't have their heroes. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. As we progress in TI, like you look at their heroes, I feel like we're returning to that 2024 moment of every hero you talk about on that top row of that graphic, you have to ban. And they're just not that many bans.
And we talk a lot about heroes that you have to ban basically almost against Falcons because they are so good in the hero-player combinations. What heroes do we want Falcons to ban? Because are there any hero-player combinations apart from the guy we just saw, Miero, on his Lycan? He was the key player in yesterday's series. Any heroes we want to ban out against him? Do you really want to ban out the puck? Do you want to try to counter it one of the games? Because it is a puck and they pick it up first. There is an opportunity to counter it.
I think Miero Lycan and Miero Beastmaster cannot be given away. For GPK, you can maybe let the puck through if you have a really good idea for it, and Falcons are one of the better teams at addressing pucks, I would say. But there are other heroes that come out later that we've forgotten about GPK, like the Invoker. But as we can see here, Kezu, offlane heroes are up.
Yeah, I feel like also like Centaur has really been rising in popularity. I don't know if you want to ban it first stage, but like you need to keep it in mind in like the second stage and overall like also the Bristleback, just like anything for Miero to play forward, allow your team to like come to you, you help GPK maybe on some rune. This team has a lot of heroes like in their arsenal as well, like Save on his post 4, whether it be the Grimstroke, he busts out some line every now and then, or a Hoodwink. Like they've got a lot of it, but I do agree, these spirits, they don't really do it for me from the mid lane. They don't seem that strong anymore.
Yeah, they really don't, but GPK, he's famous for his Spirit Hero, so it's unfortunate for him, but he's found a replacement for that in the Puck. And also the Shaker had a lot of consistent performances. The Void Spirit is probably the only Spirit that feels good right now because of how popular Puck is and it as a counter. And also his ability to play Sand King from mid himself can be well contested here. Instead of banning the Sand King, they just first pick it for themselves. That's an option that they could choose to take.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk of cause, and I feel like we need to put some respect on Katomi's name, right? Like, how many times have we seen him outplay a long team fight on a Disruptor, or hit a clutch song like on a Naga Siren, you know, echoing Snaking's performance on a Pugner, right? Like, he feels like a critical building block in other players shining, and we just don't really give him as much light as the others. But yeah, I think if you can, I think they're going to have to look at Katomi as well.
I mean, we did see Nigma Galaxy put a lot of respect in banning out the Bane. That was definitely a good strat coming out for them. I would not be surprised to see Falcons going for the game. I do want to touch a little bit
tu vaša československá Enigma, dámy a páni.
Away from the heroes
Začína sa pomaly Bad Boom a Falcons. A my sa na to pôjdeme spoločne samozrejme pozrieť. Aj spolu s Mainom. No jo, poďme na to. Okay. Talisman pre Kataomiča.
On the other side, we did see P-Vision with a high tempo later on after the farming was done. How would we describe what's coming our way this time around?
I mean, for Falcons, they're a team that do play longer games, but not at the expense of their early game. Their lanes are strong, their macro movements are strong, their net worth game is very strong. They love to play for scaling on all of their heroes. They love to play the map, get these early objectives. And for BB team, their strength in the past, not this TI, but they were famous for their lanes. They would stomp their lanes, snowball out of that, and play an aggressive game. What we saw yesterday was when they aren't winning these lanes and they're playing from behind, that aggressive playstyle does get diminished.
Yeah, I'm hoping that BB team have an answer to this Falcons. Like the
78-minútová hra.
minute collapse. They're gonna break open the map, make sure that everyone has the space to farm.
Za mňa sú Falconi podľa mňa favorit. Aj v srdci, aj v hlave. Otázka, čo to bude. To je náš Slovák! Toto je on! Tak to by som si teda neprijal úplne, že by ma tu teda videla dneska, keď sa tuto práve Skitterov deda, alebo možno celá rodina bude dívať na stream a uvidí ma tu ako túto dosť divnú idolonskú enigmu zvyšu. To nevadí. My sme tu pripravení absolútne celú slovenskú aj českú energiu tuto odovzdať našemu chlapcovi, ktorý je naše jediné želiesko v ohni proti týmto tu Eastern European BB. Bude musieť ukázať Oliver nejakú tú poriadnu proaktivitu, ktorá je jeho typická. Ja, uvidíme, či tu tentokrát uvidíme možno nejaký ten old chat v podobe carry diff alebo takýchto podobných vecí. Ja myslím, že Falconovci by nám tu mohli toto celé trošku rozjasniť. Otázka je, ako to vyjde. Poďme ale počúvať FA, mňa to zaujíma.
So BB team have to take it back to basics and make sure they're coming out an advantage from the laning stage. Look at your safe lane. How can you fix it? How can you make it easier for Pierre and Katami?
Yeah, I mean, luckily for them, it used to be one of their absolute biggest strengths, like this laning skills and like all their players' individual skill that they bring together. So if they can just, have a normal, stable game, these two teams will match up quite well into each other. I think the games will have quite a bit of duration unless Falcons really get this early lead with their stacks going on. So if
toto je náš chlapec. Tento tu ne už.
Play into the enemy triangle. Take some of those stacks away from Malrine because he is the tempo controller
for
Falcons.
Na kamere.
If you shut him down, their game
ja
slows
sa
down
díval
quite
asi
a
do
lot.
chatu, ale tam predtým už bola vlajka. Máme tu ako by sme...
Oliver!
Oliver!
For people that
Čítame to
watch
druhé.
Dota whole year round and follow both of these teams,
Ja to nevidím to druhé.
you would have seen BB team lose a lot.
Vlaječkou a nápisem Skitter.
To be fair, everybody lost a lot against Falcons.
Ja sledujem chat, ale sledujem aj chat, rozumiete.
But a lot of those series were in finals and BB team was basically
To ešte príde. Teraz je tá séria, kde by sa mohli tí CZSK fans ukázať. Dúfam, že tam budeme mať svoj corner. Tak ako mali SA Boys. Happy birthday Skitter, no jasne. Dneska už som hovoril, že má Oliver pekne narodeniny, takže čo by mohlo lepšie dostať ako postup do top trojky a šancu hrať o tento tu Aegis.
Because for him still, and for BB team still, it is Team Falcons that is the team to beat. They haven't played yet in a grand finals. I'm sure they would love to have Falcons as their opponents if they make it to the finals here. But I do want to take a moment to also respect the fact that BB team does make it to the top 6. Because for Falcons, we kind of always expected them to be doing well and not
Let's
just being
go,
top 6 but move further. For
Falcons!
BB team, we always have the same stories.
Nazdárek všetci Falcon fans, tam sa pravdepodobne budú schovávať aj tí CZSK boys. Ak tam niekoho rozpoznáte, píšte. Snipujeme CZSK boys. Dovidět jen vlajky, jiného Čecha jsem ještě neslyšel, okolo mě jsou hlavně Rusové. Blesku! To musíš ty vole prekričať!
Team
Falcons
versus BB Team. Game 1.
Here we go for game 1. We got Falcons on the Radiant side.
Tak budeme začínat Shakerom alebo Sand Kingom na Malrina, jo? Ak nebudu zabanované oboje, si myslím, že to bude 100% first pick tentokrát. Uvidíme ale, ako to procne. Poďme tu spolu s Mainom si to tu teda prebrať. Tu je Amarčík. Zabanovaný teda bude samozrejme Chen, Monkey King, Pugnička a Naga. Jo, dobre, ona to Shiver povie za mňa. Za mňa si myslím, ale teraz, aby som povedal, za mňa to bude Sand King Shaker. Jedno z toho bude 100% first picknuté. Čumte na to. Falconi majú síce akoby celku streamline, by som povedal, ako ten draft alebo ten štýl toho. Ale otázka, či to niekto dokáže breaknúť. Tento tu pán napríklad s nejakým Grimstrokom, môžeme teoreticky nejaký ten pocket pick v podobe Grima do takých tých Pangolier pickov a podobne.
It depends how much I think how much he imagines the arena singing for you, because then you just might cringe into the ground.
Jo, ja si normálne dneska na večeru, chat, po tejto sérke, pri Sambou, ja si objednám brinzové halušky, alebo pyrohy, alebo niečo také. Normálne za skitera. Ale uvidíme, ako to sa budeme teda, ako by tu to pekne skončí, ale aj tak to možno urobím no matter what. Tu sa predsa len nebude vypadávať, tu sa hrá o postup do top 3 k týmu P-Vision do upper bracket finále. Je tam Sand King, chat, to je náhodička, Shaker tam teda zostal. Pekne si ukradli, ale BB Team si ukradli presne tú dvojicu. Jo, Falconovcov najdôležitejšia dvojica vždycky bola Hoodwink plus Sand King. Táto dvojica tam akoby vyhrávala jednu hru za druhou. A teraz to BB Team minimálne breakol, nechali im jednu vec, zobrali si ale tú Hoodwinkovú. Takže pre Kryta je teraz otázka, čo tam príde. Môže tam stále prísť Dark Willow napríklad, ktorá by to dala dole. Pozrite ale na Malrina, 83% win rate drží na tom Sandovi. Je to podľa mňa najlepší Sand King na celom svete. Oh boy, oh boy.
You know it's gonna happen. You know crit from the offlane or snaking, if they put him there, they're gonna sack the triangle. Having good lanes makes it a lot easier for your
Kentaur, Shaker, Ben, dobre, zobrali presne jedného z tých dvoch, ktorých som spomínal. Toho druhého zabanovali second phase, Kentaura sa zbavili tiež. A teraz otázka, čo tam chcú hrať BB. Také tie typické piky napríklad na TA-ku, povedzme, pre Pura, takéto neskoré veci, to bude prísť neskôr. Podľa mňa napríklad Lycan, ktorý bol samozrejme na začiatku removenutý, presne ako hovorí Shiver, tak tam je otázka, čo tam bude za zoo. Nejaká Enigma by mohla byť zaujímavá, ale uvidíme, či dneska niekto bude chcieť ako túto záležitosti tvoriť. Takisto je tam otvorený Nature's Prophet, by the way. Ten sa tu ako tieto posledné dni úplne vytráca, pretože býva akoby trochu zraniteľný v tých draftoch. Podobne to býva s tým offlaneovým Undyingom, ktorí ako hrdinovia, ktorí fungovali tú prvú časť TI, ale teraz už týmy skôr pikujú také tie country, alebo sú na to ready. Tome, není to väčšinou dobré, musíš mať nejakú odskúšanú reštiku a je ich málo, ktoré majú niečo dobré brinzové, inak to není väčšinou dobrá brinza. Tu sú nejakí fans, vidíte tam nejakých CZSK boys, kde sú nejaké vlaječky. Vidím tu ryšavého mojho brata tuto domu. Pivečko sa tam sypuje, jasný, pohoda, zatiaľ sa to úplne nedieje. No teraz ako nevedia, BB Team dokonca už minulý minútu z reserve timeu reálne. Nevedia si vybrať, čo banovať. Nakoniec to bude Abaddon, okej. Dragon Knight. Jo, presne, BB Team ako hovorí presne FA. Toto vyzerá na druhej strane ako Falcons draft. Toto ako chcú hrať midového Dragon Knighta, podľa mňa kvôli tomu Sandovi, aby mali easy akoby matchup. A k tomu samozrejme nejaký ako Mage Slayer Bayer a možno na to zníženie damageu. Techies. Proti Dráčkovi, čo ale za carry budú cikúci ísť. Ja odporúčam carry nekrá, ale neviem, či tu Oliver ako v tých zelených barvách pôjde teraz ako niečo takéto urobiť. Zatiaľ Bad Bumoci kradnú hrdinou, ale neviem, či to je úplne to najlepšie. Ako pre GPK je Dragonite domáci, pre Pura tiež. Pure vytvoril kedysi ten carry build na Dragonita. Tu je ale Enčka a k tomu Ringmaster. Toto je presne ten follow-up. Oni nemajú Hoodwinkovú, ale takisto bude fungovať ten krytov, túto pekne Ringmaster. Jo, je to jeho typický pick pre sneaking a tam ešte tá position 5-enčka, dokonalosť takisto. Ani ten Dragonite to nebude môcť úplne tak jednoducho vypnúť, možno cez tú Hoodwinkovú, tam budú mať burst. Za mňa, ale toto je pre Falconov dobrý základ.
It kills hungry.
I know because Falk was telling me it's the one way you can run a Dominator.
I still don't think you should get that.
Don't do
facet,
it.
though.
Don't do
It's
it.
just not as
Don't
good.
listen to OD Pixels and Falk's suggestions of how to counter Dom.
Nikdy nepočúvajte casterov ohľadom itemov. True.
BB are picking pretty much every hero the Falcons played before, right? 2024, the dominant era. These are the heroes, right? As we already mentioned. Ringmaster with Escape Pack, you jump a person, Dragon Tail, Bushwhack, anything. Ringmaster will combo break that with the Escape Pack. And the hill from the Enchantress.
Jo, je tam akoby minimálne to defenzíva aj s nejakou tou ofenzívou. To sú nejakí fanúšikovia BB týmu očividne, alebo nejaká ženská slečna. Čo tu papá momentálne ešte túto Kataomi. Nejaký snečík tam ešte má, žuvačka, ne, to bude žuvačka iba, to chápem. Bane! To je podľa mňa veľmi dobrý drop na pozíciu 5. Ja osobne si myslím, že to je akoby dobrý save, aj kľudne, keď tam niekoho rozbehnú. Môže byť, je to stále akoby catch aj do BKB neskôr. Čo teraz chcú zobrať? Oni ukradli aj toho Bristla, oni fakt BB team si aj kradnú zbrane Falconov a idú ich tam chýba už iba Pangolíra, bolo by to úplne dokonalé, reálne. Jo, Falconi ale majú takisto svoju domácu zónu zatiaľ. Teraz je iba otázka, či tam chcú odhaliť ten pick pre Amara, alebo to bude ďalší flex pick, alebo tam predsa len rovno Skitterovi zoberú vieci. Proti... Otázka, či to bude carry Bristle, midový Bristle, carry Dragonite, mid Dragonite, offlane Dragonite na nejakú dominátorku pre mňa za mňa. Tu je Amar s Marzom, toto som chcel vidieť, Falconi pôjdu po poriadny teamfight. Už sa nebude kurva hrať na žiadne tie odolávačky, zdržiavačky, tento tu učesaný fešák. Ten nám tu nielenže pôjde ukázať nejakého poriadneho Ringmastera a dánske záležitosti k tomu. Ale pre Falconov toto je line-up, kde Mars plus Sand King, ešte Ringmaster s tým wow ultimatom. Ten teamfight už je zabezpečený teraz. Na Oliverovi tam potrebujú len nejaký follow-up možno teraz. Ja by som sa povedal, možno ani nečudoval, keby tam pre Olivera zobrali nejakú medúzu na last pick. Jako kľudne by tam mohla byť nejaká medúza na last pick pre Olivera, aj keď to není jeho bežná vec. Neviem, no pri tomu Finsgripu je to také trochu otravné, takže neviem. A potom by sme tam mohli mať picky, ako je ten Weaver, ale proti tomu to nie. Otázka, či tam Oliverovi budú chcieť zobrať. Taká štandardná ako nejaká gyroška, podľa mňa nevyzerá úplne dobré. Troll je stále open, ktorý by mohol zafungovať proti tomuto. Carry Necro by mohol byť zaujímavý tiež, že? Sven tam je teoreticky open, keby chceli takýto akoby Blinkstone. Faceless Void je tam teoreticky pripravený. Čiže tak to budú chcieť prispôsobiť. Pure versus Skitter, to je ten carry matchup tentokrát.
It's not the Ringmaster, he will be safe in that backline. And Bristle, while he does a lot of damage, he does it over time. He's not a bursty hero. So maybe they can look towards securing that burst
majú podľa mňa trošku damage issues mid-game, ale akože oni to budú mať cez tú Hoodwinkovú cúku zabezpečené, burst na jeden target budú mať. Neviem, Urza, Terror, Blade sú dva bany. Takže to sú akoby dvaja hrdinovia. Oliver teraz si musí vybrať ten svoj pick a takisto tie bany. Zabanovali tam dokonca toho Lone Druida. Takže to vyzerá, že BBT možno budú chcieť teda toho offlane, možno Snodrocketového po roku, tuto možno uvidíme s tými zelenými gú na offke. Dragonite nám ide a možno last pick na carry, tak to čítajú momentálne, vyzerá to Falconi. Vidíme tu BB fans medzi tým. Veľmi veľa žien je tam ale. Každý ich tam zobral na dovolenú.
if the damage is purely coming from the
T.A.K. je
items
samozřejmě
at the
jako
center,
OK pre, podle mě...
it's kind of solved with the
Já
pipe
to
as well. There's not that
nechci
much
hrát,
damage coming out of
myslím si,
Falcons
že proti
either.
tomu Falcons draftu
The auras
mohli
will be
by.
quite important in this game, like especially the offlaners, because they're mainly the teamfight controllers.
Posledných
So far,
8
sure.
sekund.
Falcons do also have
Falconi
second,
si
like
musia
all
vybrať
the
ten
relay
ban,
can make
zabanovali
stuff happen.
Faceless Voida
What do
a
we have?
zoberú si pick Nature's Prophet. Aha!
Void was the final ban,
OK, Oliver nakonec pôjde po to, čím to pomaly celé začalo. Nature's Prophet nefunguje pre mnohé iné týmy, ale na carry, na skitterovi. Toto je specialitka zeleného typu. Bude to ale trochu problém, čo sa týka damage, si myslím, bude to chvíľku trvať, ale ten aktívny playstyle môže dať, ten teamfight bude brutálny, ak veľa tam budú mať povedzme tie 3 BK alebo nejaké tie blinky navíc. Ja myslím, že Falconi majú to, čo majú radi. A BB tým skôr si ako ukradli nejaké záležitosti, majú tam taký ako pozlátaný line-up, ktorý síce single targetovo je OK. Jo, aj proti tomu Oliveromu Propetovi takisto ten team script môže byť velice nepríjemný. Tu ale môže podľa mňa tú hru brutálnym spôsobom ničiť s Marzom. Plus ten Malrínovský Sand King je pomaly nezastaviteľný. Posledných 20 sekúnd tu majú Bedbu moci, aby si to tu vybrali. Čo je otázka? Pýta sa to aj Shiver, pýtam sa to aj ja. Očná otázka. Čo je anti-mage? Podľa mňa anti-mage by mohol byť dobrý na carry, ako túto hru reálne, ako nerobím si prdel. Anti-mage na dominátorku, na carry.
And they had no reserve time.
Nice, okay, takže idú tou save route. To je dobrý matchup proti aj tomu Marzovi, môže ubehnúť z nejakých tých záležitostí, majú tam sa teda aj proti tomu Propetovi to není najhoršie. Popravde je tam iba jedna infest bomba, GPK bude ten jediný, ktorý to tam dokáže nejak ako priniesť. Ale je to decent. Za mňa ale Falconi majú oveľa domácejšiu zónu, chat. Neviem, či ako by som to súhlasíte teraz, alebo nie. No to je môj názor. Jo, vôbec ich tam ako nevyhodili z nejakej ich domácej zóny, že by tam museli pikovať fakt ako úplné záležitosti, ktoré nehrali. Toto je domáci line-up. Naraz tam vidím Marza, Sand Kinga. Falconovci pomaly defaultne nemôžu prehrať. Ale BB team sú rozbehnutí brutálne tiež.
Yeah, I really like this lifestealer and what it provides for them in the game. I like that it contributes to the infest bombs, and like T mentioned, that ability to kite in and out will be pivotal. The question is he going to have better lanes than yesterday? Because if they come out of their lanes doing well in BB team, I strongly believe in this draft. If their lifestealer gets shut down on lane and has late timings, they're going to lose everything on the map.
And what's the laning stage going to depend on? Where does the if come from?
If Skitter presses TP.
Okay.
Not like Sumo.
I mean, it's like the way that I see it too, I expect both teams to have pretty good laning stages with what's going to be happening. But also, to me, it's a lot about the first move. Are Falcons going to be the ones that take over the first move? They go to the lifestealer lane, they, shut him down, maybe take his tower, or Pure? You, with the Gore Storm, do you go through the gate? Do you make the first move? How do you react to the first move? Because BB team, I think they would prefer to be the aggressors themselves. You have DK, he wants to hit the mid tower. Maybe you can invade the triangle. So Falcons, try to shut them down from this first move, make it unsuccessful for them.
There's also the Nature's Prophet. When you're playing against Nature's Prophet, you have to assume there's +1 in each lane that can join at any time. And you have to be ready to react to
to je veľký faktor a je to Oliver. Myslím, že tam bude rozhovor s BB coachom, takže Auiho sa dočkáme až pekne na ďalšiu hru. Vidíme, ako to bude. Je čas!
Time to get our first game of the final best of 3 on the way. Before we jump into the game, though, we're going to check in with the coach on stage and Tsunami.
Thank you very much. I am joined by bulk of BB team and Kinda High helping me translate. You were down to the last second there. Lifestealer was picked. All the reserve time was used. What was the discussion for that last pick?
При пике лайфстиллера вытянули до последней секунды, соответственно, очень интересно.
On mu chcel povedať, že tomu rozumie, že mu to nemusí prekladať, ale on to prekladá pre všetkých tých rusákov, nielen pre neho, ale dobre.
Не то чтобы слишком долго думали над этим героем, просто больше обсуждали, что мы будем делать по игре, потому что просто сэкономили время.
We were actually using this time to discuss our game plan.
Okay. Well, it's strategy time as well. How about the very beginning of your strategy, though? You guys pick a lot of Hoodwink. It's your most picked hero of the tournament. I was wondering, why does Save like this hero so much?
Вернемся к началу драфта. На ваш первый пик залетела Hoodwink. Вы ее, очевидно, очень любите. Что именно Save в ней находит?
Это просто один из его любимых героев.
Это
Ему
просто...
комфортно играть.
Это
Плюс это очень хорошо подходит под наш плейстайл.
Это просто хорошо наш плейстайл. Что кто-то
Most favorite heroes, really fitting for their playstyle, so that's why they go for it.
Well, I hear the horn off in the distance. Barclays Arena, you ready for the last series of the night?
Sme, dúfam, ready, chat. Ja vám to idem rovno teda prepnúť in-game. Tam sa ide síce akoby tuto pekne ako momentálne bojovať, takže tu ako nechceme úplne nič zmeškať, ale bohužiaľ akoby tu musíte počkať asi tak 1 sekundu a medzi tým je tam pauza. First Blood, ale očividne získali už Falconi. Dobrý, no, krása, tam akurát teraz z toho rozhovoru sa mi to nepodarilo úplne prepnúť úplne čas, pretože to akoby trochu zalagovalo asi na sekundu a pol. Ideme sa ale preniesť do týmu Falcons a týmu BB, ktorí už dokonca ukoristili aj First Blood. Jo, rovno tam pekne majú Falconovci, ukoristili nejaký ten bonus navíc. Nám ide, títo dvaja tučňáci si to síce budú vysvetľovať pre Maurina, potom mňa žiadny veľký problém, aj keď tu GPK možno by mal mať lazitovací battle na jeho strane. Uvidíme proti tomuto pánovi Maurinovi, možno najlepšie hrajúcemu midlanerovi na celom tomto TI. Ako to teda pôjde na jeho najväčšej zbrani. Amarčík, medzi tým to bude moc teda schopný akurát ulázitovať na vrchu Puriča čisto teoreticky. Uvidíme, ako s Nikesom toto Purovi bude dariť. Za mňa proti tomu Marzovi to vôbec ako príjemné nie je, čo sa týka minimálne tých prvých minút, keď tam nie je nejaká tá faceka Bladesova, tak to nejde ulázitovať dobre. Jo, takisto tam máte offlaneového Bristla. Je za mňa pre BB tým nie úplne zase tak ako typická záležitosť, a vravím, tento draft si dá sa povedať ukradli skôr z tej druhej strany. Jo, tam ako je mnoho zbraní a odpovedí, ale dohromady uvidíme, aký veľký to teda bude dávať zmysel. Ten trading power predsa len od Kateho Mičovo Bane, aby nakryta na vrchu mal stačiť, ten bude potrebovať podľa mňa regenu viac než dosť. Jo, treba ale počítať s tým, že tu môžu hrať Falconi oveľa lepší makrogame. Je tam Nature's Prophet, defaultne to budú mať, hoci kde sa môže Oliver niekedy naportiť a pekne to prečísliť na pána. Slovenské aktívne carry. No, ale bude veľmi podstatná zbraň. Chat je dúfam pripravený viac než dosť. Neviem, či sa mi túto hru, či sa nám tu podarí akoby túto hru teda rozširovať nejakú tú poriadnu rodinu, dávať tu nejaké tie poriadne hype trainy alebo niečo iné, ale dúfam, že tam budete čo najaktívnejší chat, aký vôbec existuje. Tu treba Falconovcom na Oliverove narodeniny poslať fakt čo najviac energie, že postup do top 3 by bol dobrý tu, ale prichádza Skitter na návštevu, Kataomeď by si tam chcel získať nejaký kill, no nakoniec ale Oliver pekne zabezpečil pomoc, Kryt to prežije, krásne Oliver prišiel a vždycky bude ready, aby prišiel kude supportovi pomôcť. Slovensko-dánska kombinácia fungíruje. A rovno tu Oliver v druhej minúte ukázal rovno prvý gang, o toto som hovoril. Save tu teraz ale dobre, že ľuďmi nachystal celú túto dvojicu pri stromoch. Na sneakinga ale to damageovo proste stačiť nebude. No, Oliver, ale to proste túto jeho specialitka sa fakt ako objavovať všade, kde je ho najmenej čakať, čítať extrémne dobre tú mapu, mať fakt ako prehľad o celej tej mape, či už to bolo kedysi s tými jeho nagami, alebo teraz s nejakými propetmi a inými zbraňami. Uvidíme, ako toto tu budú schopní zastaviť. Tam Oliver podľa mňa v tom midgame môže byť zraniteľný na nejakú infest bombu od toho Dragonite'a, nejaký follow-up od tej Hoodwinkovej, nejaké tie Fins gripy, samozrejme to nebezpečné bude. Ten teamfight ale majú podľa mňa aj tak Falconi lepší. Budú tam mať toho jabejtiaceho sneakinga s position 5-enčkou, ktorý potom bude vyžerať iba tie gangy. Pure medzi tým už dokonca bol forcnutý si tam dať aj rage na dvojke, len aby tam nedostal nejakú spíru do gebule. Čo sa týka lázitov, zatiaľ 15-0. 0 denial, reálne za Nikesa by malo byť nelegálne a Pure by mal dostať faciáž. Teraz tu dokonca GPK, poločevidne glyph, aby skúsil aspoň pekne načasovať ten deny, dobre zahrané. Jo, jeden glyph za rangeáka, zaujímavý. Každopádne, čo sa týka lázitov, 10 deny už tam má celkovo proti Sand Kingovým 16 mid. Uhráva GPK dobre. Na vrchu zase klasický top of the CS, kto iný ako Amarčík. ATF, every game, tam ako na hoci ako panáčkovi proste bude vyhrávať to CS. A u lázitova to bolo fakt ako reálne ani nejde teraz. Ja mám taký ten pocit, že tu ako Falconovci, tým, že majú domácu zónu, sneaking vyzerá, že tam ako momentálne postáva, pekne tam stihol teraz. Devardnúť to celé, tesne pre tou 4. minútou. Sejvoš medzi tým síce prišiel teraz zabezpečiť tú druhú waterrunu, aby to teda Maurinovi nenechali refill. To je jedna vec. Hlavné bude ale podľa mňa, či sa im podarí invadenúť tie enemy stacky. Je jasné, že Falconi budú stackovať enchanty. Sand King to pôjde 100% farmiť. Pure má ale medzi tým trochu problém. Na 1 HP tam jakž takž prežíva Oliver, ale medzi tým tu naznačuje iba tie porty. Kryt tam bude mať možno trochu problém. Ten Lotus, D9 mu tam ale zachrání riť. Oliver ich tam medzi tým bude iba strašiť. Takzvané slovenské postrašenie brinzovými haluškami do gebule. Pure medzi tým sa bude musieť dívať, ako ten D9, tý creep mu tam ujde tiež s 19 creepami. To zatiaľ teda není možno úplne podľa jeho predstav, není to žiadny veľký shutdown, ale vidieť, že mu tam má Mario, nenechá nič. Už som dokonca teda videl, že aj Bristol, počkaj, tu skúsia možno práve Amara podvežou, tam dostane akurát 2 hity, ako do tých 2 bracerov. Kľudci by podľa mňa potrebovali ešte veľmi veľa kapusty, možno brinze, možno slaniny, proste tu niečo pridať, sós, chuť, tu to proste chýba. Falconovci budú spokojní, Creed už tu bude pekne pracovať, už tam máme zase ďalšie steky. Jo, trošku ma prekvapuje, že tu BB tým. Jo, musia počítať s tými triangle stekmi, ktoré sú tu every game pre Falconov, vždycky pre Malorina, či to je Shaker, či to je nejaký ten Sand King, či to je hocičo. Ale není tam žiadna veľká varda, tam možno bude nejaký plán, aby tam potom vymysleli nejaký early invade. Jo, otázka, ale ako sa tie linky budú diať. Zatiaľ to vyhovuje Falconom s tým niečo menej ako 1K lídom. 0 smrti, Amar top of the CS, má to tam nachystané pod vežou, ani nemôže to byť pre neho nebezpečné. Miero medzi tým ani nemá žiadne dominantné, ako teraz tu postavenie, nešiel ani ten Stone Rocket Face, takže to bude taký ten carry Bristol, povedzme z ovky. Ako vyzerá, že čo sa týka lázitov, mu tam toho nebude chýbať zas tak moc. Ako Olivera tam ulázitovává, ale tu je skôr ten fear faktor na celej mape. Sneaking medzi tým tu ide očividne s tým jedným satyrom pozdraviť, možno skontrolovať takisto nejaké tie enemy stacky, možno postrážiť tú 6-kovú runu. Už je tam predsa len aj epicenter pre Malorina, ten midový meč proti tomu dráčkovi. Jo, 14 denial je tučných, tu ale GPK na druhej strane bude mať invis, Katao meč tu ale ešte bude spomalený aj tak. Nightmaríček, tento spomalý, tu ale príde Oliver bez problémov, to spravtami nachystá, aj keď toto možno nebolo úplne tak dokonalé. Nemá podľa mňa Katao meč ako odísť, pretože aj keď má steky, tu je Malrin. Tretí kill príde teda pre Falconov just like that. A zatiaľ táto Eastern European strana nemá úplne čo. A Mare medzi tým tu Purovi teda bude na vrchu vysvetľovať, že s Nikesom tam nebude ten laning úplne tak easy, ako by kurva chcel. V 6. minúte 30 sekunde ešte Bad Boomovci nepredviedli nič. Amarik tu školí, na mide má Malrin, dá sa povedať, ešte väčší network po tom kille, ako proste GPK, ktorý ho tam mal ulázitovať, udenajovať. Preto si tam hlavne toho Dragonita pikli, aby potom samozrejme mali nejaký opener tiež. Ale tu sa proste podľa mňa ako nedarí vôbec Falconovcov dostať z ich typickej zóny. Není tu síce vybudovaný povedzme v 7. žiadny 1-2K gold lead pre Falconovcov, typický early game pressure. Jo, zatiaľ tu neprišiel žiadny gang bránov, ale túto hru nemusí Oliver používať brány. Jo. Túto hru by tam môže pekne naportiť, takže túto bránu nemusí s Naturom zrovna moc používať. Malrain už tu ale ide robiť svoju záležitosť, aj keď tam teda je už tá Sentrina, ktorá im tam myslím, že teraz blokla ten jeden hardcamp, aj tak je tam myslím, že nejaký triple stack enchantov, aj tak sa tá blinka bude proste približovať, aj keď na tu kameraman teda úplne toho Sand Kinga neukáže, ten tam farmí celý tento tu monštrózny 4 stack enchantov, alebo 5 stack, raz, dva, tri, 5 stack enchantov to je. Ako v 7. minúte, kryt každú 1 minútu. Tam ako fakt poctivo prišiel, teraz tu Malrin musí ale bojovať s dráčkom o svoj život. 1v1, miss chance, pomohol Malrin zrazu. Sa k blinke približí ho dosť viac, zrazu má o 500 network viac ako ten Dragonite. Tu ani na druhej strane dokonca nemá žiadne úplne monštrózne steky, teda ready. Pôjde tam síce teraz ešte niečo pripravovať, aspoň tá Hoodwinková, ale tu zatiaľ nestíhajú BB team, už sú 1K behind. Hodia si tu takúto jednu deep wardu do riečky, aby tu mali prehľad. Pred 8 minútou Regen spavnutý na vrchu. Nakoniec sa Katao meč toho rovno zbaví. Pure už teda predsa len on tam naklikol omylom Eagle Song. On tam chcel nakliknúť reálne Sakredu a naklikol omylom Eagle Song. Ja sa stavím. On si to za chvíľku všimne, ale no, už je tam nakliknutá pekne tá Sakreda. Nebude žiadny úplne next level iný build, čo s tým skôr pôjde to rádlo, tým lepšie. Teraz tu prišiel hlavne Pure, podľa mňa možno pozdraviť, aj či tam není ten Ancient stack, ale našiel tam len toho jednoho Ancienta. No, celé sa to ale dotočí práve do Kataomio. Tam Marza práve skúsi možno Pure vysolovať, ak sa nemýlim, tam medzi tým Amar, ale proste môže iba odportiť domov. Tam chýbal Kataomič, tomto engage, toho tam odchytili Falconi a je to celé 4-0. Nevedia tu BB team reálne nájsť nič. Jo, Oliver medzi tým bude mať takisto, už ako by tam hodil aj to jedno účko, ale už s tým účkom budeme predsa len impact ďalší cez celú tú mapu. Jo, čo sa týka farm speedu, my všetci vieme, že Nature's Prophet aj keď nemusí mať úplne najdokonalejší laning, môže tam ako zažiť kľudne nejakú tú smrť párkrát, alebo mu nemusia vyjsť úplne nejaké gangy. Vždycky sa ten Nature's Prophet v farme dostane. Teraz tu ale dostane očividne návštevu Oliver, už tu bude Nightmare dutý, tu medzi tým ale bude zabitý Pure na druhej strane. Na pomoc mu tu prichádza aspoň jeden kamarát. tentokrát menom Crit, pekne cez ten Strongman, Tonic, Oliver, bude beefy boy a zachráni ho Crit bez problémov, hlavne treba mysleť na to, že tam bude mať ešte tie escape akty, proti zrovna nejakým Fiends gripom a takýmto podobným engage, že by to malo byť veľké. Oliver medzi tým potrebuje odportiť akurát do bezpečia, nenájdu tam zase BB Team, nič, skóre 5-0, 2000 gold lead je tu pre Falconov, najdokonalejší opener ako oni, majú vždycky radi na rozhoranie, je tu. Porti tu ale ešte Malrín, odhalený pekne tým žalúďom, 20 goldov mu tu chudákovi chýba na ten blink, do tohoto fightu to ešte mať nebude. GPK pravdepodobne si damage, aby sa o to ale mohol postarať tu s Dustom, ale sa prídu zbaviť možno práve Malrína. Tu blinku bude mať za 3 goldy už na ceste. GPK si tam tvrdou hlavu, ale aj tak tú väžu príde zobrať. Pekný deny od Malrína. Aspoň trošku menej goldov. A fakt ako reálne si BB Team ani s takýmto fully commitmentom nezoberú ani tú väžu fully. Amar medzi tým si samozrejme zoberie na druhej strane tú väžu úplne zdarma. Nemusia tam na to ani kluci komitovať žiadne veľké rotácie ani nič. Medzi tým ani ten gang na Skittera nevyšiel. Proste Falconovcom to vychádza teraz momentálne úplne všetko. Toto je tým, ktorý nevie možno zastaviť. A možno ich nezastavia ani chlapci z BB skvadry. Osmatix! Tu ale neskutočných 10 gifted subov. Československá komunita sa to bude rozrastať. A je otázka, či túto energiu teda budú môcť pekne akoby načerpať aj Falcons. Malrín prichádza s blinkom, rovno blink reveal na chudáka Payna a tento vyžere plne. Nielen, že sa nám tu rozširuje momentálne tá rodina, neskutočne ďakujem túto Spotexovi za tých 10 stupeničiek Pure, ale dostane návštevu tiež, si ho popnú teraz nenápadne Rage, bude to mať infestu, aby si možno vybral toho pravého creepa, dostane ale ne potom arénu, Pure si musí vybrať iba toho range creepa, ale ten mu nepomôže, Pure celý z tomu katapultu, ale Amar ho tam nepustil. Krásny punish, škvrna, Pura sa zbavíš. Otázka je, či tu niekto bude vypisovať možno nejaké tie poriadne carry diff, momentálne 7-0 je to možno team diff, možno by som povedal, haj, kurva, rozdiel triedy. Falconi sa tu momentálne s Badboomovcami hrajú, ako keby to bol nejaký ten malomocný týmeček. Už sa tu nenápadne príde dokonca sneaking postarať o to, aby im tu zablokoval samozrejme tie enchanty tiež. GPK tu na to bude pracovať, ten už tiež má tú blinku, ale zatiaľ proste toho vytvorilo o mnoho menej, doslova nič. Ešte aj tú Vardu tam sneaking rovno zničí. Pekne ho tam ale pripravil tentokrát save, tu už musí prísť prvý kill a je tam. BB Team si doberú ale práve sneakinga. Ten vadí najmenej Falconovcom. Reálne najmenej. Jo, v tomto celom. Myslím si, že ako tu sa nezmení reálne nič. Tá obska im tam hlavne neostane, nemali tam sice za to ani úplne ten lázit. Vyfarmia si tu ten monštrózny stack, that's OK. Momentálne 4300 networtový na Aegis, ale nebude mať podľa mňa úplne najrychlejšie rádlo sveta. Mám taký pocit. Amar vyzerá zase, že akoby potom je jeho klasikom v základe. Vyzerá, že tentokrát pôjde do blinky. Podľa mňa chápe, že sú teraz BB Team veľmi zraniteľný. Bane, Hoodwinková, nezmene hocikto z nich, aj ten proste Bristol, ktorého si tam môžu pripnúť a mrdať ho pekne do ksichtu miesto do zadku. Toto stále akoby hrá podľa mňa Falconom do karát. Do tých nebezpečných pozícií zase budú teraz posielať akurát možno sneakinga, aby tam vyžeral kľudne nejaké poriadne gangy. A medzi tým Falconi pôjdu hrať svoju hru. Oliver môže byť úplne všade, kde len chce byť. Jeho krytou positioning, ale túto hru podľa mňa bude to hlavné. Že zrovna crit s nejakým escape actom môže zamedziť tomu, že tam žiadne Fiends gripy neurobia nič, že nejaký tam ako Dragon Tail engage potom vyjde celku vníveč. Ja myslím, že zrovna, teda aj keď sa teda nikto ku Smatixovi momentálne nepripojil, aby tam možno spustil nejaký poriadny hype train aj tu cez Falconov. Vidím, že vás tu je cez 530 tu u nás. Uvidíme, či tie československé končiny pôjdu pekne, krásne rúbať. Nie je pravda, že na Oliverovi ten začiatok takisto nebol úplne najrychlejší, tak keď tam prišli nejaké tie aktívnejšie záležitosti, je tam proste ale priestor na to, aby za chvíľku za 300 goldov už tam bola dokončená minimálne celá tá Maelstorma. No, hlavne on použije teraz jedno účko a Maelstorm bude na ceste, jo? Tak viac menej to bude. Tým si pôjde teda domov akurát pekne doplniť všetko. Účko má ready, keby potreboval kľudne na nejaké 3 wavy naraz. Je to iba otázka, či tu BB Team chcú robiť, zatiaľ sa ako neodvážili reálne k ničomu, vyfarmili si tu jeden stečík, ten dráček zatiaľ ako fakt GPK je celku bezmocný. Jo, jediný, ktorý je tu samozrejme vyťahnutý momentálne na Vižne je akurát Enčka, ale tu idú smokom skúsiť Falconovci. Majú 2 blinky, Amar, Malrín, môžu otvoriť hoci koho. Na Mierovi medzi tým máme teda akurát tú starú dobrú Blade Mailu, teraz stál síce za stromami, ale aj tak bude otvorený, spíra do arény je tu. Tam si myslím, že damage bude viac než dosť Infesta, ale možno ešte toto celé zdržala Miero, tam bude stále ešte low. Puri chcú pomôcť, syndrom pomáhania nebude enough. Oliver medzi tým tu dostane ale ešte Fiends Grip Flip na Gebulu, escape back. No tu zastavil krásne, Oliver tam bude síce na jednom HP. Spravte by to ešte mohli, ale trochu healovať. Otočka do GPK a funguje, Crit bude mať double kill. Pred púmovcom nevychádza nič, Maorin si tu ešte počká rovno na koniec toho rageu. Potom ešte jeden pičík navíc, Maorin bere mega kill, BB Team dostáva totálny náklad, ani tie expy nebude mať save, chlapec nebude mať nič, BB Team dostáva taký náklad, že kluci nevedia, čo sa tu deje. Na Oliverove narodeniny skúšať tu hrať nejakú Dotu, tak tu to máme! 12:1. Zrazu Purik tam očividne nebude vypisovať žiadne carry diff alebo niečo iné. Tu si myslím, že toto je rozobranie ako normálne hračky na pieskovisku. BB Team, teraz neviem, kde by sa akoby skôr mali pozrieť ten krytou Ringmaster so Spirit Veslom. Ale hlavne s tou záchranou, ten escape back tam totálne zachránil Olivera. Pár minút dozadu som o to hovoril, že tým positioningom by to mohol takto zamedziť. Maurinovské Sand King záležitosti, tam samozrejme to tvoria ten hlavný damáž. Ale BB Team, tu sa poďme pozrieť na ten replay. Jo, Amar to začal peknou spírou into arena, GPK tam bol staknutý na boku. Zdržali to síce pekne, aj tá Infest bomba vyzerala, že to bude fajn. Oddelil to tam ale proste dokonale Crit. Oni nemohli cez to účko od Ringmastera prísť. Medzi tým tam bude ale snipnutý práve safe. No, Crit, dobre, bude vytradovaný teda za to, ale myslím si, že aj Mr. GPK má problém. Oliver príde tiež, príde mu do cesty a tu nepôjdu chlapci nikde. 2 killy za jednoho. Pred 16 minútou 6000 gold lead, skóre 14:2. Tak keď momentálne sa podarilo teda pre BB Team akoby pekne zdvojnásobiť svoje killy za túto hru za 16 minút, no povedzme, že tie 2 killy nie sú úplne podľa predstav. Minimálne. Oh boy. Jo, Amar teraz skúsil arénu, skúsil teda akoby spíru into arena. Ale Pure nakoniec bude schopný teraz čas popnúť rage, jeho budúca bývalá bude rada. Fiends grip medzi tým použitý, aby zabili Sneaking, a oni ho ale musia aspoň zabiť. Sneaking? Ne, Sneaking God Gamer. Vyžere celý Fiends grip a bristla, odíde si preč, pohýluje to celé. BB Team normálne proste ako reálne hrajú takto. Reálne to je proste tuto oboj ruky, hlavoruky, gameplay, nohami to tam možno akoby klikajú, ale dostávajú tu úplný outclass, do toho ešte dokonalý Wheel of Wonders, Hypnotize bude stačiť, mierový kontrolovaný nemá kde ísť, Crit na Ringmasterovi má formu, Crit si možno chce ísť vyhrať to TI už tento rok. Poďme na to. Tu majú Falconovci podľa mňa najdominantnejšiu formu spolu s P-Vision. By som teda akoby momentálne povedal, aj keď to ako samozrejme na Road to TI vyzeralo úplne ináč, že tie čínske týmy tam vyzerali, že tu pôjdu rubať. Jeden je momentálne v lovri, na ten druhý už vypadol. Takže tuto bude možno pak ako súboj, tak ako sme videli celú túto sezónu. Falconovcov, P-Vision, dostáva sa to tu TI do celku zaujímavej storyline. Dneska, keby to ale malo ísť ďalej v podobe surpriseov, tak by to pekne mali byť BB Team. S týmto line-upom tam ale nevidím úplne zase tak veľký comeback potenciál, nejaké tie Infest bomby by mohli byť OK, pekne teraz ale. A Marčík akurát odblinkoval z problémov. Nenašli ho BB Team, Propet sa dostane do bezpečia tiež. Pure môže mať síce pripravené teraz to rádlo, ale tuto akoby po tej 17. to není žiadny úplne rýchly timing, momentálne sa tam nachádza na 7400 networte, ten Bristolback má dokonca ešte menej. Preto 18 minútou, fakt ako tu 15:2, oni BB hocičo čo skúsili aj na supportov, to vychádza totálne naopak, ako by chceli. Všetko, jo, to skončí v žumpách. Jo, dokonca na tom Dragoniteovi fakt ako pôjdu rušovať Blink into BKB, takže to je takzvaný super no damage build. A Marinovi samozrejme máme celý agáč, už dávno 10 000 networth. To tu ruský midlanerov Falconov. Možno bude chcieť svojich tuto bráškov, svojich komrádov z druhej strany, teoreticky nice. Tu dole prichádza Infest Gang práve od Pura, Fiends grip použitý, tu je ale zase Crit včas, escape k tomuto zamedzí, no tentokrát odíde Mr. Pure, pekne domov, Rage TP. Ja myslím, že Kataomič tam bol ale chvíľku ešte vidieť. Tentokrát už príde Skitter, krásne získa Vision. Kataomič tu bude nachystaný. Odspí to tam Amar, aby nechal Skitterovi kill. Tomuto sa vraví teamplay, toto je dáreček na rozkám. Amar v živote nikomu nenechal kill, ale na Oliverove narodeniny. Takto pekne mu tam normálne dal dáreček. Ty kráso. Kámo, bráško, Toto je proste show. Falconovci sa tu bavia. Amar, jak tu ale nachystal teraz, sám mohol ten kill zobrať, neodspať Olivera, ale vybral si niečo iné. Tu je vidieť, ako sa Falconovci ale spolu pekne teraz cítia. A ako to funguje ten teamplay 16-2, je to fakt absolútna nechutnosť. Ja tu ako neviem, kde bedboomovci ako momentálne budú chcieť teda akoby niečo získať. Maťo, toto príde nejakým tým poriadnym jedným gifted sa teda pekne podporí, dokonca sa to tu teda konečne bude rozširovať o trochu ďalej. Nespúšťa to teda žiadne veľké hype trainy, treasure trainy alebo iné. Myslíte ale pekne na to, že tam stále máte slevu na suby. Ja, 5 plus gifted subov, tam môžete mať dokonca akoby dneska vypadám aj do nejaké tie tomboličky s 35% slevou, že keby náhodou niekto tu chcel rozšíriť akoby tú rodinu a mať úplne najlevnejšie stupenky, ako len môžete. This is the time. No, vyčmúchaný už ale bude ten Bristolback, bohužel. BB tým, fakt ako nechať tam Senda aj Marza týmu Falcons mi príde úplne insane a prišlo mi to už v tom drafte. Krejt samozrejme tu bude spamovať zrovna od nad nejaké tie poriadne títo voiceliny. Náhoda? Nemyslím si. Tá myslím, že ale bude jásať sama o sebe. Máme za sebou teda tú prvú polku dňa, teraz sa môže pekne jásať, či sa Krytovi bude dariť. Medzi tým sa idú off-screen pekne tuto postarať Falconi o Tormentra. Krytovi vyfarmili šardu. Pur zase prichádza na Sneaking a tento nemôže prežiť, ne! Sneaking! Nehovorte mi, že to zase prežije! Ten blázen! Zase vytankoval celú tú skvadru. Nič tu nezavili BB a Oliver ešte príde ako bonusovo zabiť aj tú Udvinkovú na pár hitov. O, na jeden hitík. Ne. Tentokrát si to zobere a Marčik. Jo, kryt, ale tým pádom tentokrát má dokonca pripravenú ešte ten Spotlight Shard zdarma. Jo, za chvíľku tam dokonca bude mať dokončenú úplne celú Etherlands, má tam 8 tých bonusov, že tam môže dávať tie toniky, úskoky, ilusky a tak ďalej. Do 21. minútou toto je tak plná kontrola nad hrou, že to až nie je pekné. Tam neskontrolovali zatiaľ Falconovci ešte ten Vision, tam je od Bedboomovcov vízia, ale proste sa boja. Ja myslím, že majú na to dobrý dôvod. Už sa tam Amar teraz dobre natlačil, aby tam našiel iba tú Sentrinu, tú obsku, ale podľa mňa ešte nezahliadol. Ja, tam bol iba pri nej, už tam teraz príde jeho Kurir, on tuší, že tam bude Vision. Ja, aj po tú obsku si pekne, krásne príde. Žiadne sneaky, Vision teda BB tým úplne nebude mať, jeden im tam ostane akurát v riečke a to je celé. Alebo teda v rieke na jednej strane, v rieke na druhej. Jo, ešte si Sneaking zoberie ďalšie XP k tomu. Toto sa dostáva fakt do zóny, kde za liter Malrin reálne bude mať pripravené celé 9-sekundové backup, a potom už ani tie infest bomby nebudú fungovať. Jo, každý jeden Fiend's Grip bol zatiaľ reálne vykantrovaný len krytom, ktorý tam hodí jeden escape act a môže sa Kataomeč dívať. Teraz tu Nightmareov zase skúsi možno tú enčku, tá sa ale instantne odspí akurát tým creepom a sa fakt chudá Kataomeč, ten hľadá veci, ale s tým Painom nejde nič. Konečne tu máme pri Falconovcov nejaký poriadny hype train. Neviem kde. Chceme akoby samozrejme, a kde je možné rozšíriť tú našu poriadnu rodinu a či tu bude musieť niekde tie subgoaly ešte dopisovať a vymýšľať niečo viac juicy a tlusté. No neskutočne ďakujem, že tu na ďalších 5 minút teda môžete vytvoriť nejaký ten poriadny hype. True Shade 10 gifted submi. Už to tu pôjde pekne rozbehnúť. No problémy s Prime subom, no tu spustil tiež Maťo. Takisto pôjde pekne 5 gifted submi podporiť. Naša rodina sa rozširuje. Amar teraz ale chce skúsiť možno práve mistra. Tentokrát to ale úplne nebude. Neviem, Gabi. BKB TP home. To bolo ešte tesné. GPK je rád, že je rád. Nic sa ale tu nemení na veci. Po 22. minúte s tým 9000-ovým gold leadom. BB tým sa snaží niečo očividne nájsť. Nemajú tam ani vypnuté to rádlo na Purovi. Tam neviem, či to bude úplne tak nenápadný gang. Sú tu v trojici, Sneaking by mal byť kill. Dvakrát to skúšali, oni ho netrafili, ne. Bo musia zabiť. Ne, OK, BB tým aspoň niečo konečne zafungovalo. Bolo to viac close, ako to malo byť, ale zvládli to. Na Amarovi medzi tým máme dokončený ale celý Lotus Orb a za malý moment dokonca bude mať aj ten ultimátny orb k tomu. Že to budeme pomaly nekonečný regen money a všetkého, ale no, ten podstatnejší element, že nám sa tu dokonca teda pekne objavil aj Hype Train level 5. Neviem, či akoby teraz na tomto TI, myslím, že 13 bol ten najväčší Hype Train level, ktorý sme tam ako mali. Neviem, či ako samozrejme takéto obrovské číslo vieme ešte prekonávať. Keď som akoby do vás pekne investoval aj ja, aby som vám tam akoby pekne pokúpil veci priamo v Hamburgu, teda urobil to akoby pekne tu krásne prstík, ale počítam s tým, že to je akoby pekne krásne Všetko pre vás preplatím, pekné kombo zase od Amara, zdržia to kluci, aby tam Miero mohol dať to BKB a TP home. Tam nebudú nejaké tie abysály alebo niečo iné, zatiaľ môžu kluci držať. Sprouty teraz nezastavia túto pani Hoodwinkovú. Samozrejme s tou jednou Spirit Vestlou konečne ku nejakým killom by chceli ísť. Pure medzi nimi ide pekne rozťahovať akurát týmto tu jedným krepášom. On ako s rádlom rozťahovať môže. Ja myslím, že ho ale túto sneaking ani nenechá len tak. Iba tými impetusmi túto krípacovku trhá. Čo tu chce Pure hľadať, samozrejme nejaký ten ako rage TP out by mohol prísť vždycky. Nebudú tam mať kluci zatiaľ žiadny cancel a presne to ide Pure robiť. Vymazať ďalšiu waveu, odportiť preč, zdržať to čo najviac. Falconovci sú ale podľa mňa úplne spokojní. Oni majú 7000 gold lead. Musím povedať, že Pure je ako fakt neskutočne hra toho Nike'a momentálne, aby tu eskaloval. Jo, drží sa tam netvortovo vedmené hneď pod tým propetom. Falconovci tu ale majú vision, vidia tam Miera. Kret tam rovno pôjde s Maurinom ako prvý. Máme tam zase celé to kombo, hypnotizovaný Bristol, hotový. Kataomeč pôjde hneď za ním. Tuto 20 kutrom. Máme potenciál, aby to bolo možno opačné 3-2-2. Teraz keď sa akoby pekne Falconi dostanú k 2 killom, bude to pekne 3-2-2 opačného typu. Alebo 2-2-3. Uvidíme, či príde ten reverse. Teoreticky je tam aj dosť podstatné, keby BB Team teraz získal jeden kill, môže tam prísť 4:20 Blaze time. Ja, možno. Ale teraz ako BB Team budú musieť skôr rozmýšľať nad tým, čo si tam game 2 nielenže ako vypikovať od enemy týmu, ale skôr vymysleť niečo pre seba. Na vrchu prichádza možno nejaký pokus, tu Maurin pôjde rovno po IP center Pure, tentokrát môže ale len zdrhať. Hoodwinkova to bude chcieť aspoň možno na chvíľku zdrhať, pekne s Infestou to možno save ešte zachráni. GPK ale prichádza na druhé kolo, OK, toto do Maurina by mohla byť dobrá odpoveď, ten bude mať ešte backup, bude mať Essence Ring, ne. Nakoniec toto neprežije. Maurin dostane tip a je to 4:20, blaze it time, baby. Počkať, že? Blaze the time, si tu akoby oslávime tu, ale Amar očividne teda vychytaný pri tom jeho pokuse. Lotus normoval aj arénu, tam nakoniec prechystá iba na tú veveričku. Nechce tam robiť nič iné, tu Tumbler stojí, zdržalo niečo ďalšie. Tu ale damage budú potrebovať kluci ešte o niečo viac. Hoodwinková to ale stihla. Ešte Finsgrid tam príde, Amar dostáva punish. BB Team začínajú pomaly lenky prebúdzať. Nám ide medzi tým by the way sneaking, split pushuje mid tier 3. A nielen, že split pushuje len tak, on už tam skoro pušol celú tier 3 sneaking. Tuto práve za mnou je ten jeden Dark Troll Summoner, ale medzi tým práve sneaking a kluci zabijú. OK, BB Team zrazu. Tu je ako zopár dobrých fightov, ale pozrite na ten mid. Tam ako reálne padla možno, nie, oni museli dať Fortify, aby si obránili tú bázu. Medzi tým môžu ísť aj po Roshana. Falconovci teraz ako trošičku na jeden takýto blbý engage. Stratili Maurina, stratili Amara, potom stratili Sneakinga. A aj keď teda tam ako forceli povedzme nejaký tier 3 glyph. Vyzerá to, že aj ten Rosh by tu mal byť na stranu týmu BB. No, GPK to teraz skúsil takisto tiež, nakoniec tam teda našiel iba bonus. Nightmareov to tu ale setupne velice pekne Kataomeč a tu sa fakt ako BB Team začínajú pomaly dostávať do hry. Tuto nezdrží podľa mňa Creed nejak, Spotlight bude ukázaný akurát na jeho koniec. Hype Train nám tu teda medzi tým skončí, ale práve preto tam možno BB Team ide prebúdzať. Tu prišla síce nádherná podpora podobe tých sabov, či už to bol Drušej, či už to bol Maťo, či už to boli tie resuby. Pekná práca, kluci. No ale vyzerá, že jakmile tam bolo 4:20, tu sa začína rolovať. Tu ako našli BB Team, fakt ako tie posledné 2 minúty normálne ako sekvenciu pick-offov do toho Rosha. A celá tá stabilita, ktorú tu mali Falconi, sa trošičku ako načrepila. Oh boy. No, zrazu tam máme Nikesa na strope celého networku, GPK hneď za tým. Amar medzi tým, ktorý tu teda preskočil takú tú klasiku vo forme možno blinku BKB, možno nejakých tých aur, alebo nejaké tie Crimson Guardy túto hru proti enemy týmu. Nejako Lotus za chvíľku Linken bude síce OK. No, na Maurinovi, ja si myslím, že je presne nejaká tá Ghost Sceptra už mu tam možno aj pristála. Linkena teraz dokončená na Oliverovi, Hurricane Pike, Sharda, Mjolnir. Potrebuje tam akurát to backupu, aby sa tam ako napojil, tam vždycky ten Nature's Prophet bude ešte eskalovať ďalej. Môže byť ale zraniteľný na ten jump. Escape Acty budú síce túto hru fungovať dobre, Crit bude fakt ako prio target podľa mňa pre BB Team, aby tu dokázali ako byť niečo poriadne podobné. Neručka sa medzi tým zobudila, nájdený a zobudený bude teda aj Kataomeč zo svojej vlastnej Nightmary. Myslím si, že či je nejaké nočné mory. To možno budú prevádzať, ak Toto bude pokračovať od Falconov ďalej. Ten mierny jeden prešlap. To, že odovzdali teraz ten Aegis na 3,5 minúty, je otázne, či si tu BB tým dokáže s tým zobrať ale vôbec nejaký objektív. No, Maorin už tu pôjde miera rovno nachystať, ten bude mať to 9-sekundové backabo, keby sa odtiaľ dostal. Práve to sa snažia možno kuci na Jebejti, už tam prichádza aj Skitter. Sprout je pripravené k tomu tiež, Pure to ale bude chcieť práve do Amara otočiť, tam vedia, že nemajú nič veľké, ale budú potrebovať toho trochu viac. Backupom to dobre GPK zakryl escape back, zase pomôže aspoň na malý moment Amar. Nemá ale teraz momentálne arénu, tu dostane pekné dve forsky, aby odtiaľ dostali ten Spirit Vessel, ešte stále bude tikať. Rádlo k tomu tiež, Amar nakoniec skape práve na ten Spirit Vessel do Pura, stále môže Oliver teraz otočiť na tej ľavej strane, potrebuje ho vyhitovať a Aegis je dole, Miero pôjde hneď za tým, Maorin plus Skitter, rusko-slovenská kombinácia, tak pôjde ničiť. Otázka je, kde pôjde momentálne Pure. Infestu tam má pripravenú na to, aby tu predsa len nekoho kľudne naskočiť. Teraz tam ale stúvam to pekne, Maorin si tak chytil Fins, Grib ale vyžere. Tam není úplne dobré, Forska tam bude, Spotlight tam bude tiež. Infestov sa tam Pure ale momentálne môže schovať BB Team, a keď sa teraz bavili akorát jedného, zase prichádza druhé kolo, zase prišli práve na toho Senda, easy vypínačka a rýchla. A toto bude Pakita takisto dosť intenzívny problém, skúsi ešte bičom niečo tu sám zabiť. Pure ale miesto toho zdobené double kill. A toto je ďalší vyhraný fight pre Team BB. Celý lead, ktorý tu Falconovci doteraz mali vytvorený, sa pomaly vytráca. No, vstupenečka od Bunny je úplne dokonalá. Ďakujem veľmi pekne za takúto podporu tiež. Falconovci ale začínajú úplne strácať. Jo, tam Oliver predsa len nemôže podľa mňa plne kombitnúť, kým tam ako nemá to BKbo sám. Teraz už to tam bude mať pekne v kurírovi, už to bude mať na ceste. Jo, Amar tým chýbajúcim backupom takisto ako nemôže nič. Teraz ale popravde robí rozdiel, hlavne Pure. Tým Nikesom tam robí presne také tie in and out playe, Infest, jo, tam má naspäť. A zatiaľ ako Falconovci, keď to fungovalo povedzme prvých 20 minút, teraz sa to začína len otáčať, dokonca celý ten Gold League, ktorý chvíľku bol na nejakých 7 000, je úplne fúč, zostáva tam 1 000, ten Lincoln Lotus Orb. Možno nebola úplne tá najlepšia itemizácia. Dota plus a Gaben si momentálne myslia, že táto hra je 49-51. Dokonca už budú nadržiavať aj týmu BB. Uvidíme, či sa tu od toho ďalšieho Tormentra bude teraz fajtiť. Tam už predsa len má Pure aj to svoje BKbo k tomu, no tam má vždycky Rage, BKbo, Infest. Do toho fakt ako nemajú ukontrolovať vôbec. Dobrý podľa mňa decision robiť čo najskôr, ale reálne tú blinčičku. Vyzerá, že obidva týmy ale skúsia teraz smoke. Už je tam Infest bomba, dokonca nullifier na GPK-ovi. Sám ten Dragon Knight tam pôjde sekať mordy. Jo, tu sú, ale Falconovci pripravení ešte v tej line, možno tu čakajú práve na ten engage. Maorin teraz musel dať defenzívnu blinku, do toho fightu sa možno nedostane len tak. Jo, tam budú musieť kľudne vyčkať, escape back, získať trochu času. Sneaking si dá takisto ešte tú forsku a vydržal to dobre. Takové sa bude sa tam tuzi práve Kata Omič. Jo, je tu síce Oliver vykontrolovaný, ale tomu vôbec nevadí, ten zobere ten mega kill aj tak rozobraného týmu Falcons. PKB a TP Home je takzvané taktika z Ruska. Nightfallom sa kľudne inšpirovali a idú pekne do bezpečia. Smiley face od Maurina im teraz patrí. Žiadne fighty od BB týmu, teraz dostali robé rozobrané ako hračičky na pieskovisku znova. To Falconovci začínajú budovať ten lead, ktorý mali predtým. Teraz trošku vykúpania v semene by takisto mohlo fungovať dobre. Tentokrát ale zase kryť s tými escape aktami. Jo, proti tomu nefunguje totiž ten nullifier, on proti všetkému možnému funguje. Ale ten escape act, ten to proste zachránil krásne, do toho tam vždycky majú tie 1 až 3 forsky by the way, ktorými tam ako sa môžu teda poposúvať, aby to proste vykajtili celé. Tam musia prežiť iba ten jump a tú jako fakt chvíľku. Maorin tu medzi tým, ale chceli sa tapovať možno túto pána Pura, nájdu ho tu, ten ale v Rage si pekne vyportí preč, aj keď na Tormentríčka. Oliver to tu samozrejme teda po tom minulom fajte už konečne preskočil aj na tom strope networku. Not bad. Amar medzi tým vyzerá, že by chceli po tomto builde aj Hex. To už by bolo úplne jednoznačný, aj keď osobne by som povedal, že v tejto hre by mohol byť oveľa podstatnejší napríklad nejaký kľudne Basher Abyssal Blade, kľudne aj na ňom, keby chcel. Ale nie je to samozrejme na Marza úplne to domáce, zrovna do tých BK, aby sa im nejaký ten kontrol teoreticky hodil. Hexík možno bude zamedzovať tomu, aby to mohli dať in the first place. No, po 33. minúte pôjdu BB tým ale skúšať. Zase sú tam 7000 goldov behind, tam, kde boli predtým. To budú musieť skúsiť zvrátiť. Tentokrát to není Infest bomba, ktorou budú začínať. Teraz začínajú bez toho Pure. Nám pravdepodobne chce nechať tú Infestu potom na nejaký ešte možno úskok. No, teraz ale je tam vidieť iba samotný Miero. Stojí okolo neho ale celý tým. Stajko mu to bude ešte doručená teda práve pred týmto fightom. No, jediný, ktorý sa tu ukáže, samozrejme Sneaking, ktorému ani nevadí, keby tam vyžral úplne celý ten náskok. Tiež už sa ale akoby popravde do toho lateu začne z tej jenčky stávať celku beasty, jakmile tam bude mať trošku priestoru v tom fighte, zo pár impetusov, zo pár rainbows. A bude to fakt tvrdé. Ojoj. 25-10. BB tým fakt ako ukázal, že tu majú svoje miesto v tom upper brackete. Že tu teda majú miesto bojovať o top 3. Bolo by podľa mňa zaujímavejšie, keby samozrejme tam pári Viždovci nemali proti sebe BB tým v top 3, ale ukázalo by to iba viac menej taký tú bodku za touto sezónou, že fakt ako Eastern Europe väčšinu času držala. Tu prichádza ale Maureen, videli tam chvíľku Hoodwinkovú a dostane totálny vypínák, to je ten Blade Mail. No chvíľku si tam musel kľúci dávať pozor. Tam Miero ale bude podľa mňa ešte kajtený ďalej, teraz ale pôjde zase po BKB TP home. Oliver mu ešte tam jednu narodeninovú pekne hodil do temena na cestu. Nightfall, not on your team! Presne tak, Oliver! Presne tak, kurva! Tu len dávajú nejaké PKB TP home. Jediná ruská taktika, čo tu momentálne chlapci majú. Vysmej sa im, kurva, Olivere, to je ono! A servírujem tam tie princové halušky, kurva! Tak sa mi to páči! Náš slovenský big boy! Jediná taktika, ako sa tu teraz momentálne BB zachraňujú, čím rozťahujú tú mapu, sú pak ako tie Rage, BKB, TP home. Uvidíme, či to ale bude tentokrát fungovať. Cítia sa tu Falconovci. Allchatom nás budú baviť tiež. Ale za mňa bude veľmi podstatný ten fight od ďalšieho Roša. Opakujem, že ten teamfight majú podľa mňa 100-krát lepší práve chlapci z týmu Falcons. Ale ako by tie backup, aby to samozrejme proti Amarovi mohli byť celku veľké. Veľké kryty už tu má, ale Oliver, dobré. Už damage output bude tvrdý. A ja keď si myslím, že stále ako je celku zraniteľný minimálne, keď tam budeme mať do ten satanek, tak ho ako budú môcť podľa mňa možno aj vypnúť, aj keď tam možno niekedy stačia dve forsky. Teraz príde jedna, Sneaking, chvíľku Anthony, pekne si tam Pure uvedomil, že ne, toto nemá zmysel. No, po tú enčku ani nepôjdu. Ja myslím, že na Amarovi sa za chvíľku ako priblíži možno celý ten Hex, on má 4000 goldov. Ešte nechce investovať do ničoho, on by to mohol byť kľudne aj BKbo, mohol by tam ako vymysleť všetko, že tam chce ofenzívnu, defenzívnu cestu. Chudák tu bude teraz momentálne slípnutý, Oliver to tam prišiel Shardom skúsiť vyskautiť a nenašiel tam tentokrát nič. Aspoň ten základný lifesteal tam tentokrát ale pekne bude mať. Neruša, ak chceš ísť za gábuškou, tak biež. Biež. No, kľudne tam utekaj, ak tam chceš ísť, ale musíš sa prekonať. OK, čo... Ja... No, nenapojď sa na... Máš tam nerúgať. Pomohol som Nere prejsť cez jej problematický kúsok dlášky. Nightfall, not on your team. The Nightfall tu bude prežívať, aj keď tú auroráciu už sú dávno teda pekne vypadnutí. Katomic sa tam snaží dostať očividne tuto k nejakému pak ako Aganemu, čo by mohol byť samozrejme Finn's Grip upgrade dobrý. Neviem, či mu to úplne pomôže zás tak plne. Refresher už je tam na Maurínovi, ja som to vedel. Double BKB, double epicenter. Presne tá zbraň, ktorú majú chlapci najradšej. A pozrite, ako tu ide ešte Pure upraviť ten build. Nakoniec ide urobiť rádlo plus butterfly. Neon si ide rozložiť podľa mňa akoby pekne, aby mal nullifier. A zároveň si urobil butterfly, takže má aj evasion, čo mal akoby z toho rádla, ale zároveň má aj nullifier. To je veľmi pekné kombo proti tomu Nature's Propetovi s veľkými krytmi, ktorý tam nemá momentálne MKB. Pure reálne nemohol urobiť lepší carry decision podľa mňa, aké itemy teraz tu vytvoriť. Jo, na Mierovi samozrejme tam ako to môže pomôcť ešte, keď tam bude minimálne nejaký ten Lotus Orb. Tentokrát ale BB tým nebudú mať Roša. Tento druhý je pekne krásne vo falconských rukách. Oliver, náš narodeninový Slovák. Bude mať dneska pekne krásne ešte 2 životy s týmto tu. 5000 gold lead, ale ešte nie je podľa mňa úplne niečo, čo by sme mohli podľa mňa považovať za rozhodnuté. Ani zďaleka. No, idú to dokonca BB tým, do toho Aegisu možno skúsiť nejaký ten play. Tím, že tam majú reálne proste tie nullifiere, Amar na druhej strane už má dokončenú teda tú hexu. Máme tam hlavne proste s tým refresherom 2 kola pre Maurina. A BB tým nakoniec pôjdu práve po tú enčku, to je ale jebait. Maurin tam prichádza práve dozadu. Tu prichádza práve za Amarom na to, aby sa tam zbavili Bane. Ten pôjde po instantný buyback. GPK tu bude ale staknutý s tým dráčkom, zatiaľ tam kontroluje len crit. Oliver už ale prichádza, aby tu takisto tým Nature's Prophetom otvoril. Na chvíľku sa tam síce exposed tu, ale Maurin prichádza na ďalšie kolo. Nechce si to tam s Purom úplne rozdávať, ten premýšľa, čo tu spraviť. Ale BB tým musia odísť. Obidvaja Position 5 supporti sa teraz museli buybacknúť. Je to trade-off. Position 5 za Position 5. Sneaking medzi tým zase ale split pushuje vrch. Kto si pekne všíma, tam je ten creep zase nasťahovaný, takže aj tá vrchná tier 3 je zase nenápadne pušovaná. Boli tam samozrejme spädnuté tie cooldowny. No, ale nebol tam úplne ako problém, že by tam Oliverovci stratili ten Aegis. No, ako nechceli úplne overcommitnúť ani jeden, ani druhý tým. Gombasa, ne, ďakujem veľmi pekne za to kilečko, ďakujem pekne za jednu vstupenečku, za podporu tohoto môjho snaženia. Akože BB tým sa ako dostávajú do toho lateu proste s tými itemami, čo potrebovali. Ale opakujem to, čo som hovoril predtým, za mňa ten Sand King, kde je schopný ich tam na leveli 25 rozseknúť všetkých, BKB, ne-BKB. No, aj keď samozrejme ten opener teraz môže byť trochu jednoduchší. Zase tam prichádza Infest bomba, GPK potrebuje nájsť niečo. Oni tu vidia kryta, chudá kryt. Zrovna takto po tým Visionom unlucky portil, tam kde už niekto podľa mňa portil, to bol dlý port, krytík na to zaplatí na minútu. To je opener pre BB tým. Samozrejme Roshan tam tuto je na strane Falconovcov, takže nemusíme sa o tomto úplne baviť, ale je pekne vidieť, ako BB tým si uvedomujú, že majú teraz ten timer. Jo, Satanek tam bude teda dokončený pre Olivera, nebude mať ale stále to MKbu, aby tam mal niečo do toho evasionu. Tu ale našiel Amar, práve kombo zrovna na Bristla, Maurin prichádza na follow-up, ten stunlock bude fungovať dobre, PKbo nepomôže, tu Fiend Grip si teda chvíľku Sendeganga drží, ale ten bude viac než možno OK, možno ne, damage od Pura, ten Nikes, ich tam normálne rozsekol Vejpool spolu s tým dráčkom, Oliver odspaný teraz pekne, tu ale začína dostávať do tých 2 milíkov pak mordy. No i proti začala záležitosť, ale prichádza ešte k tomu Oliver, tu bude ale medzi tým vykontrolovaný GPK si doberie triple kill, right-clickový damage od týmu BB, je normálne nechutnosť, Aegis je tu dole, Oliver bude mať si to pripravené, teraz to BKB pekne to hurricane pajkov odišiel, ale tu GPK má už ultra kill, ešte chcú ísť kľúci po Rampage, ne! Ale BB tým proti Aegisu, normálne all chat, už im pôjdu vrátiť, aj, tu sa to celé buduje, začína to byť big, smiley face od Amara, bude momentálne piči, Falconovci, to nemajú ako defovať, oni nemajú buybacky, len Maurin, bez ničo, to podľa mňa ale nemá úplne ako defovať celé, smiley facey tu ako by prichádzajú na každej strane, tu ale nie je glip, Falconovci, teraz pravdepodobne stratia Game 1, kde vyhrávali 20 ku 4, 4-20, Blazeit, Fajčima, ale hovorí to momentálne Pure. Tento trón už proste nemajú ako zachrániť, tam príde Maurin ešte na posledný pokus. Oliver by to musel vydamageovať celé, ale to nejde. BB Team získavajú Game 1, ani neviem jak, ani nie Black Hole. What just happened? Ty kráso. 20 ku 4. A ešte tam príde comeback. Ten skoro opačný 3-2-2, ten reverse. 2-2-3. To som nakoniec normálne dokonal. Hej, kráso, tá dvojica potom. Ten dráček a Nikes, jak sa tam spojili s tou Infest bombou. A reálne packovali, normálne takoto rýchlosťou svetla, normálne tam vypackovali ako decká. Proti tomu ten Prophet to samozrejme úplne neustojí, ale za mňa to bola hlavne itemizácia, vyhrala túto hru. Za mňa to bola itemizácia. Jo, ani podľa mňa tá Linken a Lotus nesplnila úplne taký job u Amara a na druhej strane to rozloženie toho rádla, urobenia Butterflyu, keď tam nič na to nemali, zároveň mali Dispel, potom tam mali tých nullifierov viac. Toto bolo fakt ako neskutočne od BB týmu vrátené. Je tu dôvod, prečo teraz bojujú o top 3. Boj. Môj Bože. Ja sa idem momentálne teraz ako tuto vydýchať, pretože toto... je fakt jako Brutus, neviem, čiže hlavu nemám akoby za celý deň tuto akoby pekne zaparenú, ale well, ideme sa pozrieť pekne na main, ideme si to dať celé dohromady, ideme si vypočuť nejaké múdre hlavy a potom ideme pokračovať na game 2.
They were absolutely destroying them. I think they had like a 10k lead by minute 20, but like Cap and Evie were saying, there was one turnaround on top. GPK, he finds the stun on Amar before he even blinks in. They get the turnaround and then one fight after the other, like all this damage coming out. I think GPK had probably one of the games of his entire life. Like his performance this game was actually crazy.
Yesterday too, he was
Yeah, this guy's just popping off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on with BB Team, but they've somehow become a comeback team instead of an early game domination type of team.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing incredibly well. And this game for BB, they identified how to try and get back into it, right? They get, sure, we're going to watch some highlights of Falcons dominating the early game, but again, that doesn't matter. In Dota 2, you never give up. You play until your Ancient explodes. And for BB, they found the pickles on the top side of the map. They got the first Aegis, right? That is so critical for the side of BB. The fact that they take away an Aegis in a very heavily momentum-driven Falcons enables them to kind of breathe in the game, to identify what they need to do. And yeah, I think the scaling, the Tricore, the Lifestealer, the DK, the Bristle Pack, they're so tanky when you hit this like 30-minute mark that eventually Falcons just were struggling to get anyone, any kill.
I mean, it was such a good Lifestealer game too. Like the issue was making it through that laning stage, making sure you don't lose everything in the entire map, just enduring until your Lifestealer can get a few items up, and then all of a sudden, all of the difficulties you had bursting targets early on, they're corrected. You get these infest bombs, you have a hero that can chunk through all of these tanky heroes. Malrine on his Sand King, who is usually horrifying to play against, all of a sudden Epicenter doesn't do much. You just get this free BKB on your carry.
I mean, even look at this. Skeeter didn't even die this game. He died once with the Aegis towards the end because their damage was like overwhelming, but still ending up with the L. And I want to say, like Falcons, they were feeling themselves, right? You had a lot of ult chat in this game, then suddenly the game flips, you start losing, you get ult chatted back by like 4 enemy players on the main stage. This is gonna get to you after this game's over.
Just to be clear, right, BB, they started the ult chat, right? Pure started the ult chat at the early game, then Amar, of course, responded with the rank 50 laning, and then
It started the tipping,
it was, all back and forth. Game 2, there's going to be more ult chat, there's going to be more tips and everything. It is a very, very spicy series.
It is a spicy series, and for this first game, we did give the flowers to GPK. I think how could you not? This guy is, I think, one of the main reasons why they are playing in this upper bracket semifinals to begin with, and he, of course, delivered. I do also think we should highlight the Lifestealer in the sense that this was a player we talked about a lot because yesterday Pure had a rough time. This time around, he gets the overall last pick for his team, Effie, and he delivers.
He definitely delivered. I mean, he had everything that you wanted a carry to have in the late game. However, that early game was rough. Like, it does feel good to win this, but there is still an
That's
issue.
4 in a row.
There's still an issue that exists that for some reason, BB Team's safe lane are not making it through their lanes with enough. They've just really been suffering, and that is something that I want to see them correct, hopefully with the good morale that this game brought.
Yeah, and with this game, we had, of course, Kataomi's Bane. It's one of his staples. Falcons let it through, Effie, because they thought they could counter it.
Yeah, so one of the big problems that BB Team had early on, as you just saw in this clip, was every time Kataomi wanted to grip or every time they wanted to make a play with their Vayne, something was going wrong. It was getting countered by Escape Act. Here, they just lacked damage. They did not have enough burst to follow up early on. Snaking just walks that off. Here, again, they try to set up with this Infest on an Ancient Creep. They get the grip off. Guess what? Crit is there with that Escape Act. As the game progressed and they won a Teamfighter 2, they were able to get their nullifiers up once Lifestealer hit that Radiance. Once he got more items, it stopped being that much of an issue. But a big part of the reason why that early game was snowballing so hard was because of all of the tankiness on Falcons and all of the saves that they had.
I mean, usually I feel like Falcons are quite clean. Like when they have this type of lead, they take it from start to finish, they're ahead, they do their stuff, and they're gonna like cleanly end out the game. This time around, I feel like towards this mid game, BB Team had their number in like one fight, then the second, then the third. So I feel like it's the type of game where both teams are happy with the draft that they had and happy with how they played at some points of the game, but Falcons need to clean it up and like play more on the same page when it comes to the later stage.
Yeah, and if both teams are happy with how things are kind of balancing out, then a lot is going to rely on those team fights, Tigo.
Yeah, I just want to highlight how beautiful one of these fights was, where you had Falcons trying to escape the aggression of BB, right? Like, Malrine starting the fight, but with all the utility available for Falcons, multiple 4-stars, you got Lotus, Amar missing spears, it's fine. Link as well on the Mars. Like, this is a fight for BB with the Aegis. They're in this, like, timing of aggression, but look how far Falcons are able to drag back the fight. How much resource and utility they're having to put into the mix just to try and survive. So the fact that, yeah, BB was down in the early game, but as soon as they hit this like post-Roshan 27-minute mark, the game fully switched because Falcons, like, they had to use everything for one Mars, but they were never really fighting. It was all mode survival.
The reason why they were able to make such a big comeback as well was because GBK and Save together in tandem were creating opportunities. Like, what led to that Roshan in the first place, right? It was that top lane pick that they found on the Mars.
Yeah, and of course in this clip it does kind of go well for Falcons, but killing a Bristle, but again, like the next fight is very, very different. But this was the best fight that Falcons could try to try and kite back from.
And it's also from this point forward, like you can even see it like on the cam, like Pure, he gets quite animated. Like, it's a super long dragged out fight. We saw the double force wave earlier. They get a reinfest go again. You get a couple of kills, and this is where I would say the game like really turned on its head.
Yeah, it was quite the game here, that's for sure. And I do think we got to go back to talking about something that we talked about before, the draft and picking all your poisons. One of the main poisons that is, I believe it was on your 100% win rate heroes, Kezu, the Sand King. For the first time, Malrine Sand King.
Yeah, it was. And he had an incredible game, like from start to finish, really. But I'm still going to go back to, if you would talk to both teams about this game right now, they're not going to talk much about the draft. They're going to talk about the gameplay. BB team is going to say our lane should go better, the game should be more even, whereas Falcons are like, we're up 10k gold at 20 minutes, like what else do you want? Our heroes are supposed to win, we need to clean it up, and that's it.
Well, speaking of that Sand King, and speaking of the early game that did go very well for Falcons, it is going to be Purge that is going to be breaking down that early game.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, the Sand King for the Falcons always goes immaculate. It makes Malrine makes the hero look so easy, frankly. And part of that is because of Ancient Stacks. Crit really focused on this in the early game while also helping his ally out by zoning the Bane and keeping him away from this problem. In this example here, both stacking and securing a kill on Kataomi as he gets ran down. Skitter also TPs, and Sand King just walks over and says, okay, I'll take that kill for free, thank you very much. So getting him 2 sets of gold, basically. He stacks again at the 7-minute mark. Keep in mind there actually is a sentry blocking this. Kataomi placed this earlier, so they're doing a little bit to decrease the amount of gold that the Sand King is going to get from this. But the problem is that he can still clear this very, very easily. Crit is going to hang out in the area to make sure that nobody ends up contesting it. One cool thing I noticed here, watch his power treads here. He's going to toggle these in moments that he wants the creeps to re-aggro to him so that they stay really grouped up here. So he's just going to toggle the power treads. That way he doesn't actually have to take damage. Normally you have to attack to break your invis here, but he waits to do it until the very end. One benefit there that power treads gives you over the phase boots, very cool. Then we see Pura on the other side using Gorestorm on an Ancient Creep. He's trying to apply some pressure here. He thinks he's very invulnerable, basically, in this lane because he can just press Rage and can't actually be stunned. But watch this really cool chain stun that they do on the Falcon side. They actually started off a little bit abnormally. Now, normally you could have Amar maybe try to throw a spear to get him to this tree, but what they do instead is they start channeling from the right to stun with this one first. That's going to apply a fear, and that's going to give them an opening to land the second stun. And naturally, here's Malrine doing the same. I swear to God, this is the 4th rotation I've seen him do like this. He farms well, he ganks the top lane, he gets a kill, and he turns that into a tower kill. And then what they do afterwards is he gets his Blink Dagger at like 10 minutes. At this point, he always has like 2 kills and a couple assists, and he brings a smoke with 1 support, and then he goes for the next fight. And in this case, it's on the mid lane. They blow up the Bane, they kill him. I just watch this early game every time, and I'm like, this guy just consistently gets tons of kills. He accelerates his team's gold advantage, and then they go into the mid game. So almost always wins, sometimes falls off a little bit if there isn't as much follow-up, but definitely still an incredible early game for Malrine on the Sand King. But it wasn't enough this game to beat BB Team.
And that means that they are 1 game down, and BB Team is 1 game away from being top 3 at this year's International. And that is big. That means that they are going to have maybe a little bit of extra pressure. Tigov, I want to talk about how we're coming into that game number 2, because, as we said, it's not the heroes. What are they going to do in game number 2 to make sure that their laning stage also goes correct?
Probably try and chill out a little bit more on the whole all-chat kind of meme stuff, because I think Falcons in a different game, if they aren't in their own heads about the whole BB thing, then they're probably going Roshan earlier, they're making these moves earlier, but I think I saw an aura of cockiness in the kind of the mid-game, where they're farming it more, they're kind of TPing out, they're probably laughing to each other, kind of like, they're not killing us, look at them, they're fools, they're bad at lanes, and then suddenly Pure just wakes up and goes, nah, my time's to shine, right? So I think Falcons, a little bit cocky in the mid-game, got punished, and you just stop that, and you're probably fine in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that game looked like it was theirs until they broke formation one time and lost that first Aegis. Like, had that not happened, had there been more heroes behind the Mars in that time, like, if they thought that the game was losable, then it would have looked different. So, absolutely agree with T there. And for BB Team, they need to work on their laning stage. Something is going wrong. I don't know what they need to talk about, but something needs to be talked about even though they won this one.
The one thing that BB Team have on their side now is momentum. Like, you have the enemy team that's trying to clown on you in alt chat. You get to clown back on them, you win the game. I think there's not even like that much they need to like discuss. Sure, like do better in lanes, but it doesn't mean that much. So I think they take like this good feeling, this momentum into the next game, and sometimes you just need to let things happen.
It helps that BB had a clear route to being the team without scaling, right? Like when you have the life to the bristle, they know at X minute we win the game. I think that means you don't care about your lane, your early game, because as long as you get to that minute mark, you're going to be fine. So maybe Falcons can try and deal with the fact that BB are kind of playing for the perfect scale, the perfect point in which they are kind of unbeatable.
I think there's still an important question for BB Team, is that do they want to give away the Sand King again? Because yes, they did beat it, but it was a painstaking process to beat it. Like, we saw, Purge showed us how well he played that early game. He makes it so difficult. Do you want to give it away again? Have you decided that it's too problematic and you would rather deal with the rest of Malrine's hero pool? That's what they should be talking about right now.
Well, they probably are talking about that right now. And then I don't know what everybody else is talking about, but I think we're about to find out because Slax is somewhere amongst you guys.
Hello there, friends. Yes, we're here in the crowd. How y'all doing here? Ah, they're still alive. They're still well. Oh, I thought we'd do a little crowd vibe check here on the last series of the day. Go and talk to some random folks. How you doing? What's your name?
Hello, I'm Maxime.
All right, all right. Who you voting for here? Who you hoping wins?
BB Team.
BB Team. Why do you guys like BB Team?
What?
Why do you like BB Team?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that works for me too. I like that. Fantastic. Thank you so much, BB Team. May they continue to go on. Let's find out. You just got here. Where you been?
Yeah, what's up? We're hoping that Parivision wins the international, and in this pairing, we are voting for BB Team.
Okay, more BB Team. All right. Is that a nice, delicious soda there?
What?
What are you drinking?
I'm drinking Zero Coke.
Coke Zero. That's free advertising. Chug it, young man. Yeah. Wow, that was pathetic. Thank you so much for your attempt. Good try. All right, what can he do? Hello, do we have any Falcons fans over here? Is that a BKB? Holy moly. Yo, Ghost, take a look at this thing. You could use that. That's cool. Well, fantastic. That is awesome, man. What's your name?
Hey, Koya.
Oh, fantastic. Why'd you make the BKB?
What?
Why did you make this?
Because it's the best item in the game.
Wow. What position do you play?
None.
Even he knows. Well, you don't play Dota?
I do, but not good.
Well, I mean, neither do any of these guys, man. Let's not lie to each other. So, carries out there. For your reference, this is a BKB. It is the best item of the game. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for the educational moment here. Oh, so we do a crowd. Who else is around here? What do you got? Eat, sleep, Dota, repeat. Beautiful. What are you doing here?
What?
We are Falcon fans.
Oh, Falcons fans. We found them. What'd you think of that last game?
Sorry, he doesn't speak English that well. Man, we're sad. We're rooting for them. It was looking very good, very promising, but poof.
Yeah, very, very heartbreaking. Someone just wooed over there. Don't woo when he says poof. That's not nice. What language does he speak?
Czech. We're from
Czech. Could you say a curse word in Czech real quick? No, don't do that. I don't know. You're right. Thank you very much. Enjoy the game. All right, who else we got? Hello, you guys look ready. They're lining up like I chose these guys. How you doing?
So I'm doing great.
Oh, I'm great. What's your name?
Leighton.
Oh, fantastic. And who's this?
Sorry?
Well, why does this keep happening to me today? Who do you want to win?
XG.
Oh.
BV.
Whoa, do you guys know each other? Oh, this got weird. I thought you guys were white. Okay, well, cool. Can you shake hands at least to show the connectivity of Dota 2? Wonderful. Look at that. They believe in each other. Absolutely. Somebody had some runes or something over here. Who had the runes list? I was talking to somebody. I think they left. Oh, yeah. You were decoding runes, right? Show me the runes. Why does this keep happening to me? All right, somebody else. All right. Who's over here? Oh, here we go.
Signature, and I met Sumail today.
You got Sumail's signature today.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Any words that you'd like to say to Sumail that maybe you didn't say there because you were too nervous?
I love him, and the whole Pakistan loves him, and I wish him all the best. I know. Let's go, Nigma!
That series is over. All right. I promised someone I'd talk to one more person. I promised him I would run up here. Hello there. What is this?
This is my collection of all the autographs here.
Oh!
So, same with Nigma. I'm going with Ghost. So, yeah, that's my man from Malaysia. I'm from Singapore. I flew 20 hours here. I slept on a bench, and I'm here now.
He slept on a bench! Thank you, Germany, for your comfortable benches. All right, thank you very much. As you can see, the crowd is alive. We're still rocking, and we're ready for the next game. Let's give it one more. Everybody, from Hamburg, back to you. Woo!
Thank you very much, Slacks, drifting about in the audience over there, and I'm sure that everybody's still having a good time, and I think that it would be very nice if we can push this a little bit. Maybe get a third game out there. I know there's Falcon fans, and to be fair, I think BB Team has a lot of fans as well, hoping that they get to see more of their squad and therefore having that third and deciding game. We gotta have to, keep everybody entertained here, and I do think that Falcons, amongst all the teams here still in the playoffs, Kezu has the most experience in game number 3, so they can push back.
Oh, absolutely. They know how to play long games. They play long series, and I can only imagine that this stinks right now. What happened to him? You're ahead in this game. We're gonna talk about the alt chat. Like, you go into the next game, you gotta do it clean, play your stuff, make it happen. Because this team, they don't go down without a fight.
Coming into TI, I was promised long games. I was promised this, 2 o'clock in the morning Dota. It's only 7:30 right now.
There is still time.
I'm sure. This single 2 games potentially could do it, but I want to be here at midnight. I want to be here at 1 in the morning screaming about Dota. So yeah, I'm hoping for 3 games. I'm hoping for a bit of a comeback, show some life.
It does beg the question, and in the game we just witnessed, and the history that we know from Falcons, Effie, why couldn't Falcons, after they were with their backs against the ropes, how couldn't they push back and delay the game, as they have done so many times during the road to TF?
I think what Lifestealer and DK were doing in that late game, their heroes just do not naturally solve, and they were playing for a much earlier timing, and they lost that window. They didn't get the Roshans the way that they wanted to. I mean, they were leading by 7k net worth, like minute 14.
Yeah.
Like, losing from that position does not feel good. When you have that kind of start, you expect to be in a position where you don't give anything to your enemies and they don't win off of hero matchups alone.
Also, I would say the net worth lead for Falcons is also a bit of a bait, where that 7k, 10k, whatever, it didn't translate to anything that meant BB was under pressure, right? There was no Roshan contest, there was not like a tier 3 contest, there was nothing to say, hey, you're 1 mistake away, BB, that we're going to punish you. And also, BB never felt like they're forced to overlap the farm too much. They have a static tricore between Lifestealer, DK, Bristle. It's why the early game was difficult. They don't want to make moves, they're not contesting runes, they're doing nothing, they're just farming. So the fact that Falcons never really played the mid game with conviction means the heroes always will come online for BB.
Yeah, no, I like what you both said. Like, their heroes just aren't that good against a Slicer DK, and then the same what he just mentioned about the gold. Like, Amar, he has Lotus and Lincolns. They're great items, but it's also how do you set them up into the fight? Did you ever, like, clutch it out? In other games, you have Lotus against Roars, against, Grips to reflect it. But that didn't really happen, so in the later stages of the game, with the fights, BB team, they just had their number.
And if we want to examine their support duo and how it scales, or what the relative strength of that support duo versus other heroes that are popular, Ringmaster fell off hard. That hero is countered very easily by a Nullifier. His spells lost a lot of damage. His cooldowns went up. His talents got nerfed. Look at Enchantress. She has had a rough year, right? So when you're talking about scaling, these heroes are just not doing it for you either. And Falcons typically scale very hard on their support heroes. They go into the late game with their supports packing a punch. This time around, their heroes could not do that.
And this was a game where, correct me if I'm wrong, Snapfire was still in the pool.
It was available.
Yep. It was in the second phase where they picked the Ringmaster, right?
Yeah, they'd seen the Hoodwink and the DK, they picked the Ringmaster. But again, it makes sense. Clean jump, map play, and we saw from the clips, Ringmaster was able to do an exceptional job at combo breaking.
Yep.
It's when you walk down the line of the draft and 1 DK, 1 Bristle, 1 Lifestealer, there's so many different problems that, sure, you might survive for 20, 25 minutes, but you need to make something else happen. You can't just farm.
Yeah, the hero definitely lags when you get overpowered and the nullifiers did come out as we touched on. So then later you do lose a lot of value. One thing I could see going to the next game, maybe, I mean, Hoodwink was picked very early on, so maybe Falcons themselves are like, okay, we're going to raise the priority as well. Is one team going to ban it? Because it is the most picked hero of both teams.
Yeah, what adaptations are we going to see for this second game? I think one of the major changes will be the pick order, and that does just mean that there is less ban potential for BB Team that we discussed was going to be a little bit more important compared to maybe Falcons bans, because there are just a lot of heroes that you do not want Falcons to get their hands on. So that will definitely change things up, Effie.
It will for sure, and I'm still so curious about the Sand King. Do they feel like their approach was good enough? Because the lack of the scaling on Falcons did not come from that Sand King pick. It came from the supports and to them getting lifestealered when they had a Nature's Prophet carry. Do you want to give away Sand King again? He kind of destroyed that early game.
Oh, sorry. Why did Miro yawn? It's quite good.
He got you good.
He got me good, yeah, sorry.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good now, don't worry.
But to go to the, I would not give up the Sand King. Like if I'm BB Team, I'm like, let's take, like this guy, Purge showed it to us, and he is not wrong when he says he's seen this 5 times. Because I've seen it 5 times. They stack every time. It then not just gives golden XP to him, it allows his 4 to get XP from the stacks. It allows Crit to go to the mid lane and soak more golden XP. And it really snowballs very, very quickly. Had BB Team not played incredibly well to like find this comeback in this mid game, they would absolutely, the only thing they will talk about right now is take out Marine Sand King. So try not to get baited just because something specific happened. Try to keep a clear head on what actually matters.
Yeah. I did really enjoy watching GPK on that DK though. This hero's fallen off. We've seen him as a carry from time to time, but we don't see that mid DK come out often. And clearly with that first pick Hoodwink, they were building towards this DK idea. They were building towards this duo that would play and make space for Pure in this game. They knew that they were going to run around with this DK's Blink and try to get what they could.
Yeah, after game 1, it feels like there's like a pick your poison situation. You either got to ban, respect the DK, the Puck, or the Earthshaker. They're like the big 3 I think GPK's shown so far at the International. And for Falcons, they're going to have to decide which one are we probably going to play against. And if it's available, they are going to take it.
And we already mentioned it after game number 1. We did see Skeeter 0 deaths in that first game on his Nature's Prophet. Do we want him to get a little bit higher priority in this game number 2 draft, as maybe also with a different style of hero, as this Nature's Prophet did not end up working out despite it having such a good game?
I wouldn't necessarily change anything with how they prioritize Skeeter. Honestly, that game really must have surprised them. It caught them off guard extremely quickly, but Skeeter did play a great game. Like, he was everywhere, he was present, he built items to scale, he died 0 times like we've talked about. It's just the nature of the draft and them getting caught off guard by this lifestealer is what put them in this position.
I think there's one key stat there that is showing the big problems for Falcons game 1. 256 building damage.
I was going to say, that is quite the difference.
Yeah. And of course, it just boils down to what we've been saying, right? It's the progressing the game, getting the kills, feeling that the map state is yours, but not progressing the the fundamentals of the game. Something that obviously Aoi likes to say time and time again.
When you have a lead as big as the one Falcons had, that first Aegis becomes very important because you have to find a way to keep that lead and not give away the gold you have and make your enemies have that entry into that game.
Well, we can theory craft a lot about what might or might not happen in game number 2, but it is time to find out.
Team Falcons versus BB Team. Game 2.
Here we go. We got BB Team on Radiant this time around and Falcons on the Dire side. First pick goes the way of BB Team. Second pick and overall last pick to Team Falcons, and that means it's a complete swap over from a previous game. For BB Team though, they still want to pick up that Hoodwink first, regardless of which pick order they are. In regards to the bans, I do want to point out that this time around Falcons did not ban out the Puck, so now we have our options open in regards to that as well. That Sand King though, still in.
I think not banning the Puck is the fact that Falcons are second pick. If BB were to first pick it, there's plenty of heroes that Falcons like to play. The DKs, the Shakers, etc. So I don't know if Falcons are that scared of it, at least from BB being first pick.
I'm a bit surprised that they've lost their confidence in their Sand King, that they've been happily first picking. Maybe they think that the approach that BB Team had was enough for how the game state goes. Even if Falcons had that great early game, the DK plus Hoodwink duo does enough to offset what Sand King does on a map.
they haven't respected it in the sense that their first 4 bans haven't addressed the Bristle, the DK, or the Lifestealer. So if they were to pick Sand King here, and with 1 single ban, 2 are still going to flood into the second phase, and then BB can construct the same type of draft and have the same kind of recipe to winning a game too.
Yeah, I wonder if they're still thinking about it or if they're swayed away from it. They don't. Falcons players generally don't strike me as the ones that lose confidence in themselves or their heroes, generally speaking.
Yeah.
So it might be strategical or to just save it for later. Ench overall is considered a very good hero against Hoodwink in the lane. You can out-trade the hero. You have your, you have your heal to actually offset some Acorn trading on the side. So overall, it also looked good. Snake King plays it well. So I'm not too surprised about the start of the draft so far.
Yeah, Hoodwink being also the most played position for hero of the International and the road to the International. So having a great track record there, and of course very comfortable for a lot of players.
She's made quite the comeback.
Yeah.
You didn't see any play after her facet got nerfed, the trick shot, or whatever it was called. Not even nerfed, deleted.
Yeah.
Players couldn't find a way to make it work, but I think she's come back into meta because of her ability to play from a distance. She's a support that's very hard to catch, can disengage very easily, and provides a lot of burst damage. And all of the supports that are popular right now seem to be able to keep a large distance away from threats in teamfights.
It also seems nice when your fours have like the follow-up damage, and I would say it's Falcons that kind of brought back the rushing shard on Hoodwink with like this follow-up damage, spell amp, get it into your core. But there's something interesting that happened here. BB team were the ones that banned DK going into this phase, so now Falcons, they didn't have to. They take out their TA, they get their Sand King again, so we have a very similar setup.
Yeah. And interesting, with the TA ban, they still are enabling potential lifesteers and all the things that we just saw previously. But they want the Sand King, they want that pace of play.
And the Bristleback Disruptor coming out as well, so we most likely have our offlane set. Depending on where the Bristle goes, I'm going to assume it's Miero's hero. That's the only player that has picked it up so far, but we know Pure can do that as well, and Disruptor cannot go wrong with that either way.
Hoodwink and Disruptor both thrive when you have any hero that likes to aggressively position, and Bristleback is probably one of the top offlaners at happily running into fights, not caring. Even if he does get 100 to 0, you're probably using multiple heroes, multiple spells, and yeah, very solid draft so far.
I think they've doubled back for the Sand King because BB team ended up banning the DK themselves. And maybe what they didn't want to play against was a potential Hoodwink plus DK again versus what Sand King does. But this DK ban indicates that maybe that GPK puck is coming out anyway.
That's true, especially with these supports that you're seeing come out here. I like the SD. Again, having like a save is very good. You get the break later, you help your Sand King who goes in. And most importantly, the post 4 that Falcons pick crit, he always has an ability to stack the Ancients easily. You tag one, you spell the other, double stack, easy stuff done. So if you're Falcons, you're most likely picking the Skeeter hero here because you don't see too much, at least you do see the offlaner.
There it is.
Very solid. Sven and Ench, they lane well together. Sven is someone who you can leave alone. Ench can move, another stack clear. You have armor against Bristleback, you have overwhelming damage too. I'm a fan.
You also just need to respect Shadow Demon with Promulgate, Facet, plus Disseminate. You put it on a Sand King, even put it on a Bristleback, put it on anyone. They're in the middle of the fight, damage we're getting returned. Aggressively, defensively, it is really, really potent when you have jumping heroes.
Yeah, there's a lot of value coming out of SD this draft, but also there's Disruptor and the Static Storm and the Aegis Static Storm that will come out later in the game. Shadow Team's one of the better heroes to play against. If he's not caught in that backline, he can save against one of the big win conditions that comes from a Disruptor team.
Ale vítám vás tu krásne na Game 2. Teraz budeme muset pre Falconovcov tu ale už niečo poriadne vytvoriť. A bude to tentokrát pekne Sven v rukách nášho Olivera. K tomu Shadow Demon prekrytá. Sneaking pôjde po reparát na Enčke. Ale no popravde po tej minulej hre, tam sa nedá ani povedať, že by tam fakt jako Falconovci urobili zas tak moc chýb, že by to nefungovalo ten line-up. Tam ich ničili 20-4, ale prostě našli tam fakt jako BB team tu sekvenciu pick-offov, ktorými sa prostě fakt jako dostali k úplnému comebacku. Tam som sa díval tiež. Čo? Nebolo, ne.
They have free choice though. Like there's an Ursa if they want to be tanky and kind of soak up the jump, you don't die. There's a Lifestealer as well, like we just saw with the Infest, you don't care. As long as you don't get 100-0 from the Sven jump. Yeah, so many options for Pure to pick up.
Yeah, let's see which ones Falcons is gonna
eliminate. Kontrolovat toho puka bude podle mě ten největší problém. Sand Kingstone by může být OK, ale jinak jakože, no, to není úplně ono. To bude muset podle mě zabezpečit ten offlaner od Amara. Jo, Bristol, Puk, ještě GPK-ových rukách, do toho last pick pravděpodobně pre Puriča, alebo to může být carry Bristol, jakože, kterým nemusí být úplně zlý matchup proti tomu Svenovi. Boj, no. Já doufám, že to tu jako Falconi půjdu roztrať a forcnu to do game free. Dneska to nemôžu byť samé prekvápka, to musia na Oliverove narodeniny kluci breaknúť a Eastern Europe začína mať moc veľkú nadvládu.
It's not as if there's this perfect core plus mid lane completely break the map. There is a bit of greed here. That's why I think Falcons might even look towards, you know, a last pick Doom potentially. In a slower game, you're chilling, you can buy Helmet Dom, buy some Midas, you Doom Bristleback, delete one hero, the Sven, the Sand King, they focus on the puck. There's some options for Falcons to try and slow down the game and hit their stride of farm that they like to do.
BP team, I'm also looking, you should look for a way to do something against the Sven. Like if I'm looking at minute 20 to 25, Sven is gonna have like Mom, BKB, Blink, maybe an Echo Saber. There's nothing that really like stops him. Are you gonna burst him with those heroes? No, not really. If he jumps you first, he's gonna BKB and run through all of you, hit you down with an
Pozdravujeme aj my. Hlavne zdravím do jednoho Čeka, ktorý tam bol v Slaxovi na rozhovor a povedal, že nevie anglicky. Väčšia klasickejšia vec sa tam ako nemohla stať.
I mean, to me, the issue of lane still exists. Like, if you look at Miero's lane on Bristleback, he's playing it into Enchantress plus Sven. They're going to have War Card, they're going to have Sustain from Edge. They're not really going to be killing or diving anybody. He's going to be dependent on farm to come back. But if that safe lane goes well, they're running into BB Team's triangle early on and taking it. They're also going to get their pick of the litter for a last pick here on Falcons.
10 seconds.
Like, what can you pick for Pure that can give him a strong lane blind?
It would have been Ursa. They do ban it out.
I mean, it depends. I'm not too sure what else is like in his arsenal. The TA would have been nice. It's also out. I'm still kind of looking at maybe the Lifestealer because it does give you the matchup. It is blind, which, you know, it sucks. You might get like Slardart on 24. But the problem is you have to pick blind. You're gonna have to suffer somewhere.
Yeah, we see the Faces Voids is one of the only heroes that we just saw of his most played that is still in the pool if he wants to go for something like that.
It's something I can see, but it's also it is volatile and slow. It takes a long time to come online because I do see a potential damage problem, and Void, he doesn't deal damage until like a couple items in.
I mean, there is one option with like a Morphling. You don't really die to the Sven, you can disengage. Sure, there's an SD to take clones of yourself, but SD's probably focused more on saving.
There's also Marcy. She's been ignored. You could just play for kills. You can pick her blind quite comfortably.
That's true.
She doesn't have the scaling that Pure necessarily wants to play with, but your Bristle can do that for you. Your Puck can do that for you.
It's something we've seen Tidebound do. Like, I would like it a lot if they're looking more at like their own draft. Disruptor, Marcy, again, it's a combo I love a lot. Strong lane, go together, you can double gate, you can make stuff happen. I'm maybe a little worried, I would say SD is kind of annoying, but you can play towards like with the rest. So
je čas doplniť ale Falconovskú energiu. Zabanovali Trolla, zabanovali Urzu, takže tam nedostávajú aspoň minimálne tieto dobré matchupy proti tomu Svenovi. Je otázka, čo chcú dať. Tu máme už nejaké pozdravy, čakám na nejakú akoby tam českú alebo slovenskú zástupnosť, ale zatiaľ nič. Tam je tomu tak. Anti-mage! To som hovoril minule, že je dobré proti tomu Sandovi, ale oni to zoberú teraz. Oni nemajú kontrol na Puka, oni nemajú kontrol na Anti-magea.
Right, if this was a non-helmet dominated anti-mage, then it's kind of awkward, but
boj, toto sedí podľa mňa. Zastunovať ho tam bude podľa mňa problém. Puka nice, anti-mage, toto bude brutál. BB tým našli neskutočný návod podľa mňa. Actually, ale teraz ten last pick od Falconov by to mohlo nejak ako urvať. Čo tam chcú ale pre Amara? Panga? Pango je tam.
Don't love the anti-mage. Of course, it can work. It has been banned a lot, but it also depends on what do Falcons have here on the slot to counter it.
Well, I do know what they don't. Offlane Huskar. They do not have any time. It's the
Offlane Huskar.
I'm sure it crossed a lot of people's minds.
Amar the fucker.
But this is actually a
Offlane Huskar, stará, dobrá Amarova klasika, kurva. Tak uvidíme, či to bude proti Anti-Mageovi fungovať. Uvidíme, či v novej dobe to bude na nejaké dominátorky, alebo ako toto budú chcieť urobiť. OK. Toto je Master Huskar. Jediný tuto hráč, čo si dovolí zobrať offlane Huskara na celom svete v kompetitíve. OK. Teraz by tam mohol byť damage issue ho zabiť. Stále si myslím, že bude podľa mňa veľký problém tam toho GPK-ovo púka ukontrolovať. Uvidíme ale, aké buildy nám tu kluci vyťahnú. Toto bude rubačka. Toto bude podľa mňa veľká rubanica.
40 billion times harder for you to play. I'm looking at BB Team to do something like creative and cool. Start 3 people top, look for like some early TPs. In my opinion, you gotta change something to AIM's game, because if this goes default to what it looks like, I don't like their chances at all.
Are you gonna dodge the lane?
Falconov, takisto sa mi páčia viac Falconi. Súhlasím s Kezum. Ideme do Game Free, ako. Huskar to pôjde rozsekať celé.
You gotta get there.
Jo, chat.
Try lane the Huskar.
Ja si myslím.
I mean, Miro's not going to have the easiest lane anyway. Might as well just bank
Myslíte
on him.
takisto na to, že dneska si niekto môže pekne pofarmiť druhé tričko z Sugar Daddyho oficiálneho? K tomu samozrejme nejaké tieto bolové lístky, tam keby stále máte, myslím, že tam stále máte aktivovanú ešte tú slevu na gifted suby, keby náhodou to chcel niekto využiť týmto spôsobom. Uvidíme, či sa dneska dostaneme tomu 2200 sub goalíčku. To by bolo celku husté a veľké.
Any final thoughts, T? Shaking your head.
I just want to watch a Huskar absolutely batter a lane and then probably lose the game potentially.
Ja to chcem vidieť tiež. Ideme sa na to pozrieť, bude tam rozhovor akurát s Awim, to nechceme akoby absolútne teraz akoby tuto zmeškať, takže aby sme to mali... Áno, nice. Easy timing.
Very exciting end of that draft, but we'll go step by step. You let through GPK Puck. This guy's got a 100% win rate with it. What's the idea?
I mean, honestly, we're pretty confident against Puck as a hero. I think GPK is playing Puck the best in this tournament, but we felt like the other heroes were more deserving of bans.
Makes sense to me, but then some of the other heroes who maybe don't deserve bans come through. Anti-Mage 23rd pick. What's their plan here?
Nazdárek.
I think Gyarados also carried the game because I think like the lane's weird into SD because he burns your mana. But honestly, I don't know. Like we picked Huskar last. I also have no idea, so we'll see.
Yeah, I know you're a mechanics nerd. Huskar, no mana, what's going on in the right-click
Neviem, či Flavik bude ten druhý vlastník toho trička. By bolo epic. Flaviku, teraz máš ešte ďalšie 3 dní, 3 trička tam budú na oficiálnych Sugar Daddies. No, pekne už tam má high trade svoje zabezpečené.
I just gotta say, when Amar demands a last pick Huskar, do you ever push back? Are you ever like, I don't know if this is the game for that?
And the thing is, he's clicking the buttons now, so you can't stop him. Like, we're just like, Omar, just pick your hero, and he just clicks it. We're like, oh, we thought we were picking Pangolier. Okay, it's a Huskar now. So, you know.
Ja som hovoril, že to bude
Amar is
Pango.
unchained. Let's see if it'll bring him to success. And good luck in game number 2.
Á, môj Bože, chat. Ideme si do toho krásne, pekne skočiť. Vítam vás tu krásne na Game 2. Pure nám pravdepodobne pôjde ukázať práve toho Anti-Magea na dominátorku, tá nová doba. Tá nám tu ukáže veci. Maorin si to pôjde teda zopakovať z toho Sandkinga, ktorý je minulú hru bol ako velice valuable, ale potom to proste outscaleli BB Team, našli dokonalé ako sekvencie playov a ukončili tú hru tak rýchlo, že sa Falconovci ani nestihli nadýchnuť. Ten all-chat možno teraz úplne Falconovci nebudú využívať zas tak moc. Za mňa ale ten offlaneový Huskar bol dobrý nápad od Amara. To môže zlomiť tú šance. Počkaj, teraz už tu príde otáznik, OK, Maorin. Ten je unchained, Falconovci sú unchained. Ako rovno príde jeden otázniček a budeme robiť veci ďalej. Spitchy Fuse, to tu príde pekne podporiť 5 gifted submi navíc, OK. Ja, ale myslím, že túto to nebudú mať samozrejme Falconovci možno úplne tak jednoduché v early game, ako to mali naposledy. Jo, zrovna teda ten Anti-Mage uvidíme, ako tam bude mať teda early proti tomu Huskarovi, by tam mal podľa mňa dostať totálny kartáč, kým sa tam tej dominátorke dostane ani tá, by podľa mňa to nemusela zachrániť úplne celé. Tam zrovna potom tých dominátoriek, keby tam mali nejaké tie break creepy malé, by to mohlo byť celku funky proti tomu Huskičovi. Uvidíme, či sa proti tomu ale teda dostaneme. Predsa len GPK, netreba podceňovať to, že má 100% win rate na tomto TI. Sam Aoi povedal, že to je ten najlepší púk savea, ale pekne Falconovci urobú. Tým TP prišlo bohužiaľ moc neskoro. Zase Oliverovci budú teda na tejto linke začínať na úplnej klasike. Sven a Enčka, na tomto sú proste Falconi podľa mňa odrastení, dá sa povedať. No, zrovna nejaké glimpsy by tam ako neskôr mohli proti Amarovi byť ako mi možno trochu nepríjemné. Toto je ale fakt Amarova najväčšia specialitka, akú len v repertoári má, s tým prišiel pomaly na scénu. Uvidíme, či to bude fungovať aj na main stage TI v boji o top 3. No, pekne teda si tam Oliver zabezpečí aspoň toho rangeáka, teda navíc sa týka lázitovacieho betlu. Zatiaľ teda 9 proti 12 v prospech Olivera. No, dobré zdržanie toho tornáda, ale popravde to tornádo tam bude fungovať ďalej. To je tá jeho výhoda. Ten Wildwing malý, ten tam nebude síce úplne zas tak rád relaxovať. Jo, Switchifusovi velice pekne ďakujem. Ale well. No, 1K gold lead už teraz po druhej minúte tu svieti. Jo, Pure s Antimageom má 7 creepov a presne toto je ten problém. Piknúť Antimagea a podceniť možno ten potenciál, že si tu Amar zobere Huskiča, ktorý ho tam napadol poslednú sekundu možno, alebo tam ho vyberali. A aj Aue sám povedal, že nám počítali s tým, že budú hrať s Pangom. To by tiež nebol úplne zlý matchup, ale nebol by tak príjemný. A Huskič, ten podľa mňa bude úplne bez problémov, ten nemá mana pool vôbec, takže tam ako nejaké toto mana drainy ako mu moc neurobia. A fakt ako zrovna Amar si myslím, že túto hru by teda mohol poťahať, ale pre Falconovcov možno aj pomaly 1v9. Budú tam mať na ňocovku dosť minus armoru, nejaký ten bonusový kontrol, takže by som to zase teda úplne nepodceňoval. Oliver medzi tým tu dáva teda Mierovi, ale zožrať každú jednu sekundičku navíc. Jeho typický dvojkový stuník na začiatku, teraz to pôjde vymaxovať klívu na všetky tie ďalšie skill pointy. Len na začiatku, aby tu tieto early levely boli o trošku krajšie. Tam proste to pôjde Oliver takto setupnúť. Pure, ale medzi tým ide gangovať s Antimageom, on vie, že proti tomu Huskarovi nemôže nič. On ide brať XP od Miera. OK, on ide fakt gangovať Skittera. Pure, dobre, s tým slovom, ale budú mať damage. Pure, fakt gangovať si Antimage, ale zaplatí na to možno životom, ktorý ešte príde. Veža to zabije. Skitter ešte nahodí jeden poriadny tip. Svenom, teda tentokrát zaplatil na toto životom, ale toto je Clown Fiesta od mistra Pura. Dole nemôže lejniť, prišiel gangovať z level 2 Antimage, možno prvý a jeho posledný gang. Môj božíčku. Oliver sa teraz ale očividne s Falconovcami bude cítiť. Nesmú sa nechať ale Falconovci ako minimálne uniesť ako tú minulú hru. A aj keď to mali teda úplne podkontrolovať, tentokrát to možno vyzerá, že ten vláček sa bude začínať ešte budovať o niečo skôr. Toto je krásne veľké. Pure medzi tým tu príde pozdraviť dokonca GPK a na mid. On tie svoje kóry prichádza pozdraviť nazdar kluci a nemôžem byť dole. Má tam už pripravenú tú defenzívnu helmu, jo? To je to, čo potreboval, takže môže teoreticky farmiť len les. Toto je ale asi najpomalší farmiaci Anti-Mage ever. Kým tam nebude mať tú dominátorku, toto bude fakt ako ten najpomalší kemo, to bude farmiť minútu. Môj bože, toto je normálne bolesť sa na to dívať. Pure s takýmto začiatkom, s 10 creepami momentálne v 5. minúte. Toto bude smutný antimák. Už si myslel možno Pure, že to nie je nejaký ten poriadny late game, by to akoby kuci teda mohli poriadne urovať, že proti tomu Sandovi by to teda mohlo sedieť, nie je to úplne zlé. Do toho puka, vravím, by tam nemali úplne zas tak moc catch. Za mňa ale Amar proste s jedným Huskičom. To tu proste úplne breakol. Oni PB tým proste zrazu nemajú úplne ako hrať, dotu nemôžu tam byť dole úplne agresívny, ten Disruptor by tam rád niečo možno glimpsíčkoval. Ale do toho tam budú ešte tie defenzívne schovania, na ktoré netreba úplne poriadne zabúdať. Jo, netreba takisto akoby zabúdať na tú kombináciu zase tej position 4 a midu. Jo, v tomto prípade to je Malrim plus Shadow Demon, ktorý uvidíme, či tu bude chcieť ešte nejaké tie disseminate buildy. Zatiaľ to vyzerá na klasické poisony. Už tam ale dole Kret tiež vždycky, keď si urobí ilusky z toho Antimage a proste tam fakt ako Pure túto hru, ak z Antimageom bude mať impact, tak to je big boy. Sneaking už to medzi tým ide otravovať, aby tu save proste nemohol urobiť ten stečík, zdrží to tam celé, vyblokuje tú druhú stranu, žiadne steky sa tu konať nebudú. Toto má nad vládou Mr. Sneaking. Po 6. minúte znova sa teda tentokrát úplne BB tým nechytá, ako by chcel. A Martu medzi tým môže skúsiť počejsovať Kataomiča aspoň teda trošičku. Tam vie, že by dostala neskôr aj tak nejakú tú poriadnu helmu, nemá tam úplne toľko attack speedu na týchto HPčkách. Vyzerá, že Miera prišli ale pozdraviť. Maurin tu prichádza možno na nejakú prvú epicentru. Miero bude ten target, tie stuny mu tam ale dali naraz. Maurin zatiaľ nechce dávať tú epicentru, tam si uvedomujú, že toto je too much. No nakoniec to ani nepôjdu skúšať. Nechali si tu nakoniec teda iba nenápadný vision na ceste naspäť. Jo, ušetril si tam Maorin teda minimálne ten regen, ušetril si tam dokonca aj ten epicenter. Teraz je ale otázka, či si Falconovci ustrážia tú Wisdom Shrine. Kataomič tu premýšľa podľa mňa, či si tam neurobí výlet. Myslím, že tam ale Kred beží z báze tiež. Taký ten pocit, že Kataomič ale nejakou glimpsou by to tu teoreticky urvať mohol. Jo, teraz už tam prichádza scan, je to práve zo strany BB. Kataomič, ak to proste zdrží nejakým glimpsíčkom, by to stačiť mohlo. Ne, už tu Kred to setupne dobre. A môže, ale proste tento Disruptor len a len portiť. XP tam majú teda Falconovci zabezpečené na jednej strane, na druhej to bude mať pekne krásny save. Každopádne po 7. minúte Pure sa tu konečne s tým 1700 networkom dostal k tomu, aby prišiel po jedného creepa. Ne. Amar ho instantne ide vyhnať, dokonca Maurino to príde setupnúť. Pane Pure, silence! Ten Huskit s tým silenceom z toho Inner Fireu bude nielen proti tomu Pukovi, ale takisto proti tomu Antimageovi totálny counter. Reálne Pure nemôže hrať do tú dvojku, toto je to najsmutnejšie carry, ktoré tu zahliadnete široko ďaleko na TI. A už tu prídu kluci pekne right-klikovať. Už tu Falconovci pôjdu rovno krásne s tou Catapult Waveom, minimálne po prvý objektív. 2000 gold ide tam pred 8 minútou, za chvíľku z toho bude možno 3000. Podobný pressure, ako bol aj naposledy. Tu je budovaný znova. O tom nie je podľa mňa, ale taký veľký damage output do GPK, ako mohol prísť tým proste Dragon Knightom s nejakými tými 4 itemami, ten púcek si sa nebude rozdávať úplne málo. GPK aj podľa Aviho slov je ten najlepší puk, čo zatiaľ tu chodí po týchto tu TI končinách. No to nemusí znamenať, že to sám môže rozdať úplne celé. Maurineček bude mať teraz zabezpečenú aspoň tú Arcane runu. No, toto je základ, ktorý fakt ako Falconovcov by mal odniesť pekne minimálne tým early gameom. Znova tu budú mať akoby podobne ako minule by tým fakt ako veľké damage issues. Spaviť sa vôbec, akoby tam fakt ako toho Huskiča bude dosť challenge. A jediná veľká zbraň je tá Hoodwinková za mňa. Tak ako saveov break a ten proste poriadny sharpshooter hit je tam najväčšia zbraň, aby tam breakli toho Huskiča, zabili ho v tom okne a takto fungovať teoreticky môže. Na Maurinovi medzi tým tu pokračujeme vo farmení stekov. Pure ešte stále. Chudák dofarmuje akurát tú dominátorku. 2000 network. Popravde tá dominátorka bude potom fungovať dobre ako taký ako catch-up mechanizm. Ešte stále, ale tu proste na jednom HP s tangom potrebuje ďalšie 5 kg, teraz si dokonca doblinkoval milimeter, aby tam nemyslel ani ten katapult lázit. Každý jeden malý gold je dobrý, ale medzi tým podľa mňa tu má ako za chvíľku na dráte takzvané pani Enčku, len aby tam rovno mohla ako preskakovať nejakého carry anti-magea navíc. Amar medzi tým tu má svoju typickú armletu, žiadne tuto novodobé armlety alebo nejaké teda novodobé dominátorky tu neurobí, aj keď popravde ako s tou helmou by to mohol byť celku zaujímavý ako build. Nakoniec vyzerá, že to bude základ klasického typu. Myslím, že tam ako po armlete a Mario ešte s nejakým tým backupom môže trhať fakt ako všetkých. Väčšia otázka je, ako to BB tým budú chcieť zastavovať. Nemajú anti-mage a do toho tam majú Disruptora, ktorý fakt ako defenzívne úplne zas tak moc funkčný, ako nie je. Ako občas tam môže niečo glimpsnúť, aby to tam nemohli úplne chaseovať. No ale vyzerá, že Pure, mysol ešte toho rangeáka, on tam doblinkoval len po toho krepa. Rovno mu to tu Amar pôjde dať zožrať 3 burning spearami. A keď to tu reakč takže ako vyregení, on sa nemá kde dostať k farme, Miero je medzi tým takisto vyhnaný ešte z tej vrchnej strany. Už sa to proste rozpadá BB týmu znova podobne ako naposledy. Minulé tam síce prišiel ten poriadny gambečíček, ešte cez tie infest bomby. Tentokrát ale ten anti-mage, nemá úplne základ ako minulú hru ten Nightseek. Vyhnaný na leveli 2, to ako ideál určite nie je. Medzi tým sneaking už prichádza pekne tlačiť, majú tam predsa len pripravenú ďalšiu katapult waveu. Všetci Falconovcov poznáme ako poriadnych objective takers. Ten Hellbear to tam podľa mňa utankuje bez problémov. Ten katapult pomaly zobere celú tú väžu, dobre tých 7 sekúnd glyfu, by to tu jakž tak žudepovať Enčky. To utankuje celé. GPK tu medzi tým ide portiť nenápadne. Bude tam mať Dream Coilu, bude tam mať Silence. Nechce sa mu tam ale komitovať. Vyfarmia si tu kluci akurát kilo. Pure tu dokonca teraz príde s tým anti-mageom niečo očividne tvoriť. Už tam čaká Maureen. Dobre, tu nám to stihol, anti-mage, ale vybrinkovať preč. Tuto uvidíme, či Epicenter bude na niečo stačiť a Dreamcoila a saveové kombo. Teraz snipne Maurina. Save. Ten sa teraz akoby pekne nenechal uniesť. Save nakoniec, ale bude mať nielen double kill. A Mario tu prišiel aspoň setupnúť GPK ako trade-off a Puk bude dole. Amara nemajú momentálne podľa mňa ako kluci zastaviť. Pure ale veľmi pekne vydžebejtil teraz. Reálne ten Malrínovský engage vyblinkoval mu hneď potom preč. Tá Hoodwinková ako follow-up, tam bolo to podstatné. Ale znova sa podarilo teda aspoň niečo tu pekne pre BB Team získať. Je tam dominátorka konečne pre Pura. Finally dokonca s Dark Troll Summonerom môže začať robiť veci. Amar už ho tu ale pôjde chaseovať, iba s tým silencom by to bolo byť nepríjemné, za 5 sekúnd tam bude blink, Amar pôjde rovno ďalej, nestihol tam teraz vyhodiť nič. A nakoniec sa tam len rozmáchol bez žiadneho účinku. Dokonca mimo toho, aby to ten bol ten anti-mage Pure, si ide nájsť to najbezpečnejšie miesto na mape. V 12. minúte tu ale nájde Stack, ktorý no nebude farmiť podľa mňa jednoducho, môže si na 15 sekúnd predsa len akoby toho creepa nahradiť, možno si tu donese práve toho Dark Troll Summonera, odtiaľne možno tú ďalšiu wave, who knows. Ja, tu ale anti-mage ešte dlho podľa mňa v tej hre nebude. Save po tom minulom double kill reálne ho skoro preskočil v networte a za mňa tu bude oveľa podstatnejší. Amar už tu medzi tým Purovi pekne príde pofarmiť 100 goldov, nedal si na to pozor, aby to tam zobral. Tu bude medzi tým ale sneaking vychytaný. Reálne save a Hoodwinková je fakt ako ten najväčší zdroj, čo by mohol prísť. Pure medzi tým sa tu pekne teraz stihol schovať. Amar ale si príde aspoň po jeho creepa, 200 goldov už bude mať vyfarmených z toho anti-magea, 6100 network tomu, hneď nad ním sa ale tentokrát nachádza Skitter. Predsa len ten farm speed, jo, nejakou tou klívou rovno defaultne by mal byť na jeho strane, tu ale prichádza pokus práve nakrytá, pekne to tu Kataomič nachystal, Shadow Demon nemá ako schovávať, teraz už ten silence ale skončí. Popravde to schovanie nedal na seba, on tam nakoniec urobí tie ilusky na totálneho lorda, do toho príde silence Pure, je v hovnech, prišiel snajpnúť kill a bude mať akurát jeden fakáč od Amara do gebule. 5. kill teda pekne prichádza pre Falconov. Čaká tu GPK, nakoniec tam nájdu možno ten break, toto je práve ono! Oh, save! Zachraňuje celú Eastern Europe. Tak ako tá Hoodwinková, dokonca ešte možno Crit to bude vyčmuchaný, aj. Schovanie stihne za 2 sekundy, je tam ale silence, tu Crit nepôjde nikde. Easy peasy GPK. Ale sa Skitter ešte ide pozrieť do nich, to prichádza takisto epicentrový hype, pán Malrín, jedného sa zbavili bez problémov. Hoodwinková zdrží aspoň jednoho, GPK ale bude mať ešte orb, bude mať ešte Dreamcoilu, tento púcek nepôjde chytiť. Henčka tu ešte prichádza z druhej strany, toto celé odrezať, nemá tam žiadneho veľkého krepa. Púcek, ten si tu pravdepodobne oportine, Malrín to stihol, on to stihol, sneaking, to tam prišiel vyskautiť, spolupráca Falconov, krásne zabezpečila mŕtvého puka, save sa tu ešte z Hoodwinkovou chce schovávať, ne, Oliver ho nájde, tu je Stunlock. Aj keď tam Amara ponišli, Hoodwinková je smetená ze stolu. Pure tu medzi tým pôjde budovať nejaký nenápadný split push na mide, už si tam Crit chcel využiť, podľa mňa nejaké tie ilusky. Tu teraz pôjde nejakým poriadnym Naruto tým jeho šprintom. Vyšprintovať túto Mr. Pure akurát na tú vrchnú stranu. Predsa len s tou dominátorkou by to za 10 sekúnd ešte mohol niečo aj popušírovať chlapák. Keď teda to bude v 14. minúte akurát dokončená tretka, keby chcel mať, reálne by chcel mať už Battle Fúro, kľudne keby chcel, alebo možno tak ako do 2 minút ešte s tou dominátorkou alebo niečo iné. To bude musieť čakať. Oliver na tom 7000 networte je nezastaviteľný. Tu tier jednotku na vrchu teda už nebudú držať pred 15. Ja myslím si, že Oliver tu už, ale myslím, že má na ceste aj ten Echo Saber po Madnesske. Potom už iba Blink, bude tam tá základná severská trojkombinácia. Tentokrát je to skôr brinzová. No, Oliver už tu príde Pura pekne vyhnať. On nenechá ho tam ani jedného krepa zdarma vyfarmiť. Počkať, glimpsnutý tu, ale medzi tým je niekto iný. Tu akurát pod tým sa nám tu teda Kataomič postaralo o to, že tam Falconov na chvíľku zastavili. Tam ale chcú proste Pura. Ja, Oliver, ten mu tam vyfarmí ešte toho jedného Polivoga. Ja neviem, či ho tam teraz zahliadol, ale nakoniec tam pôjde pekne krásne farmiť ten najvzdialenejší camp. Oliver podľa mňa o tom vie, toto je ale hrozne ďaleko a nevyplatí sa to podľa mňa Oliverovi toto úplne celé chaseovať. A keď Malrín sa tam ide blížiť, OK, Oliver nájde Pura, ten mu môže ale vrátiť ten stun celku bez problémov. Malrín tým pádom ale bude môcť teoreticky stunovať, no nakoniec pôjdu možno iba po toho jeho creepa a to bude všetko. Jo, iba zamedzujú tomu, aby tu Pure reálne mohol k nejakej farme prísť. 3000 gold lead, je tam teda vybudovaný, alebo 4000 dokonca pre Falconov stále. Antimate sa tu snaží nájsť niekde pekne miesto. Hovorila si niečo, Gab? Dobrý. Oj. Na killy to vyzerá byť celku close, na goldy to majú Falconovci síce dobré, tu ale prichádza jeden timing, na ktorý Falconovci čakali, BKB na Huskičovi. No, či už to budú ale Early Rošovia alebo hocičo, Amar zrazu bude pekne nezabiteľný, stále bude možno zraniteľný mierne na ten burst, podobne ako sme videli od toho saveového pána, ten break z Hoodwingúčka je najväčšia zbraň. Miero medzi tým pôjde teda po utilitu Blade Mail into Lotus Orb, čo znamená proti tomu Svenovi, ako znamená, že si tam bude chudák Oliver vracať stuny na všetko. Či už to bude o Anti-Mage, či už to bude o Lotus. No, teraz si tu pôjdu ale BB Team zase hľadať nejakú tú Eastern European záležitosť. Teda, že práve Oliver, aby tam teoreticky mohli teraz vyčmuchať, videli tam ale Krita, ktorý tam iba depušuje. To bude práve ten target. A práve Krit to tam stekuje, čo sa týka poisonov. Už ho tu ale rovno BB Team nájdu a kill nenechajú Purovi. Safe si zoberie radšej ten lázit a Amar ale medzi tým na to bude chcieť možno odpovedať. Tu predsa len Pucek, keby dostal dobrý silence, by to mohlo výjsť. GPK dostane stunlock, silence, nazdar. Ešte nemá dosť levelov tu, ale príde Static Storm na 4. Kata Omage to tu pripravil dobre, ale bohužiaľ tam nikto nie je. Tam skapal práve ten Pucek, ktorý by to tam ešte teoreticky mohol udržať. Nikto tam nechcel z BB Teamu prísť. No, každopádne tá Static Storm aspoň im zachránila momentálne prdel. BBT budú musieť ísť ďalej niečo teda rozťahovať, zabili Demona, stratili Puka. Stratili to ešte k tomu aj Rošana, to čo po 17. minúte není teda ani zďaleka ideál. Zase tu Falconovci pôjdu trhať s Amárovým Huskarom. Ani si neviete predstaviť, koľko hier už Amar bol schopný s Huskičom vyhrať kľudne 1v9. Uvidíme, či mu teraz ale Falconovci pomôžu k tomu, aby sa tu dostali všetci pekne spoločne do šance na Game 3. No, chceli by sme dneska vidieť, aby to bolo dlhé čo najviac. Miero tu medzi tým ako odťahuje síce tú midovú waveu, aby tam nemohli kluci tlačiť. To ako rozťahovanie full time. Medzi tým Maurín ale pôjde prekvapiť. Tu našiel práve záležitosť. Ja tu ešte otvorím Gabči momentálne okurky, pretože som pre ňu ten najlepší chlapák. Snajpnutý tam ale bude Pure iba na ten Demonic Purge. Crit si zobere kill. Tu po 18. minúte s tým 6000 gold leadom sa to začína zase trhať. Vláček je na strane práve Falcons. Save je pre nich podľa mňa ten najväčší problém, povedzme. Uvidíme ale, či tá Hoodwinkova to bude teraz nepríjemňovať, alebo moc nie. Ja, on tu GPK, už konečne má teraz vymaxované minimálne nejaké tie phase shifty. Minulého tam ale vychytali kuci na holičkách. Keď vydodžovali jednu vec, všetky nevydodžuje chlapák len tak. Jo, teraz tá jedna výhoda, ktorá by tam mohla byť, Oliver, ja myslím, že predtým prebehol práve cez ten agresívny vision, ktorý tam majú v triangli. Teraz sa tu ale pekne neukazuje, schováva, nejde ani po tú waveu. Jo, tam ho čakajú práve pekne v trojici. A Oliver tuší, že tam nebude samotný ten Bristol, zatiaľ tu nemá žiadnych veľkých teammateov, už mu tam ale teraz ide naportiť Amar. Tu už teraz pôjde s Kitterom, no setupnúť Bristla, presne v tom čase, keď tam Amar doportil lepšie, tú kombináciu nemohol Oliver nachystať. Toto je presne ten teamplay. V dokonalom čase, aby tam bol ešte otočený a aby tam presne do portila mohol začať hitovať ten Huskič, aby tam nebola stratená ani štvrť milisekunda. Toto je tá brinzová, skvelá slovenská pripravenosť. Jo, medzi tým, save už tam bude na chvíľku nájdený tu, ale práve Olivera vyčmuchali kluci, toto je to veľké magic damage combo. Príde tam healovať ešte túto aspoň mistr. Sunom to skúste otočiť aspoň do tej samotnej veveričky, tu sneaking tak ako tým healom udržal pri živote, pôjde toho Svena. Ten dokonca môže toto ísť otáčať, Oliver na narodeniny, toto neodovzdá dvakrát. Pre 20. minútu toto je veľmi dobrá správa, že sa tam buduje ten 7000 gold, tu bude ešte ten Demonic Purge. Táto Hoodwinková nepôjde nikde, môže tam hádzať bumerangy aj na svoju jednu veveričkovskú mamku. 20. minúta, čas na objektív pred tým Falcons, už tam všetci momentálne teda budú pekne krásne čakať. Oliver tu dokonca bude mať ešte pripravený jeden stečík, navíc to vyzerá ešte nezastaviteľnejšie, ako to vyzeralo naposledy. Minule síce to skôr bolo 20-4, takže tentokrát BBT majú toho trochu viac. Predtým to bol ale celku scalovací mistr tuto Nike, ktorý nemal ani úplne zlý early game. Tu ale 20. minúte, zatiaľ o ňom nevedia, Maurín je tu hneď vedľa Pura, ten ešte ďaleko od Battle Fury, aj keď teraz by mu to mohli za chvíľku od Kurírom. 20. minúte je to extrémne late. Ten Maurín tu teraz musí čakať, jo, proti tomu counterspelu nejde to len tak vychytať. Ja myslím, že už Purovi konečne letí celé Battle Fury. Ja, po 20. minúte ale Anti-Mage ako začína hrať pomaly jeho farm game, ktorý už chcel mať teraz ako zabezpečenú podľa mňa s nejakou to mantou a možno s niečím ďalším. Ale uvidíme, čomu sa Pure túto hru ešte dostane. Ak by sa dostali k tomu late gameu, by to akoby nejaké to value určite mohlo mať, to ako ne, že ne. A medzi tým si samozrejme Falconi pôjdu po Tormentra, ako som vravel, 20. minúta, objective time. Tu to nesklamú Falconi skoro nikdy. Ja, reálne vy na 2K kľudne, väčšina z vás, alebo akoby neviem, aký to bude teraz priemerné MMR tuto v našom Twitchete a ostatných, ale ten Anti-Mage je teraz shutdownutý spôsobom. Je to ďaleko below average, dokonca on dáva mana void na Enchanty, aby to pofarmil. Tu je podľa mňa absolútne tilted. Nájdený to bude ale Enčka s breakom by to teoreticky zabiť mohli, ak tam nebude ten minusový atak, spíte healy sú ale stále enough, ešte stále to drží, ne. GPK bude mať toho damageu tentokrát dostatok. Jo, tým, že tam ale Amar forcol dokonca už aj ten glyph, sám sa tam kľudne pôjde postaviť, aby to proste dokončil tú tier 2, toto nebudú môcť úplne kľúci ako zastavovať, ešte tam je stále minúta Aegisu. Otázka je, či Amar pôjde po tier 2, alebo sa bude chcieť ešte skúsiť nasťahovať na ten high ground. Jo, predsa len za chvíľku mu tam za 5 kg dojde dokonca aj celá tá Saint Geniasha. Je jasné, že rozťahovanie, dokonca tou dominátorkou tam Pure trošku tiltnutý, akoby spredtým. Ale odťahujeme, viac menej creepy pekne k tomu Pukovi. No, prečkali tu povedzme BB tým ako jakž takž ten Aegis time, ale jednoznačne si neberú viac z mapy. Ešte budú musieť získať veľmi veľa priestoru, ten rozdiel networtu Oliver má 13 000 Svena, no to je 9400 Battle Fury Boy Pure. Koľko času tu ale teraz momentálne pri tom rozťahovaní bude mať? That's the question. Ten Aegis bude síce za 25 sekúnd končiť. Tu, ale myslím, že Pure teraz prebehol cez toho Watchera. Oliver tam rovno šprintí tým smerom. Jo, dokonca ho tu samozrejme akoby pekne uvidia. Myslím si, že aj pri tej bráne Oliver ho nestihne úplne plne, ale oni už sa presúvajú to spodnou stranou. Práve na spodnej strane ho pôjdu nice. Oliver už je tam nasťahovaný, Krejt sa tam s Malorinom budú blížiť tiež. Jo, Pura už vidí, dokonca videl ten mana void, Oliver nebude čakať na nič, on nepotrebuje teammateov na 3 rany. Carry diff, baby! Purík. Teraz momentálne sa reálne ruský sekret, tuto akurát pekne krásne rozplynul. A je osnej možno na to, aby tu dokázali Falconov porazdiť nejakým zázrakom 2-0. Prvú hru, to môžeme nazvať možno nejakým tým poriadnym prešlapom, môžeme to nazvať neskutočným comebackom od BB týmu ustáním. Ide to tu ale safe skúsiť sa napnúť, pekné defenzívne schovanie, tam ale podľa mňa ešte safe stále to môže načasovať, ten break tam podľa mňa na malý moment bude. Demonic Cleanse vole pomôže to ustáť, Amar môže tým pádom mlátiť s backupom, tuto pôjde celé rozsekať Maorín, celá tá peklinka padá, skúsili tu chlapci prísť, tip si píše Maorín, GPK dostal kontrol, toto našli chlapci krásne, stočili jeden krytov schovávací play do toho Demonic Cleanse a Falconovci môžu ísť na high ground. V 23. minúte s tým neurobí nič, taký shutdownutý Anti-Mage. On tam pomaly bude preskakovať ešte možno nejaký ten Shadow Demon na support, čo sa týka networtu. Maorín medzi tým dokonca ani na vrchu, tam nechce strácať čas, rovno chce pušovať dve strany, tu nie je kurva čas na nič. Pekne tam ešte Oliver ublinkoval teraz z toho pokusu. To nemajú ešte Oliverovi teda čo sa týka účka. Nemá tam toľko right click damage, koľko by chcel. Aj tak, keď sa tam budú proste BBT potom spavnovať, oni nebudú mať úplne static stormu, oni nebudú mať nič iné. Falconovci ale nakoniec forcli ten druhý glyph. Oliver, ten má síce úplne celú túto jeho slas, ktorú potrebuje. Pure medzi tým tu trochu zase pospečušuje akurát teda tú jednu stranu. Minulý fight ale nešiel ani zahrať čistejšie pred tým Falcons. Úplná nádhera. Jo, treba ale mysleť na tú minulú hru. Minulo sme si podľa mňa mysleli úplne to isté. Jo, ešte pre tou 30. minútou, kde sa to potom začalo pomaly otáčať. Tentokrát si myslím, že ale Falconi tento vlak nebudú podľa mňa len tak zastavovať so spoždením. Oliver nás tam pod Vardou sa snaží prekvapiť, príde si pomiera. Si nebude aspoň do 3 hity, OK, s tým backupom ho proste pôjde vymazať. Tam dostal si teraz damage túto Amarčík, ale aj tak bude udržaný pri živote. Pohoda, chill a jazz. Žiadne snajpy neprídu, ani tá parazma, ani ten magic damage. Jo, aj keď teda ten split push začína od toho Anti-Mage a tuto za mnou pekne fungovať. Pure sa tam postaralo jednu tier 2, toho tu nebude zaujímať nikoho. Bude pripravený safe. Dobre, Statek Storma tam drží síce celú tú dvojicu, tam skúsi aspoň ten magic damage. Mr. GPK vie, že ale proste nemá toho dosť. Glimpsi nerobia nič, tu nedostanú kľúci punish, ale že vôbec. A po 25. minúte už sú tu dve strany dole. Ešte k tomu tu bude za 30 sekúnd možno čas na to, aby sme tu mali pekne nachystanú aj pekne rošiádu. Ja myslím, že tentokrát si už Falconi nenechajú ujsť nič. Minulú hru mali viac teda rozhodnutú tiež, potom im to ale ušlo spomedzi prst. Oh boy. 25. minúta za mňa, GPK-ovský 100% win rate. Možno pozná, čo je to hrať proti túto Falconovcom s offlaneovým jedným tučným, krásnym úskarom. BK, bo už tu dokonca ako defenzíva bude pripravená takisto na Malrínovi, doteraz ho tam dokázali celku pekne ukontrolovať, keď náhodou. Ale tým, že sa tam pre BB Team ešte stále nenachádza carry, jo, akože ten ultimate sa šplhá, ale podľa mňa ten impact v tom fajte, není tam ani target, na ktorého by mohol dať mana void, jo. Väčšinou ten ultimate je dobrý v hre, keď tam máte aspoň nejakého storma, alebo niečo podobné, aspoň niečo, čo tam dokáže vybuchnúť, samozrejme proti tej medúze je to možno ten dokonalý príklad. A tu ako fakt ako hocik, to možno Malrin bude mať asi najväčší mana pool, teoreticky možno ten Shadow Demon, ako reálne. Na Oliverovi medzi tým samozrejme veľké kryty, ten sa s tým hezky slovensky, jo, krásne. Teraz ľubozvučne nebude vôbec toho báť. Tam rozseká každého na 3 hity, no matter what. Akurát potrebujú kluci nájsť opener Miero. Je teraz akurát trianglisti, o tom síce vyfarmí ten camp, vybral si ale zlý smer. Tam pôjde po ňou Amar, pekne síce vrátenie tohoto celého. Miero, aj keď si dal ten blade mail, Oliver nebude čakať na nič. Môže byť glimpsnutý. Ja myslím, že ten Bristleback nejde nikde, iba ten percentuálny damage, čo tam rozseká Vejpool. Amar to zobere pekne, Oliver! Vyžral teraz miesto neho to účko, zachránil mu možno prdel, ale aj to defenzívne schovanie by to pravdepodobne prišlo včas, dokonca 2 záchrany prišli v jednu dobu. Tu ale prichádza Pucek, aby to tu celé zlomil. No, už sa konečne Sneaking zbavil toho Vižnu. Oliver ale prichádza na druhé kolo, Kataomič by mal byť na 2 rany, len taký slovenský snack. Narodený nový beatdown. Dostávajú BB Team, skóre momentálne je 20-8. Veľmi podobná záležitosť, ako sme videli teda Game 1. Za mňa teda ale oveľa menšia šanca, aby tu BB Team ešte vychytali nejaké tie poriadne comebacky tentokrát. Nemyslím si, že oproti tomu Dragoniteovi na Xovi tu ako niečo takéto vôbec vzniká. A ten trio core je za mňa oveľa slabší. Počítali tam reálne BB Team s tým, že to proste možno proti nejakému inému offlanerovi by tam mali fakt ako dobrý matchup. Nakoniec tam nešlo fakt ako vymysleť nič lepšie ako toho Huskara. Toto je fakt ako presný príklad cheese picku na last pick. A ešte pred tým Falcons. Rošan je tu ale samozrejme ešte nachystaný spolu s tým, že tam majú pušnuté celé 2 strany. Nakoniec to tu iba vydžebejtia. Oni vedia, že BB Team o to bude chceť ísť fightiť. Kataomiča tam momentálne nechávajú v bázi, ten sa v tom fajte nachádzať nebude Pure tu, ale ide nabehnúť, aby možno vyčmuchal práve toho démona. Toho nakoniec nájde. Stunom ho ale kluci nenájdu, aj keď tam bude Trinko, ale Glimmerov sa schovajú. Pure medzi tým je rozpleskaný na 2 rany. Oliver tu medzi tým roztrhá akurát mistra Miera. Malrin dočistí, čo tam bolo. Toto už sú len hovná, toto už je len smrad ruského typu, tentokrát do týmu BB. Toto je možno ping-pong z kvadra. A tentokrát ako neviem, či tu zdávajú kluci ako by momentálne nejaký ten hold, ale myslím si, že Falconi idú po vyrovnanie tak rýchlo, že by to ani človek nepovedal. Na Oliverove narodeniny, ako vravím, nechali tam Falconi očividne pričmuchnúť, ale proste jednoznačne tých prvých 25 minút znova hrajú tak dominantne, že by tým nestíhajú nič. Tentokrát si dokonca si chceli zobrať nejaký ten rýchlejší line-up, ešte nejakými poriadny byť disruptormi, aspoň nejakými silencami, dokonca s tým neporaziteľným GPK-ovým pukom, ktoré nikdy žiadny iný tým to nenecháva GPK-ovi, pretože to proste fakt ako vyhráva hry samo. GPK, keď tu má teda ešte tú defenzívnu Aeon disku, ako dobrý, nemohli by sa ho úplne tak jednoducho vyprúť, to je krása. Tam ale proste to nevyhrá s tým pukom sám. Ten Amarov, proste Huskič je too much, teraz to budú 4 minúty, ktoré budú mať 2 životy. Dole je tá posledná strana, ktorú musia ísť pekne chaseovať čo najviac. Jo, zase tým premieňaním tretky sa tam vždycky, ako je toto Malrín, ako nám ukazoval aj Purge, vždycky objavuje pre tie creepy, aby sa nevzdialovali. Cute little play, ktorý nás tu učí Malrín. Pre 30 minútov tu momentálne ale svieti 21 000 gold lead. Oproti tej minulej hre je tu obrovský rozdiel. Minulé to skóre bolo podobné, dajme tomu, ale ten gold lead bol iba niekoho okolo 7-8 tisíc. Tam sa držali BB dobre a hlavne to bol aj ten anti-mage. Tentokrát tam momentálne nie je ani 14 000, to network. V 30. minúte toto je anti-mage, ktorého tu zažívate možno na vašich bežných puboch. Teraz idú ale s banérom, už kluci pušovať, Sneaking tam bude nachystaný hneď ako prvý. Zase kryt! Schovanie! To tu pripraví celé. Oliver prichádza práve na toho Bristol Glimmer, to tam na chvíľku schoval, kluci nemali vision. Na 3 rany to ale Oliver pôjde rozsekať, na 2 rany príde anti-mage. Oliver lepko je zbierať body nielen do fantasy, ale slovenské princové halušky rozdá všetkým. Pure už tam píše to GG. Toto je ten carry diff. Skúsi anti-magea, ale dostaneš jeden Amar treatment. Krásne vyrovnanie, 1-1 a my všetci pôjdeme pekne do Game 3. Tak toto má vyzerať. Amar doručil to, čo navaril a bol to kurva guláš. Bože. Tak toto má vyzerať. Drobec, ďakujem veľmi pekne, že sa tu pekne ako by prišiel objaviť 30 či 29-mesačný Prime Sub, krásny a vstupenečka o nejaké tie dnešké nejaké záležitosti tombole sú možno to menej podstatné. Falconov to sa podarilo vyrovnať, uvidíme Game 3. Sice tento Enigma cosplay po celom dni, skav z vyšu je síce too bad, ale teraz to, čo ma zaujíma jediné, je osud Falconovcov a týmu BB. Pôjdeme si tu pekne zhrnúť, tu sa ešte môžeme pozrieť, ako by tuto na zábery z arény, možno to budú vaši českí, slovenskí kamarádi. Ja chcem, ale počuť všetko aj z toho samotného mainu. Toto bolo ale veľké, tvrdé. A ja myslím, že Falconi pôjdu pekne rozsekať nejakých tých BB chlapcov Vejpůl, ako ruskú mášu. Rozjevať do stenu! Toto není ešte tá správna scéna, chat. Ešte tam akoby nemáte úplne to, čo som vám tam chcel pustiť, ale pôjde. Za malý moment už to tam bude, dajte mi tak asi sekundu a pol a už to tam pekne bude. Neviem, či niekto ešte dneska bude chcieť toto celé podporovať, ale to, že tu máme Game 3, to je hype bez fakt samo o sebe.
Triangle stack, they're happy with that, they're protecting each other. So it's also the gameplay that comes on top of it.
I think another key ingredient to this game being so stompy was also Skeeter and that top lane. That was complete free farm too. Both of their side lanes were doing whatever they want. Nero on that Bristle couldn't do anything because Save was trying to, like, you know, fix whatever he could wherever he could. He couldn't stay on that lane and try to make a play with him or secure his farm. They were chasing this Huskar, trying to like slow him down a little bit, and because of that, Sven was also free to just hit his timings without any contesting it.
Yeah, I mean, Save was having a stellar time, but of course, you know, Huskar doing such a great job. Even, you know, Maureen asking for a tip there on that highlight, but, you know, with SD and an Enchantress, no matter who goes in, you're going to either have a heal from an Enchantress, a heal and a Dispel from the Shadow Demon, a Disrupt from the Shadow Demon, and so you have this confidence, there's like this ability to not care, and that's what Falcons were lacking in the first game. They couldn't just simply go, they had to kite and team fight and put on like an excellent show. This time around, it is just pure brute force, just full send, in you go, and of course it helps when Anti-Mage is jungling at minute 4.
And they needed like a, I don't know, quadruple like performance from maybe even all the other players to actually like make it work. Like everyone puts in like 3x, 4x overtime. Because yeah, it's not that common and normal, especially in nowadays Dota, that you get like this Exodia last pick where you're just like 90% of people watch this game, they're like, yeah, they're screwed. What are they gonna do about it? And he tried with like some early movement, you know, minute 2, you ganked this offlane. It doesn't look real. That's how hard the game is.
Yeah, I think the only thing you could have made a case for was just Hoodwink starting bottom with that anti-mage, like trying to get a couple of kills on that Huskar before they leave him, before you then start bringing your anti-mage from the gate. I mean, their read on it was that they could just leave him be, and that wasn't the case. But even if they did tri-lane, like having to adjust that much says something about how much that last pick got them.
Oh, it was honestly, it's the most ruining thing I've probably seen in maybe more than 1.5 years, maybe even 2 years, because it's just so uncommon. Like you usually have like maybe cheese picks that come out with like, okay, but you don't have that many of those anymore. But yeah, standout player, I think snaking, you know, look at the pipe, the Solar Crest drums, the early gem. It's just when you give these guys like their heroes, and especially too, like we have to say, offlane Huskar is not traditional. You need the guy to even be a Huskar player, and Amar, he does it 617. There's nothing more I can praise him for.
I mean, not even that. I think when we heard AUI on stage talking about how this draft went down, he's the one that just clicked the button. At that point, you know, it is all on him.
You can't stop it. Like,
I'm gonna play this.
Yeah, like you're in for the ride.
Yeah.
And this is a damn good one. Like he can do this to me anytime.
Yeah, but
if you're on his team.
Exactly.
The amount of times he's done it in pubs, though, to be fair. Like these last pick Huskars, he doesn't care. He also first picks Huskar in pubs. He kind of does it all in regards to Huskar. And the story of this series, though, is whoever has second pick feels like they've utilized last pick really, really well, right? The lifesteal in the first game had this kind of inevitable timer. The Huskar this time dominates the lane. So I feel like whoever's got second pick is going to have the advantage. I don't know who's won the coin flip for this one, but yeah, second pick just feels broken, at least in this series.
Yeah, I will also say, I mean, they should have maybe thought about it. Is that really mean to say? Because I do remember there was a period of time when everybody played the Huskar against the anti-mage.
But it's like all things, it comes in and out of favor, right? Like 7 months ago, Phoenix offlane and Phoenix mid was the counter to the monkey mid and the monkey carries. It then disappeared. The joyous thing of meta, it is never set. Meta is able to be set through the players going, I want to play it. There's no like rule book which says you need to do this, you have to do that. We don't have game mechanics that stop you unlike other games. You know, like we can do literally anything in Dota.
It's true, and this is like, just look, I mean, Pure has 100% kill participation at this point because he's like roaming, but just look at the network. This is a 2k deficit, and yeah, I feel like it's not easy to fault them for not banning Huskar. In hindsight, yeah, you can swap out Mars for Huskar if you want anti-mage, but like, there is no other player, there's no other team in the world that is going to do this to you. I think it goes back to the AM pick itself. What do you think, Miro?
I mean, I think that all of this is true, and maybe it's hard to remember things like Huskar, but at the same time, Anti-Mage is wildly optimistic in that position.
Absolutely,
like,
yeah.
Like, it's not like, oh, you know, they should have banned the Huskar if they're going to pick Anti-Mage. Why not just pick Marcy? You had the opportunity to pick something more stable that gets countered by less, but they went for something a little bit wild. I think they wanted to give Pure a hero he'd have fun on and maybe catch them
that was
off
very
guard.
fun.
Yeah, they wanted to catch Falcons off guard, but what they ended up doing was just tripling down on that. If BB team don't have a good laning stage, their games look awful. I mean, that hasn't changed at all from yesterday.
Yeah, this was definitely a rough one for BB Team, but hey, it might just be a fan service to get us to a third game, you know, that's always fun. What was not fun was, I think, the amount of fun Pure had in the game. I don't think that was fun at all. And I know we talk about it a lot, and Purge is going to talk about it some more.
Thank you, Cheever. Yeah, I just wanted to break down why it is so bad for those of you that don't know exactly how these heroes function. Some changes that have happened in the last year since you've been here. If you haven't noticed, Huskar doesn't have any mana anymore. He used to have mana, he no longer has any mana. That means that when you're playing an anti-mage who drains mana from your opponent, you just don't get that bonus damage. That means the first skill you have that you normally skill here just doesn't do anything to Huskar. So that's the first problem. The second problem is you're also laning against a Shadow Demon, who's actually quite good against anti-mage, because if Shadow Demon disrupts anti-mage and he has his first skill skilled, your illusions that are created will drain your mana as well. So he just doesn't even get to skill his first skill. It doesn't do damage to Huskar, and it would hurt him against the Shadow Demon. So he basically relies on his second skill, the Blink. That's going to allow him to disjoint some attacks that are flying at him and decrease some of the damage that he's taken. He could also skill his third skill, which reduces the magic damage he's taking, which he is by the Burning Spears, but it's only going to reduce 15% of the damage that he's taking from the Burning Spears. He could maybe reflect a Shadow Demon spell, but it's not looking great. So basically he gets into the situation where he is just dumping regen into his body, trying to keep his health up enough so that he can get some last hits. And he's just struggling on it. He's at 860 net worth here, and the Huskars are already at 1200. And once he gets a boots advantage, it's basically impossible to lane here. So AIM is just getting what he can, which is why he went for that cool rotation, which did work quite well. The fact that he assisted in killing the Sven is huge. Him dying afterwards, I don't even care that much because it's going to get him back on the map a bit quicker. But this was the next problem. He's teleporting into lane. He gets a Helm of Iron Will. He tries to drain some mana from Malorine. That doesn't quite work out. And then he goes to jungle. And here's something that basically has not mattered in almost any game is the Rabble Rouser here. This is the buff from Enchantress. This means that any creeps that are attacking your enemies do more damage. So he's forced in this jungle at an abnormally early time, 4 minutes in, and these creeps are now doing 20% more damage to him. So his life is already almost impossible and made even harder by the fact that there is an Enchantress in the game. So extremely tough situation for the anti-mage here. Goes back to lane finally, and then he just immediately gets ganked as well by Mallory, who probably anticipated this based on the fact that he went to heal. So insanely tough game for him. We'll just have to run it back and hopefully give him a better hero.
I don't think we're going to run back that anti-mage, that's for sure. And Rabble Rouser, I mean, not for me. I learned something new today.
I forgot about that entirely.
Yeah, me too.
Because that innate from Enchantress was not really relevant when they gave it to her. Like, we thought it would be game-breaking when we first saw the change. It sucked. It didn't mean anything. Carries were still clearing camps anyway. Not if your carry goes jungle, level 3, then it owns.
It definitely did own, and right now I'm sure that there's some good talks happening with both teams about how they're going to approach game number 3. And while they're talking, of course, you see loads of people still around the arena, and they're walking back and forth, and you're wondering, like, what could they possibly do other than watching Dota here in the Barclays Arena? Well, Slacks has found out exactly what you can do here.
We are here for the meet and greet session with Heroic. Now, you guys might not know this because you're not at the arena, most of you, but if you are at the arena, after everybody wins, they get to go and have a meet and greet. We're not talking about a lame-ass signing session where they're away from you. Look, they are physically touching you. So this is the greatest kind of moments you can have. Let's go ahead and talk to some of the folks in the crowd. Hold on one second. Sir, if I may, what did they smell like?
They smell like honey.
They smell like honey, ladies and gentlemen. Get down here quick. Quick, so sweet, so beautiful. Let's go talk to some crowd members here waiting in line. So sorry. Who's over here? Oh, whoa. We have seen you going absolutely ballistic in the crowd. Every heroic game, you're top of the cheering here.
No recollection of that whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fantastic. Well, it is so good to see you here in their winning fan meet and greet. Did you go? Oh, you couldn't go to the last one. They didn't win. But are you going to do more of these? Are you going to come every time they win?
Of course, yes. I'll be here all day, all night if that's what I need to do.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for keeping us alive. Hey, all right, well, enjoy. Delete Sniper, thank you very much.
I have a tip for Ice Frog.
Okay.
To make Dota the best game in the world. Just delete Sniper.
Okay, delete Sniper, but put back in old techies. Do you agree?
Yes. Please, yeah.
Hell yeah. Best
old stacks back.
Yeah.
That's it.
Best of both worlds, baby. Thank you very much. And I did want to say, would you mind if I showed off your cosplay? I love cosplayers, and we finally have a Grimstroke cosplay. I've never seen a Grim before. What made you want to choose to do Grimstroke?
I haven't seen it before.
You have not seen it before either. Well, that is fantastic. Thank you for the Glimmer Cape? I didn't even notice. I'm such a noob. I'm so sorry. Okay, please, Glimmer Cape and disappear for us on the camera, all right?
My boyfriend told me this is your favorite hero.
What the f is this? Thank you. I thought we were friends. I don't want your disgusting Wind Ranger. I'll take it. Thank you very much. Absolute filth. And that's it. After every single game, you can come and see one of the players or the whole team. You can see them, you can talk to them, you can greet them. So make sure to find your favorite winners whenever you want. There are a few things to do around the arena here at the International. Thank goodness we have some really cool stuff to check out. And one of these really cool things is this nice wall of history, which features all of the different jerseys from all the different TIs, including their championship rings, which is really, really cool. This one, 2019, oh, beautiful, with the purple and the little indents in there. The golden TI, I think that was 2021. The best jersey, I have to say, that represents Dota 2, in my opinion, I do have to give it to the purple jersey. Look at it, it's iconic. Rings, though, are super sick. Let's take a look at the rings. So, we have some not too interesting rings here at TI1, but they do grow in power. We start going for the Aegis to the nice, more purpley Dota logo, but the years of the NA Dota, that's where it begins. EG on the ring. That is super sick. The Wings ring, unbelievable. Liquid is nice. OG, very nice. It's what second OG is a little better. But if I had to choose, best ring ever, guys, this Wings one is unreal. I could see some very, very rich person wearing that in real life, so very nice. Anyway, cool trip down memory lane. What else do we have going on in the arena? Let's check it out. Okay, next up is the graffiti wall. This is a classico of the International. Lots of people coming in and signing it. See if I see anything interesting here. Zowie, I wonder who that was. That's very nice. Oh, here we go. Death is my enclave of the beer. Let's see here. Oh, somebody did their Twitch handle. Twitch Kitty, I'm not gonna read it. Kitty Kraken, I hope you got 1 million subs. Thanks for putting it on the wall. You got 1 sub right here. That's very good. Anything else? No, it's just literally a bunch of random Twitch channels and names and curse words. It's fantastic. I actually think that sums up the community pretty well. Good job, guys. Well done. Those aren't the only activations we have, of course. There's a bunch of stuff all around the arena. Like this beautiful little monument. There's a little selfie station. You guys thought I was toxic before. Now you can pretend like you're Viper. That just like that. That's a classic Viper voice line. Just like that. Thanks for watching, everybody. Back to you guys.
Awesome to see all the things you can do and take pictures with. I will say, though, that Glimmer Cape definitely for me took the cake there. That was very cool to see, and I hope that the upcoming series we're going to watch is also very cool to see, focusing our attention on game number 3. Clean slate with these two teams here. Effie, we got Falcons, we got BB team. Both teams very much deserving and to be the top 6. One of these will be top 3.
Yeah, I mean, even though BB team won that first game, I'm a little bit worried for them going into this game 3. Because in both games, the one that they got crushed in and the one that they won, they also got crushed in that, especially at the start. Like, there is something going wrong with their early game that needs to be fixed.
The one good thing is the fact, like, the manner that you just lost in is so bad, or like it's so easy for you to just say,
True.
we can go next. You know, it's like the one time where I feel like usually people say this to like cope. It's actually real this time. It's like, guys, whatever, 24 Huskar, like this guy, he won't get it again. You go free and easy. And I think Falcons are gonna do a similar thing about game 1. We were up 10, 15k gold. Make it simple, go.
I'm watching the coin toss. That's all that matters for me. It's going round. You don't see it, but BB won the coin toss. So I think they're probably going to take second pick. And with that, they can protect themselves from this ultimate last pick. Because again, both teams have shown that they're very good at utilizing this. And in game 1, BB showed excellent scaling under pressure, the ability to fight. In game 2, they never got to even get to the game, right? So if we ignore the previous game, BB are competitive along the side of Falcons. It's just draft dependent.
I think if you give Falcons first pick, though, you're in for a world of pain, because there's either going to be the Sand King coming out, or the Chen, or the Enchantress, or even the first pick Hoodwink themselves to take it away from BB team. That's a tough one. There's not enough bans for a Falcons first pick.
Yeah, I did want to touch upon that because both games now, BB team did open with that Hoodwink. Of course, once from second pick and then once from overall first pick. Surely we're going to see something different for game number 3. At least I would imagine that there's something different prepared.
Yeah,
do you think that Hoodwink is still so highly demanded?
I think it will probably be picked again, but maybe if BB team get to like close the phase later and then get into the bans, maybe it will allow them to take out the Enchantress, which Falcons have now ran twice into it, which it seems to be posing a huge problem to them. Or Falcons, like Mira is saying, maybe they first pick the Hoodwink themselves, but I'm not sure. I feel like they should still rate the Sand King incredibly high. It's 2 games in a row where he just rolls on everyone. He has good early game, has the stacks, does his Blink Dagger. We've seen it again, and we'll see it again if they allow it.
I think you just break one of the 2 pieces in what BB team have shown is their Sand King solution, DK plus Hoodwink. You either ban the DK so you can comfortably first pick the Sand King, or you pick the Hoodwink, take that away, and then see if you can get that second phase Sand King.
But it's also in the interview, right? In game 2, before game 2, Aoi contradicted himself. He said they're a good team against puck. They liked it. They don't mind playing against the hero. But in game 1, they banned it. In game 2, they give away the puck. They beat it. So maybe going into the third game, they just don't bother with puck anymore. They just let that through. And then like you were mentioning, you ban a DK, you ban a Bristle, you ban one element of how a second pick BB was able to pick apart Falcons.
Yeah, I will say the DK was banned in the previous game, but by BB team themselves.
That's because they were in a position where they could get their puck. So they wanted to ban a puck counter, but when Falcons saw that DK was taken out, they were like, okay, we'll pick Sand King.
Yeah,
so there's something going on there with like the DK plus Sand King.
No,
element.
for sure. And I think this is also really cool when you do get deeper like into these tournaments and suddenly it's like the series, we don't see the DK, then suddenly you do see it. You see it banned in the next game too, even by the own team, because they're like, okay, if this is banned, we can take the other thing that we do want. So yeah, going to this game 3, I'm just expecting, both teams to play in top form. I feel like neither of them have really anything to lose. Like in game 1, BB team make this incredible comeback. Game 2, Falcons kind of get like a freebie win. So going into game 3, both teams should be feeling, I would say, maybe as clean as 2 teams could going into a third game at TI.
Yeah, I was going to touch upon that because how do we feel these teams are feeling? Because we've talked about both teams and the experience is there. But for both, other than for Skeeter and Snaking, the TI experience is not. And it is different still, T.
Yeah, I think Falcons, if anything, probably toned down just a little bit going into the second game. Sure, they're still spicy with their all chat, but you could feel that there was no, cockiness anymore. It was just like disciplined, strong Dota with the element of like the odd, typing here and there. Game 1, you could feel that they were being a little bit more making mistakes, and for BB, I feel like they've had every emotion possible so far at TI. They've had the lowest of lows, the highest of highs. It's like, I don't really know where they're sitting right now.
I know where they're sitting. They're right there.
Wow.
Got him. I'm sorry.
You had to do that one. It was too easy.
Oh, well, that's okay, because we should be talking about this third game. We should be talking about what is coming our way. And I am happy to announce that it is time to see exactly that.
Team Falcons versus BB Team. Game 3.
So we do have BB Team on the Radiant side, and they will have overall last pick, and that means Falcons is dire with first pick for themselves, and we're in the draft, and we are about to see what changes will be made. There are some things that just don't change though, because the Naga Siren's still getting banned, we see the Pugna still getting banned. Lycan also not a hero we're gonna see a lot of anymore, because today it had great success, even on some of the losing games, but we'll see. There's already bonus time being used right now to go for this ban, and they do respect ban the Kataomi Bane.
Yeah, it seems like it. So they did play into it in game one. Maybe they didn't really love their Ringmaster response, so like where they feel like, okay, if they do this, we're more likely to pick this type of hero. I'm not sure if there's much else, like maybe they want to first pick a specific hero that also Bane is very good against. But yeah, you're also taking out the comfort. In BB Team, they're doing the same, taking out the Sand King.
The dance is over. The Sand King, DK, Hoodwink, we're going in a different direction, which suddenly beckons the question of Beastmaster. He's been relatively ignored in these games.
Wow, Chen also. They've left in the Snake King Chen for the first time, I believe, in this series.
Correct.
That's a scary one. I mean, last game, you had Falcons that broke two of the unbeaten heroes from BB Team with the Puck and Bristle. Let's see.
And the ignored Marcy is actually banned on the side of Falcons, and we will see the Chen from Snaking in action.
But we did see this in the first game, right? The idea of BB gave Falcons a dominant hero, and then they picked it apart, right? Same thing could be happening here, where Falcons finally get access to their Chen. Again, very strong hero for them. And yeah, I'm interested to see which angle BB's going to go. Against Chen, you can go for like Primal Beast and really dominant, strong offlaners to try and bully through the lane, not caring about Chen. But you have to respect all the auras they're going to bring.
Oh, just go for the Hoodwink again.
Yeah, sure. 3 games in a row, why not? I will say, for similar reasons, Chen is considered pretty good against Hoodwink. You have the mana burn, you're kind of annoying, you can fight back, so both teams, again, should be happy with what's happening, but this is an undefeated hero and a most banned hero against this team for a reason.
I need to see damage on pretty much every pick, though, from BB. If they just go for like light control and scaling, Chen will take over the game. You have 20 to 25 minute important fights around Roshans and towers, you just feel like you won't be killing anyone. So I really want to see if BB want to be competitive against Falcon's best hero. It is killing in lanes, damage in the early game.
What do we think here for BB Team? They do have to open up again out of the phase themselves. They have another band that they can protect themselves with.
Could still be DK. I think they're pretty happy with how their DK plus Hoodwink went.
But if we argue that that is picked up against the Sand King, Sand King's not in, do you still like it as much?
I think it did a lot for them, and it enables their Hoodwink. I mean, another approach they could take would be something wild, like picking some anti-zoo hero, like the Timbersaw that we haven't seen in a while. Beastmaster still in the pool as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to build their own Miro.
Something nice that you kind of want to do against Chen. Chen lineups generally fall apart if you can kill the first guy. Like AoE is not, sure it's good against Chen, but then there's Hand of God, there's a pipe, there's your AoE magic resist creeps, whatever it is, you need to kill this one guy to break this formation. So if you're able to have a single target high DPS hero, or like Effie's mentioning, you have a DK with a Hoodwink and give it like another DPS guy that when you jump this first guy, he just gets blasted out of the game through the heals.
But with heroes like SD still being available for Falcons, if Falcons identify that's
scary.
That's a route BB's going to be taking, Crit's going to be able to pick up another hero to try and combo break that.
Has Miro played much of Pangolier? I know that this is a hero that tends to be liked, it can't be flags, it's like okay team fight. I'm not saying they will pick it, but I'm looking more for something like this. I would say there are other heroes like Bristle. They feel like okay early on, but there's a lot of auras and physical like armor that the Chen gives to his teammates where I feel like Bristle isn't actually that amazing against the hero.
Miro has not played Pango so far at this.
Okay, then I feel like that's just not happening.
And are we really just forgetting about Beastmaster? Have they just deprioritized that hero in this series?
Maybe they feel like they will just go for the DK. Why not? Maybe to go back to the Beastmaster, maybe they don't really want to play it into Chen, even though you can still play with, the Axes and the Aghanims. I don't really think it matters.
Well, what if you play it with Chen, because it's still in the pool?
Oh, you mean for Falcons?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it would have been good for either
No, yeah, why not?
I mean, we mentioned the DK, but yeah, it's just half of their duo that allows them to play make, lets them set up for quick kills around the map, always have some kind of potential to make it so that Falcons don't farm for free.
Yeah. I mean, you have, in my opinion, one of the two approaches. I like what T mentioned, where you could look for a save with like the SC. Here's the hero that you want with the Beast. Yeah, I was saying you can either go for the save against the DK, or you just give yourself enough damage that you kind of lacked earlier. Against the DK with like the long range, you don't have the hoodwink, so maybe there's like Grim, there's Snap. Yeah, this looks super chill.
I prefer it with the fact that Maureen's been playing it mid more than offlane. I think in the way that Falcons are playing, I don't want to see Amar take it to offlane. I want to see it still go to the mid, still be the pick-off style of play, and kind of give life to your game. Because Beastmaster will always activate a Snap or a Chen. And then it opens up for both Skidder and Amar to be farming a lot.
So a main stage favorite. It's always fun to
Magnus
watch Magnus
is like
in action.
iconic TI hero. You've got the scaling, you've got the displacement, you've got RPs, you can flex him, he lanes well. Yeah, this is just an amazing hero.
Doesn't have the win rate though, but that's okay.
That's okay.
And what if their idea is that because you see a Beastmaster plus Chen, you know there's going to be early tower pressure, you know there could be early attempts at high ground. Magnus is a hero that's good at punishing those attempts. Maybe they want to have them 5-man into like skewer isolations, maybe forcing them to go a little bit too far out into the map and punishing that with Magnus.
Yep, not opposed to that at all. So like Magnus is a very good insurance policy to have. They just need to make sure they have layers of the fight with it, right? And for Falcons, when we talk about the killing that one guy, right? Because you were saying about bursting that hero, when you have the Snapfire with the Aghanims, you get a good enchantment with cast range, you get a Blink Dagger, you're going to be able to stop that DK hoodwink initiation on a hero. Sure, if you get hit by an RP, you're also going to be dragged back and killed, but there will be so many moments in this game for Crit to shine and to give more life to the fights.
Just a nice combo too. Mortimer's into Roar, like you've always got some kind of play to make.
It's also something that Falcons have in like every draft. It's like this 1+1 kill combo, sometimes even on multiple people, like 1+5 or 2 with 4 or the offlaner with the 4. We get a Warlock. It's not a hero we've seen too often, but it's a very good hero. He has good laning, can have an early ultimate, can also buffer people. Makes it easy for your carry also. It's most likely a last pick hero. You lane with Warlock. I mean, you should be chilling.
Warlock's the support which gives life to any carry against any offlane combination. Because of the heal, the Fatal Bonds, in a difficult lane, you shove the wave. In a good lane, you find the kills, right? So Warlock's enabling Pure to utilize that last pick in the draft and go, no matter what you want, we will try and give it life. You're not going to be an anti-mage in the jungle, because this Warlock will fix every problem.
Yeah. It also just lets them play versus the Zoo in the sense that you have the Fatal Bonds for the early group up that's going to happen on the side of Falcons. It seems like they have this idea that they can just punish the early group up with their big team fighting spells. I don't know if I personally believe in that idea. I think playing against Beastmaster plus Chen feels so overwhelming and so exhausting, even if you think you can out-team fight them.
It does, and they're proposing some very strong lanes. Like, you still have most likely Amar's here that's going to be picked later, but Chen plus Troll is a very strong lane. Like, you've got the creep, Chen is hitting you. Troll is one of the most aggressive carries in lane. He will always help his support on the side. You're going to get 2v1'd over and over and over again, and it's a lot of buffs too.
He's also not a carry that if you skewer back, that means that you've killed him successfully. Unless you chain it with the RP and you have enough burst to kill him during that, he's going to live through it, turn on his ult, get healed by the Chen, and then the team will turn the fight. It breaks the idea of wanting to skewer back a carry and kill them.
And it feels like every core that Falcons have at the moment is the same recipe, right? They're independent cores that if snaking is a second late with a hill, it's not that much of a problem, right? A mid Beastmaster, he goes for Aghanims, BKB, early refresher. Like, as long as he doesn't die in the RP, he's going to be able to turn it around. Like you mentioned with Troll, the same thing. Yep. So Falcons, no matter which core is offered up to the Magnus, there is a chance that the fight can kind of be extended, dragged to the new position, and they can still take it. It's not as if the one person who's dragged away, I'm really sorry, it's not like we're seeing like a sniper or a drow, like these type of heroes that once they're caught, they are just deleted from the game.
So Falcons...
Dead heroes, by the way, at TI. Don't know why
it's true. Like, so Amar has to pick out of phase. Generally, when Falcons play, they like having this double team fight. Like the double jump. Like, so I'm assuming that they're going to look for like another beefy guy that's going to go in. You have a strong lane with Snap. Unless they want to run the Beast offlane, which I feel like they're probably not going to.
They could play Pango, and then they'll keep it open. Pango could go either mid or offlane.
That's true.
It does seem like Falcons, with the ban of the puck, they still keep it very open as well, where that Mag and the DK are going.
I still do quite like Pango for Falcons, but what I need, regardless of what comes out from Falcons, is a wow factor pick for this overall last pick for BB team, because I think their idea of just punishing a group up early by out team fighting them is so hard to pull off. Like, you have to play exceptionally well to do that, and you know one of your side lanes is already losing because you see this Troll Warlord.
It's definitely not that. I mean, these picks, as always, like the last 2 picks in the draft, they're very detrimental to both teams.
Okay,
I
chat.
would say for now, I see a slight ease of execution for Falcons. Luckily,
vaša Enigma dneska ešte príde privítať s poriadnou čiernou dierou. Black Hole tu môžeme castiť, a keď sa to in-game teda pravdepodobne úplne neobjaví, ale vy ste vybrali dokonca 9200 sub goal kvopku, aj keď teda necháme pekne na next event, jo, akože neušijem to tu, alebo nedáme to bude dohromady, keď mi Gabča teraz momentálne odchádza, ale proste tam nájdeme tomuto miesto a splním vám to, príde to. Najviac sa bojím popravde toho ďalšej záležitosti, pretože tam budete musieť niečo vyberať a to ako bude ten najväčší issue. Tentokrát, ale poďme rýchlo prebrať ten draft, tak by som tu dal teda akoby svoje odhady, tak to myslím, že čo sa týka toho last picku, je jasné, že to bude skitterov jeden tučný troll. Jo, do toho Beastmaster pravdepodobne pre Malrina, Sneaking Go Chen, Snapfire ukryta. Jediné, čo tam chýba, je hrdina pravdepodobne pre práve Amara. Huskara tentokrát zabanovali, Timbra zabanovali tiež. Čo chcú teraz na offlane Falconi? Je tam Pangolír, ale proti RPčku neviem, či to je úplne ideál.
Let's see which option Falcons go with for themselves.
How often has the Melon Man been picked at TI?
Not very frequently at all, I'll tell you that.
That's Tidebound.
Teoreticky ten Bristol, nejaký proste Tide, ako tam rozprávajú. Podľa mňa ako Mars by bol možno najlepšia voľba. Reálne Mars by bol úplne tá najlepšia voľba, není tam ani zabanovaný. Za mňa fakt ako
I don't know if that comes through on the microphone at all, but
aj Urzič.
very happy people here.
Toto sedí na Marza.
As they should be.
2 seconds.
And that's the Mars.
Yeah, they go for the Mars.
Oh.
Pangolier.
Instant.
They don't even think. They wanted it.
Kluci sú ale ready.
The pressure of the Chen, if he goes to a tower, you want a bit of wave clear.
Je tam Marzíček, no. Zrovna ale GPK teraz vyťahne očividne jeho midového Pangolíra. Vyťahne zase taktiku, čo fungovalo trošku Game 1. Ukradnúť si niečo od Falconov. Je to aj tá Hoodwinková. Tentokrát dokonca uvidíme Mierovho Magnusa. Chat, my sa možno dostaneme k tomu, že tu momentálne fakt ako vidíme aj Magnusa na dominátorku, čo predsa len ako s tým Empower Face tom ešte ako by tam nemusí byť vôbec beda. Už sme to videli napríklad na kolapsoch a podobných, takzvané na collapse build. Fury ide hrať ale svojho Dragon Knighta na carry, to sme párkrát videli. Ten man matchup medzi tými carryčkami podľa mňa je stále lepší pre trola, ale zabiť toho draka bude trochu problém. Ten kiting potenciál tam stále môže byť. Oh boy.
Quite a bit. To me, this is the most even draft that I've seen from the 3 games.
Chat,
and that says something, because if we're looking at Falcons draft, I feel like that is comfort all the way. This is a lineup that you could literally hand pick. If this was what Falcons got to this place to begin with, it would be these 5 heroes.
And this is what this series feels like it's becoming, right? After the
Kret sa usmieva, podrite, on má svoju Snapfireovú chill a jazz. Kret si ide normálne po pekne top 3, dámy a páni, videli ste to? Tak to má vyzerať. Za malý moment tam budeme mať pekne ešte rozhovor chat, takže aby som to tu nezmeškal, tuto prehodíme akurát na tuto trošku druhý screen. Viem, že by ste sa radi dívali teraz momentálne tuto na FA, ja tomu pekne rozumiem chat, ale ja nechcem zmeškať nič, ani nejakú tú early game akciu. A miesto toho, aby sme sa dívali na FA, momentálne budeme mať pred sebou niečo iné. A to budú momentálne fans a Amar. Jo. OK, chat. Tuto som si teda nerozumel, čo tam na tom signe bolo. Nebolo tam pravdepodobne nič o tom. Ale my sa ideme pekne tuto dívať na veci. GPK a tu môžeme už teraz vidieť. Mal by tu byť, ale momentálne teraz ako jeden aj druhý tým, nebudeme tam žiadny coach rozhovor úplne teda zdržovať. Tu ideme rovno kurva in-game. Falconovci s domácim sneakingovým Chenom. Väčšinou tu nevedia úplne prehrať. Oliver pôjde možno ukázať tuto pekne dneska, napríklad pánovi Remkovi Krystalisovskému, že tu reálne ten troll v správnych rukách dokáže tú hru ustáť jak nič. Takisto tam vidieť zase tú kombináciu, vidím tam Marza, vidím tam k tomu ešte toho ten Primal Roar od samozrejme toho samotného Beastmastera. Toto je ono. Gombasáne, ďakujem veľmi pekne za tú ďalšie pekné kilečko, ďakujem za krásnu podporu ešte pred tým Smokey mu za 10 gifted subov. Darebákovi sa tam tu jednu poriadnu Black Hole už splnil chlapcovi. Bude tam chlapec držať dokonca aj tu nejaké tie top záležitosti. Uvidíme ale teraz, čo nám tu kluci doručia endgame. Jo, tá hlavná otázka teraz je, či tentokrát BB Team ustoja ten early game, protože s takýmto podobným draftom aj tú hru, čo vyhrali, dostali totálny náklad. Teraz ešte proti tomu Chenovi, jak to možno chvíľku bude trvať, tu ako, jakmile Maorim budeme povedzme iba ten early Aegis, zase early objectivy do toho Chen Army, do toho Marzik s nejakými možno early Eulmi, do tohoto line-upu by som povedal, možno nejakou tú rýchlo blinkou uvidíme. Tu sa ale ide očividne fightiť, Oliver nakoniec nepôjde do celej tejto tu, aj keď nakoniec ho tam save chce skúsiť po Olivera ešte s tým Mischanceom, teraz ale nemôžu prísť len tak. Oliver dostane ešte ten bonusový armor, žiadny first blood sa nekoná. Nedostane tu Oliver teda na narodeniny žiadnu veľkú pozdravenú záležitosť, pravdepodobne si tam bude musieť urobiť teda výlet domov, ne. Nakoniec pekne nechce mysnúť nič. Horný valár! Tu ale pôjde pekne krásne slovensky, podporiť pekne nejakým jedným gifted subom tiež, podporiť to tu celé. A dostať nás možno ešte niekde vyššie. No je väčšia otázka GPK, dokonca tam dostal ešte ten Empower na začiatku, teraz rovno od toho pána Mierovského, aby sa mu tam ulazitovala tá prvá wave možno o niečo krajšie, čo sa týka ale tentokrát toho laning phaseu. Ja, na mide by to podľa mňa mohlo byť celku 50-50, čo sa týka Pura, len si myslím, že dole bude mať akurát tiež 50-50 meča proti Amarovi, aké tie Fatal Bondy a Warlock by mohli mať oproti tej slepe celku dobrý sustain power. Uvidíme, ako to bude ale celé vychádzať. Ja, tam si myslím, že ten Dragonite by tam jako nemal mať úplne problém free farmy tentokrát a oproti tomu Anti-Mageovi, ktorého mal minule Pure, tu proste je jasná jedna podstatná vec. Ja, tu sa musíme baviť o tom, že už Pure si chce zahrať nejakú tú Dotu 2. Ja, zatiaľ sa nepodarilo fakt ako BB Teamu vôbec, čo týka laning phaseu tu Falconov urvať. Ani zďaleka. Ja, táto game free, ale rozhodne predsa len o tom, ktorý tým pôjde do top 3, ktorý sa pobije. Jo, presne Speed Vision, o to, kto už presne potom bude Grand Finalist. Ale o tom sa tam dozvieme ďalšie dni. Táto jedna hra nám tu konečne dneska doručí nejakú game free. BB Team, u nich to je celkom magické. Oni práve sú aj proti Nigmagom. Včera ten jediný tým, ktorý tam hrali 3 hry, ktorí to zvládli v game free. Teraz je otázka, či budú mať návod aj tuto na Falconovcov. Podľa mňa o trochu väčší challenge. Hlavne s tým sneakingovým Chenom, tu by som sa nebal ničoho. Oliver predsa len, keď tentokrát má trola, ktorý v účku bude neovladateľný a sám tomu moc nepomôže. Môže si tam akurát pripraviť ten positioning čo najlepšie. Stojíme za ním my všetci. Jo, my všetci tu cez 636 ľudí na Twitchi. Ďalšia, neviem, či ako by cez kilo tam je momentálne na YouTube alebo aj na ďalších iných platformách. Tu sa ako blížime k číslam a všetci stojíme za Oliverom a reálne v tom účku ho ovládate aj vy. Jo, bacha, ako by momentálne teda budete ako premýšľať, ten troll si tam dokáže ako sám svoj mozek teda v tom účku narobiť. Uvidíme, či to ale hezky slovensky bude upilotované krásnym spôsobom. Na mňa doručuje tentokrát GPK, ten Pangolier matchup na last pick. Jo, tým, že čakali možno toho Marza a čakali, že tam bude na mide práve ten Beast. Toto je to, čo si zobrali ako odpoveď. Nebude to podľa mňa nič úplne zas tak obrovské, ale za mňa ako to, že tam môže vyfarmiť tých bórov vždycky iba nukmi, to je práve tá výhoda, čo by mohol proti tomu Beastovi mať. Medzi tým si tu sneaking teda aspoň pekne denial toho Satyra. Ten Manabur nám otravoval, Hype Train sa nám tu ale spustil, chat. Toto je tá naša podpora ešte pre Falconov, ktorú môžeme ísť dneska budovať na záver. Falconovci potrebujú teraz každú našu jednu spruhu. Stávajte minimálne zo židlí. Ten chat musí absolútne lietať. To je otázka, či tu Falconovci akoby potom prenesené budú mať sebe. Tá aréna im samozrejme tú atmosféru teda prenáša o trošku bližšie. Gomba-san pôjde ešte využiť takisto tú slebu na sami 5 gifted sabov k tomu, aby to tu obdaroval. Už reálne budú obdarovaní úplne všetci pomaly na československom Twitchi, ktorí kedy tu vôbec len akoby videli z diaľky. Minule sme tu mali obdarovaní aj Brazílca, takže si myslím, že tu budú obdarovaní fakt všetci. Ale well. Uvidíme, ako tá naša rodina ešte má potenciál sa rozrásť. Reálne nám tam chýba asi 160, 170 sabov alebo niečo podobné, aby sme tam teoreticky boli number 2 na CZSK Twitchi, ale to je možno challenge na next days alebo niečo iné. Drušejc, ale príde tu s tými 5 gifted submi tiež, tento tu Hype Train by mal Falconovcom pomáhať teda tvrde. Otázka je, ako dlho sa nám to tu podarí teda spoločne držať. Zatiaľ ale momentálne za 4 minúty žiadny veľký kill. Tentokrát laning phase, konečne BB Team ustávajú. Tentokrát tu neprichádza žiadny problém. Amar má fakt ako problém proti Purovi to celé ustať. Krejt síce nemá úplne tu proti tomu stunu problém. Sejvož ale má proti Sneakingovi dosť veľké issue. S Mierom mu príde ešte na pomoc. Bonusový armor tu na chvíľku ešte Sneakingovi pomôže pekne tá vysaná mana. Do toho Sejvož ukradne aspoň tú Bountynu. Miero medzi ním pôjde pekne odtiahnuť aspoň celú tú waveu. Môže si to odtiahnuť niekde do prdeli. Každopádne tu sa bude hrať obozretne, je to predsa len tretia hra. Z toho upper bracketu sa nechce padať ani jednému tomuto veľkotímu. Ale bude to buď Eastern Europe, alebo tým Falcons s našim Slovákom. A momentálne, keď sa pozrieme na tie lásy, dole to síce Amar podľa mňa nemá úplne tak dominantne rozohrané, ale stále, má tam 17 creepov proti ako 25. Switchy, vyťahuje takisto Fuse, vyťahuje tu 5 gifted subov a tento tu Hype Train má podľa mňa potenciál. OK, vy to tam fakt ako chcete dostať, ty vole úplne akoby na strop, aby som to musel vymýšľať ešte možno na ďalšie dni, nejaké tie ďalšie sub-goaly tu dneska akoby postreameme a očividne možno čaká nejaká tá tučná, pekná šichta. Za malý moment už mi ale pekne moja Gábuška, krásna láska mojho života, žena, ktorú nenahradí nikdy nikto. A tak pekne krásne, ja tu budem s vami iba s Nerou. A bude to trvať týždeň, alebo teda čo sa týka TI, to bude sa bude to trvať akoby nejaké tie poriadne 2 dni, ešte zajtra, pozajtra. Ale chat, budeme tu spolu len my. Máre medzi tým pekná defenzívna spíra, aby si tam zachránil prdele, jo, tie fatal bondy mu tam ale dávajú fakt mordy. Ja, aj tí malí, proste tuto chip-offovci, Ukraine môže čakať si s nejakými tými defenzívnymi cookies. Že páne Poweruna prvá bude pre GPK a Ilusky nachystané. Maorin tam má, ale vylevelenú predsa len tú Primal Roaru. Neskôr môže prísť kľudne ten moment, že tam aj do GPK a to dokážu otočiť iba tou Primal Roarou, nejakým backupom, trollom. Tie fighty nebudú pre toho Pangolíra podľa mňa zase tak easy. Darebak! Darebak! 5000 dono!
Za podporu československé Dota scény.
Čo? OK, ja akoby tu tento alert akoby jednoznačne chcem počuť ako nahlas. A nedejú sa tam možno úplne teraz nejaké tie úplne podstatné veci, ale to, čo tu nadelil Darebak, čete, nadelte tam ten najväčší hype. 5000-ový donate. Darebak!
Ďakujem.
Tak toto je insane. Darebáku, neskutočne ďakujem ty za takéto monštrózne dono. Ten subtrain, alebo teda ten hype train, nám tu bude samozrejme teda ešte fungovať úplne tvrde, dokonca tam predictably, unpredictable. Gifted ešte ďalších 10 gifted subov navíc. Toto sa tu zberá, toto je tu veľké. Naša rodina má možno potenciál byť väčšia ako kedykoľvek bola. Chat. Ja neviem ani čo mám tuto pánovi Darebakovi teda povedať, ale táto podpora tá si zaslúži podľa mňa dneska 100% nejaké to tričko. Oficiálny ďalší môj cukrtačka, teda tam bude možno online. Oliver tu ale dostane teraz jednu slovenskú návštevu. Pangolier tam pôjde na neho rolovať tiež. Pekná defenzívna cookie, ale ho dostane preč. Oliver potrebuje toto celé ešte nejak vyčukovať. Vyčukoval to síce do tej strany. Tam nemôže GPK úplne pokračovať. Pangolier ručko bude končiť. Oliver pekne vyčukoval, čo sa dalo. A Miero, ten ale pôjde aj tak pokračovať. Pekne to save chytil. GPK nakoniec bude mať kill. First blood padá až v 8 minúte. Ale tu sa budeme teda sústrediť na to, ako to bude pokračovať ďalej. Oliver tentokrát síce mierne punishnutý. Čaká Maori na nejakú rotáciu, ale tam už je dávno hodená dokonca tá defenzívna varda. Dokonca tom videl, teraz Sneaking prišiel blokovať camp, ale našiel tú vardu. Nádherný, dôležitý reward. BB sa tu chceli cítiť predsa len akoby